Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The blue sky is shown. The girls smile and communicate. Cars are driving along the road, drivers are swearing. A blond man laughs with a phone in his ear and tells how a certain person was shocked, then adds that even if he asked for a raise, he would do it. The blonde looks at the passerby with disgust and says into the phone that this area is just a hole where homeless people walk, then is amazed that he was asked to send a photo. A long-haired man walks among the crowd. He stands in the darkness and silently notes the stinking air and chatter from all sides, and also adds that this is not the kingdom of OK, in which he lived. Passers-by look back at the hero, who mentally notes that this is definitely not an illusion, because everything is too realistic and he needs to find out where he is. Passers-by call him homeless. The protagonist opens his eyes. He frowns. The guy stands on the street and says to himself that it is too noisy here. A red spot appears. Everyone who called Jammer the Emperor of the Flames was doomed to death. The man stands on a mountain of corpses. Everyone who fought with him had no doubt that he deserved this title. The hero stands in a pool of blood next to the demon behind. He knew neither pity nor tears. He appeared in the form of a man, but he had not been such for a long time. Wherever he went, a trail of blood and screams trailed behind him. No one dared to follow his path, because he was none other than the god of death. The protagonist waves his hand with blood. He has killed the High Master of the Dark Path, Murim. The protagonist stands with a sword in his hand in front of a man in a bow. He forced the leader of the celestial demon cult to kneel, and for these feats, he is considered the pinnacle of skill among light and dark warriors. The hero looks back with blood on his face. He began to be called the god of martial arts. Long-haired man sits in front of the city. He holds a glass in his hand. A long-haired man stands with a sword and thinks that his past is like a dream and there can be nothing but blood and violence in his life. Someone calls him an uncle. A little girl happily shows flower petals and asks to look at the beauty. The hero looks at her offended face and asks how you can see beauty in this, to which she asks if he knows what joy is. The child looks at the flower and says that joy is when you dance and laugh from happiness just for no reason. She holds out a chrysanthemum and claims that the protagonist will understand this someday, but for now she will share her joy with him. A man holds a flower with his rough hand. The girl smiles. The hero notes to himself that after meeting her, he learned what laughter and tears are. The child laughs. The protagonist says to himself that he did not know that joy could appear in his life full of chaos, then mentally asks what he should do when she has already found her happiness, as well as whether he should go in search of joy himself. A man in a kimono sits in front of a green landscape, thinking that he probably shouldn't be carried away by laughter and tears. He raises his head with his eyes closed and thinks about happiness. Rose petals cover the hero's face. He asks himself if he could really achieve immortality. The protagonist disappears into a swirl of cherry blossoms. The pink leaves are carried away by the wind. The man is with his eyes closed in a dark space. He opens his eyelids. Water flows through the stalactites. The hero sits in a cave and asks where he is. He looks around with thoughts that he has just been on the path to immortality, then asks himself if someone sent an illusion on him. He looks deep into the cave and declares to himself that he must find a way out of here, and then assess the situation. The eye of a huge monster shines behind the protagonist. The man turns around. Sakura petals fly against the sky. In the center of the ruined city is a red rift. An unknown person orders the Alpha group to enter the portal, as well as report if they notice anything suspicious. A green light shines in the cave. Someone says that the task is to conduct reconnaissance and return alive, after which he makes good luck. The group is walking down a dark passage. The girl in front looks around with a flashlight. The guy behind says that it is somehow quiet for an A-class portal, to which the woman replies that he is a fool and the smartest monsters live in such rifts. She frowns and says that 5 years have passed since that incident. A lot of monsters stand against a bloody background. The short-haired woman adds that the guardsmen of Group 0 died in a similar situation, because they went too far into the portal, where a darkness of enemies awaited them, then adds that no one survived. The man's hand is covered in blood next to the walkie-talkie, from which the voice asks the group to answer 0. The guy awkwardly scratches his head and asks for forgiveness. The girl shuts him up. A young man stands next to a woman in front of a huge green body who orders not to move. She looks up apprehensively, thinking that she didn't even feel the monster's presence, as if it was pretending to be dead. The guy looks straight in surprise and asks his commander to look somewhere. He extends his hand to the fleeing woman and calls to her, to which she orders her to retreat, and also adds that she will detain the monster. A man with a flashlight examines the corpse of a huge monster with a hole in its stomach. The faces of the commander and the young man look shocked. A rock is shown. A voice on the radio reports that the Alpha group is in touch and many corpses of A-class Cyclops have been found in the cave. A cave wall appears. A group of people inspect many corpses of monsters. They report that all the higher monsters have been killed and they will continue to investigate. The guy approaches the commander and informs her that he has already reported to the center, to which she praises him. They both look down. The young man says that they may have had a fight with each other. The woman replies that even if so, the High Cyclops could not have been injured in this way. She puts her hand to her lips. The subordinate says that another guild has hunted here, because they have been raiding only high-level portals lately, The girl says that this is interesting. Sand is shown. Someone's foot walks on the ground. The naked hero stands near the portal. The commander asks if there is such a guild that hunts wherever it wants, and no one knows about it. The protagonist asks what kind of place it is. The man raises his shining fist in front of the Cyclops. He says to himself that when he woke up, he realized that he was in a cave full of monsters. The monster falls from the blow. The protagonist wonders to himself why these monsters, which he can kill in one move, attacked him in the first place, then mentally adds that he was able to somehow find a way out. A desert with debris of buildings is shown. A naked man stands next to the portal and asks what these ruins are and whether there is life left there. The hero picks up torn clothes from a skeleton on the ground. He dresses with the thought that he is in an unfamiliar place again, then adds that there was only dirt and weathered remains around. He looks around and notes to himself that he doesn't feel any signs of life here. A dark haze floats towards the man, who mentally curses the sorcerers. An unknown person in a cloak holds black energy. The hero notes to himself that he has already encountered the remote control of a celestial demon, then adds that the magicians used forbidden magic and the protagonist feels something similar now. The long-haired kimono creates a blue sphere in his palm and reveals that he can purify such magic, but adds that he should look around before using the power. He shakes off the haze from his clothes and says to himself that he needs to get out of here first. In the distance of the desert you can see skyscrapers. The hero thinks that he will go where this black energy is the least. The protagonist quickly runs away from the portal. Purple tongues are shown against the background of ruins. Black magic comes from the rift. Cars pass a building with red signs. The TV shows an old man who says that the Korean Association of the Awakened has not yet expressed a position on the incident, as well as that discussions are underway in America and China about this portal. A girl sits across from a guy with a table and wonders when they will be served jjajangmyeon. Lim holds the tray with a smile and shouts that he is already coming. She stands near the visitor's table and wishes you bon appetit. The guy thanks her. A man with glasses enters the restaurant. The manager greets him. Baek wearily raises his hand and greets him, then orders a jjajangmyeon. The man sits down at the table. Lim notes his appearance and asks if he is feeling bad, to which he replies that another portal has opened in the Deadlands. A group of unknown people stands on a red background. A man in glasses says that the guilds have fought over this rift, and they are trying to extinguish this conflict. Buck touches his head and adds that there is a lot of pressure on them, because everyone wants to get their hands on the portal for the magic stones. Yu holds a tray of food and reports that the rifts have been multiplying lately. The man in glasses says that this is true and the load kills them. The pot boils thanks to the power supply of the purple battery. The director of the restaurant adds that in this way, at least for them, there is a plus in the fact that the prices on the market for magic stones will decrease. The muscular man exhales and says that, however, the monsters are not happy at all, then adds that their customers have decreased. Buck with a nervous smile asks who will leave the house at such a time. The container falls to the ground. The blonde man stands near the entrance and says that he can't do this anymore. He furiously shows his phone with a photo of the portal and says that he can no longer work like this. Yu looks at him nervously and asks him not to spend in front of customers, because he has already doubled his salary, to which he replies that his life is not worth these pennies, then demands to raise his salary, otherwise he will quit. The blonde man turns away from Yu, who asks how he can do this, because everyone is not easy now, to which he loudly replies that either the director is paying for the fact that he is risking his life, or is looking for another fool. The muscular man puts his hand on Lim's shoulder and asks to pick up Ha, to which the woman says that it is not yet time. The man replies that she may be late. The manager excitedly raises his hand to his chest and agrees. Yu touches his chin thoughtfully and thinks about how many people are worried about their lives because of the appearance of portals, as well as how it has become difficult to find new employees and therefore this scoundrel is impudent. The blonde looks at the phone. The director declares to himself that he does not want to leave, because he has just settled down. The hero walks through the streets. A muscular man mentally wonders if it is possible to find at least one decent courier. The protagonist shifts his gaze and says to himself that everything here is very different from his homeland, but there are similarities. He stands surrounded by a luminous crowd and declares to himself that many people have an inner energy. The man notices Lim and the girl. Ha walks against a pink background. The hero notes to himself that her energy stands out from the crowd. He watches her and thinks that she has a very pure energy, then mentally asks if she knows something. The air swirls against the blue sky. Leaves fly over Lim and the child. The girl looks around with a smile. The woman holds the za and complains about the strong wind. Rabbit ears fall off the girl's head. The child stretches out her hand and talks loudly about her headband. Her mother asks not to run, because it is dangerous. Ha walks towards the rabbit ears, thinking that this is a gift from dad. She grabs at them. The girl lifts the headband with a smile. A blue car is driving towards a girl who turns to her mother. Ha looks back. Rabbit ears falling against the sky. Lim makes a frightened look and calls for his daughter. The girl is standing on the road. Someone stretches out his hand to her. The hero saves the child. The crowd of people makes frightened faces. The protagonist carries an afflicted Ha. A man lands with the girl in his arms. They look at each other. The hero looks at the child and asks how she is. Lim runs towards Ha. The mother bows to the protagonist and thanks him, to which he replies that he does not need anything, because he is glad that the child is saved. He shifts his gaze. The girl shines with yellow energy. The hero mentally notes that he gave energy to her nervous system so that it recovers. The man raises his hand to the woman's question about whether he needs help to walk to the hospital, to which the woman replies that he is fine. Mom and daughter open their mouths in surprise at the sound of the protagonist's belly. Lim and Zhao look at the man in amazement, who says to himself that he remembered something just now. The hero in the kimono eats dumplings. He notes to himself that he ate only it before he got here. The protagonist touches his chin thoughtfully. He lowers his eyes to Ha's voice. The girl pulls his clothes and offers to eat together, because their dad is a cook. Lim puts his hand on her chest with a smile and asks her not to leave them hungry, because he saved her daughter and this is the least she can do. The child stretches out his hands to the hero, who replies that he just did what he had to do and not at all for the sake of the reward. The man makes an awkward look at the sound of a hungry belly. A family restaurant is shown. The protagonist agrees to the offer. Tables and chairs stand in the room. Yu shouts in surprise. He opens his mouth in shock and asks if his daughter was almost hit by a car. He leans over to the girl and asks how she is feeling and if she should be taken to the hospital. Lim informs her that the baby is fine. The woman shows the hero and says that he saved their daughter, then adds that she wants to feed him. The husband is surprised aloud. The cook shakes the protagonist's hands and thanks him for saving Ha and offers to order whatever he wants, to which the man thanks him. The girl raises her hand and declares that it is impossible to sit down at the table dirty. Her mother indignantly turns to her. The hero examines his clothes. The evening lights up the restaurant. Yu offers to take a shower while cooking. The protagonist agrees. The cook hands clean clothes to the hero, to which the hero thanks him. The owner of the restaurant makes an awkward face and says that these clothes will no longer fit on him and they should fit the protagonist. The long-haired man looks back. Yu says that he will also need socks. The hero examines the bathroom and is silently surprised at how shiny the walls are and asks to himself where the well is. He turns to the toilet. The cook leans over to the nightstand when the protagonist asks him for a minute. Long-haired looks out from behind the door and says that he will not have enough water from the well. Yu looks at him in surprise and asks what he means. The water from under the push reflects the faces of the men. The hero adds that he will not have enough of such a quantity. The cook loudly says that this is not a well, but a toilet bowl. The protagonist looks at him in amazement and asks if this is a latrine. The owner of the restaurant confirms his words. Yu raises his eyebrows in surprise. A shower head is shown. The cook says that you need to turn the lever and the water will go. The hero clarifies whether he is doing the right thing. Water flowed. The protagonist covers himself from the splashes. Yu asks to catch a watering can. The long-haired one asks what kind of snake it is. The hero wipes himself. The tired owner of the restaurant says that they have finally coped. The protagonist thanks him. The cook looks at him and asks where he comes from. The long-haired man frowns and asks himself how to explain himself. The husband and wife make surprised faces at the table and repeat aloud the words that the hero has lost his memory. The protagonist sits with his family at dinner and reveals that he has only fragments of his memory. But he does not remember at all how he ended up here. Yu says that he understood why the man was dressed like this. The long-haired man raises his eyebrows against the background of the rift. The owner of the restaurant declares that the cave from which he came out is a portal. The hero asks again. A door of dark haze appears. The cook reveals that these passages lead to other dimensions that have begun to open in their world, then adds that they do not know the reason for the opening and closing of these portals. A person falls in the middle of the energy. Yu adds that sometimes people are sucked in there and have to survive alone until the door closes again, then adds that as a rule, everyone loses their memory, and in severe cases, they lose their memories completely, even to the point of losing their socialization skills. The hero looks straight. The owner of the restaurant says that such people are called isolationists. Yu raises his hand next to his wife and declares that he will explain to him later, but for now he offers to eat. The protagonist looks awkwardly at the plate and modestly thanks them. He holds noodles in his hands and asks what they are, and says to himself that the color of these food makes him suspicious. There is water in the palms of the guy's hands. He says to himself that it reminded him of the time when he was initiated. The bodies lie in the lake. Corpses float in the water. The young hero looks into the reflection. He drinks under the blood moon and mentally tells that in order to survive, he was forced to drink dirty stagnant water, which contained blood and corpses. Ha looks at the hero and asks why he doesn't eat and asks if he likes black noodles, to which he asks how to eat them. The girl sticks chopsticks into the plate and tells how to eat properly. She hands the noodles and invites the man to eat them. Lim tells his daughter how to speak correctly. The protagonist tastes the food. The child asks to eat it. The long-haired man looks at the plate shining with gold. He chews hard and thinks about how it tastes great despite the looks, then adds that he's never tasted it. The cook awkwardly scratches his head and says that he would like to thank with something better. The wife adds that they will definitely treat the man to something tastier. The hero holds out a plate with a dirty mouth and asks for more, to which the woman asks to eat to her health. The protagonist stands in front of the family and thanks him for a hearty meal. Yu says that he can come in at any time whenever he wants to Jangmian. The long-haired man looks at the sheet with the ad and asks what it says. The paper hangs on the wall. It says that a courier is urgently needed. The cook says that they are looking for a worker to deliver their food, then adds that the previous workers asked for too much. The hero points his finger at the wall and says that it says about accommodation, then asks if the courier is given a room. The man agrees, because there are not so many people who want to work. The protagonist looks thoughtfully to the side and thinks that he needs to settle down somewhere until he can return to his world, and in the meantime he will work. Yu raises his eyebrows in amazement at the long-haired man's words about wanting a job as a courier, then asks if he really wants to. The cook scratches his head and awkwardly says that they would appreciate it, but adds that hiring isolationists is fraught with legal difficulties. Lim looks at her husband and asks him to help the man, because he saved their daughter. The owner of the restaurant makes a sad face. The wife tells how she heard that a citizen can become a guarantor for isolationism. The woman smiles next to her daughter and says that this is a fateful meeting and offers to vouch for the hero. Yu brings his hand to his chin and says that this method really exists. He looks at the protagonist and declares that he will vouch for him. The long-haired man bangs his fist on his palm and thanks them, then claims that he will try. The cook laughs. Khan puts his hand on his chest and introduces himself, then reveals that he is 35 years old. Yu wonders aloud at the number. The men shake hands. The cook says that he is surprised that they are the same age, although the hero looks much younger, then offers informal communication. The protagonist agrees and states that from now on he will work for him. Kong and Yu shake hands. The unknown asks to name the hero Kong Seo. The girl happily holds the protagonist's palm and adds that this name will remind him to smile more often. The hero holds her hand and declares that she comes up with SOSO names, to which she replies that it is very beautiful and means a wide smile. The man smiles. He goes with the girl and agrees to bear this name. Birds sitting on wires against the background of the full moon. Crows spread their wings and croak. One of them looks down at the buildings. A restaurant window is displayed. Kong gathers blue energy to her chest. He opens his eyes. The hero sits on the floor and thinks that this world is full of pure energy. A room with a TV and a sofa is shown. The protagonist says to himself that the locals have a lot of household items that are difficult for him to imagine. The kitchen appears. The man adds to himself that this is a world of wonders. He looks back at the beam of light. A stout man makes a surprised face and turns to Kan. The hero looks at him and says good morning. He wonders why the protagonist is sitting in the dark. The long-haired man crosses his arms with a smile and says that he could not find the lamps and therefore sat down. The cook says to himself that he needs to be taught to turn on the light. The owner of the restaurant shows how to turn on the lights. Kong states that it is interesting, to which the man laughs. The hero looks thoughtfully at the switch. Lim says that he got up early. She puts on an apron and wishes the protagonist good morning, to which he asks if she is already going to the kitchen to cook. Yu holds a ladle and tells Kan that they will be opening the establishment soon, so they have a lot of work to do. The hero watches the conversation between a husband and wife. The long-haired man looks straight and asks the man if he can help. The cook holds chopsticks on noodles and reveals that he is embarrassed to force the protagonist to work overtime. Khan raises his hand and states that he just wants to return good for good. The cook holds a saucepan and chopsticks. He asks to clean up. The hero holds a vacuum cleaner. Yu tells what this device is called and adds that it makes cleaning easier. The owner of the restaurant looks at the protagonist and tells him to press a button to suck up dust and litter. The man's hair is eaten by a vacuum cleaner. Yu tells him to move on the floor like a mop. The overweight man looks around and tells them that Za is also helping them with cleaning. Kong makes an awkward face with disheveled hair on his head. The cook asks if he is okay, to which he replies that everything is fine. The owner of the restaurant says that even though the vacuum cleaner is old, it sucks hard, after which he asks the hero to be careful. Yu looks at the protagonist nervously and wonders if he can do it. The hero holds a household appliance in his hands. The cook says that it is time for him to start working in the kitchen, so he leaves the cleaning to Kan, who agrees. The hero examines the vacuum cleaner with the thought that he needs to clean up, but adds that this thing is dangerous. His eyes glow blue. He makes the hand glow blue with thoughts of using magic. The protagonist clenches his fist. He opens his palm above him. His body is covered with blue energy. The dust collects in a funnel in front of the man. A sphere of garbage hangs in the air. The protagonist puts the dirt in the trash. Water splashes from the bucket. The long-haired man says to himself that the dust and litter are cleaned up. It makes the water fly. Kong collects the fluid in his hand. Moisture flies around the room. He looks at the water above him. Droplets hang in front of the hero's face. Yu looks at the clean room in surprise. The protagonist says that it turned out well. The cook awkwardly stretches out his hands and turns to Kong. The long-haired man raises his palm and tells what to clean up with his own method, then asks how he is. The man asks if it is an ability. The hero clarifies if he is talking about water management, to which the owner of the restaurant states that this cannot be. The overweight man points his finger at the protagonist, who asks what's wrong with it. The cook asks if he was a high-level awakened. Longhair looks straight and asks who it is. A purple rift is revealed. Yu reveals that these are people who awaken superpowers, then adds that this process began 25 years ago when the first gate opened. The guy telekinesis lifts the chair and refrigerator next to the loaders. The cook says that these abilities are also called aura. The girl creates shards of ice behind. Yu adds about different magic. The young man holds a shining stick with fire around him. The owner of the restaurant adds that depending on the control of the person's aura, he is assigned a class. A white-haired man and a dark-haired girl next to a man wearing a cap look straight ahead. You adds that the higher the class, the higher the status and influence in society. The cook opens his mouth and tells that he once worked as a loader and among them were awakened and none of them had a better aura than the hero, then offers to get a job as a hunter in the guild with such a talent in order to live with dignity. The protagonist opens his mouth and says that he is not going to become any kind of hunter. He lowers his eyes, you wondering aloud. The owner of the restaurant opens his mouth wide and says that high-ranking awakened live like nobles, to which Kong states that this makes him even less eager to become a hunter. The hero clenches his fist and says that in his life he has tasted both wealth and honor, but he realized too late that all this is perishable. Yu raises his hands and asks if the protagonist is regaining his memory. Stones surround the city. The protagonist reveals that this is not the case, but to be honest, he used to live in a completely different world. Naked Kong looks around. He says that he once fell into oblivion and woke up in one of the portals. The man is standing near the rift. Longhair is in the middle of the street and says that he got out and reached this city, where he was looking for pure energy. His hands reach out to Ha. Kong saves the girl. He adds that it so happened that he saved the child from the iron cart. Yu furrows his brows and declares that he understands what happened. The long-haired man looks away and says that he did not want to deceive them, and notes to himself that he should have told the truth right away. The cook puts his hand on Kong's shoulder. The hero looks up. Yu tearfully opens his mouth and says that the protagonist has gone through a lot, and he was afraid to be in a completely different world. The owner of the restaurant holds the long-haired man by the shoulders. Kong asks if he believes him, to which he replies that if he were him, he would not be able to tell all this either. The hero looks straight. The cook suggests that everyone say that he is an isolationist, after which he asks to think about testing for superpowers, because his life can turn for the better. A skyscraper is shown against the sky. There is a sign on which it is written about the support department of the awakened. A man is lying at a table in front of a monitor. The woman enters the room. She looks at Song and speaks loudly to him. The man adjusts his glasses and asks what happened. The girl approaches him and declares that due to the fact that he was at work all night, she can play in the box. Kim holds a tablet in her hand. The man asks if she came to saw it, to which she asks what happened to him, that he had to sleep all night. The employee stretches out in his chair and declares that it is because of a recent case and adds that he has no idea from which end to take it. The woman holds out the tablet and asks to take it. The man reads it. Kim says that Sun is still looking for that awakened zero class. A man adjusts his glasses. He holds a tablet with the case number and says that the chairman ordered it to be closed. The brunette said that the chairman had signed an order to close the case. The man froze in place. Opening his mouth, Song wondered if he might not want them to find the awakened one. The signed papers flew to the table. The bespectacled man clutched his head, saying that how was it possible? The girl replied that this was the order. The brunette explained that for the first time their country had a chance to get an awakened zero class. The lady frowned. Looking at the interlocutor, Kim said that they never found the one, and everyone knows it, and added that they are not even sure that they can be killed with their bare hands. And it was done by one person. The girl wondered if it was not a person at all. The long-haired man stands back to front. The unknown man turned around. Gritting his teeth, Song replied that of course it was a human. The brunette looks ahead and explains that he analyzed all the wounds of the monsters inside the gate, and there were traces of one person's fist everywhere, and added that he double-checked everything several times. All the materials on the closed case are on the table. The worker said that if Korea gets this awakened one, it will take its rightful place among the alliance of allied countries. A gray-haired man stands against the background of an empty hall. Opening her mouth, Kim asked what if they never caught him. Raising his head, the brown-eyed man said that she should not be afraid. They would definitely find him. Waving her hand, the brunette said that, of course, the man could not be stopped so easily, adding that she would take over the chairman and let the employee conduct the entire investigation as quickly as possible. The brown-eyed man asked the interlocutor that she was leaving on business, adding that what about lunch? Kim replied that she had a meeting now, and she would have lunch with her younger brother, putting on a coat. The brunette replied that he remembered Jean. The girl added that if he wanted, he could go with her. Looking at the lady, the employee said that today he would just buy something in the store and asked what the girl would eat. The brunette replied that she did not know yet. Bringing her hand to her face, the interlocutor explained that her brother said that it was a well-known restaurant nearby, and added that she did not ask what kind of kitchen it was. Song said that there was a well-known restaurant nearby. Such a place would be recommended by the boss. A man with glasses holding a beer in his hand. The employee asked that didn't the girl know that the head of the department was a serious taster. The brunette replied that he was the one who advised her brother to do so. Looking ahead, Song said that it was definitely the master's favorite place back then, and asked what it was called. The sun was shining on the restaurant. On the wall I saw a sign with the name of the institution. Kim raised her head and said the name of the place out loud. The girl came closer, and the guy said that he had wanted to be here with his sister for a long time, adding that the chow man here is great. The brunette asked if it was true. Jean looked at the interlocutor, and asked that maybe his sister did not like such food. Kim put her hand on her brother's shoulder and replied that how could she not like it if she went to dinner with him, and added that Jajangmyeon did. Closing her eyes, the brunette thought that she wanted to take Jean to a high-end restaurant at least once, and not just to eat. The lady came closer to the establishment, saying that it was time to go. Opening the door, Kim asked that this was the place, what the head of the department advised everyone to do, and added that they must cook well here, since he praised him so much. The stranger greeted him. The girl looked ahead. The hall was empty, and the woman told the couple to sit down. Lip explained that it was a self-service restaurant, and let the guests follow her. The brunette opened her mouth and replied in the affirmative. The hostess brought the menu with the words that let them call her as they decide what to order. Kim asks if it's really a good place, adding that there is no one here. Jean, looking at the menu, replied that the food here is really very tasty. The guy handed the card with the words that he was sure his sister would like it. The girl asked that maybe her brother had already decided. The brown-eyed man looked at his sister and replied that of course he was a jajangmyeon. The brunette decided that she would take the same. Jean raised his hand, calling to the hostess, who replied that she was coming. Holding a notebook with a pen, the woman asked what they wanted. The guy replied that 1 pork in a sweet and sour sauce and 2 servings of jjajangmyeon. The brunette smiled charmingly. Kim spat out the water. Lim, smiling, replied that what a gallant young man, and added that she would put him a portion of dumplings at the expense of the establishment. The guy thanked the woman. Turning to her brother, the girl said that it turned out that he had become sociable. The brown-eyed man replied that this was elementary politeness. Looking ahead, Jean asked his sister how she was doing, and added that they must be in a hurry because of the situation with the portal. Pouring water, the lady replied that a headache was the least that worried her now. Her brother asked to tell me. Holding the cup to her face, Kim revealed that there had been a lot of interest in the incident, and added that if the teams didn't find the awakened one, the department would never recover from such a blow, and the chairman had ordered the case to be closed. The girl asked if her brother remembered her colleague's son. He swore to find the awakened one. The man tore up the document. The guy suggested that, probably, it was not easy for his sister now. Looking ahead, the brunette explained that, of course, it was easier to close everything, and asked how to miss such an opportunity. The lady was covered with goosebumps. Kim turned. Jean, looking at his sister, asked what had happened. Brown-eyed turned in the direction of the stranger. Sweat was running down the girl's face, and she thought that she had just felt incredible power from the man. The brunette was playing with the child, and the worker wondered why she hadn't felt anything until that moment, but nevertheless there had just been a surge of aura. The lady sat still, saying to herself that her ability was aura detection, and in an instant, a great power emanated from that stranger, and wondered if this person could hide his aura so quickly. Brown-eyed frowned and thought that the brunette was most likely at least Class A, or even comparable to the very zero they were looking for. The hostess approached the couple, saying that she had brought the order, listing it. Lin wished bon appetit to the couple. The two thanked the woman for the food. The girl looked down, and the brother told her sister to see what beauty they had brought. Keen looked up. The brunette replied that it was really very appetizing. The dishes were on the table, and Jean said that it was time to start eating. The lady raised the noodles to her mouth, thinking that perhaps she could show her that the awakened one could not be here. Brown-eyed swallowed the food. Kim said that how could her brother do this to her? Looking ahead, the guy asked what happened. Maybe she didn't like it. The employee raised the plate above her head, saying that how could he not bring her here for so long, and added that this food was excellent. The guy replied that it scared him. Raising his wands, the brown-eyed man said that he knew his sister would like it here. The girl devoured a portion, saying that the food was very tasty. The man exhaled, thinking that one of the guests had a sense of aura. The pair sat opposite each other, and Khan noticed that the girl and the guy had different auras, but both could be called masters. The protagonist squeezed the toy in his hand and wondered what such people were called awakened, adding that he had to be careful not to give away the level of his aura, and said that he needed to learn more about the awakened. Streams of water energy spread throughout the room. They reached for the bucket. Looking around the room, Khan thought that everything was still not as clean as he would like, but it would go. He put his hand on his thigh. He remembered how he looked down the toilet and noted that he was still getting used to life in this world, but the couple of kind owners of the institution had already taught him a lot. It was watered from the shower. Closing his eyes, the guy added that over time he would learn everything. He had nowhere to hurry. Touching his chin, he stressed that he should learn more about these awakened ones. He shifted his gaze. A loud sound was coming from the motorcycle. The protagonist ran to the window and wondered what that growl was. You met him. With a smile on his face, he said that MC was on time. He just wanted to show him. Frowning, Kong asked what the sound was and if it was coming from the thing. The guy held the motorcycle and replied that it was so. He said with a satisfied look that this is a riding device called a motorcycle. He will need it in the work of a courier. The puzzled protagonist listened that he still needs to learn how to ride. It will take time, but he must get used to it for a while. He caught the helmet. Examining the object, Kong clarified what it was, to which he received the answer that it was a helmet. You put it on his head with the words that the motorcycle is very fast and therefore very dangerous. The rider needs protective equipment. Sighing, MC thought that it was almost like the helmets worn by warriors. He put on his helmet and listened to you. who told him to sit behind him now. Khan got on his motorcycle and said that he was getting on a horse. The guy was holding on to the steering wheel. Looking back, he said that the resemblance ended there. The motorcycle was 100 times faster, so he shouldn't be scared. They began to drive. The protagonist sat silently behind. Holding on to his friend, he asked if the courier should move only on this. Continuing to ride, you said that if MC was afraid of riding a motorcycle, he should hardly work in delivery, because there were no other means of fast movement through narrow alleys. With a calm look, Kong asked if the goal was a quick food delivery. Sitting in the back, he wondered if it was too slow, adding that the motorcycle is too noisy. It will move much faster with the help of the body lightning technique. Standing in front of the protagonist, you offered to take a walk there for the time being, since most of their customers live in this apartment complex. Inspecting the buildings, he said that the residential complex is called Azure. There is a number on the side of the house. This is the sector number. The first digit of the apartment number shows what floor it is on. Looking at him, MC turned to his comrade. He introduced the monsters and stated that you had told him that it was very dangerous to live in this city, that it was infested with monsters, and then asked why people didn't leave there, to which he was told that it was dangerous, but not to the point where people would be willing to leave their homes. We were shown how monsters attacked the city and told that 25 years ago was the time of the appearance of the first monsters, then it was impossible to live in this city. The dome surrounded the city. After the plot reported that people soon realized that with the help of magic stones around cities it was possible to create protective barriers, so it was relatively safe in their city. Standing in front of him, MC asked what kind of magic stones they were. Smiling, you said that these were some kind of nuggets that people found in the bodies of slain monsters. The guy presented the crystal and emphasized that they have so much energy that they began to replace the energy carriers of the past. Thanks to them there is a leap in the development of science. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he stated that this does not mean that the streets are completely safe, so the protagonist needs to be careful. He opened a can of soda and offered to interrupt. An enthusiastic you asked if Kong was thirsty. A dumbfounded MC said that this object made a strange sound. You handed him the jar with the words that he would like it very much. He was sure that the guy had never tried this. The protagonist looked at the jar with a frightened look and thought that it was something unknown again. He was afraid to try it, but on the other hand, he was also afraid to eat jasmine at first. He began to drink and asked what kind of taste it was. Kong imagined being struck by lightning. The dumbfounded guy imagined floating among the mountains and thought that the spicy sweetness was refreshing and spilling inside. It was like enlightenment that came upon a person like lightning. After long and hard work, it was a very strange drink. It couldn't even compare to the magic panacea that the elders of the Northern Ice Palace had given him. You asked with a satisfied look if MC was surprised. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that this soda also helps with indigestion. He approached the motorcycle and offered to go back after a breather. Stretching out his hand, Kong clarified whether it was really necessary for him to ride this device and could not do without a motorcycle. The puzzled guy said that there was another transport, but there was nothing better than a motorcycle for a courier. Yu was taken aback by the words that the protagonist thinks he can do it on his own feet. The stunned director of the restaurant asked loudly. Waving his hand, he noted that he said that delivery must be fast, otherwise the noodles will swell on the way and the dish will lose its presentation, and customers are also annoyed when the delivery is delayed, to which he received the answer that there is no need to worry about this. Pointing his finger at himself, Khan said that he was on his own too faster than a motorcycle. Taken aback, the guy thought that this was not so unbelievable. Closing his eyes, he added that the main personage was awakened, apparently at least A-class, after which the protagonist said that if he was not believed, he could demonstrate it on the way back. Yu replied with a calm look that he agreed with this. He got on a motorcycle and asked if his ward remembered the way to the restaurant. MC's face was serious. The director put a helmet on his head and said that he believed him, but just in case, it was better to check that Khan would run and he would go. Holding the steering wheel, he emphasized the fact that if the protagonist really overtook him, then he would approve deliveries for him without transport. He started driving, shouting that they had started. MC was standing in the middle of a bamboo forest, after which we were told that he had earned his nickname the Emperor of the Flames for a reason. There was water under his feet, after which the plot revealed that he possessed an incredible gift of the element of fire, which was called the invisible body technique. A drop fell into the water, and we were told that, as the name says, he became completely invisible when using this skill and he could get close to the doctor completely unnoticed and kill. The bamboo leaves began to stir, after which we were told that after he had attained enlightenment, Khan continued to develop his invisible body technique. The guy rushed through the forest. Flying over the city, MC noted that it was the invisible void body technique. He flew past the girls. A blue aura enveloped him. People did not notice him, after which we were told that this ability not only made him invisible, but also made it impossible to detect his presence in any way, and this ability also increased his agility and speed to incredible levels. His face was calm as the plot said that this new technique, along with the supreme martial arts prowess, had earned him the title of martial arts god, even more majestic than the god of death. Yu stopped in front of the restaurant. He got off the motorcycle. Taking off the helmet from his head, the guy asked where the protagonist was. As he approached the door to the restaurant, he thought that he was pushing full speed, perceiving it as a competition. He was suddenly taken aback. Ha sat on Kan's neck and greeted Dad. Puzzled, the director wondered if MC had really run before him. Lim said with a smile on her face that he had come in 10 minutes ago. Standing in front of him, you said that, as promised, he allowed him to make deliveries without transport. The protagonist was surprised by the words about the superpower test. Standing in front of him, he listened that he simply had to take this test, after which he replied that he would do it. Sunlight enveloped the building. They were standing in front of the doors. Putting his hands on his hips, the director of the restaurant noticed that they had finally arrived. Looking around, Kang said that there were a lot of people there. Sitting in front of the girl, he was asked to fill out a form, and the plot said that the protagonist, as a citizen without documents who appeared from the portal, had to go through many procedures. Looking at the document, MC said that he did not know what he should write, because he had neither documents nor registration, after which you said to write Kong in the last name line and opposite the address of registration the address of their restaurant. The upset guy thought that he was tired of this stupid pushing of papers, but he must bring the matter to the end, because the protagonist is their savior. Standing behind, he asked how exactly this test worked. He created a sphere in his hands and said that during the test he would put his hands on two balls, slightly larger than a fist, with an electric current between them. He imagined how people were electrocuted and noticed that the stronger the electric shock MC received, the lower its level. If it tolerates electric current well, then it is of a high level. Raising his finger, the young man added that in other words, the high-level awakened have a high energy potential. Watching him, Khan wondered if it was good to have a high class. You introduced the man on the chair and said that his life would immediately change for the better. Some especially gifted people were valued as a national treasure. Holding his chin, the guy noted that in any case, a high class provides a comfortable existence. The protagonist, with a serious face, thought that someone in his place would be jumping for joy now. Looking down, he added that he knew better than anyone that wealth and fame were dust and decay. He raised his head and added that man has many passions and desires, and they are always insatiable, no matter how hard he tries, and a whole life is not enough to satisfy them. He remembered watching the girl and added that he was tired of the world of passions, and had retired to live in a remote mountain village. He could not allow his peace to be disturbed again. Looking at the building, MC thought that he would have to hide his level hard. You saw him off and wished him good luck. As he was leaving, he suddenly shuddered. Turning around, the protagonist asked in which room the test was. His eyes fell on the screen in the elevator. Standing in the elevator, he thought that it was a self-propelled box with opening doors that talked. The doors began to open. The man met him and asked if it was Kong. Smiling, the stranger stretched out his hand and introduced himself as Puck, the head of the second department, who would take the test from him. After shaking his hand, MC noted that it was nice to meet him, to which he received the answer that it was mutual. They had not tested isolationists for a long time. The surprised guy asked if this was true. The man led him along the corridor and said that 10 years ago there was an increase in the number of isolationists, but gradually the Korean government regained control over most of the territory, and these cases began to decline. Closing his eyes, he stressed that the North had no chance before, and even more so now. Puzzled, MC wondered which North he was talking about. Standing in front of the doors, Park said that his testing would take place there. According to his class, he would be sent for training. Opening the door, he asked to follow him. He approached the woman and noted that it was a test taker named Kong. Looking at the orbs, the protagonist listened that he needed to put both hands on these spheres, trying not to move until the test was completed. The guy touched the sphere. Energy emanated from the ball, after which he thought that he really didn't feel any electric shock because his body successfully resisted. As you said, the stronger his resistance, the higher the level would be registered. Blue energy surrounded him. Holding on to the spheres, he came to the conclusion that he had to restrain his inner energy. A purple aura enveloped his hands. The woman turned off the device. Looking at the screen, she reported that MC could remove his hands. His result was F. Park was taken aback by what he heard. Standing in front of him, the scientist revealed that F-class meant that he was an awakened one who had a little more ability than an ordinary person. Ordinary people were scientifically classified as G-class, after which the man thought that Kong was an isolationist, and he must have hoped to get a high class. He must be very disappointed that his class was only slightly higher than ordinary people. Holding his chin, the protagonist thought that he had made a mistake. He was trying to reduce his resistance enough to get G-class if he immediately figured out to lower the resistance level to 0. Tears came to the man's eyes. A shout was heard in the building that he should not be upset. His class did not determine his value as a person. Evening came, after which we were told that this is the Korean Association of the Awakened. The internal security organ is the Awakened Support Department. This department deals with matters of high importance and secrecy. The operational groups included in the department are divided by numbers. The highest secrecy is dealt with by the first group, and so on. There was a sign on the wall that it was the support department, the first group. The guy was standing in the office, and we were told that the head of the department of the second group is in charge of the training of isolationists. This is a very responsible position. Park sat at the computer while we were told that this was because it was not uncommon for isolationists to be awakened from the upper classes. So even if it prevented them from doing their main job, they had an obligation to organize the training of isolationists. The guy approached him and asked if the man was overworking again. A dumbfounded Park reported that it was his elite colleague Buck, and clarified what had brought him, such a busy head of the first group, to him. Slapping him on the back, the guy replied that he had heard that an order had been signed to organize the training of an isolationist. He had come to ask if the man would like to share a night meal with him. Looking at him, he asked how the testing had gone. Scratching his nose, Park said that the head of the first group saw for himself. This was the first isolationist in so many years. The superiors did not say anything about this, but they were clearly not happy with the result. Looking at the protagonist's dossier, he revealed that he has an F class. Sitting at the table, he added that this guy would have problems due to his excessive isolationism, so it was better to be in a high class. Looking up, the man asked if his interlocutor had said anything about food, noting that he would not mind having a snack on a kimbap or something else. Buck was furious. He closed his eyes. The guy began to strangle his friend and loudly asked if he had come to him in the middle of the night to eat a cold kimbap from the supermarket, noting that they would only be fresh jjajangmyeon and gabadzu. A shout could be heard in the tower that Puck should not dare to underestimate the importance of gourmets. Khan woke up. He got out of bed. His eyes fell on his watch. With a puzzled look, he reported that his friends in the spring pavilion had already woken up. He put on his slippers. Looking at his hands, MC thought that this was strange since he hadn't slept well, and then assumed that it was because he had learned a lot yesterday. Frowning, he added that there had been some pleasant moments yesterday. He remembered looking at the food and shouting that it was a very tasty roll. Holding his chin, the guy added that after jjajangmyeon, this was the only dish that surprised him so much, and he thought that he had tried all kinds of dishes in his previous life. Holding the back of his head, he added that he needed to do something about this fatigue and did some chi breathing practice. He thoughtfully remarked that he couldn't do it there, otherwise the people in the building would quickly realize that he wasn't in F class at all. He introduced the stranger and added that he had almost been spotted by the woman who had come to eat jjajangmyeon. He scanned the building and said that there were a lot of awakened different classes working there. There might even be those among them who had a much greater sense of the aura than that woman. He needed to be careful. Sitting on the bed, MC added that he even wondered why they were so fussy with his training. Closing his eyes, he added that the training itself was much more meaningful and useful than he had thought. Last night in the auditorium, the man was holding a book in front of him. Standing on the podium, he read that an S-class portal had suddenly opened, hordes of monsters began to emerge from it, and many civilians and awakened had been injured. He imagined people standing on the corpses of monsters and said that this incident is called a Great Clash. Humanity managed to defeat the monsters, however. The area where this war took place became uninhabitable. It became known as the Land of Death. Even criminals do not try to hide in it. After that, humanity. The young man with a calm look thought that this was the Land of Death. When he came out of the portal, he entered the Land of Death, and only then did he find the city. Glancing to the side, he reported that if even 3, or even 2, portals of this class were to open in this land, causing the land to become cursed, the association would not be able to deal with it, and it would be a disaster. He imagined a tower of different categories of people and said that yesterday he learned about this structure of society. It is like a tower of poorly matched parts. The protagonist imagined the tower breaking due to the S-class portal block and emphasized that if he understood correctly, even a minor change would bring down this tower. People chanted to the man on the rock, after which Kong reported that in this situation, he, a martial artist of a very high level, appeared. Shifting his gaze, MC came to the conclusion that a quiet and inconspicuous life was almost impossible for him. Clenching his hand into a fist, he emphasized the fact that even if it was selfish, if he wanted to live the rest of his life in the world at all costs, he should not allow anyone to know about his real class. He was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist sensed a man behind the wall and came to the conclusion that Puck had such pure energy. The man knocked on the door and asked if the main character had woken up. He opened the door. MC sat on the bed in front of him. Watching the emaciated man, Kong stated that he could see from him that he was very tired. He made him coffee. Pointing to the cup, he asked for coffee. Puck replied with a satisfied look that the protagonist pleasantly surprised him. He had only learned it yesterday, and was already practicing brewing coffee the next day. Holding out the cup, the guy said that it was all thanks to his teachings. As he sipped his coffee, the man thanked him. The surprised boss asked what kind of coffee it was, noting that he seemed to have slept soundly, and had just woken up. MC calmly noted that Park put his heart and soul into his training, so he decided to give him a cup of energy as a thank you. Raising his finger, the boss said that their first lesson was on the topic of the canteen. Squinting, the guy replied that the dining room was interesting. Looking at him, the man said that he had asked to prepare a special menu today. They came to the dining room, where MC stated that it was reminiscent of a field kitchen in military campaigns. Smiling, Park said that the work was somewhat like war, so he was not far from the truth, but unlike the field conditions, the portions were large. Holding the tray in his hand, he said that his disciple could put in as much food as he wanted, after which Kong asked what if those who were late for breakfast did not have enough food. Looking at him, the boss replied that he was very attentive to others, but there was no need to worry if some dishes ran out, the canteen workers would cook more. The surprised guy noted that this was incredible. As he walked to the table, he listened to them that they were living in an age of plenty, after which he said that abundance was very good, but that what surprised him most was something else. Sitting down at the table, he added that he was surprised by the speed of logistics and amazing technologies for canning and long-term storage of food. Closing his eyes, the man thought that this guy was an isolationist, and only yesterday was the first day of his training, but he thinks so strategically, it's incredible. Looking at the trays, he said that all thanks to scientists, thanks to them, a huge assortment of products is constantly available. For office workers, the canteen is a place of rest and recovery. Sunlight enveloped the building, in which MC said that a meal is perhaps always the most enjoyable part of the day, to which he was told that Park rarely came to the dining room, usually interrupted by a quick meal. Standing in the elevator, he asked if his student liked the food, to which he received a positive answer. Looking at him, the man noticed that this was wonderful. He gave him an excursion on the topic of the dining room and thought that this was enough for today. The protagonist with a calm look emphasized that he thought that they would have more classes. Looking up, the boss said that he could not be held. According to the schedule, they should still have an excursion on the topic of the gym. Smiling, he added that it was not necessary for his class, they could skip it. Being an F class was not bad, because he had less responsibility. Turning away, Park thought that his conscience would be stuck. He was cutting his lessons because his main job was stuck. The elevator doors opened. Coming out of there, the man noticed that this is a gym. Any person with an awakened certificate has the right to work out there. Observing people, he added that this is regardless of class. He followed the student and added that only imposter criminals would not be allowed there. Watching the guys, the protagonist listened that if he wants to train there, it's very good. The man was taken aback by the words that the guy would get away with it. Looking at him, Park added that it's free. He can explain why the gym could be useful to him. Looking at the other people, MC noted that he was grateful for the diligence, but he didn't think he would need training for anything. The puzzled boss asked what his plans were for the future. Kong glanced at him. The guys met him on the street. Approaching them, he thanked them for meeting him halfway. He showed his hunter's license and emphasized that his class was F. A surprised Lim said that he wanted to get a G class like a normal human. Closing his eyes, he admitted that he could not hold back his inner energy in time and received a class higher than he wanted, to which he received the answer that it was not bad at all, because his abilities could not be overlooked, and an ordinary person could not have them. It would attract attention. People were watching him. Crossing his arms, Buck asked if he had noticed anything else unusual about him. Holding the documents in front of him, the man said that he had incredible intelligence and learning ability. Remembering how he had taught him, he looked up and remarked that, to be precise, he was very quick-witted, and if you explained a concept to him, he immediately understood how to apply it in different areas. He was a quick learner, and he was excellent at putting it into practice. The guy with a thoughtful look replied that the law enforcement department, the first group, had told him something much more interesting. They said that his movements and sense of balance were not characteristic of his class. Looking up, he added that they even had doubts about whether the testing machine had been damaged. Touching his cheek, Park stressed that after testing, the device passed another check and everything is fine with it. He is sure that the class was assigned to it fairly. Stretching out his hand, he added that he didn't argue that everyone could evolve to the next level, but Kanu would never grow to the middle class, much less the upper class, and then asked if everyone was paying so much attention to him because they hadn't received isolationists in years. Closing his eyes, Buck stated that, frankly, he expected more from the protagonist, but he was disappointed, after which he clarified what his plans were for the future. Imagining MC's face, the man replied that he said he wanted to help a friend in his restaurant business. Sunlight enveloped the restaurant. Yu had a phone in her hands. He handed it to the courier and stressed that with the help of this he would be able to contact him at any time. Sitting on the floor, he listened to the questions if he wanted anything else. Touching the hair, the protagonist said that he was thinking about whether he should get a haircut. He hadn't noticed it before, but recently he noticed that most men in their civilization wear a short haircut. He doesn't want to stand out. An enthusiastic Lim said that this was a wonderful idea, after which she began to ask what haircut he wanted. Puzzled, Yu remembered that he needed to cut the ingredients for tomorrow. Leaving there, he thought that his wife was starting to talk about water. Then even if the lights were turned off, he believed that the protagonist would cope. The joyful girl asked to follow her. She would take him to the hairdresser. They came to a beauty salon. Yu met the guy with the words that he knew that he was handsome, but he was so scolded that he could be seen from a kilometer away. Closing his eyes, he wondered what that strange prickly feeling was, as if the whole street was staring at him. Embarrassed girls looked at him and discussed that he had a model appearance. They began to approach him and ask for an autograph and a joint photo. The director of the restaurant covered him with his body and asked for forgiveness. Stretching out his hand, he said that Khan was not just some kind of star, he was just an ordinary guy. They did not need to ask him for an autograph. Looking at his exhausted comrade, MC asked why he could not take a picture with them and why this girl needed his autograph. You imagine how he was posted on the internet, and noted that he was so handsome that they took him for a celebrity. And if they let them take a picture with him, they would immediately dump the photos on the internet. He imagined people taking pictures of MC and added that if people start sharing his photos, they will start recognizing him on the street, and it will bring nothing but problems. Looking at him, the protagonist noticed that this was true. Looking at his comrade, he thought that he was right. He would have to be careful, because he could not stand out so much in the crowd. The next day, you put 2 portions of jazhang mang to be distributed. The protagonist walked between the tables and handed out orders. The girls thanked him with an embarrassed look. His eyes fell on the guests. He approached them and asked if they had decided on the order. The stranger covered her face with her hands and cried out that she would like to order 2 jazhangmen and udon with seafood. Glancing at the cook, the guy loudly repeated the order. MC began to write down orders in a notebook. The girls were having dinner with a satisfied look. Chewing on food, they said that the kitchen was just great. Sitting opposite, 2 guests said that they would go there at least every day. Lim stood at the cash register and thanked the guests. The girl looked into the restaurant and asked if there were any free seats. Smiling, the administrator apologized, because they are fully loaded. They shouted with an enthusiastic look that in this case they would wait. Holding out her hands in front of her, Lim remarked that they should wait. They had almost run out of food in the kitchen, so they had better come back tomorrow. Visitors were upset by these words. They started shouting to let them in. Lim was suddenly taken aback. The girl raised her hand and cried out that her name was Ji. She had come to the interview. The administrator met her and replied that she was glad to see her. Putting her hand on her chest, Ji said that she was 23 years old, she had graduated from college and was still looking for a job in her specialty. Looking at her, Lim stated that they had been missing hands in the restaurant lately, so they decided to hire another part-time worker. She very quickly responded to the ad, to which she received a response that the Spring Pavilion was a very famous restaurant, and she wanted to work for them. Ji glanced at the protagonist and reported that this handsome guy attracts all the women's attention. MC noticed that her body was covered in an aura. Watching her, he thought that this is an interesting girl, she has a very strong aura. He realized that in this civilization, people with high superpowers live well, they should be valued and they should have a different quality of life than ordinary people. She was embarrassed that she was being watched. Lim turned around and asked me to pack portions of pickled radishes, as well as deliver and take orders. Lim handed him a lot of checks and told him to deliver this list of orders in order. Ji put the order together. Leaving there, the protagonist said that he was leaving for delivery. Putting the plate on the table, Puck asked for help with packing portions. The puzzled girl looked around the room and said that it was strange. She found out about this institution, and it said that there were few visitors there. She was taken aback when MC came back and asked if she was busy. Stunned, Ji asked if he had already delivered all the orders. Looking away, Kong replied that it was. The addresses were all a stone's throw away. There was a box on the table. The protagonist took it and said that he was leaving. The girl waved after him. Raindrops fell to the ground. The weather raged. He went back to the restaurant and listened to the fact that he had already delivered everything by lunchtime. Lim peeled the onions and said that they were already preparing for the evening loading. It was already time to pick up Ha from the kindergarten. The surprised girl clarified whether they had a daughter, to which she received the answer that this was so. She was 5 years old. With her eyebrows furrowed, the administrator asked if the protagonist could pick up Ha from the kindergarten. They were facing an evening influx of customers, and they barely had time to prepare food. Ji stood in front of her with an interested look. Folding her hands, she added that she would also like to meet Ha. You winked at her. They left the restaurant. The guys were walking down the street. Looking at the guy, the girl said that she was 23 years old, after which she asked if he could be called Ken. Holding an umbrella above his head, he replied that he was 35, but that she could call him whatever she wanted, to which he was told that he did not look his age. Looking at her, MC said that for some reason many people told him so. Ji was shocked by the question of why she decided to get a job in the Spring Pavilion. After all, with her ability to look for such a prosaic job. Looking away, she replied that she had no abilities. Closing her eyes, she asked not to think that she was pursuing any goals, because she just wanted to look at him. Pointing her finger forward, the girl cried out that someone was standing in the doorway. Ha went outside. She began waving to her uncle. The joyful girl noticed that she had a good time. Glancing at the teacher, she said that it was her uncle. The woman looked at him and noted that Ha had talked a lot about him. She was wondering what kind of wonderful uncle she had. She was suddenly taken aback. Her cheeks flushed. Glancing at Ji, the teacher assumed that it was the gentleman's wife. She recognized the girl. Ji covered Sora's mouth and asked what she was doing there. Putting a finger to her mouth, she listened to the question of how her work in the guild was, and then asked not to talk. While watching Kong, she revealed that Ha's parents thought she was an ordinary person. She was on a mission, so Sora had to pretend she didn't know her. The girl said goodbye to the teacher. Looking at her, MC said that they would go. The guys were returning to the restaurant. The protagonist calmly asked if the kindergarten teacher was a friend of Ji's. The dumbfounded girl replied that it was. Observing her, he clarified why they did not talk to her, to which he received the answer that they already saw each other too often. Turning around, Ha asked if the beautiful girl liked to walk in the rain. Leaning over, Ji stated that she liked to walk with her uncle better. Smiling, Kang asked if it was hard for the girl to carry an umbrella. An enthusiastic Ha said that everything was fine. She walked in front and listened to the fact that if she wanted, she could ask for help. There's a beast in the alley. Ha paid attention to him. Pointing her finger into the alley, she said that someone was there. The girl ran up to the creature. Upset, Ha noted that it squeaks. Taking the beast in his hands, MC wondered if it was a mouse and why it was getting wet in the rain. Ji calmly replied that it wasn't just a mouse. Examining it, she noted that this rodent is called the rat of the dungeon. Turning around, the guy asked if it was a magical beast. The girl imagined a huge wolf and said that this rat lives in dungeons, but is not a magical creature. Unlike magical beasts, it does not feel hostility to humans and does not try to harm them. This rat has a keen sense of its natural enemies, magical beasts and monsters. Looking down, Ji added that due to its skills and cute exterior, this animal has become a favorite among hunters. Many of them domesticate them. It seems to her that she went with her master to the portal and trouble happened to them. Being injured, she somehow got out of the portal. The girl's face was distressed. Closing her eyes, Ha cried out that she didn't want the rat to die. They had to cure it. Sitting in front of her, Kang stressed that it would not be easy to save her. She began to cry, saying that if the rat was breathing, they should not leave it. The guy was taken aback by these words. He remembered sitting on the ground among the corpses and thinking that he was blind, saying that she would die anyway, although she was still breathing. He galloped through the settlement, and noted that after much doubt, he had decided that all life was unquestionably valuable, otherwise he would be no different from his past self, from the cold-blooded killer he was. The protagonist silently watched the girl. Closing his eyes, he said that they would take the rat with them. Joyful Ji added that it was great. They would hurry to the restaurant and try to save her. Dumbfounded, Ha listened to the rat in serious condition, barely breathing if they didn't hurry. He let go of a stream of energy from his hand and thought that his breathing and heartbeat were weak, as if it was fading. MC imbued the beast with mana and wondered if it should breathe life into it. Ji was surprised when she followed him. She turned to him with a dumbfounded look. The guys returned to the restaurant. Lim met her daughter and asked why she was crying. She noticed the rat. Surprised, you asked where they had found her, to which he received the answer that she was in the alleyway. Examining the creature, the director asked what was wrong with her, as she looked like she had been attacked in a portal not far from there. The inspired girl cried out that she would save her and take her. Smiling, the administrator said that it was not a hamster, it was a rat of the dungeon. If they found it not in the dungeon inside the portal, but on the street, it probably has an owner. Its owner must have searched it and is worried about it. Holding the rat in his hands, Kang stated that he thought they should cure it first. The doors to the restaurant opened. People entered there and wished peace to their home. Yu escorted Buck to the table and asked him to sit down. The chief began to examine the rat of the dungeon. The puzzled guy asked to examine her. He took it in his hands and said that he would help now. His face was serious. Inspecting the creature, he reported that she had been given first aid in a very professional manner than it seemed at first glance. Closing his eyes, Jean noted that fortunately she was out of her critical condition. He would only add a little of his energy. Watching him, MC thought that when he first saw this man, he immediately knew that he was gifted, but he had no idea that he had such mystical power in his hands. Khan noticed the aura that surrounded the medic and added that he was gathering energy from the environment and turning it into healing power. The rat began to squeak. Buck hugged his comrade and said that this was their famous healer. Joyful Genie listened that he was just a miracle. Watching Ha, they discussed that this little girl was very lucky. The protagonist with a calm look thought that such were the powers of these awakened ones. It was really incredible. Yu approached his daughter and asked what she was doing, to which he received the answer that she was looking after the rat. It seemed to her that the animal was really better. They were surprised when the rat began to move. She walked over to the bowl of milk. Looking at Ha, the guy said that the rat was eating and it was time for the girl to eat too. The beast was suddenly taken aback. She began to twitch violently. A puzzled MC said that she wanted to say something to him. The rat was moving around the room. Looking at his friend, the guy said that she was leading him somewhere. Looking at her, you wondered if he wanted to show him anything. The surprised director of the restaurant said that this is a smart animal. It is strange that it does not have an owner. Probably something happened after all. Raising his finger, he invited the protagonist to go and take a look. He listened thoughtfully to the fact that he was a walker after all. He just had to check what had happened. Smiling, the guy added that they couldn't ignore the rat, otherwise Ha would be upset. The girl's face was joyful. Closing his eyes, Kang said that he would do it for Ha's sake, noting that he was also worried about something. Dark energy surrounded the beast. Looking at her, he said that he saw a strange energy around her. He had seen one before, but he didn't understand what it was yet. Getting down on his knee, he asked if the rat knew where to go. Taking the creature in his hands, he looked at the guys and listened to the fact that he needed to be careful. The rat closed his eyes. MC was moving towards the dark mana clot in the city. He landed on the ground. Looking around him, the protagonist said that it was similar to the portal from which he came out into this world. Approaching the rift in space, he declared that it was definitely a portal. To the side, a bright glow of energy could be seen. The dead walked towards the characters. The guy brandished his sword, exclaiming that he could really die here. The guys stood back to back, discussing that there were too many of them, and there were only 4 heroes left. The girl closed her eyes, apologizing to everyone, said that she would soon be exhausted and would no longer be able to maintain the barrier. The warrior held the sword in his hands, saying that this was indeed the end. He was glad that he had a chance to work with them. The man with the shield looked away, thanked for everything, offered to throw a party in the next world. The guy replied that he had enough of him in this life. A bore. The lady raised the object above her head, reasoning that only an S-rank hunter could save them. But these were only pipe dreams, and if she were of a higher class. The tip of the wand glowed. The children were surprised to hear an extraneous sound. Powerful energy smashed the monsters surrounding the guys. A green liquid spilled from the mouth of the skull. The girl held the energy ball in her hand, showing the light. The guy asked if they were all killed. The warriors looked around, not understanding how this was possible. The men peered into the darkness, discussing what could have happened. They had already surrounded them, and suddenly this. The lady looked away, wondering if they had heard the squeaking of the Korong. The young man ran towards the creatures. His hand glowed with blue magic. He directed a beam of energy directly at the monsters, destroying them. Around the guy lay the remains of creatures. The young man remembered the footage from the previous battle, realizing that last time he did not destroy all the monsters in the portal. The small ones survived, so the portal did not close. A monster stood behind the main character when the guy said that this time he would bring the matter to an end. Kong turned to the side when he heard something. In an instant, he struck a crushing blow at the opponent behind his back. Pink smoke dissipated from the skull. The guy reasoned that their core was in the head, so it was necessary to hit the head. Skeletons lined up around the main character. The young man ran to the weapon, saying that someone had been killed here, and that there was a sword that he would borrow. Kong took the blade in his hands, promising to avenge the owner. The monsters rushed to attack the guy who wished the kingdom of heaven to the stranger. The marks of the sword's swing hung in the air. The slashed limbs of the creatures lay on the ground. The young man stood in front of the gate, saying that this was the source of that strange demonic energy, realizing that this energy was definitely coming from this door. The hero touched it with his hands, trying to open it. Khan went into the room, where he was asked who he was. The magical warrior towered over the young man, asking how he dared to disturb his peace. He jumped down, noting that he would not let anyone do this. The scoundrel grabbed a huge sword in his hands, adding that people like him could only be killed. The hero stood still, despite the impending danger, asked that this was a knight holding his own head in his hand. He looked at the monster, noticing that it had a rather unique appearance. The creature's head glowed with magic as he exclaimed that this insignificant man would pay for his mockery. The knight jumped high up. He pointed his sword forward, saying that he would kill him in one hit. Khan raised his hand up, suggesting that maybe his head was his weak spot. The monster looked at his opponent questioningly. The young man began to brandish his weapon. The scoundrel hung in the air, calling him an impudent worm. The hero struck an accurate blow to the enemy's body. The turquoise stone fell to the floor. Kong stared down at his feet, wondering what it was. He took the stone in his hands, realizing that apparently this is the source of that energy. Probably, this is what is called magic stones in this world. The artifact in his hand was blazing with energy. The rodent in his pocket leaned out to look. He climbed on the guy's shoulder, who said that he had eliminated everything that posed a threat here. The animal jumped into the hand of the young man, who said that the portal would soon close and let him run to his master. The guy sat down on one knee, asking to take care of himself. The rodent ran away into the darkness. Kong crossed his arms, thinking that Ha would probably be upset. The animal ran straight when he added that this dungeon was strange. The rodent looked from the sidelines at the people who were discussing that this dungeon had somehow been identified as a C-class, and how a B-class monster could end up here. The warrior looked at his partner, saying that he thought they were finished, and still didn't know what saved them. He assumed that maybe they were saved by an S-class hunter. A hooded guy was shown when one of them objected that he wasn't, because all the S-class hunters he had seen radiated incredible strength, and if one appeared in the dungeon, they would immediately sense him. The guy looked away, wondering if this could be the zero-grade awakened person they had heard about. The girl touched her chin, exclaiming that it was like a corn squeaking. The rodent looked from side to side. The guys saw her and asked if she was looking for someone. The lady began to cry, explaining that she was looking for Suk-hoon. The characters looked at the murdered man, exclaiming that he was dead. The animal ran up to the owner. He raised his paws up. The guys looked at this picture carefully. The rodent turned, his paws tucked in. The lady was surprised, asking about what was going on. The guy replied that the portal was empty. The warrior raised his hand to the side, saying that he would soon close, ordering to quickly collect magic stones as much as he could, and later meet at the exit in 20 minutes. The team scattered to the sides. People were standing at the entrance to the portal, announcing that the special forces were leaving, and the stretcher was coming here. A sad animal ran at the feet of people when a journalist announced that he was reporting for hunting news. The rodent looked at the portal. Screams were heard around about how many dead. The animal was sitting in the rain near the house, squeaking. He got wet, looking down. Ha was upset as she exhaled. Tay came up from behind, saying that the rat had returned to its master. It would be better this way. The girl replied that she knew. She began to cry, saying that she would not be seen again, so she was sad. The main character appeared in the doorway. He walked into the room, asking why their Ha was sad like someone died. The guy explained that she never said goodbye to that rat. The animal peeked out of his pocket when the young man asked if it was with her. Ha turned around when she saw the rat. While the girl was hugging the rodent, the hero explained that the name of this rat was from the Karongi dungeon. He raised his finger up, saying that it looked like the owner had taken her with him on a mission to clean up the monsters, and they were both injured. The man clarified what was wrong with him. An unconscious warrior was shown. Kong said that he found him dead. Nothing could be done. A lot of time had passed since his death. Tae looked to the side, wondering if the hero had gone to the dungeon. The young man crossed his arms, confirming. The man closed his eyes, assuming that the portal must soon be cleared. The hero replied that in fact he had already cleared it, and closed it. The girl's father opened his eyes wide, scrolling through the moments in his head, wondered what class the guy really had, maybe Class A, or Class S, like the legendary Hunter Lee. The warrior swung his sword, raising a whirlwind of energy as Tae thought about how he had interacted with hunters when he worked as a loader, and apart from the consummate Hunter Lee, no one could enter the portal and clear it alone. But Kong didn't exude such a powerful aura as he did. The guy stood with his back as he mused that if the hero was just hiding his aura so well, he must be the Class 0 awakened that everyone was talking about. The daughter handed the rodent, asking her uncle and dad to take a look. The man replied that she was just a princess. Tae looked at the young man, thinking what he was worried about. So what? That he might be a 0-grade awakener. He was his friend. There was a sign on the house. When my father thought that nothing bad would come from this, you need to think about the good. The guys were sitting on their knees in front of the woman. It was said that Tae, Khan had decided to keep the dungeon rat for themselves, so they received a scolding from Yun. The main character jumped out of bed. He paid attention to the calendar, talking about the fact that today is a day off, and what to do today: train, or look for a job for a couple of hours. The guy remembered where the girl reprimanded him that he was constantly working because he did not know how to rest. She waved her hand, asking why it was so difficult for him to just rest, just do what he wanted, because it was stupid to work when he should be resting. Kong closed his eyes, knowing that she would have told him so. The young man looked ahead, wondering if he could look at his trophy. The stone shone with lilac magic as he thought about how imperceptible, alien energy the people of this civilization used the energy of these stones. The warrior was killed lying at the stove. The guy thought that their energy was similar to the dark magic used by the followers of the heavenly demon cult. This magic was forbidden in the magical community. This energy was obtained through human sacrifices. The blade slammed into the man's stomach. The hero stared at the artifact, realizing that he couldn't keep this dangerous item, so for now, he would seal its energy. The guy walked into the room, where Tae, basket in hand, noticed that he had gotten up early. Kong looked at the man, asking that today was a day off, and he would still cut the ingredients. He explained that he was a chef. He should be responsible and chop at least the onions for tomorrow, asking what he wanted to do, because it was his first day off. The young man crossed his arms, answering that he was still thinking. The man wondered if he wanted to go to the library with Ha. The hero looked at him, asking again. Kong carried the girl in his arms to the building. They went into the library when the young man asked that they had such places where anyone could read valuable tomes. The hero brought the girl down to her feet. When she asked to look at the books, the guy agreed, asked her not to run, and return as soon as he chooses. Kong pushed back his chair, thinking about how comfortable everything was here, and the incredible number of books. Ha reached for the book on the shelf. The young guy turned around, asking the girl if he could help her. Ha pointed her finger, asking her uncle for the book. The young man handed her the book, for which she thanked her. The guy watched what was happening attentively. He looked at the guy, reasoning that the aura, he was also awakened, was quite a strong aura for his age. The young man closed his eyes, exhaling. The hero thought that he did not know what was going on in his life, but it seemed to him that it was not easy for him. The hero looked away, thinking that he was not as strong as G, but he had abilities. The question arose why he vegetated in this insignificant position. The girl hugged the book, asking her uncle if he was feeling bad, and he asked him again if everything was written on his face. They looked at the guy when Ha said that her uncle was also worried about him. The young man was stunned, asking if it was her uncle. After all, he was a delivery man from the Spring Pavilion. Kong came closer, clarifying whether he knew about him. He replied that the guy is very popular on social networks. Women like him and delivers in an instant, despite the fact that he is a pedestrian courier. The young man asked if he was awake, and if he did not consider it rude, but if it was possible to find out what class he had. The hero was calm, answering that it was Class F. He asked again. The guys were sitting at the table. The young man said that this is how he lives. Kong touched his chin, reasoning that it was clear that raids were only allowed from a certain age, and therefore he had to make a living somehow. The young guy put his hand on his neck, answering that this is why he takes any job that is given. He also volunteers in the library, because for this he will receive a scholarship supplement. Kong wondered if there was no person who would help him with such abilities. At the open gate, a hunter was interviewed. When the young man said that he had Class C, the class that did not sew the mare's tail, either bad nor good, so no one would sponsor him. The young man crossed his arms, hearing that he, unlike him, did not differ in special abilities. Due to the fact that he was good for nothing, his mother lived in need. Khan raised his palm, wondering that the class didn't decide everything in his life. After all, it was possible to promote him, right? The young man replied that he could be promoted. Such a thing did not happen. The young man was indignant, wondering who said this to him. The hero asked again that he says this does not happen, but has he tried? He gives up without even trying. Doesn't the guy want to become stronger? Heian clenched his fists, replying that he didn't know how. The hero crossed his fingers, answering that he could teach him. He raised his finger up, noting that in return, he would ask him to find him information about one country. The young man replied that there was no problem, specifying what he was talking about. The hero in the past walked with the girl by the hand. The guy explained that he needed to learn about the OK dynasty. Ha-Yun looked at the book, replying that it was the first time he had heard if it was a state in ancient China, saying that he would try to find information about it. The hero stood on a pile of books, reasoning that if he moved in time, then there should be information about the times of the OK dynasty in history. This would logically explain why the magic of the OK dynasty and the magic of this time are so similar, although they are called differently. Wizards conjured, spreading their arms to the sides. The young man flipped through the book talking about Han, Yuan, Zhou, the era of spring and autumn. The Edo period is also not suitable. Song, Ming, Qing. The hero asked again about what it was. Heian was horrified, saying that he had looked through all the ancient dynasties. A drop of sweat rolled down the boy's face when he heard that there was no such dynasty as the OK. Khan picked up the book, reasoning that these dynasties sounded like their civilization, yet he had never heard of them either. The hero looked forward, holding the book in his hands, understood what it meant that among the realms of the past, there had never been a period of the OK dynasty on this land. The young man watched the young man, wondering if everything was all right. He replied that yes, he was just thinking. Khan sat in front of him, thanking him, inviting him to the spring pavilion. He would treat him to jajangmyeon. The interlocutor refused, saying that it did not cost him anything. The guy got up from the table, chasing away the thoughts in his head that he hadn't received the information he was counting on. But one thing was clear to him, he hadn't moved in time, and he hadn't been bewitched by the Magi from the heavenly demon sect. The question arose, then how did he get here? The sign hung on the building at night. The guy was meditating with his eyes closed. The man handed the child an object, saying that it was apparently a relic of his great-grandfather. The child was holding the artifact in his hands. The warrior touched the boy's head, saying that one day he would need to find it, and then he would be able to return home. Khan looked down, wondering what this strange memory was, but he didn't need to rush. It would become clear to him someday. The main character looked to the side, wondering who was hanging around next to the restaurant. The unknown man looked around, taking something out of his pocket. The attacker climbed up to the motorcycle, saying that he would unscrew a little here in order to discourage him from riding a motorcycle forever. The guy held on to the seat as he kept telling himself that Sun had asked him to do it, so he shouldn't be blamed. The young man stood behind the scoundrel, wondering who Sang-wook was. The criminal got scared, asking who he was. The hero said that you can't yell at such a late hour, you need to be quiet. The villain knelt down, asking who he was. The hero explained that he was a courier from the spring pavilion. The attacker got up from the ground saying that it was good, because Sang-wook intended to make an offer to the owner of this establishment, and he should start looking for another job. Kong asked why. The scoundrel pointed his finger, replying that Mr. Sun was making good money in the area and was fed up with their successful restaurant. The young man stared forward with concentration, calling it stupidity. The perpetrator was indignant, asking why he was so arrogant. He waved his fist, wondering if he could bring him to his senses. The guy was calm. He blocked the opponent's shot. Cold sweat crept down the villain's body as he wondered why this courier was so strong. Kong held his fist, replying that he would do well to come to his senses. The hero stretched out his hand to his forehead. He gave a snap, sending the opponent aside. The criminal somersaulted on the asphalt, losing his slippers. The young man tucked his hands behind his back, asking him to hand him over to the stupid man. The hero tensed, indicating that he should not rush to the spring pavilion. The fat man ran away, agreeing with him. The guys were in front of the walls. The guy held the smartphone in his hand, asking why this bastard hadn't called yet. The second suggested that he might be asleep. The man ran to meet them, calling for San, saying that Dong Man had returned. The fat man was led by the arm of a friend. The man clarified what had happened to him. The scoundrel knelt down, listening to the leader give him a chance, and he was back for his own. All he had to do was loosen the nuts on the motorcycle, and he came back beaten by a dog, asking San to listen to him. Don sat on his knees, exclaiming that the new courier in their restaurant was not an ordinary person. He was meeting such a monster for the first time. That guy had told them not to rush to the spring pavilion, otherwise he would not leave it like this. The leader stood looking at him, replied that it was not surprising that the fat mattress was given a hara. The guy assured that this was not why, and that man was really a monster. San looked around, smiled, suggested that he was strong, he just needed to go together and teach him a lesson, asking the guys that it was high time for them to stretch their legs, right? He looked at his smartphone, saying that he needed to gather everyone, go and look at this courier. The hero with 2 suitcases was walking into the alley. The courier put them on the ground, saying that here is their order. The guy held the plate in his hands, wondering where he could get the dishes later. The scoundrel asked again why he still did not understand anything. The man needed his hands, noting that he would have to work with his fists, because they say he broke them hard into Don. When one of the offenders kicked out the suitcase, the other added that he had upset their Henim very much. The main character stood up, addressing the guy behind if he was the same Don, shouted that it was him. The fat man was indignant, answering that he had given everything to them. He grabbed his helmet, asking him to take it off. The hero looked menacingly in front of him. The young man grabbed the offender's hand, saying that such a weakling as he should not talk to stronger ones like that. The guy twisted his wrist, menacingly saying that Don must have passed on his warning to them. The scoundrel turned blue from the pain in his arm, screaming. The main character was shrouded in energy. Looking at the robbers, he said that he would have to teach them a good lesson. A sign on the cafe, the guy said that he had returned. Tay wiped the counter, noting that he was a little late. Who made the order so early in the morning? Whether there was a jock, the young man replied that no, they just like to eat. Kong held up the plates, saying that they said that they liked it, and even washed the dishes themselves. The cook was surprised that the plates were also washed. He looked at them in surprise, thinking about how shiny it was when the main character wanted to ask him. The guy put his hand on the counter, asking if he knew a man named San, and what he had to do with him. Tay asked again how he knew about this bastard. The cook turned sideways, answering that he had been a courier before him, constantly villainizing and at the same time demanding a salary increase, and the eyes would not have seen him. Kong crossed his arms, explaining that he had a conflict, and one of the customers was his acquaintance. The hero lowered his head, saying that they behaved inappropriately, so he had to teach them a little lesson. Tay was stunned by what he heard. He opened his mouth wide, confused, thinking that the guy was so strong, and he must have taught them a little lesson. The scoundrel shouted about the pain in his arm. The hooligan showed the other guys to grab him. The hero let the villain go. He put his hand on his belt as a bright light spread over them. The guys were taken aback by what had happened. The young man waved his hand, after which everyone flew away with screams from the impact of energy. Don stared in horror at Baong lying on the ground. The young man came closer to the fat man. He held up 2 fingers shrouded in magic and listened to what the scoundrel had said. They would be in trouble if they went. Kong leaned his fingers on the offender, who asked for mercy, ordered to repeat after him aloud. Tears poured from the guy's eyes as he said that he would never again. The young man looked down, slowly saying that he would not plot evil against the owners of the Spring Pavilion. The scoundrel repeated word for word after him. Baong fell to the ground, still trembling. The main character looked around, clarifying that he understood that in addition to this guy, they also have a leader, right? The fat man held his upset comrade in his arms, asking if he was talking about San. The leader hid behind the barrels, listening to Don say that he would watch from the sidelines, but he really did not know where he was. San understood that these dumbass were useless, and he had to get out of there. Khan turned to the side, seeing the man running away, assumed that this was probably him. The leader ran down the alley without looking back. He looked back, beginning to realize that he wouldn't catch up with him now, would he? The young man was behind him, asking that he had just managed to run here, shouted that he had frightened him. The hooligan pointed his finger, exclaiming who he was, and why he attacked people for some harmless prank. If he was a bandit, he was ready to call the police. Khan approached the villain, saying that the guy came in the middle of the night and tried to disable the motorcycle. Wondering what other pranks he had in mind, the man asked what he would do to him. The hero stretched out his hand, saying that diseased branches should be cut off before they infect the entire tree. San opened his eyes wide, shouting for him to stop and not approach. A scream resounded throughout the area. The girl's father was peeling onions at the table. He looked at the phone, wondering that this San still dared to write something to him, rereading the apologies. The young man held a mop in his hands, asking if the scoundrel had sent a message. The cook replied that yes, he said that he would stop being such a, return to his village and work on the farm. Tay was surprised, wondering how he managed to raise this goat, to which the hero replied that he just talked to him. Sun stared at his phone as he thought that he might be a goat, but he had once been part of the Spring Pavilion team, and was glad that he had come to his senses. The girl went into the cafe, greeted her. The owner was glad to see G, apologizing for having to call her on the weekend. The lady waved her hand, answering that it was okay, she had no plans for today anyway. Tay closed his eyes, talking about how they did not have enough hands, his wife and how went to an event in kindergarten. The main character explained that today was tree planting day. G gave a thumbs up, asking if it was true, and said that her younger brother was also going to plant trees today as a charity. Ken held a mop in his hands, specifying that her brother was interested in volunteering. The lady replied that yes, he was just very kind. G waved her arms to get to work, wondering what this guy annoyed her and why he kept asking such uncomfortable questions. The guys were sitting at the same table. Tay looked at the young man, saying that Ha and Yoon would probably have a good time. It was unusual that there was no one at home, even somehow lonely, The guy in response noticed that the squeaker had also been bored lately. He closed his eyes, saying that new portals had recently opened in the mountains. Hoping he would be safe, clarified their opinion. The girl replied that the Hunters Association provides security at the holiday, so don't worry. The parents were walking with the children on the playground. When Ji was talking about the Sprout Kindergarten, they are also under the supervision of the association. Strong hunters are sent to work there, so that even the A-class portal will not threaten the children. The cook replied that her words calmed him down. Tae was worried, wondering how the lady knew everything. He had worked as a loader in the association for a long time, but he didn't know that. Ji opened her eyes wide, starting to say that she was. The guys turned their attention to the side. The girl winked, answering that she could not say, because it was a secret. The cars were driving along the road. The guy crossed his arms, asking the question that it was no longer possible to enjoy the weekend and good weather, why he was called today. He waved his hand, exclaiming that this event was supposed to be attended by Ji. The girl, adjusting her glasses, replied that the young lady had urgent business and she asked to send the one who was least useful to the event. Haeun leaned against the door, listening that it was not difficult to guess what she was talking about him, replied that he could not believe it. The lady looked away, noting that he hoped he was aware that he was going to the event for a reason. The car was approaching its destination when the guy received a question about what it meant that he did not look at his schedule, because a certain important person would come to this holiday. Haeun stared out the window, listening that this was an influential person in the association, his chance to impress him. The old man closed his eyes as the girl explained that she was talking about the only S-class artifact maker in the entire country, Chio. The guy looked away, wondering that he was coming here to impress. She replied that the master had a business meeting here. Did he not read the additional materials that she sent? Haeun was stunned, asking what materials he was talking about. The lady replied that if he continued like this, she would be forced to report to the young mistress. The young guy asked not to tell anything. Haeun was frightened, introducing Ji, explained that she would kill him, and not at all in a figurative sense. The interlocutor asked him not to exaggerate. She adjusted her glasses, explaining that he should make a good impression on Master Chiol today. The hero clenched his fist, shrouded in energy, as she talked about how the search for the awakened level 0 was as important as establishing a relationship with the famous artifact master. The lady pushed the guy out of the car, saying that they had arrived, and let him greet him as soon as possible. Haeun was indignant that he could not just take and approach him. The young man approached the old man from behind, coughing. Haeun bowed, greeting the elder, introducing himself as a member of the Red Dragon Guild, and his father had told him a lot about him. The man asked if he's the son. The guy stretched out his hand to the side, replying that he was right. It was an honor to meet him. Cho replied that it was a pleasure to meet him, and if that was all, then it would be good to go have fun at the event. The master turned his back, asking not to interfere with his communication with his grandson. The guy thought that the rumors were true. The old man was quite vile. The servant bowed, asking for forgiveness from the master. The master is not always ready for such situations. He replied that there was nothing wrong with it. The lady was waiting for him at the car, saying that she did not expect anything else from him. Haeun clarified that his sister knew that everything would be like this. Why was it necessary to send him? The young man looked away, asking where she had gone on such a crucial day, shifting her responsibilities to her younger brother. Ji was sitting next to the main character when the lady explained that the young mistress had gone to communicate with her idol. A toy bunny is in the guy's hand. The baby looks at the young man, and he asks what it means that she was upset that there was no spatula with a bunny. The happy girl holds a toy in her hands, and Kong says that now she will have a bunny, and she thanks her uncle, and says that he is the best. Tears flow down the child's face. A shovel with a broken bunny handle lies on the ground. A little girl puts her hands to her face and asks what to do. She closes her eyes and cries loudly. Her girlfriend, clenching her fist, says that she warned everyone to be careful with her shoulder blade, and the upset boy apologizes to Haeun. A gray-haired old man watches the children. He, putting his hands behind his back, leans over to the girls, and Ha sobs that her uncle made this bunny for her, and now it is broken, and the old man offers to fix the spatula. The girl turns her head to the man in disbelief and asks that he can fix it, and he says that of course he can. He holds a broken shoulder blade in his hands and says that Grandpa can do anything. The old man brings the shoulder blade and the bunny closer. His eyes stare at the toy in amazement, and he thinks it's an unusual work, and wonders what kind of craftsman made it. Grandpa turns back, and the guy says that he brought his scroll, and he asks Soon-sik to come and look at this product, and adds that it is a very skillful work. The guy is holding a broken thing in his hands, and the grandfather asks that any of his students are capable of such filigree work, and he replies that it would be difficult for him to repeat such a product. The man turns his head to the girl and says that her uncle loves her, and she replies that she loves her uncle too. The grandfather, leaning on one knee, clutches the toy in his hands and tells the child that her uncle did his best, and he will fix the toy. The amazed man looks at a whole toy that radiates magic. The happy child stretches out his hands forward, and the old man says that she is ready, and the girl thanks him. A woman and a young man are watching what is happening. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that the master does not buy anything, and that he needs to be approached. The woman shifts her concentrated gaze forward and agrees with the interlocutor. The guy turns his head and tells the lady that he has an idea and adds that she should relay the command to the assistants that they are changing the strategy regarding Master Seo Cheol. The protagonist approaches the building of Liebeck's bakery. Lately he has made it a habit to go straight to the bakery to buy a delicious roll, which he first tasted during training in the association. He stands at the entrance and greets the owner, and asks if there are rolls. The pastry chef stands behind the counter and greets Kong. Kong walks over to the window, examining it. He approaches the owner of the bakery and asks if all the rolls have been sold out, and he replies that they have been sold out a long time ago. The pastry chef blissfully inhales the aroma of pastries and says that he has set aside one especially for the young man. Kong reaches out for the check and says that the baker always helps him out, and says thank you, and the baker advises that if the guy doesn't eat everything today, then he should not forget to put it in the refrigerator. The protagonist turned on the way out of the bakery and said that he would do so, and thanked the man, who asked the buyer to come in again. The main character held the open door and politely let the girl in. She said thank you. A friendly pastry chef holds a bag in his hands and tells Hyunmi SSI that the weather has been great lately, and asks if it's a great day for a picnic and laughs. Kong turns his head. Above the roof of the building, a ray of the setting sun breaks through the clouds. The young man puts the box with the cake in the refrigerator. Squeaker, sitting on the guy's shoulder, drools with pleasure. Kong moves his neck in her direction and says that she has already eaten a piece of the roll, and that if she wants more, she should wait until tomorrow, and eat together at breakfast. A young man sleeps in bed. A small squeaker is located near his pillow. The animal raises its ear and hears sounds. Squeaker goes to the kitchen to the smell wafting in the room. It hovered near the shelf on which the box stands. The animal looks at the crumbs left over from the pastry in bewilderment. The main character looks at her sternly from behind the half-open door. Night clouds float over the house, and Squeaker makes excuses. The protagonist lowered his head and was indignant that this was unbelievable, and the guy sitting opposite asked that the animal ate the whole roll itself. The child strokes Squeaker, and Kong replies that she denies everything, but it is obvious who is to blame. Yu gets up from the table and greets the guest. He looks at the intruder, and addressing him by name, asks what he has come with. A young man goes to meet the visitor, and he greets him in return and says that he has come to let him have a beer. Yu looks down in surprise and exclaims that it was not worth buying beer, and asks what the guest brought the roll to whom. Henim holds out a box of pastries and says that he has a serious and long conversation with the man, so he took gifts with him. The young man looks at the guest in bewilderment and asks what happened to him, and adds that he has no face on him, and he answers, that's why he came. What happened? The confused guy folded his hands on his chest and hesitantly asked how Yu confessed his love to his wife. There are bottles on the table, and Henim continues to tell that she is a frequent visitor to the bakery, a beautiful and pleasant girl, and that he has been in love with her for 3 months. The guy bowed his head and said doomedly that he didn't know what to do, and added sadly that if he confessed his love, he was afraid that Hyunmi SSI would avoid him. And Kong tried to support his comrade, that he should stop stewing in these thoughts, that he would not be sick for long. Bitter tears flow down Henim's face and he says that he's not a handsome man like Kong and asks how a bastard like him can propose to such a wonderful girl to date. And Yu declares that a friend doesn't need to care about it, and that it doesn't matter. The boy dropped his head on the table in sobs and said that he had made a mistake, and his friend said that Henim had had a fight, and asked what to do with him now, and tried to convey that the boy should go home and sleep there. Kong got up from the table and offered to put the guest to bed in his room, and Yu asked that this would not make it difficult for the protagonist, and the protagonist replied that he was indebted to the pastry chef for putting down the roll for him. The main character, sitting on the floor, looks at his sleeping comrade. Squeaker opened one eye. Surprised, Kong looked at her and asked what was wrong. He turned his head in bewilderment and asked what was wrong with her. A light is visible from the open door of the refrigerator. The guy takes the door handles with his hands. He quickly opens the doors and indignantly asks the fairy what she is doing here. The girl looks at the young man in fright. Morning came to the city. The protagonist looks angrily at the tiny fairy and asks that she was the one who stole his sweet roll. The little girl put her hands to her chest and said guiltily that her name was Du Song, and replied that she had done something bad and that she should be forgiven for it. Kong looked at the pastry chef and asked how the flower fairy had ended up in their kitchen, and continued, because they are usually attracted to flowers and honey, and Henim clarified that perhaps she was attracted to the honey in the roll. The young man looked intently ahead and asked what a flower fairy was. A huge flying monster opened its mouth, flying over the clearing with fairies. Fairies are humanoid spirits. With the appearance of portals, they began to settle in cities. Magical monsters were exterminated, but no one touched the fairies, because they do not harm a person, but on the contrary, they help, so they settled in the cities. Kong raised his hand and asked that they were creatures like the Squeaker, and Yu replied that sometimes there were nasty fairies, but they did not pose a serious danger. The protagonist shifted his incredulous gaze to the baby. He folded his arms over his chest and said that he would forgive her this time, and sternly told her not to steal from anyone else. Du clenched her fists and exclaimed that she was ashamed, and that she wanted to work to eat. Henin looked thoughtfully at the fairy and asked that she wanted to work for them, and Lim sadly asked how the flour fairy could help in a Chinese restaurant. The young pastry chef turned his head to the main character and said that the fairy could be useful to him, and Yu was indignant that it looked like they were shifting their responsibility onto him. Kong, thinking, turned his gaze to the guy and suggested that he could train him, and he would hire Du for it. The girl closed her eyes and, imagining pumped abs, said that Kong had come up with a good idea, and dreamily added that a man in good shape certainly conquers women's hearts. Happy, Henim raised his hand and told Kong to teach him, and admitted that he had neglected his appearance a long time ago, and it didn't give him confidence, and the guy replied that it was all on time, and that he would have someone else to train with. The enthusiastic pastry chef looked at the protagonist and offered to start training right away, and he said that it would be fun together, and Lim whispered to her husband that he wanted to join the guys. He refused. Customers walk in the shopping center. The girl turned an intriguing look at the protagonist, and he clarified that she asked not to tell her husband and daughter why they came here. She put her hand to her face and replied that the day after tomorrow was Yu's birthday. A satisfied Jean exclaimed that it was the boss's birthday, and the guy said that now everything was clear to him. Lim dreamily closed her eyes and said that she wanted to buy her husband a gift, but was not sure what to give. The girl took the hostess of the restaurant by the hand and said touchingly that she should not worry and she would help, and thought that she had never had such an opportunity even with friends, and that it was wonderful. Jean shifted her thoughtful gaze to the guy and continued to think that it was also a shopping trip with Kong Seo, and he decided that they had a girl with them, and that he felt like he was on a date. Lim held up a thumbs up and asked Kong not to say a word to Yu and added that they would hide the gifts in his room. She looked thoughtfully in the direction of the shoe salon, and Jean asked what gift she wanted to give her husband, and Lim replied that she was thinking about giving him shoes, but was not sure if he would wear them. The girl raised her hand and suggested that she could buy vitamins or supplements, and added that the boss had been getting very tired lately, and Lim enthusiastically said that it was a great idea. The main character looks away, and his companions are talking at the window. He shifts his wary gaze to the women. The guy comes closer and asks Lim that she won't mind if he goes, and Ji says that he can. The protagonist looks at the window, and the girl tells him to put on his glasses so that people don't see how handsome he is. He looks thoughtfully at the stuffed animal, and Ji says that she is sure that Ha-eun will like the teddy bear, who agrees with this. Kong shifts his anxious gaze to the side. An incomprehensible sound is heard on the sales floor. Drops of sweat are flowing down the seller's face. Someone says that these are illegal. It sounds from the loudspeaker that buyers need to stay in their seats. The main character looks away and asks who the illegals are, and the girl replies that this is the name of the awakened, who use their abilities to make a living by crime. The security guards of the shopping center are chasing a criminal shrouded in dark blue magic, and the main character thinks that the color of the aura is not the same for all awakens, and that he has never seen such a person as this person. The mall is protected by a magical dome, and the guy muses that it's strange that an illegal person can't know that security has activated the barrier around the mall, and that no one will pass through it except those who set it up. The young man pulls his hand away and wonders what if the criminals know why they would commit a crime and that they have some other plan. And Ji has suggested that it may be a diversionary maneuver, and that they may be pursuing other goals. The protagonist closes his eyes and asks the girl that magic stones are stored in the basement of the building, and she replies that there must be a lot of A-class stones in such a large center. Ji raises his hands and declares that the guards have everything under control and they will figure it out. Upset, Lim holds the phone in her hands and says that they will now be late for Ha-eun to the kindergarten. Her call cannot be answered. She can leave a message to the caller. The offended girl draws at the table with the teacher, and Kong decides that he has no choice and needs to help these people. The protagonist points to the side and asks Ji to stay with Lim, and that he needs to step away for a while, and she asks him to be careful. The guy quickly turns the corner. He looks in amazement at the bloody people lying on the floor and wonders what is wrong with this. The protagonist puts a magic-emitting hand on the chest of a wounded man and realizes that the help he provided saved people from death, but they are still in critical condition. He shifts his gaze towards the open door. A man with a dark blue aura points his hand forward and orders people to move. The masked guy is standing with his back to the entrance, and Kong thinks that he only feels the aura of this man with a sword on his back, and does not understand what to do. He cautiously peeks out of the doorway. Behind the protagonist's back, a powerful magical stream rushes towards the criminals. The guy looks at the defeated men and realizes that he has no one to interrogate, but he still learns from the rumors what happened here. He looks up and decides that he will leave the rest of the associations. The woman turned her head and told the guys that people in black clothes were distracting attention to steal stones. She resolutely approached the fence and ordered Min Woo Soi to apprehend all those involved in the theft from the store. The woman quickly jumped over the fence and ordered two guys to follow her to the basement. Members of the association run across the trading floor. They stand with daggers in their hands at the open door. The girl throws her hand forward and orders her not to move. She looks around in bewilderment, and the guy asks what happened here, and she thinks that then who dealt with these robbers. The man enters the room, and Khan says that today is his birthday, and he is all working, and the man asks what is so special about these birthdays. Well, he was born on this day and that's it. The main character looked to the side and said that it was not an ordinary day for all of them, and you wondered if it was true. Lim walks through the open door with a cake in his hands and congratulates her husband, and happy little Ha congratulates her dad. The joyful girl raises her hands up and enthusiastically says that she congratulates their beloved, cool, kind daddy. Hyenim enters the restaurant and asks that he is not late, and Ji says that she is there too. A young man looks at his friends with tears in his eyes, and the guy says that the birthday boy should blow out the candles as soon as possible. The restaurant building is drowning in the night. Yu looks at the calendar with his hands behind his back and says it's a holiday, while Kong asks if it's Children's Day. The man turns his head to his friend and replies that exactly, and that since today is a day off, they will make good money, and the protagonist says that he read that this day is dedicated to children, and that, by the way, Ha Yoon is also a child. The owner of the restaurant brings his hand to his face and says that he was going with her in the afternoon to the illusionist show. He shifts his thoughtful gaze and thinks that the workload will be before lunch, and asks how they will cope if Ji is not there today, and the guy says that is why he called for a replacement. The door to the restaurant opens. Yu turns his head in the direction of the young man who enters. He greets him, and the man says that he came on time. The man stands in front of the young man and asks him to show a certificate of consent from the guardian and a medical certificate. The young man points his hand forward and tells the young man to wash his hands and start with the dishes. The main character looks after the guy, and the owner says that he works very quickly, and that it is immediately clear that he is awakened, and the protagonist says that it is not easy that he delivered newspapers every day and learned. He peels the fruit while sitting at the table and continues to say that even when you are awake, you need to train your skills. Yu looks ahead thoughtfully and wonders why then Ji, who is so much more agile than this C-class boy. The young man wipes the table with a rag. A girl looks out the window of a driving car. The woman in the front seat turns her head to the young lady and says that they will arrive soon. She gives an instructive thumbs up and says that as soon as they arrive, the girls should first greet the president and then the chairman of the association, and adds that the next thing to do is to talk to the other executive directors of the guilds, who says that she understands everything and asks what about her father. Upset, Ji lowered her head, and her assistant replied that he would pay a short visit, and she said that apparently he was very busy. Lady opens lipstick. She turns her head and asks why today is Children's Day, and why she needs to be at the corporate party today, and why she needs this dark and catchy makeup and red suit. The secretary shifts his gaze to her and replies that the red color symbolizes their Red Dragon Guild, and asks her to be patient, adding that she should be a role model for the children of their guild and an object of aspiration. The girl paints her lips and says what aspirations, what an example, when they can barely cope with each new portal. She looks intently in the mirror, and says that this country owes them its well-being and safety, and that their world is constantly balancing on the edge of the abyss, and the assistant does not stop giving instructions so that the young mistress also does not forget about her status, because she is the most beautiful and representative face of the guild, the Witch of the Red Flame. Ji paints her lips past and is indignant. The assistant looks at her and says, because it is quite natural for an awakened woman from a good upper-class family to be so beautiful, and asks the girl not to be ashamed of it. The young lady brings the scarf to her face and thinks that she used to want to look more mature so that she would not be neglected because of her age, and now this catchy makeup has become part of her image. The secretary shifts her gaze and asks how the lady's hobby is to play a lower-class person, and she exclaims that the woman says such a thing because she goes undercover to protect civilians in case of emergencies. The woman holds a sheet of paper in her hands and says that she is happy for the young mistress, because she has a favorite pastime, an outlet, in addition to work and guild affairs. The car stopped at the sidewalk. The assistant opened the door. Ji confidently looks ahead and thinks that it has been a long time since she was in her role as a huntress. The protagonist's family walks through the square. He stares at the shooting range. He points his hand to the side and tells the protagonist to take a look. The guy shifts his gaze to the people throwing darts. The evil masked man stretches his tongue to the dart, and the protagonist does not understand why the assassins train in broad daylight, and the amazed niece says that it is just a game. The young man stretches out his hand to the young man, and he understands that these are the very entertaining games that people of this civilization love, and his companion says that points are awarded for each burst balloon. The girl points her finger forward with delight, and tells her uncle to see that the biggest prize is that bear. On the counter in a beautiful package sits a teddy bear with a pink bow. The main character kneels down on one knee in front of his niece and asks that she wants such a bear, and Ha replied that if she had such a bear, she would be very, very happy and would not even want sweets, and he asked what about chocolates. The confused girl raised her hands to her face. She clenched her fist and said that she also wanted to eat all sorts of delicious things and chocolates. Khan turned his head to the young man and suggested that he try throwing darts, and said that he could also make friends with Ha Yun. The young guy put his hand on his head and said that he was glad, but he was awakened with a rather useless blast ability, and Khan asked what this ability was. The young man throws a fire flash at the monster, and the young man reveals that the C-class does not have very strong fire, that it can cause a small explosion enough to briefly blind and distract the monster. He shifts his gaze and says that this ability is not used in ordinary life. The protagonist leaned forward and told him to try to do as he said, and his companion hesitantly asked if Khan was serious. The protagonist approaches the counter and asks for 3 darts. He holds them out in his hand and tells the young man to take them. The young man looks at his hand uncertainly, and says that how can he hit the 100-point ball with all 3 of them in one roll, that it is impossible. The main character puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and tells him to listen that, first, you need to stand and tense the core muscles, and that if he is unstable during the throw, then the center of gravity of the thrown weapon will be lost. The young man confidently raised his hand with the dart, and Kong continued to instruct that the shoulders and hands should be relaxed, and when aiming, you should take a little higher, and the last thing was to concentrate. The young man quickly made a throw. The dart hit the center of the ball. That's 100 points. The enthusiastic young guy clenched his fists and exclaimed that he had hit, and the protagonist replied that as he could see, everything was simple. Happy Haw with a bear in her hands runs forward. A megaphone appeared, from which an announcement was made that the show of the mighty wizard Yukonko was about to begin, that the audience was asked to take their seats. Ha turns his head and shouts to his uncle that the illusion is starting and he needs to run. The protagonist calmly looks at the baby. He puts his hands behind his back and tells the girl not to run, otherwise she will fall. On the roof of the house, 2 men in black take weapons out of their bags, one saying that they are not putting themselves in danger, and the second replies that there is nothing to do, and that when an order is sent down from above, they have no choice. The masked man points his finger forward and asks that it is better to die, and that they themselves will be killed if they do not remove these people. The guy in the balaclava looks at his comrade and asks what if they are captured. The fighter raised his hand with a ring glowing with magic and said that his partner should not be afraid, they had a ring, and that even if the strong awakened searchers were looking for them, they would still not find them. His partner breathed a sigh of relief and said that it meant that their only target was the blood flower. A masked mercenary aims his rifle and tells his partner to look for a target, and thinks that the target was named a blood flower, that his real name is Kim Jiun, the Witch of the Red Flames. The girl stands with her arms crossed on her chest in the scope of the rifle, and the killer says that she must die. Ha raised her hand and called the guys and said that this was a good place, and the young man asked that they would sit there, and added that from there it would be possible to see the levitation tricks up close. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and said that he could do it himself, and immediately said that he was joking. The protagonist shifted his gaze to the agitated young man, and he said that he liked the trick most when a person was cut in 2 and then put back together. The magician held his hat, and Khan asked himself if they also had such tricks, when a magician cuts a body and then puts it back together. The protagonist turned his head to the side. He closed his eyes, and the interlocutor said that even when you know that it is a trick, it looks convincing, and he replied that he did not even know that it could be called a trick. The guy shifts his wary gaze to the mana in the air. He turns his head and thinks it's a familiar aura, that maybe it's Jiun SSI. Khan looks at the girl with a pink powerful aura. He points his finger to the side and asks the young man who it is, and he replies that these are VIP seats. The main character, looking at the interlocutor, points his finger at the podium and asks what this woman means, an important person, and he admiringly pronounces that this is a black rose. The young man clenches his fists and says with delight that in South Korea, if you don't know her, you will be considered a spy. The protagonist looks thoughtfully at the VIP seats and says that she must be a very strong hunter if she is so popular, and the companion replies that she is the best hunter of the Red Dragon Guild, that it is one of the 3 main guilds. The young man turns to the podium with seats and decides what Jiun SS means, and what class girl she is. Ji covers her face with a piece of paper. She looks ahead in amazement and asks herself why the guys from the Spring Pavilion are here. She puts her hand to her ear and realizes that she loves to look at Kong Seo. The protagonist stares ahead and thinks that the girl probably has reasons to hide her identity. The host of the show takes his hand aside and says that he presents the audience with the Great Illusion Show. The fakir, waving his hand, lifted the cubes into the air. The excited young man raised his fist to his face and thought that how could they move objects without magic. A drop of sweat drips down his tense face. The protagonist instantly shifts his gaze to the side and realizes that a bullet is flying. It radiates a strong aura around it. The bullet crashes into a magical barrier. The guards stand not far from Ji, and one asks what happened. An alarmed man holds a bullet in his hand and says that it is ammunition loaded with an aura, and that a sniper is shooting. 2 magic bullets are aimed at the target. The bodyguards set up a protective dome. One says to protect the mistress, and the second orders to increase the power of the shield. Bullets crash into the obstacle. The guard says that they pierce the shield. Men put their hands forward for protection. Someone says that this needs to be stopped somehow. The young man raised his hand to his face. He turned his frown upwards and wondered what kind of bullets they were, if they could penetrate the strongest energy shield, and what anyone could do and why. Ji swiftly throws up his hand. A man sitting on the floor looks at her in amazement. The girl, holding back her magic, looks at him and exclaims why he is sitting, and isn't he going to look for criminals? The young lady looks ahead in bewilderment, and thinks about what is happening, and worries about what is happening to her friends from the restaurant. The girl guide put her hands to her head and said that the citizens should evacuate in the direction indicated. Worried, Lim hugged her daughter and asked if she was scared, and reassured her that her mother was with her. The girl holds a bear with a torn head in her hand and says that her bear is wounded. A tearful girl runs up to her father. The protagonist shifts his worried gaze to the side and thinks that Ha is now crying because of the attackers, and that he will find them and make them pay for it. He turns his head to his friends and says that he needs to go to the bathroom and will be back soon, and adds that it seems that the danger has passed. The snipers are on their knees. A man in a balaclava asks what his comrade has done, and says that he should have killed a red fox with one shot, and he replies that he aimed exactly at the head, but the bullet bounced off something. The masked killer looked at his comrade in surprise and thought that it was really worth quarreling about this. The main character takes his hand out of his pocket and listens to the conversation of the men. One of them suggests that he can shoot a civilian to cause panic and leave on the sly, and the second doubts whether it is worth doing so. Shocked, Kong shifts his gaze and wonders how you can shoot people. He holds 2 bullets in his hand and decides that he will return these scoundrels to their own bullets. He moves his hand to the side. The protagonist quickly directs bullets at the enemy. They crash into the bodies of snipers. Bloodied men lie on the floor. One of them is indignant what the main character is doing. The guy looks angrily at the sniper and does not understand that not only is Ha Yun crying because of them, but they are also going to shoot at civilians. The man pinches his hand over the wound and asks who Kong is, adding that he will not be forgiven. The main character resolutely looks at the enemy and asks who ordered the girl to be killed. He shifts his angry gaze to the side. Kong stands surrounded by his aura and is confident that the hunters of the association will deal with it. He soars from the roof parapet into the air and thinks that he needs to calm Ha Yun. The teacher is standing at the table with the children sitting at it. She stares at her phone screen in amazement. The girl turns her head to the students and tells them that she will now return to them to behave well. She leaves the classroom. The mentor brings the gadget to her ear and says that she is in touch. The lady held the phone to her ear, saying that she understood everything, and agreed that it could well be an assassination attempt, and added that the children needed to add security. At the end of the phone they replied that they were grateful to the woman for agreeing to do this, although this is the task of the inspection department. The children looked out of the classroom, asking when Sora would come. The teacher replied that the children should wait a little. Looking at the phone, the blue-eyed woman said that she would call back later. Folding her hands together, the brunette apologized to the group and asked if the children knew what day tomorrow was. The kids replied that it was Parents' Day. Smiling, Sora agreed and said that today they would make carnations from paper, and asked that the children wanted to express gratitude to their parents. The children answered in the affirmative. The group was fiddling with paper. The brunette came up to Ha and said how beautiful she was, and asked what she would give the flower to. The baby replied that she would give it to Mom and Dad. Looking ahead, the neighbor at the table replied that she would also give the craft to her parents. The boys at the next table, raising their hands, began to tell who they would give flowers to. The teacher looked at the brunette. Sora's face changed as she thought of the child. The woman knelt down and told the boy that he had very beautiful carnations. A neighbor at the table asked Zhang what he had to give to. Sweat flowed from the lady's face. Looking ahead, the green-eyed man asked the teacher if it was true that the boy had no one to give flowers to, adding that he had no mom and dad. Another child also said that the brunette lived with his aunt, and the neighbor said that his mother made him friends with Zhang, and he did not want to. Hugging the child, Sora thought that she could not say that. The girl got up from the table with the words that all the speakers were bad. Approaching the children, Ha explained that if one of them did not have mom and dad, then what would it be like for them to listen to whom they make flowers? The boys began to cry, saying that they did not want their parents to die, and the brown-haired woman continued, saying that it was so bad, and asked why then they asked such questions from Zhang. Getting up, the teacher asked the children what they should do when they did something bad. One of the boys said that he would apologize. Placing her hand on the brunette, Sora said that they should apologize to Zhang and never repeat this. The group apologized to the boy, and the blue-eyed man, lowering his head, replied that it was okay. Coming closer, Yun turned to her classmate with the words that let him stop crying and go make carnations together. The brunette agreed and said that he would give the flower to his aunt. Smiling, the girl said that she was sure she would like the gift very much. The boy looked ahead. A lady is walking down the corridor. Looking ahead, the brunette mused that the awakened of Klasa appeared in an era of chaos. The dragon bent over the man, and the woman said to herself that he was a master of magic sword and fire magic, and added that he was a great warrior who had won the war against monsters, and that he was also a great guild in South Korea. A sign hung on the door, telling whose office it was. Exhaling, the brown-eyed woman said to herself that the person behind the door sometimes frightened her, and told herself that she should try to avoid mistakes. Knocking on the door, Mo was invited in. The brunette came in and greeted the man. Opening the papers, the brown-eyed woman began to list plans for the chairman's day. The redhead frowned and interrupted the lady, saying that let the woman tell him about the progress in the case of the attempt on his daughter. Mo replied that the Silver Tower Group is still under suspicion, but there is no news yet. Striking the table, the yellow-eyed man said that it was necessary to find the mastermind as quickly as possible, and added that they should find the one who dared to commit this attempt. The brunette replied that it would be done. Holding out the papers, the lady said that these were the documents for the establishment of the Spring Pavilion. Looking at the documents, the man asked that this was the owner of the restaurant. The redhead said used name and added that he had once been friends with him. He had helped him scout the dungeons. The documents were lying on the table. Touching the glasses, the lady asked what the chairman would order to do with him. The man crumpled the papers with his hand and explained that there was no need to touch the cook, since after the death of her mother, Ji lived only for revenge, and this was the first time she was interested in something. Folding his hands, the redhead ordered that they just watch the restaurant. Mo replied that she understood everything. The chairman said that she could go. The door slammed shut. The man turned to the side. Redhead entered the PIN code for the safe. The man's hand was reaching for some object. The chairman held the craft in his hands, saying to himself that it was the first flower from Ji, and then added that when he looked at it, all the fatigue and irritation went away. The man said that he hoped that someday his daughter would smile as often as in childhood. A guy with a newspaper in his hands ran, shouting Kang's name. Coming closer, the brunette asked the main character that he was already finishing work. The protagonist said that the guy came earlier than usual. Smiling, Jean said that thanks to their training, he delivered newspapers faster, and the guy thanked Ken for this. The man replied that it was all thanks to the brunette's perseverance and effort, and he only gave advice. Looking down, the brown-eyed man admitted that in fact, he had been feeling depressed for a long time, and said that he thought that his life would always be ordinary and boring. Clenching his fist, Jean said that thanks to the protagonist, he can achieve anything he wants. The peddler ran down the street and said that he thought he would never be promoted in the class, but the dart-throwing technique that Kang had shown him had developed the boy's abilities. The man's face changed and asked what he was talking about. Jean repeated that the dart-throwing technique helped him a lot. Frowning, the brown-eyed man asked that the guy had already said several times that he would remain the same class. The brunette explained that the chance of reawakening was very small. The peddler continued to explain that even if the awakening was repeated, it was not a fact that the class would increase. The hero's face had changed. The protagonist broke the broom with one hand. He thought to himself that the guy was mistaken, because awakening is the beginning of the path, and wondered if this civilization was not aware. The man touched his face with his hand, and the interlocutor called him by name. Looking at the brunette, Kang asked what breathing practices he knew. The guy asked in response what kind of breathing practices they were. Jean stood in bewilderment, and the main character reasoned that now everything is clear. The awakened of this world do not know what techniques are, and came to the conclusion that this is why people control their energy so poorly. Waving his hand, the peddler said that it was time for him to go. The brunette's face changed. The main character was drinking. Bringing his hand to his face, Tae asked his friend that maybe something was bothering him. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. Folding his hands in his chest, the man asked what he would do if he knew the secret of how to make all the awakened many times stronger. The brunette replied that, of course, he would share the information. Brown Eyes asked what he didn't even expect to get for it. Pouring a drink into a glass, the friend said that if his home and family were protected by the stronger awakened, then he would only be glad. Frowning, Tae explained that what was the point of this secret? It was better to share it, since he himself was incapable of protecting civilization, and added that he wished Ha to live in safety. The man replied that he understood everything. The brunette handed him a glass of soda. Looking ahead, the main character thought that he lives quietly undercover, as he does not want to bring confusion into this world. Kang knocked over his glass. Brown Eyes smiled, thinking that if he shared the secret, this world would be a better place, which was what he wanted, and decided that he would develop a breathing technique for the awakened ones. The protagonist turned the page of the notebook. Kang lowered his palm to the text. The guy sighed and said that he hadn't slept for 2 nights and was finally done. The young man crossed his arms and thought that thanks to this technique, the awakened would be able to concentrate the aura in their body and not lose it. He closed his notebook. The pen was lying on the table, and the main character said that he called this technique as the method of a pure and righteous heart. Kang scratched his head and said that the only thing left was to find a way to spread it. The main character took the potatoes in his hand and asked Ji if she could tell him about the president of the Hunters Association. The girl spread her palms to the sides and replied that the president is a great man, and his name should go down in history, and then added that, frankly, if it were not for him, Korea would not exist now. The wounded guy was sitting on the asphalt, and the girl, continuing the story, said that he was always there where help was most needed, and noted that he was a man who more than deserved his position. Kang scratched his chin thoughtfully. The protagonist looked away and stated that, as he thought, such a person could take responsibility for distributing his manuscript. The main character picked up his notebook and thought that if the president was really trustworthy, he could be given this secret. The young man got up and said that he would go for a walk. The guards followed the man. The elevator board showed the 69th floor. The president stepped out of the cab, and the staff greeted him. The boss leaned against the table and asked for a cup of coffee. The boss sat down in a chair. The president took the notebook and asked what it was, and then clarified that it was the method of a pure and righteous heart, and asked if it was a martial arts novel. The assistant comes to the table. An employee brought coffee. The president looked at the guard and asked if he knew what the notebook was. The bodyguard looked at the book and replied that, unfortunately, he did not know what it was. The man held out a notebook and suggested that it was the method of a pure and righteous heart, and added that it was like something related to martial arts, such as a novel. And the boss pointed out that in such novels, there is always a hero who finds an ancient manuscript about martial arts. The boss put his hand to his head, and the employee said that if reading books gave such abilities, it would be just fine. The man stroked his beard and wondered what it was. The boss opened the book and mentally noted that the handwriting was not very pretty, but energetic. His hand clutched the page. The president hurriedly closed his notebook. He opened his notebook again. The light fell on the page where it was said that the method meant. Khan writes the text. The chief's eyes turned red. The bodyguard brought coffee. The man took a sip and thought that those who studied this method would understand something secret. The silhouette of the hand was held by a pencil, and on the page it was described that it was about the class system of the awakened that a person who knew the method would understand. The president took the notebook in both hands and said that the author of the Pure and Righteous Heart method shared it with mankind free of charge and only hoped that this method would be used only for the purposes of peace and security. The chief leaned back in his chair and thought that scientists around the world were conducting research on the possibility of raising the level of the awakened ones. The boss leaned over and said in his mind that no one had found an answer yet. All the research had been in vain. The president touched the book and wondered who could have written something so grandiose. The man straightened his beard and assumed that the method was written very convincingly, although he would even say that it was of a very high level, and then asked himself how the notebook got there and for what purpose. The chief turned the blank page. A black symbol was drawn on the page, and the reader noticed it, and exclaimed that it couldn't be. It was the same symbol, the only trace of the awakened zero level that they had found. Drops of sweat ran down the president's face, and he thought that this was the author of the method, and then added that if so, then there was no doubt about the effectiveness of the method and the good intentions of the author. The protagonist's silhouette held up a finger, and said that he hoped this method wouldn't cause him any trouble personally. The boss took the open book and mentally declared that he had no objections, let it be as the author wanted. The young man put his hands in his pockets, and the reader said that even if Shin had problems in the field of energy conservation, he should still try. The man hid the notebook behind his jacket, and said that it would be interesting to look at him when he read this method, and claimed that he would contact him immediately. The sun illuminates the skyscraper. The young man goes to the table. The president turned in his chair to his interlocutor, and he asked what had happened, because the president knows how much he does not like to leave the house. The boss took out a notebook and said that Shin should read it because it seemed to have the answers he had been looking for a long time. The guy took it and asked where the president got this tattered book. The young man's eye narrowed. The boy took the notebook away and asked in horror what it was, and the president, emotionally, said that he had been waiting for this expression on his face, and his day was a success. Shin held out the notebook in the direction of the interlocutor and asked what it was, and the boss said that it was the method of a pure and righteous heart. The man folded his hands and explained that the interlocutor had flown abroad several times to meet with the zero-class awakens, and asked them how they were coping with their exuberant energy. The boy looked down at the page and replied that it was so, but he received only stupid answers, and explained that, for example, to experience a second awakening and be reborn in the zero grade. The young man shook the book and exclaimed that it was very similar to the real solution to the energy problem, and then asked where he got it, and the president replied that it was a gift from the only awakened zero class in their country. The boss spread his hands to the sides and explained that when he came to work, this notebook was lying on the table, and added that it was not clear how it got there, even the cameras did not catch anyone. Shin closed his notebook and asked if he could be the first to learn this method. The guy walked out of the building, and the boss said that that's why he called Li Shin. Even if there were any side effects, he and his class would be able to overcome them, and the young man thanked the interlocutor. The young man raised his head and wondered who the first zero-grade awakened person in Korea was. A guy in a white cap was walking along the embankment. He walked along the tiled road and thought it would be nice to rest. The young man sat down on the nearest bench. The son raised his hand from the scorching sun and admired the clear sky. He stared at the sky and remembered how long it had been since he had left the house, how long it had been since he had bathed in the rays of the sun, so carefree as now. Behind the guy lay the corpse of the monster he had killed. He wiped the blood from his face with a bloody hand. The presenter of the news channel sat at the table and said that the people were greeting the new S-class hunter, which was a miracle. He noted that the hopes of the entire nation were fulfilled in him. She said that he was the first to manage to close the S-class portal. The guy's bloody hands trembled. He remembered that his comrades had been killed and he began to fear his own power. Since then he has been living in a constant struggle with his power. The more he tries to master it, the more it gets out of his control, making him more and more lonely. He raised his hand above him and noticed that thanks to him, many people were able to return to a peaceful life, and in the end, he continued to live and cope with his superpower, even though it was not easy. Shin stared at the sky. He abruptly reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. He looked at her with pain in his eyes and realized that he still hadn't mastered the perfection method, so he shouldn't relax. He sat on the bench and thought that for a long time he hated his own strength, but thanks to mastering the method of pure and righteous heart, he was able to get the upper hand on it, and overcome the barrier of zero class. Around him, a blue aura floated in the air. He looked down desperately and noticed that the zero-grade awakened man who had ridden this method was indeed his benefactor. He abruptly lifted the man running past him. The guy in the motorcycle helmet was dragging a huge box. The tires were wondering if he had an ability related to speed. Besides, he was probably no less than Class B. The courier quickly placed the dish on the table and clarified that it was from the delivery of the Spring Pavilion restaurant. On the table in painted plates there were various dishes. He listed all the dishes that he delivered. The guy objected that they did not order fried dumplings. He replied that it was a gift from the establishment, and wished them bon appetit. The young man opened his mouth slightly from the aroma of food. He took out his phone and silently clarified the name of the restaurant. He jumped up from the bench and noted that he was not far away. He needed to go there. The girl held out a glass of cannula water and noticed that he was on top today, and let him drink water. She looked at him anxiously and asked if there was something wrong with the water. He looked away and replied that no, not with water, and realized that it was the same young man. He had sensed his presence back in the park, as he had an incredibly strong aura. The door to the restaurant swung open. Shin was holding on to the door handle with his right hand and was greeted by a restaurant employee. She approached him and specified the number of guests. He looked at Ji and exclaimed that it was really her. But what was she doing here? Yu peeked out of the dispensing area and asked if this was her acquaintance. Yes, I came closer to him and replied that it was his cousin. Otherwise I noticed that he had the feeling that he had already seen him. She covered her mouth with her hand and added that he had such a standard face. And everyone said that they had already seen it, and asked what her brother would eat. He pushed back his chair and agreed to the dish offered by his sister. Ji handed him a glass of drink and wondered what he was doing. He was allowed to leave the house at all, because if he had another attack of uncontrollable energy, she could cope, but the others were unlikely to be. He lightly waved his hand and replied that this was all in the past. She was interested in what solution he had found. The young man folded his hands together and said that at the next training session in the association, she would find out everything. She threatened him with her left fist and ordered him to keep his mouth shut in front of these people. They think she is an ordinary girl. The waiter brought him a ready-made hot dish and said that she had heard that he was a relative of the girl, so she made him a larger portion. He thanked her for it. Shin brought the noodles to his mouth with chopsticks. He chewed the noodles and admired their taste. He ate the dish with lightning speed and noticed that although the noodles were burnt in places, they were still very tasty. Besides, he had not eaten such fresh and not overcooked noodles for a long time. He put his fist on the table and realized that he had thought that he would never experience such simple pleasures again. His eyes widened in surprise. Those present with him in the cafe fell unconscious. He jumped abruptly from his seat and realized that this was all serious. He had a jump of emotions and the aura rose up. Ji walked up to him and clarified that he was done, then let him leave quickly. The guy shook his head in bewilderment and did not understand that this had happened. The protagonist looked at Shin out of the corner of his eye and mused that the situation was dangerous, and although he had been trained in the pure and righteous heart method, he still didn't have enough experience, and it was quite good that he was able to suppress his energy in time. He turned his head back and wondered who this guy was. He had learned the pure and righteous heart method well, even though he had only released it the other day, and since he knew Ji, then he was quite an important person. A young man in a black jacket was standing near the cash register. He added that he was a little inept, but he knew the theory well, an amazing talent, and assumed that this was the only class in the whole country. The girl put her hand on her thigh in displeasure and asked him to go and not come back. A call from an outgoing number was glowing on the phone. The young man put the phone to his ear and answered the interlocutor's question that he would be there now. He awkwardly put his hand on the back of his head and said that the chairman was calling him to a meeting. She advised him to hurry up. He walked to the exit and said goodbye to his sister. She waved him goodbye with her right hand. She clutched her heart with her hands and thought that he could give her away. She turned to Khan and made excuses that he was her cousin. Shin was standing near the chairman's desk and asked why he called him. Here he sat in his chair and asked if he had already studied the method. He replied that yes, besides, the effects are simply dizzying. He leaned his back against a chair and noticed that he wasn't very enthusiastic, and suggested that there was something negative about the method. He looked at his hands and said that at first he was inspired, but after careful study, it became clear to him that if this method was allowed to spread to the masses, it would cause chaos. The man with the beard looked at him and told him that when he realized that this was a real working method, he thought so too, but there was something he feared more than side effects. He stood in front of him and clarified that he was concerned about the motives of the author of the method. He clenched his hand into a fist with all his strength and declared that, like him, he was afraid of this man. The guy lowered his head down and added to himself that he wasn't just afraid, it was more like a feeling of fear and respect, and asked what his motives were, awakened by the class. The girl was sitting at the office desk. The guy tapped a glass of coffee on the table. He stood in front of the girl and offered her coffee because she was probably tired. She took the glass in her hands and thanked him. He leaned against the table and asked what she was doing again because of the backlog at work. She removed her hair from her face and said that illegal ones had become too active lately. The guy looked at her anxiously and agreed with her words, adding that he had heard that the bomber had also activated. The girl closed her eyes and noted that because of this scum, the investigators almost died from stress at work, and there was a huge pressure on the support department because of the attempt on the Black Rose. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. She sat in the chair in front of the guy and clarified that wasn't he having the same rush now. If he had come in just to bring coffee, he noticed that he had something for her, and asked if she was free the next Thursday evening. He put his hand on his pocket. The guy took out 2 tickets from there, and said that he was able to snatch a couple of tickets to the Gold Star Ballet, and he wanted to go with her if she could. She winked at him and replied that the ballet sounded tempting. Did he really want to go there with a girl? But she refused. He stood in front of her and noted that this was not the point. She said that how can you refuse if the younger brother asks, so she will go. He pointed to the calendar and asked her to mark it so that she would not forget. She took it in her hands and agreed. The girl marked the day on the calendars and asked that he was happy now. He stretched out his hand in front of her and told her that he would help her regain her strength and walk. The girl put her hands on her knees. She looked down. She stretched out her arms above her and noticed that her thoughts had finally cleared up. He asked her to take care of herself. Next Thursday, 2 men in business suits stood opposite each other. A family from the Spring Pavilion was also going to the ballet. A little girl was running down the stairs. She raised her hands above her and exclaimed that she was beautiful. They looked at her admiringly. A woman peeked around the corner with a bag. She put her hand to his cheek and noticed that he was dressed so solidly today. Then he put his hand on the back of his head and asked to see how Kong was dressed. Ha added that his uncle was just a star today. He reached into his pocket and thanked her. The guy opposite him put his fingers to his chin and said that he had a bad feeling. He asked him again. Lim smiled and told them that they were worried that he would attract unwanted attention with his brilliant appearance. He put his fist to his chin and asked him to go. The main character walked carelessly with his hands in his pockets. The guy looked at him and realized that he really attracts attention wherever he goes. The protagonist frowned and felt a dark energy, like in dungeons, in such a spacious cozy room. A purple aura enveloped the room. He opened his eyes wide and felt someone's gaze on him. He turned his head abruptly and suggested what kind of energy it might be. A woman in a red dress was standing near the entrance. She put her hand on her neck. She widened his eyes in surprise and noted that it was Kong in the suit. The main character was standing not far from her and realized that it was Ji. He crossed his arms over his chest and wondered if he should tell her about it, and he also assumed that the source of this strange energy was the illegal ones who were lurking around somewhere. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek. He added that if he told her, how would he unite with her later? Because F-class didn't have such a sense, she would understand that he was about class. Besides, he wasn't sure about anything yet, so it was better to know for sure. The guy with white hair slightly opened his mouth and laughed. His subordinate was standing next to him. He exclaimed that let the insignificant ones have fun, because this is their last day in life. She poured him wine from a bottle and said that she had brought him exclusive wine in honor of his holiday. Then the subordinate stood in front of him. He asked if everything was ready in them. They confirmed his words. He jumped up from his desk chair and told him that in the second act Clara was dancing with the prince, and then they would begin their enchanting performance. He grabbed the hilt of his sword. Asmod brandished his sword. There was an eye patch on his face. A portal materialized in the middle of the helipad. He realized that there would be an excellent view from here. They would see how the concert hall flew into the air. The main character clarified in what sense he would fly into the air. The guy with white hair shuddered from the voice he heard. A man in a business suit stood in the distance of the helipad and greeted him. He wondered who he was. Khan went to meet them and told them that he did not want to spoil their mood, but hoped for cooperation. He could not understand what this man was talking about. He put his hands in front of him in a fighting stance and exclaimed. At least he understood who he was standing in. The protagonist sped sharply in his direction. His fist hit him in the solar plexus. Asmod slid a few meters back on his back. The man clapped his hands and noticed that in any of the worlds it was the same. Civilized conversation was taken for weakness, and his own language carried people into the abyss, so let him stop breaking the comedy and get up. The guy in the white jacket grabbed his chest. The main character said that he didn't hit so hard. Why was he so worried? He exclaimed that he was a goat. He at least understood who he was. The guy put his hands behind his back and asked who he was. He replied that he was the great and mighty Asmod. The main character was covered from head to toe with a blue aura, and he could not understand why he could not see his face. The protagonist looked down and noticed that he didn't care who he was at all, and clarified what he needed in the concert hall. He got down on one knee and said that he had ordered a bomb to be planted. He opened his eyes wide and added that it was embedded in the supporting column of the building, and when it exploded, all these pathetic insects would die. Khan looked at the girl and asked her if her subordinate was telling the truth. He objected in displeasure who he called a subordinate. He was her boss. He slightly opened his mouth and suggested what if not, and offered to stop this theater. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She stood not far from the main character and noticed that he had good intuition. She turned her head to her subordinate and said that she was tired of playing the secretary, so it was really worth putting an end to it. He jumped up in front of her abruptly and asked what she was talking about. Asmod pierced through his chest. Her subordinate's blood was flowing from her hands. She grabbed the hilt of her weapon with her hand and told him that it was the same artifact, and even the name Esmod was not for someone like him. The guy in the white jacket fell face down to the ground. The main character looked at her and wondered who she was. She raised her sword and replied that she was the real Esmod, and not that halfwit. The guy opened his mouth slightly. He abruptly rushed to attack her, and clarified that it was her doing. The girl dissipated in an illusory fog. He averted his eyes to the side and thought that this was the magic of illusion. Esmod smiled slyly. She stood behind him and noticed that he was fast. The man turned to her and could not understand whether she was a person or who. She objected that it was not possible for a girl to ask such questions. She pointed her finger at herself and added that she kept her name a secret, but maybe next time she would introduce herself to him. A portal materialized in front of her from her sword swing. She sheathed him and noted that she would miss a great show because of him, but this time she would forgive him because he was her type. She rushed sharply towards the portal. A drop of sweat slipped through the drawer. She couldn't understand what was happening. She looked up and realized that the portal opened by her artifact was being distorted. Khan stretched out his hand to the side and asked what she thought he would let go of so easily. He was covered with a blue aura up to his head and said that this is an interesting ability to cut space, but he has an answer, in the form of the fact that he just sews up this space. Esmod opened her mouth wide in surprise and realized that he was dangerous. He watched her every step carefully. She dissolved into smoke and decided to become a disembodied form and disappear. He raised his fist to attack and asked how many more times she was going to dodge. He struck with his fist with lightning speed. She put her hands out in front of her to defend herself and realized that this was bad, because even in her disembodied form, she could feel his blows, and besides, the time of using the skill would soon expire. Na opened her eyes wide in shock and realized that time was already up. The main character raised his left leg to attack. His heel hit her collarbone sharply. From the powerful blow of the protagonist, it flew back several meters. She fell hard to the ground. Her blood was spreading on the helipad. He said that he knew she was not human, and realized it because of the black blood, and clarified that she was a demon in the form of a woman. She gritted her teeth in pain and thought that this was a complete disaster. Since she couldn't run away from him, would she really have to resort to this method? She was on her knees in front of the main character. He looked at her and asked who she was. Because her aura was very unusual, she wondered that if she told him, he would spare her. He stood in front of her and replied that she was begging for mercy. She said that no way. She drew her sword from its scabbard with lightning speed. Esmod pierced herself with her blade. Someone furrowed his brows and noted in a slightly surprised way that he hadn't expected her to kill herself rather than give away who she was. So she held on to the handle of her weapon with both hands and told who knows, maybe he misunderstood what was happening. She looked at him and said goodbye to him and hoped that they would never see each other. The main character calmly stood on the battlefield and noticed for himself that he did not know that such an ability exists, so it was necessary to suppress it and then interrogate it. Esmod's subordinate lay in a pool of his own blood on the ground and exclaimed that she had betrayed him, so he would take revenge. The guy asked her to tell her plan. He stretched out his hand and replied that the bomb would detonate during the dance of Clara and the prince. Besides, there was a pyrokinetic among the people. His exhausted hand collapsed to the ground. Who turned his gaze to the evening city and asked again what was sitting among the spectators. A guy and a girl were dancing on stage. Yu enthusiastically held out his hands in front of him and noted that it was very beautiful. Lim smiled and noted that next there would be a waltz of the flowers, and then there would be the most interesting, namely the dance of Clara and the prince. A squad of people in bulletproof vests stood next to each other. Shin clarified that in the next act there would be a dance between Clara and the prince. The guy behind him confirmed his words. The guy with the black cap looked up and reasoned that the person who had entered his office was definitely of 0 rank. He had left a message that said that there were illegal people in the concert hall, and then disappeared. The bearded man was sitting at his desk and remarked that he didn't know how he knew this, but he probably did, so let him take a law enforcement squad and go there. He put his hand on the papers and added that there would be no special problems. Shin held the layout of the building in front of him and realized that he was really starting to feel the aura, and judging by the drawings, it was coming from the technical floor. He put his hand out in front of him and said that first it was necessary to evacuate civilians. The operatives abruptly ran into the building and exclaimed that there was an urgent evacuation. Everyone was asked to leave the building immediately. The black cap guy was running up the stairs and noted that the director of the association had given them a plan of the building, which had sped up the search quite a lot. The man crossed his arms over his chest. He is far away from Shin, who noticed that a suspicious aura was emanating from him. The man approached them and told them that it was forbidden to enter, and he asked him to leave the area, whoever he was. He raised his fist in front of him and asked him again. The man abruptly flew to the side. With his body, he broke the front door. Someone's voice anxiously exclaimed who was there. The guy at the head of the operatives entered the room. He put his hand on his neck and said that he had a warrant for their arrest. Shin shook the dust off his sleeves and noticed that there really were no problems with them. He turned his head sharply at the hostage. He smiled slyly. The man blocked the exit with his left hand and clarified why he was grinning. He grabbed him by the lapels of his jacket and demanded that he confess that they were still hiding here. I glanced at him and asked him that it was no longer possible to smile. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. The young man in the black cap looked at him menacingly and said that he would not ask 3 times, so let him speak. A hostage in a business suit stood in front of him and replied that there was a bomber among the audience in the concert hall. The latter opened his eyes wide from what he heard and asked him again. The voice of the presenter asked to hurry, since a group of illegal people was found in the building. They must leave the building without panic. The girl was holding on to her father's back. He knitted his brows and didn't know where Kong had gone. The man raised his hands above him, exclaimed that they came to their senses too late. He would sacrifice his blood and despair to the great. Somewhere in the corridor there was a powerful explosion. Those present in the hall fell to the floor. A man in a light suit covered his relatives with his back. He closed his eyes in fear. The main character ran up to him and apologized for taking so long. He exclaimed where he was. 2 guys stood at the exit and said that they would not let anyone out. Let them accept that they would become a sacrifice for the great. 2 operatives knocked on the doors and realized that they had locked themselves from the inside. Shin demanded to move away from the doors. He kicked down the doors with all his might. Ina, jokingly, a black cap, stood in the middle of the hall and said that their colleagues from the basement had been arrested, so let them stop resisting and surrender. The stage was enveloped in fire. The red-haired guy raised his hand with the bomb and exclaimed that it was Shin, an S-class hunter. He would take it with him. He raised both hands above him and added that he was a second-generation pyromancer. They would all die for the glory of the great. The young man covered his face with his hand and realized that this was serious. He would not be able to contain the force of the explosion. A drop of sweat slipped down his cheek. He reasoned that even if he killed him, he would have time to use a spark and detonate would occur. He opened his eyes wide in shock and exclaimed that it was the same energy. The demolition man was standing in the middle of the stands. You added that this is a strange, but somehow familiar, energy envelopes the suicide bomber in order to stop the force of the explosion in the event of a detonation. An image of a cloud of energy appeared. The demo man shook his head around, and Shin noticed that she had extinguished all of his flames as if nothing had happened. A stick of dynamite collapsed on the floor. The red-haired guy clutched his head with his hands. Shin caught a stick of dynamite at the last moment, and noted that he blew himself up with his power. He clutched dynamite in his hand. He handed it over to the operative, and clarified that it was still possible to save him. She said that he was still breathing, but he urgently needed to go to intensive care. The guy approached them and asked them to provide it to him. He put his hands to the body of the demolitionist. Khan watched Shin silently. He was standing far away from him among the stands. The guy gave him a thumbs up as a gesture of approval. The young man opened his mouth and did not understand whether he had sent him a like or something. He put his finger to his chin and realized that this was the aura that had stopped his attack of uncontrollable power in the restaurant. The little girl held her mother's hand and sadly said that she wanted to watch Clara's dance. The actress approached her and asked that she wanted to see them dance. She stood next to her mother and replied that she wanted. The actors agreed to dance for her. A crowd of passers-by watched the performance. They sat on the steps in front of the building. Instead of spotlights there was the moon, and instead of the stage, the street. But the ensemble of shining stars delighted their audience more than ever. In the middle of the city there were huge skyscrapers. That night, Shin put his hand on his chest and asked Kong to be his teacher. He looked at him enthusiastically. The guy furrowed his brows and realized that he had a problem. The glass door swung open into the room. Shin was holding on to the door handle with his right hand, a voice announcing that they were closing. His eyes widened with joy. Kong stood in front of him, wondering that he would come sooner or later. But why so soon? The guy walked up to him and pointed out that he was the same O-rank, who had asked him not to talk about such a thing in this place. But he knew of a safe place, so they would meet tomorrow at the same time. A lonely lantern illuminated the street. Kong stood in front of his student. He apologized for having to distract himself from his business. He spread his hands in different directions and replied that he was always ready to give him lessons. He stood in front of him and thanked him for being able to prevent a terrible catastrophe. He did not understand why he called him a teacher. The young man opened his eyes wide and enthusiastically and replied, because he was not only his teacher, but also his savior. The method of a pure and righteous heart restored him to the ability to live like a human. He looked ahead and apologized for being discourteous when he came to his house. There was a house in the middle of the private sector. Shin opened the gate of his house. He looked at Kong and asked who he was and how he had found his home. He stood in front of him and explained that illegal people were going to stage a terrorist attack in the concert hall. Hundreds of citizens would be in danger. He understood that it was difficult for him to believe it, but he was telling the truth. He put his hand wearily on his forehead and clarified what evidence he had. And besides, even if it was true, why he had come to him in the first place. He replied that only he, the only O-rank awakened who could stop them, had his eyes wide at what he had heard. The young man closed his eyes and said that no one knew that he had reached this level, and he, the teacher, must have felt an aura from him, purified by the method of a pure and righteous heart. He put his hand on his chest and asked to be accepted as a disciple. The man looked at him and asked why he needed it. He raised his hand with a clenched fist in front of him and noted that he really needed to get stronger. He put his right hand out in front of him and stated that he was already incredibly strong, and besides, where he was in a hurry, with his method, he would continue to grow. He interrupted him and said that he had seen his abilities yesterday and realized how far he was from saving people as efficiently as he was. He explained that his family, friends, colleagues and associates lived in this city, and if South Korea was in danger then so were they, people walking carelessly down the street. Kang's eyes widened at his words. He closed his eyes and realized that he had almost the same reasons to use his power as he did. He also wanted to protect Song and his family after all, they had been so kind to him. Shin grabbed his hand. He pulled her to him and asked her to become his apprentice again. The man silently lowered his head down. He looked at him and reasoned that if he taught him, and he became stronger, maybe then he wouldn't need to interfere so often, he could soon become his assistant, and besides, if he became stronger, Song's simple aspirations for security in society could be fulfilled. He released his hand and asked how old he was. He replied that he was 32. Kang furrowed his brows and realized that he was only 3 years younger than him, and asked to be his teacher. Somehow it was wrong. He put his fist to his face and replied that he could learn from him, but as a brother, not as a student. Shin bowed sharply to him. He trembled in front of him, and the latter invited him to meet here every Tuesday and Thursday if it was convenient for him. The man in the tracksuit put his hands on his hips and added that they were starting right away. He would teach him the techniques of the pure and righteous heart method. Sweat was dripping from the guy's face. He noted that it was incredible. He remarked that when he himself taught him so thoroughly, it was a different matter, and asked what they would do next. He held out his hand and remembered that he had heard that he was a sword master. He put his hand on the back of his head and added that it was a pity, but he did not have a sword to practice. He said that if he needed a sword, he had it. The guy drew his blade from its sheath. He held on to its handle with his right hand. The young man presented it to his master and noted that it was his favorite sword, the Lord of the Wind. He was perplexed that he had taken it out of thin air. He put his hand out in front of him and said that it was called inventory. He bared his teeth slightly and added that this was a common attribute of the awakened. Didn't he have one? Kang put his fist to his chin and remembered that the teacher had talked about such things in class, and he knew that it was very expensive, but actually useful. Shin smiled and stated that he would give it to him then. He looked at him and explained that the inventory is disguised on the body in the form of a tattoo, and its size depends on the rank of the person. Kang picked up the object and asked how big it was. He said that he was quite large. When he raised the rank to 0, the size increased to a 30-story building. The main character was looking at the item given by Shin. His face was reflected on its surface. He squeezed it in his hand and asked if he could go into his inventory himself. Shin looked at him and explained that it was possible, like a parallel measurement. However, the time spent in this dimension also depended on the level. The protagonist held the object in his hand and thanked him. He looked at his disciple and suggested that we look at his sword art. Shin brandished his sword in front of Kang. Sweat ran down his cheeks. The man watched his movements, and I noticed that there was a sense of rhythm in his martial art, but it was not very practical in battle. He brandished his blade in absorption. The man put his hands on his belt and asked him to stop. That was enough. He looked at him and wondered from whom he had learned this. He looked at him and told him that he had learned this art at the Hunter Academy, and the style was called Manchio. The guy looked down and noted that he would tell him directly, namely that art was not so bad, but it lacked efficiency, so if he wanted, he would teach him a much more practical art. Shin bowed to him and stated that he was willing to learn. The man looked at him seriously and explained that he would teach him the Sea Storm sword technique. The student stood in front of him and asked if it was too much, interrupted him and added that he wanted to say whether it was too childish. He held out his hand to him and said that he would show him, but let him give him his sword. Shin handed him his blade. He took it out of its scabbard. The guy watched him and noted that even from the way he pulled out the sword, he already felt incredible power. The edge of the sword sparkled in the moonlight. The main character put a sword in front of him. A drop of sweat slid down Shin's cheek. Kant held a sword in front of him. His blade was shrouded in a blue aura. He swung it sharply, the trace of the sword swing in the air. On the ground lay 2 perfectly cut halves of stone. The guy opened his mouth wide in amazement, and noted that he had cut the stones so evenly. He was holding a sword in his right hand and asked her if he had seen it. He enthusiastically put his hands to his chest and replied that it was simply incredible. He said that if he put energy into the sword at the moment of the blow, he would be able to cut through any material, so let him learn. The student looked at his teacher and clarified that he did not invest energy. He replied that if he did, the blow would be so strong that a funnel would be formed here. The guy looked at him in shock. He did not understand what surprised him so much. He clenched his hand into a fist and realized that after all, the ranks were very different in their strength. He was so far from him, he had to try his best to study. Khan swept the street in front of the cafe. He held a broom in his hand and noticed that now the broom was much stronger and more comfortable. He looked up at the sign and could not remember when the bookstore had appeared. Shin peeked out from behind the door of the store. He smiled broadly at the sight of his master. As a gesture of greeting, he waved his hand to him. The man pointed at him with his finger and clarified that this was his store. He guiltily replied that it was so. He wanted to tell him earlier, but could not predict the convenient moment. The glass door swung open to the street. Song peeked out from behind the door and invited Kong to go to lunch. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed that it was true, Mr. Hunter. Shin stood in front of the man and apologized for not coming to say hello earlier, and added that he had opened a store in the neighborhood. The man retorted that he should have thanked him for saving him recently, and clarified that he was referring to that store. The guy confirmed his words and offered to be friends in groups. He opened his mouth wide and wondered how it could happen that a hunter worked in a store across the street from them. A little girl peeked out from behind the door and invited them to dinner. She pointed her finger at Sheen and noted that he was the uncle from the bookstore. He put his hand on his knee and greeted her. Song put his hand out and offered to go with them for breakfast. The latter noted that it was uncomfortable for him to impose himself so early. Lim smiled broadly and replied that there was nothing wrong with that. They just needed to put the utensils on one more person. The whole company was sitting at the table. The girl approached the guy and asked if he liked everything. He replied that it was very tasty. Besides, he was full. The man looked at him and said that he was glad that he had been given such an opportunity to thank him. He tilted his head and thanked him once again for saving his family. He remarked that he shouldn't, he was just doing his duty. Song took a cup of coffee in his right hand and noticed that he called Kong nothing more than brother. He drank from his mug and wondered when Kong had managed to fraternize with this famous hunter. Although he was friends with him, he often could not understand him. He pointed his finger at his tattoo and asked if he had already tattooed his inventory. The main character held out a stone and noted that he forgot to do it, and clarified exactly how to do it. He put his hand to his forearm and told him that he needed to put an inventory stone where he wanted to get a tattoo and say loudly to apply it, and the process would begin. The main character put a stone to his hand. The stone shone brightly. The tattoo on his forearm emitted a bright light. He glanced at her. He added, to open the inventory. He just had to say to himself to open the inventory. A portal to the inventory appeared in front of the guy. He said that he had to imagine in his mind the thing he wanted to take out. He took the item out of his inventory and added that a small portal would appear in front of him. He could reach out and retrieve the item. He noticed that you can also go into the inventory yourself. He can try. The main character put his hand in front of him and clarified that he thinks it is worth it. He closed his eyes and wished to enter the inventory. The hamster was sitting on the floor. He jumped around the guy. He asked that she also came with him. The pet sat on his arm. He put him on his shoulder and told him that they were in his inventory. He glanced at the paper and remembered that his brother had said that a huge building would fit here. He stood in the middle of his inventory and wondered if it was too spacious. The protagonist stretched his hands and noted that the manual says that the inventory space is safe for the owner and his belongings, no matter what happens here. He abruptly jumped from his seat. The man ran forward and noted that this space was huge. He couldn't even see the edge. The guy looked down and wanted to get out of the inventory. He materialized on the same chair. His friend was holding a cup of coffee in his hand and asked how much space there was. He said that there was a lot. He was not even sure how much, as if it was the size of a whole city. The latter's eyes widened in surprise. She mused that the size of the inventory depended on the strength of the owner, and could not understand how strong his brother was, and what the gap between them was. Kong looked at him and told him that it was nice and there was a lot of space. But he felt a little strange. He replied that if he had magic stones, he could create anything he wanted in his inventory, even build a building. He raised his hand and clarified that these were the stones that were in the monsters. He explained that as a rule, only a legally registered hunter in portals could take possession of them. But in places such as Kamwon province, there were many monsters that were not monitored by the association. The guy smiled and clarified that no one had yet claimed their rights to them. He looked resolutely at his comrade. The young man was smiling, looking in front of him. Shin raised his hand to the side, wondering if he wanted to go after the magic stone. It was true that no one had the right to monsters in that region. He himself was not averse to hunting with the hero. Kong clenched his fist, saying that then he would be able to build something in his inventory. The guy replied that okay, he had recently reached rank 0 and his inventory had increased. He would also be able to build something, and he was very glad that the young man would go with him. Tae was excited, reasoning about the fact that they say that all the monsters in Gangwon province have incredible strength. Surprisingly, he is not worried about his friends now, but about the monsters. The cafe stood under the scorching sun. The girl shouted to her father about her desire to become a ballerina. She clenched her fists, smiling sweetly. Her parents were standing next to her when her father asked about the ballerina, having received an affirmative answer. Ha was spinning, closing her eyes, exclaiming that she wanted to dance beautifully and spin gracefully, like ballerinas do. The man exhaled, imagining the dance, thought that apparently she was so touched by the performance that the artist staged for them right on the street. Lim smiled, telling that she had asked. It turned out that they had a choreographic school very close here, and training was not so expensive. Father touched his chin, wondering if he should go to this school. Ask. The girl's eyes lit up with happiness when she repeated what she wanted. Classroom. A man from the side looked at the children who were performing the dance. the teacher asked them to straighten their arms. Go led the children into the hall, saying to Mrs. Sari that her family was here for a tour. The teacher dropped to one knee to greet the child, asked if she wanted to learn ballet. The girl could give her clothes to practice and try it right away. The lady clapped her hands, counting. She raised her hand up, indicating that her back should be kept straight. Ha looked up as she participated in the training. The teacher looked at her, thinking that she was a capable girl. The guy crossed his arms behind his back. The parents said goodbye, saying thank you for the lesson. The man turned to Sari, asking if this family had come for the first time. The girl looked at him, confirming that they wanted to sign up the girl for dancing. She was also seeing her for the first time, but it seemed to her that she was capable. The guy touched her chin, answering that in fact he had come not only to look at her work, but also to take a closer look at whether there were any candidates for modeling among her students. His ability reacted to this girl. Sari was stunned, asking again about his ability to recognize talents. The man stood in front of the lady, explaining that it was the first time he saw such a gifted child, asking for the phone number of her parents. The girl replied that not so quickly, let her first tell for what purpose he was interested. The house from which the exclamation was heard was shown. Tae was dumbfounded, exclaiming that their daughter was being invited to the casting. Lim held the phone in her hand, answering that yes, the older brother of the dance teacher worked in the marketing department of the Elenin's agency. He asked if they would like their daughter to become the face of a large manufacturer of children's clothing. The mother looked at her husband, adding that the guy said that this offer was not for one photo shoot, they would also accept Ha to study at the Elenini's modeling agency. The man exclaimed that this is the most famous of the modeling agencies. The father looked at the card, saying that his daughter would become a top model, because she looked like his wife, because she was so beautiful. The woman was embarrassed, answering that she looked like him too, and in general like both of them. Only his ears stick out a little, but it's not scary. Night fell over the city. The man put his leg on top of his foot. Opposite him sat a guy who was trembling. William took a glass of wine, asking him not to be nervous. He had good wine here, let him drink it and calm down. He nodded, thanking Mr. Mullen. The old man frowned, asking Nevis what he had heard about Asmod. The guy choked on wine. He cleared his throat, asked again about Asmoda, explained that nothing at all. 15 days had passed since that action, and not a word, not a breath. William stirred the wine, calling it a nuisance, and specifying that it was nothing. The old man narrowed his eyes, wondering if a trip to the portal of the Arctic Hell would refresh his memory. Nevis was surprised, thinking about the portal of the Arctic Hell. This is the place where the temperature is minus 100 degrees and there is solid ice and snow. William raised his glass, saying maybe he could tell him where Koval was. Grandfather looked in front of him, explaining what he had heard. After the failure in the concert hall, Koval and Asmod quarreled. Koval lost contact with him, wondering if he knew something about it. Nevis trembled, lowered his head, replied that a small man like him might know, and wondered why he had personally come here. Mullen scratched his chin, asking if he was sure. In the glass, I could see the reflection of the guy, who was thinking that he clearly knew something about the fact that he had given Koval shelter. Nevis saw an old man in front of him, who would not leave him alone now. If he remained silent, he would throw him into the portal of the Arctic Hell, where he would immediately freeze to death. The guy finished his wine, thinking that he still wanted to live. He set the empty glass down on the table, asking William if he said anything if he could keep it a secret. His grandfather replied that he would. The guy was excited, asking if he wanted to know where Koval was hiding. Elenin's modeling agency. A sign hung near the door. Tae tucked his knees. He would ask his daughter just not to worry. The girl explained that she was not worried. The hero turned towards the door. The children opened their eyes wide, seeing the picture in front of them. A young guy entered the room. The young man looked around as he looked at him. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that he felt the residual demonic energy. But it wasn't this person's energy. He was carrying a trail of it. The man took off his hat and greeted him. He put his hand on his chest, introduced himself as Choi Hongso, director of the Elenini's modeling agency. The girl closed her eyes, greeted the director, and gave her name. The old man noticed that he saw that their manager was absolutely right. This graceful young lady was perfect for filming an advertisement for a collection of children's clothing. His father clutched his head, asking if he thought so. Kancha put on his hat, noticing that she looked like him and his wife, a very sweet and beautiful girl, inviting him to show him the agency. The door opened, where the adults were standing. The director was pointing with his hand, telling something. Tae followed them down the hallway, saying that he recognized many of his models. The main character looked to the side, thinking about energy. He looked at the man, realizing that a strong dark fool was emanating from him. The man led the family along the corridor, meeting the deputy. The young man sent a message to Sheen, saying that he knew he was busy, but could he find out something for him? He needed to know if the Eleni's modeling agency was connected to illegal ones. The guy buried his face in the phone when an aura from a stranger emanated nearby. Khan turned to look at him, thinking that he was good at hiding his identity, but he saw that his aura was blacker than ever, and the question arose that maybe this agency had really become a den of the illegal. The young man was looking at the phone screen. He had seen a message that this agency was indeed suspicious. Their association had already planted agents there, A particularly suspicious person was the deputy director they were monitoring. The main character approached the girl. He looked at her, asking if she wanted to become a model, and she exclaimed that she had not slept all night, waiting so long for them to come here. Khan was serious, reasoning that he would watch this director. The main thing was to keep his head down, otherwise he would ruin Ha's plans. Someone was standing in the wilderness. The hero held the stone in his hands, thinking that he and his friend had already hunted in Gangwon province. He had killed several A-rank monsters and obtained magic stones. The artifact was blazing with bright energy as the young man realized that their energy was too murky. They were not ready to be used. The stone shone in his hands when he thought he had to clean them first. The main character had energy in his hands as he reasoned about what Hyun had said. You need to put your energy into the stone, and then you can build according to your imagination. The pillars shone with magic. The energy was dissipated to the ceiling. The smoke reached the censer. The guy put his hand on his belt, thinking that it was great. It must have turned out so well, because the stone is of a high level. He did not know that he would be able to erect such complex structures. Kang tucked his hands behind his back, knowing that it was better. The hero looked away, remembering something. The artifact glowed with lilac energy when the hero said that this was the first stone he had mined in the portal. The girl put her sword in front of her. The young man reasoned that when he was purifying his energy, for the first time he encountered the dark energy that he felt from Asmod. The man put his hands in his pockets. The guy understood that the same energy was coming from this deputy director of the agency. Kang scratched his chin, saying that Asmod actually looked like a human, but she had black blood in her veins, wondering if she was really a demon in human form. The lady raised her sword to the side as the hero wondered if this meant that by taking the form of a human, these creatures were curtailing and suppressing their real strength. But she was definitely not human. She would be above S rank by human standards. Buildings in the city were exploding. The hero reasoned that if one day at least a few of these substances combined and came out against humanity, this suffering would fall under their onslaught. The young man closed his eyes, immersed in thoughts, realizing that so far it was all just guesses. Shouts were heard about getting out of the inventory. Kang opened his eyes abruptly. The director of the restaurant shook hands with the hero, saying that Ha was finally able to sign a contract with a modeling agency, and she helped them carefully read the contract. Without her they would not have coped. Kang shook hands, asking if Ha would be a model. Her father replied that he would have to go with her to a children's clothing show next week. The hero was wary, surprised that so quickly. His father said that they were going to the first rehearsal tomorrow. The guy touched his chin, thinking. He stretched out his palm, asking for how long the contract was signed. The man explained that it was for 1 year. Tae crossed his arms, listening to the advice from the hero that it was better to sign a one-time contract, because Ha might want to be a model, replied that in fact, it also occurred to him. The father closed his eyes, saying that she was still a baby, and might want to be someone else. He would follow the advice of the young man. The family was sitting on the sofa in front of the director. Tae sat next to his daughter, telling him that they would work together, with a man who replied that he would be happy to do so. The young man crossed his arms as he heard that Ha would try very hard. Khan listened, noticing the conversation in the next room. The deputy director was sitting, who could be heard. The guy hit the table with his hands, shouting that the deputy promised that he would be a model at this photo shoot. How could this happen? The man rubbed his eyes, answering that the director had said so, and what he thought he could do. The young guy closed his eyes, listening to the fact that he needed to be quiet. What if it happened right here? It was better to calm down, and come to the roof, talk there. The young man looked around when he heard about the roof, remembered that his friend had told him that this guy was suspicious. Shin was doing push-ups on one hand, saying that he had noticed a similar energy in Asmod. If the source of it was the same for these people, perhaps they really were from the same gang. The guy looked away, noting that he had made inquiries about the agency, noting that there was no definite evidence yet, but something was wrong there. He adjusted his cap, saying that suicides and accidental deaths among employees and models had recently become more frequent. Kang frowned, asking what it was about. Shin lowered his head, replying that the police had not found any connection between these deaths, so the Awakened Support Department had joined the investigation. They would conduct the investigation in a highly secrecy environment. The main character looked away, reasoning that it seemed that he simply had to go to the roof and eavesdrop. The guys were standing on the roof in front of each other. The young guy was calm, asking what he should do now. The deputy smiled, clarifying what to do. He grabbed his face unexpectedly. The guy took his hand, listening to him ask what he should do. Let him give him his life force and get out of here. The monster swung its claw as someone shouted to stop. The deputy turned around, confused. The girl came out onto the roof, saying that she was an inspector from the Silver Tower. He was arrested on charges of a series of murders and other violations of the criminal code of the Awakened. The monster threw the boy aside, asking if the bloodhounds of the Silver Tower were on their tails. He swung his fist, shouting that it would be a good idea to play with her one last time. The opponent's fist flew exactly into the woman's face. The lady flew away from a powerful blow. She crossed her arms, holding a knife in her hand. The villain smiled, asking again what she had beaten off. Well done. He rushed to attack, shouting that it would be fun to play with her, let her not disappoint him. The inspector waved the knife in front of her. She looked around, realizing that he was gone. The deputy was behind, asking not to yawn. Blood splatters flew to the sides. The man scratched her back, saying that he expected more from her. The deputy swung his claw, saying that it was a pity, but he would have to finish her off. A beam of energy hit the monster's hand. His fingernails were broken. The deputy took his hand, asking who he was. Khan put his hand on his chest, saying that it looked like he was on time. The main character asked him to move away from her. The monster stuck out his claw, asking what the hell was from the mountain. The man waved his hand. The young man in front of the villain began to disappear. The deputy looked around, not understanding what was happening. He turned to one side. Then the man turned in the other direction. The monster got angry, shouting that the hero was a slippery type. Khan held the wounded guys on his 2 shoulders. He put them against the wall, explaining that he had stopped the bleeding, asking them not to move. The lady thanked them, but she could not just sit and wait, she had to call for reinforcements. The young man told them not to be afraid, because he would cope. The deputy gritted his teeth. He looked away, talking about how he felt where they were hiding, shouted that he had figured out the rat. The hero came out from around the corner. When the monster was indignant that he thought of himself, did he think that tricks would save him? The guy asked not to yell. Khan stared menacingly at his opponent, ordering him not to pretend to be a human being because he knew who he was, asking him to appear as he was. The scoundrel smirked, wondering how he could know if the Silver Tower's reconnaissance was really that good, and why such an oppressive aura emanated from him. Replied that it was okay, since there was no point in hiding. He crossed his arms, shouting that he was going to show him something shocking. The young man calmly looked at the transformation of the monster. The girl was horrified, watching from the sidelines. The opponent laughed, changing his appearance. He frowned, saying that since he had seen his true form, his death must be painful. The villain took off, attacking the hero. He approached the guy standing at attention, thought that he would tear him to shreds. Khan closed his eyes, grinning. The monster felt resistance on his face. The guy swung, sending the enemy aside. The scoundrel flew away, falling to the ground. He lay looking up, not understanding what had happened, why it hurt so much, why he was lying, and it could not be that he was knocked out by this bug. The hero, blazing with blue energy, kept his hands in his pockets. The opponent raised his head, reasoning that he probably just slipped and fell. The main character looked down, talking about what had to be proved. His blood was also black. The man stood up, asking about the black blood, reasoning that there was no more human blood left in this body, realizing that he had already used it all. The young man did not look away, assuming that he was a demon that was taking over the human body and parasitizing it. He dug his claws into the concrete, saying that there was no need to compare it. The scoundrel rose to his feet, adding that he could not be compared with these inferior creatures. The huge monster roared ferociously, drooling. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets, seeing the monster reincarnate, which revealed that he was only able to hit him because he didn't expect. Khan was calm as he listened to what he had now fully taken on his form. A lilac fog was in front of the guy's face. There was a threat that he would really come to an end. The werewolf flew from behind, screaming. The young man touched it with 2 fingers. He grabbed the offender's claw. The monster's arm began to rotate on its axis. The creature screamed in pain. The main character held him by the claw, explaining how the technique is done. The guy put his fist to the enemy's body. He held his hand to his back, speaking of the dexterity of the speed of light. A powerful wave pushed the enemy aside. There was an energy explosion. The scoundrel was pressed against the wall, thinking that this could not be, not realizing that even in his true form he could not touch it. This was the man who defeated Asmod. Where did he come from in the first place? Khan came closer, saying that he would ask again, if he was not a human or a demon, then who then? The monster replied that he thought he would just talk. He had the pride of a warrior, asking him to just kill and that's it. Khan stepped on his tail, causing him to scream in pain. He swung his fist, wondering if he thought he would kill so easily if asked. The inspector watched the beating of the creature, which broke, and said that he would lay everything out, just let him stop. The beaten scoundrel said that he belonged to one of the demon tribes. He sent them here, to the second intermediate dimension. Their task is to obtain the spheres of despair. The main character looked at the enemy, asking about the spheres of despair. A glowing ball was shown in the palm of his hand. The monster said that these spheres are formed when a person experiences extreme fear or despair before death. Their production is done by extracting and compressing these human feelings, and a sphere of despair is obtained, such as him. Demons who are able to collect spheres of despair are called collectors. Khan lowered his head, asking what seemed to be proud of his profession, wondering how many souls he had already ruined. The monster opened its mouth, saying that not much, the other officers had killed many more. The main character strangled the creature, pressing it against the wall. It asked to be spared, at least this time, because he was just following orders, and did nothing bad to him. Honestly, he would no longer hunt in this area. The guy looked menacingly ahead, saying that this was the wrong answer. He was saying that he had not done him any harm, and who would return the lives that he ruined. The young man threatened to seal his power so that he would never be able to hurt anyone again. The main character continued to strangle the demon. He punched a hole in the wall where he left the monster unconscious, reasoning that he would leave the employees of the Silver Tower to deal with it. The werewolf turned into a man, with torn clothes. The guy thought that this was a shame. The young man stared at the creature unconscious, realizing that before and after reincarnation, it was a disgusting creature. Kong looked to the side when he was hailed. The wounded inspector was approaching them. When the guy began to say that he had asked not to move, the wound would open again, she replied that it was okay, asking a question. The lady closed one eye, wondering if he was an awakened O rank. Looking away, the guy replied that it was. He had been told that O rank was his level. The girl listened with surprise that he had a request for her. Looking at her, Kong asked them not to tell anyone that they had seen him. Holding her stomach, the wounded woman asked if he wanted to be discovered. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he liked his life. He was tired of sacrificing himself for the common good. She was taken aback by these words. She imagined a guy next to him, while MC said that most of all he did not want his loved ones to suffer because of him. Looking down, she noted that he was saying the same thing as Shin. The girl imagined a comrade with a sword in his hands and added that in order to protect people, he had to say goodbye to normal life. Standing in front of her, she thought that the association would be greatly helped by the appearance of an O rank, but she saw the grief that the life of a hunter Shin had brought, something she wouldn't wish on anyone. She replied with a sad look that she realized that Kong had saved her life, and not mentioning their meeting was the least she could do. Smiling, the girl listened to the fact that the protagonist understands that it is difficult to hide this, so he apologizes for such a request, to which he received the answer that there is nothing wrong with this, they all have their own secrets. She thanked him for saving him with a satisfied look and wondered if it was the same O rank that was behind the incidents in the Land of Death portal and the Myeongsang concert hall, noting that he had saved so many people. MC listened to her attentively. Adjusting his cap, he said that he had nothing to say and therefore he would go. A whirlwind remained in the place of the guy. Watching this, the girl thought that he disappeared instantly, like a gust of wind. She noticed the wounded man and thought that it was time to restore order there. Touching her ear, the girl said that the threat had been eliminated. She asked a group of investigators and doctors to arrive on the roof of the building of the Elenins modeling agency. We were taken to the interrogation room. The man tried to break free from the handcuffs. Putting his foot on the table, he thought that he didn't understand how this was possible. It looked like an ordinary table and ordinary handcuffs. He was devoid of strength, and he couldn't even take on his demonic form. Slamming his fist on the table, he concluded that it was the fault of that high-level fool. The lamp began to spark. The man closed his eyes. The stranger appeared in front of him. He was suddenly frightened by what he saw. The old man held the cane in front of him and said that this was a stupid situation. The dumbfounded demon shouted that he would explain everything to William. He just didn't expect such a blow, and he didn't say anything to the people. The old man grabbed his head. Holding his finger in front of his mouth, he ordered him to be silent. William straightened his mustache. He saw the subordinate's battle memories and wondered why he couldn't see the man's face, noting that his memories were too hazy. He said with a serious look that he knew that the man would be of no use. Shrouded in a pink aura, the old man asked if his subordinate remembered what he always said in such cases, adding that there was no place for idiots among demon officers. Terrified, the demon reported that this person who had done this to him was really just a man. William continued to hold his head and loudly ordered him to be silent. He pierced his body through with a cane. Looking at the dead man, the old man said that this was a disgrace to their clan. Energy emanated from the cane. The trembling man continued to say that his opponent was a common man. The old man pulled the cane out of his body. Observing him, he stated that his subordinate was stubborn. He slammed his cane on the floor. William began to disappear. There was a pink energy in the room. The guy burst into the room. He was terrified. People fell to the floor. Sunlight enveloped the building. Buck held his head and said that his head was just splitting. With an exhausted look, he wondered if such a thing was possible, noting that a person who could transform into a demon ended up exactly where he had sent agents to investigate. Stretching out his hand, he cried out that Mrs. Kim had been seriously injured while trying to arrest him, and as soon as she managed to bring him to the headquarters of the association, an unknown person immediately made an attempt on his life right in the interrogation room, and this was happening there, within the walls of the association. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he thought that they were still very lucky that Kim survived. Sitting at the table, Beck stated that their Kim not only had the ability to detect, she was also a skilled fighter, after which he clarified whether this demon man was that strong. Song introduced the wounded bandit and said that he had investigated the scene on the roof. Apparently this monster was at least S level. Raising his finger, Song noted that not only had she coped, the criminal had blocked the movement of energy in his body. Frightened, Buck wondered what was happening. With a puzzled look, he reported that only a demon, Mrs. Kim, and one injured civilian were present at the scene of the crime. The S-rank demon even took on its true form, but it was completely defeated. He was taken aback and loudly asked if someone stronger than an S-rank monster had come to the rescue. Song replied with a serious look that it was so. It meant that Kim had seen this O-rank hunter. Evening came. The man was walking down the street. With a serious look, he thought that today was the day of remembrance of the dead. He imagined how monsters ended up in the city and emphasized that on this day, Portals began to open around the world and monsters flooded the earth. Many people died then. They were defenseless against this threat. The man held his wounded comrade in front of him, while the stranger reasoned that each of them had lost someone close to them, friends, relatives, family members, and there was no way to rescue the wounded in an environment where monsters were hunting for anything that moved. He imagined the building and noticed that only then did the awakened appear and, having organized, they were able to fight back against the disaster. Stability gradually returned to society. Medical care for the population became possible again. We were shown the building and told that a hospital was built in memory of the victims of the disaster. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the man stressed that this area remained the same as in his memory. He opened the door to the restaurant. Entering there, he saw a comrade at the table, who asked where he was carried. The stranger cried out with a satisfied look that, as his son said, it was best to drink alone. Sitting opposite, the man replied that he told him so only because he did not want to drink with him. While pouring sake, they discussed that his son Un was engaged in some kind of charity. They grilled meat. Sighing, the stranger said that fried pork rinds go well with macalis. Smiling, the man noted that when he just started working as a hunter, he considered such snacks to be an expensive delicacy. Looking at the food, he thought that after work he went to a restaurant and ordered pork rinds with tokju. He poured wine over his fatigue and grief from the loss of another colleague. The guys clinked glasses. They started drinking alcohol. The hunter's cheeks turned red. Looking at his friend, he admitted that when he began working as a courier, he him off so much that he sometimes thought of strangling him. His friend with a smile on his face asked to see what his antics had turned into. Closing his eyes, the hunter replied that to be fair, he had become more restrained, and had also found him a good girl with whom he had married, so it didn't turn out so badly. His comrade stressed with an arrogant look that he agreed with this. They threw back their heads and began to laugh. The protagonist was walking towards the restaurant. Paying attention to the door, he noticed the flow of energy. Taken aback, he thought that the restaurant was closed, and there should be no visitors. He did not understand where this strong aura of an unfamiliar awakened person came from. Lim greeted the guys with a satisfied look. She looked at the man and cried out that it was her brother. The man waved to her and greeted her. He lifted Ha up, saying that she had grown a lot. Crossing her arms, the girl clarified why her brother did not warn her that he would come, to which she received the answer that it was a surprise. He decided to take a day off for a day of mourning. Glancing at her, he added that he did not want to cause him and his husband unnecessary trouble. He wanted to go to the house of rest that day, and stopped by on the way. Yu stretched out his hand and said that they were glad to see him, so Brother Lim could come at any time. He was suddenly surprised. Touching Kong's shoulder, he told him that he was their new friend and restaurant employee, the isolationist he had been told about. The man shook his hand and introduced himself as Dream. Holding his hand, MC thought that he was not an ordinary awakened. His aura was not that powerful, but it had an incredible purity. Apparently he was a harmless person. He would even say that he felt some warmth and friendliness from him. Mana surrounded the protagonist's body. Closing his eyes, Sun sighed. Standing in front of them, he asked if they would go to the rest house, to which he received the answer that it was. Yu was just waiting for his wife and daughter to go together. Holding his chin, the man offered to go right away. Sunlight enveloped the building. Guys in costumes walked along the alley. Leaning over, Song noted that Ha was a beauty even in black. Yu stood in front of him and asked if they would come in, to which he received a positive answer. The guys were moving towards the entrance. They noticed a lot of sad people. Sun and Lim turned to Dad and Mom with tears in their eyes. Looking at the photos, they said that they had come. Smiling, the girl asked Ha to say hello to her grandparents. She bowed her head and greeted them. Wiping away her tears, Lim said that it was their Ha, after which she wished her parents to rest in peace. They came to the playground. The girl was playing with her mother. Yu glanced at her brother. Smiling, he said that he had something for his brother-in-law. He pointed out with a satisfied look that he could not tell him how he had learned this, but he hoped that it would comfort him. Paying attention to it, Sun clarified what it was. Sitting next to him, the guy said that the nightmare of Gangwon province, the arachniac monster that killed their parents, was destroyed. Yu added with a satisfied look that Shin himself participated in the hunt. There will be an official statement on this matter soon. MC imagined himself standing in front of the corpse of a spider, and emphasized that arachniac was the name of the monster he and his younger brother had killed. Kong, with a slight smile on his face, noted that he was thinking about what Yu was so happy about when they told him about it. Stunned, Sun loudly asked if Shin himself had gone hunting. His hands began to tremble as he said he couldn't even believe it. He burst into tears, saying that his parents had been avenged. The protagonist was calmly drinking soda. The presenter stood in front of the audience and wished them welcome to the fashion show of the Elenini's modeling agency. Holding out his hand, he said that they were starting. Yu began to clap with an enthusiastic look. Children began to walk in front of the audience. The guy pointed his finger at the podium and asked to look at his daughter. There was a smile on the girl's face. He began to take pictures of her, shouting that this is his daughter. He still wonders how he turned out to be so beautiful. She paid attention to them. Closing his eyes, MC wondered what it was. Ha is very cute. The next day, a scream was heard in the kindergarten as someone asked if the girl had become a model. The children surrounded her and said that it was cool. The boy walked up to her and lowered his gaze. He handed her origami and asked if she would accept a gift from him. Ha was delighted with what she saw. Looking at her embarrassed friend, she asked if he had done it for her himself, to which she received a positive answer. Closing her eyes, she thanked him, noting that she would cherish it. Running away from her, the boy said that he would always be friends with her. Sunlight enveloped the restaurant. The guys were watching TV. Enraged, Lim slammed her fist on the table and screamed that they were showing a fool who did not understand that her twin sister had deceived him and now wanted to break off the engagement. Yu began to whisper in his friend's ear a question why his wife reacted this way, to which he received the answer that she had reason to be angry. Taken aback, the guy wondered if the protagonist had already delved into this intricate drama. Closing his eyes, he revealed that Sik had an affair with the main character, Chan, and he wanted to marry her. But Chan refused him. The main character finds out that Jang is having an affair with the father of the huntress Hong, and this father is actually the culprit of her parents' suicide. Then Sik decides that he must take revenge, and he seduces Hong and Chan. As it turned out, they grew up in the same orphanage. They are twins, and they were adopted by different families. That's how it was. Surprised, Yu asked how he understood all this so quickly, after which Kong asked if he was interested. He continued to watch TV. Lim put the phone to her ear and asked her friend if she had watched today's episode, noting that they turned out to be twins. They drew attention to the news, where a reporter said that in honor of South Korea's acquisition of the first Awakened Zero level, delegates from other countries arrived in the country. Their government expresses its gratitude to the guests. MC said with a thoughtful look that it was incredible. Smiling, Yu noted that he was right. Such strong hunters would gather for a summit in their country. He was suddenly taken aback. The girl was sitting at the table and asked if she should build a plot around a girl in a beautiful dress. Veins of anger appeared on her face, while she said that she could not do this, because she did not understand where to introduce such a plot twist, to which she heard that she needed to come up with something. Because she was a screenwriter, it was her job to come up with a plot. She cried out with a dumbfounded look that he was the producer of the series. Her face was furious. She raised her head and cried out that she wanted this stupid series to end. Her friend said with an interested look that they were sweeping the plot into the future for 5 years, and would introduce a new character, Chan's young daughter. After adjusting her glasses, she added that the viewer will be very interested in what kind of daughter the main character has, and at the most interesting moment she will meet Namju. They must make sure that the views of the last season break through the ceiling. The girl touched her shoulder and addressed her. Sighing, the screenwriter cried out that her friend was just brilliant. That's exactly what they would do. She hugged her and noted that now all that remained was to find a very beautiful actress for the role of her daughter. They came to the restaurant. She glanced at them and greeted them. Looking at the guests, she thought that she had seen them somewhere. She approached them and took the order. Closing her eyes, the girl noticed that she would soon bring their order. She walked away from the table. The dumbfounded screenwriter drew attention to the phone, which began to vibrate. The producer called her. Holding the phone to her ear, she replied that Choi was listening. Her friend was sitting across from her. Putting the phone on the table, the screenwriter sighed. Smiling, she stated that there was nothing significant this time. He asked to include a cake in the plot, adding that she had heard that the studio was recruiting child actors from the Elanini's agency. Folding her hands, Ji remembered that it was the screenwriter Choi, the writer of the series Revenge of the White Rose. They once arranged catering for this event. That's how she met her. Lim brought them food. Ha ran around the restaurant and called loudly to her mother. Choi paid attention to her. The dumbfounded girl thought that her eyes were blinding. What a bright and good girl she was, just unearthly cuteness. Getting up from the table, she turned to the administrator. Bowing her head, she loudly asked to be allowed to star in their series. Lim, dumbfounded, asked again. People gathered in the square. The actors began to fight. The film crew followed them closely. The joyful girl asked if she would also be filmed. Smiling, Yu asked if she was already impatient, to which he received the answer that she was worried, but also really wanted to act like them. Raising his finger, my father asked me to tell me if he would get tired at some point. Joyful Ha said that she would cope, because she was confident in herself. Smiling, Kong thought that he had never seen her so charged before. If he prevented her from becoming a model, she would be very dejected. The girl screamed loudly that it was filmed. She lowered her head, saying that she would go away for a break. Yu approached her and told her that Ha had come to their filming today. She was worried. The girl passed him silently. They were shocked by this. Turning around, she asked to follow her, because she had a conversation with them. The surprised guy wondered why she was so angry. Sitting at the table, the girl said that she was the producer of the series Revenge of the White Rose. Folding her hands, she introduced herself as Gua. Furrowing her brows, she added that she had heard about them from the scriptwriter, Mrs. Choi. Stunned, Yu listened to the question of whether their daughter was studying, to which he replied that she would learn very quickly, because she was talented. An embittered Khan wondered how it was possible to criticize a child for his lack of learning so bluntly. Closing her eyes, Gua replied that she agreed, because you have to start somewhere. Puzzled, the producer thought that the scriptwriter, Choi, was buzzing in her ears that she didn't need anyone else for this role except this girl, otherwise she would quit. she only agreed that Choi would stay. Looking at Ha, she noted that the girl was definitely cute. She was very suitable for the description in the script. An annoyed Gua added that after all, a child model as an actress is too much. The scriptwriter was just fascinated by this beautiful face. She probably thinks that being an actor is so easy. Clutching a plastic cup in her hands, the producer noted that because of her antics, her great series is under threat. She imagined Ha running away and stressed that it was necessary to annoy her on the set with bright light and smoke. Then the girl would just cry and run away. Gua said with a satisfied look that life is a cruel thing. Sitting in front of the guys, she emphasized the fact that she is a producer there, and they cannot impose anyone on her. The girl shuddered when someone called her. Looking at the phone, she wondered why the secretary of the Red Dragon Guild director was calling her. Turning away, she answered the phone. Mo sat at the table and said that she had heard that a girl named Ha would play the Revenge of the White Rose in the series. Squinting, she noted that she would say directly, "The wife of their director loves their series very much." She conveys that she wants the series to be released regularly. Surprised, Gua listened to the fact that she didn't have to worry about funding, she could count on the director's help. Taken aback, the producer thought that no matter how talented she was, she needed sponsors for her work. She replied with a puzzled look that she would shoot more scenes with Gui the actress. Looking at the laptop, Mo said that as a thank you, Go can count on a gift after the filming of the series. She and her film crew will receive vouchers to a resort owned by the guild. Bowing her head, the producer began to thank her loudly. Drops of sweat ran down her face as she listened that it was desirable that this did not happen, but if Ha and her support team suddenly encountered impolite treatment on the set, she could get into trouble. Turning around, the girl looked at the guys. With a frightened look, she said that she understood everything, this would not happen. Lowering her hand, the girl thought that she almost got stuck. This girl is a relative of the guild director. Raising her head, Gua began to reason that she hadn't made the best impression on them. It seemed that she would have to fix it. She returned to the guests and asked if their girl wanted to become an actress. Looking at the girl, the producer asked if she could just be called Ha, to which she received a positive answer. Folding her hands, Go said that she thought she would be an excellent actress. She had excellent diction and a sonorous voice. She put the script papers on the table and thought that she needed to be discreet and patient for the sake of a vacation at the resort and funding for the next project. The girl began to read the script aloud. The producer was surprised. We were shown footage from the series and told that 5 years later, Jang was walking in the park with his daughter Bayal. The guy was standing behind and asked if it was a white rose. She turned. Looking at her lover, Chan said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Smiling, Ha asked who this uncle was. After bowing, she greeted and introduced herself as Bull, adding that she was 5 years old. Taken aback, the guy said that it meant that. Chan looked down. He knelt in front of the girl. He started crying and saying that she was beautiful, just like her mother. Smiling, he added that Bull was very cute. Wiping tears from her eyes, the girl asked not to cry, because he was crying, she felt sorry for him. She began to weep. The producer watched this and shouted that it was great. The guys wiped her tears with the words that she was good at it. Crossing his arms, the man asked if she had really never played before, because it turned out just fine. Gua began to cry. She happily announced that she had finally found the muse of her work. Her gaze fell on Ha. Sunlight enveloped the city. MC was galloping around the city. He had a box in his hands. He jumped from roof to roof. Kong landed on the ground. He stopped in front of the restaurant. Entering the restaurant, he took off his mask. You met him and asked if he had already returned, noting that it was as fast as ever. To which he was told that he was in a hurry because he thought that more orders had probably already arrived. The director of the restaurant handed over a glass and asked him to drink water. Ji thought with an embarrassed look that the protagonist was just incredible. Probably the client's address was very far away from there, but he returned in the blink of an eye. Smiling, she added that the guy was so fast that even she with her A rank couldn't compare to him. She certainly didn't like him for his abilities. But, with a puzzled look, she wondered how it was even possible that he had been given an F rank. Standing in front of him, she wondered why Kim would be a courier if he had such abilities. Shifting his gaze, MC noted in his mind that he felt a familiar aura. The door to the restaurant opened. Ji greeted the guest with a satisfied look. She was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the girl, she noted that she was the head of the inspection department. The upset guy said that it was the phlegm that was just killing him. Kim sat opposite and asked if he was talking about a new drug, to which she received the answer that it was. He thought that he was taking the right dose, but it did not work out very well. She presented the pills and thought that, as before the great catastrophe, there were medications that began to be abused. Flamma was called a hallucinogen. The wounded man was on his knees. The warrior rushed at the monsters, while Kim reasoned that it had an analgesic effect, and even a mental one. It made a person forget even mental pain. The Flamma helped to forget even the fear of death. People were sitting on the ground, and she added that Flamma was abused not only by citizens, but also by hunters, whose lives were greatly complicated by the appearance of demons, and the number of such abuses increased. She presented a syringe and a skull and emphasized the fact that the initial effect is good, but then only self-destruction. The puzzled girl wondered if anyone was selling drugs in this terrible time for all mankind. Closing his eyes, Kim asked in his mind about the sacrams. He noticed the aura emanating from the guy and asked if the drug was emitting this dark energy from his pocket. MC added with a serious look that this dark energy was familiar to him. It seemed that he had already felt it when he had last delivered an order. Putting his hand on his chest, the upset guy said that these days emergencies do not stop, so their team cannot even sleep normally. Kim forgot to take this evidence to hand it over for examination, so he took it with him. Continuing the meal, he noted that he would submit for examination as soon as he went back. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he thought that these drugs were connected to criminals. You approached him with the words that there was an order. Putting on a mask, Khan noted that this is good. Kim paid attention to him. She watched him. Frowning, she wondered that she had seen him somewhere. She remembered her savior. The girl jumped up suddenly. She put on a coat with the words that she would come soon. The guy could eat without her. Kim ran after the protagonist and asked him to wait. Standing in front of him, she asked if they had already met. Looking at MC's face, she stated that this was the person she had met on the roof of the Elenini's agency building. Taking off his mask, the guy replied that he knew that he could not hide from her. The girl looked at him, saying that she had something to do with him. She said with a serious look that the Hunter Support Agency no longer had enough strength or resources to fully fight the growing crime. With its abilities, it would save a lot of lives. Bowing her head, Kim said that it was not only associations, but that the townspeople needed his help. If he was worried about anonymity, she could arrange it for him. Khan lowered his gaze. Closing his eyes, he accepted her request. Holding the notebook in front of him, the guy assumed that it was difficult for her to keep their meeting a secret. He was her debtor. He agreed to help her if she kept his name a secret. He handed over a note saying that it was his phone. Kim could call as soon as he needed it. She watched them and thought that she couldn't believe that her lover was talking to the employees of the association with such a serious face. She imagined a guy in a suit and wondered what if MC was a secret agent of the Silver Tower. Standing in front of the girl, Khan said that he heard their conversation at lunch and knows where to look for the dealers of this drug. Taken aback, the girl clarified whether this was true. Night fell. The monsters began to growl. The man was sitting on a chair. He slammed his fist into the cage with the animal. The enraged bandit asked if the police had broken into their house and taken all the goods. The beaten guy asked to give him a chance to fix everything, because he would return everything. The henchman began to whisper something in his ear. Lowering his gaze, the guy listened to the bandit give him one job, to feed his dogs. He was horrified by what he heard. The man snapped his fingers. The wolves came out of the cages. Holding the box in his hand, MC stated that he knew where the dealers were. Closing his eyes, he asked if the drug was in her employee's pocket. Khan remembered handing over the order and saying that he had just made a delivery, and the place where he was delivering food radiated a lot of such energy. He immediately suspected something was wrong, but now, after their conversation, he was finally convinced. That night he would pay them a visit and ruin their lair. The night sky surrounded the construction site. People lined up in front of the head. Counting the money, the man thought that at this rate they would become the largest suppliers in Asia. A red aura enveloped the monster. He put his hand on the cage where the rabbit was sitting. The bandit began to laugh. Someone was walking in their direction. The guard said that he would go to check. He walked in the direction of the sounds. He came across a courier and asked who he was from. A fist flew at him. The stranger flew aside. The criminals were taken aback when they heard the rumble. MC stood in front of them, shrouded in a blue aura. Looking at them, Khan stated that he was just a food delivery man. The bandit was taken aback by what he heard. Frowning, he concluded that the guy was running into trouble. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he screamed to be killed. The criminals rushed at him. Lowering his head, he sighed. With a wave of his hand, he repelled the attack. The warrior was shocked by this. His pipe was cut. Khan threw the piece of pipe back. He stabbed his opponent in the neck. Watching him, the bandits discussed that they did not understand what kind of person he was. The protagonist rushed past them and struck them down on his way. The guys fell to the ground. The stunned gang leader wondered if MC was an agent of the Silver Tower. The protagonist replied with a calm look that he had already said that he was just a courier from an oriental restaurant. The frightened man shouted not to play with him. He snapped his fingers. From the mouths of the monsters flowed words. The wolves stood near the bandit, who said that the guy had abilities, but he was not afraid to come alone. Khan turned his attention to the monsters. He surrounded himself with an aura and concluded that the man was an awakened tamer. Watching him, the gang leader stated that no matter how strong MC was, he wouldn't be able to deal with a pack of monsters. They were B-rank monsters, and in a pack, they would tear apart even an S-rank hunter. He was suddenly taken aback. The guy began to stroke the wolves. Touching the beast, Khan revealed that monsters instinctively recognize someone who is too strong and obey. The protagonist approached him and stated that even his ability could do nothing about their instincts. The man fell to the ground saying that he was surrendering, after which he asked what the guy needed. Frowning, the main character revealed that he knows that many people have suffered because of his drugs, so he wants to take them away. Grinning, the bandit clarified what drugs the protagonist was talking about. Sitting on the floor, he asked where the guy saw the drugs and why he accused him of distributing something he did not have. Stretching out his hand, Khan thought that when he walked there, He felt the aura of these drugs. He didn't understand where everything had gone. His gaze fell on the rabbit cage. The dumbfounded man shouted not to touch the bunny. Taking the beast in his hands, the protagonist wondered why he was afraid. Examining the creature, he asked in his thoughts not to be afraid, because he would save him. The rabbit's face was dissatisfied. MC was taken aback by what the beast had told him. Looking at the man, the guy noted that this bunny complained about him very much. Approaching him, he said that the bandit had the ability to command animals, but treated them rudely, as if they were things. The rabbit created a magical barrier. Packaged drugs fell out of it. The man was horrified by this. Closing her eyes, Lim turned to the guy. Sitting at the table, she asked to stop bringing animals into their house, because it was too much. Holding the back of his head, Kong replied that he wouldn't be so careless next time. Shifting his gaze, he thought that he had brought it because it might come in handy. Ha picked up the rabbit and said that she would name it a pom-pom. The police arrived at the construction site. The guy held the phone in front of his ear and said that they had arrived at the place indicated by Kim and were detaining. They found them already well neutralized. Glancing at the head of the gang, he reported that they found him buried in a mountain of flama. Standing in front of the window, the girl listened to the question of how she managed to do this, to which she replied that she preferred to keep her secrets. Smiling, she assumed in her mind that she was again indebted to the protagonist. People crowded around the establishment. Closing his eyes, the man said that thank you very much for congratulating Ha on the premiere of the series. Smiling, the girl said that she would do her best for them. The hero smirked when he heard these words. The girl looked surprised and said that the series was already starting. Pointing to the room, the director said that let them pass and settle down. Bon appetit, they have a lot of dishes here, let them not hesitate to try it. Looking at the hero, the lady offered to go, to which he replied approvingly. Suddenly, the protagonist froze. He turned his head sharply to the side. MC looked at the sky and wondered if he could sense someone very strong in the sky. A flying object appeared in the distance. The plane flew forward. It swiftly cut through the wind currents. The guy was holding the cup in his hands, and the thought came to him that he was a level 0 awakener. He moved his fingers. Sitting in front of him, the lady turned. Throwing one leg over the other, she said that he should finally be distracted. He had withdrawal symptoms on his console. Stretching out his arms in front of him, the young man turned to her. Closing his eyes, he said that the director said that if he touched the console even once, he would make it so that this series would be removed from sale forever. Slamming his hands on the table, Joseph added that he didn't want to fly here. What kind of joint exercises could there be between South Korea and the United States? It was just a waste of time. To which Celia replied that there was nothing to be done. The level 0 awakened could only be witnessed by similar awakened awakens. Looking at her, the guy said that it meant that the teachings themselves didn't make sense at all. In fact, their task was just to assess the abilities of an awakened level 0, right? But if it turned out to be true. Smiling, the girl replied that she can, and it will turn out. In any case, you need to make a good impression of your country. Sitting in front of the awakened man, she added that he could not share with her how he intended to test his power. She was his assistant, to which he replied that he would certainly like to test, but is it necessary? Smiling, Celia said that of course, if she didn't want to, she could provoke him. Even the awakened had weaknesses, because they were human. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked that at least she knew how dangerous it was to provoke an awakened level 0. It was like touching a nuclear bomb. She understood everything. He threw his hands behind his head, hearing that it was clear, let him not worry, it was better to let him sleep, to which he replied approvingly. Suddenly the young man shuddered in surprise, to which the assistant asked what it was. Turning his head, he replied that he felt magical monsters approaching. The creatures rushed towards the plane, the thought that there were 4 wyverns. People were moving forward rapidly. The soldier stopped abruptly near them. Raising his hand, he shouted that he was Colonel Ronald in charge of guarding them. A flock of 4 wyverns approaching their side. Sitting in the chair, Joseph heard that they should fasten their seatbelts. They would deal with the situation, to which he replied that it was not necessary. Smiling, he said that he was still a little bored. A dome appeared around the plane. The wyvern struck him. The guy raised his hand. He clenched his fist tightly and used a fiery blow. The creature suddenly spat out blood. The monster's gaze froze in place. The monsters stared at the plane. A green glow appeared around them. The young man stretched out his arms in front of him. He lifted his index fingers. Joseph then put his fingers together. The wyvern suddenly exploded. The monster's eyes opened in fright. He abruptly rushed to the side. Closing his eyes, the awakened man said that it was like swatting a mosquito. The dragon flew swiftly through the air. Huge palms suddenly appeared near him. They squeezed the creature sharply. Looking down, the guy said that was it. Grinning, the lady asked what could be considered that the danger had passed, to which the colonel replied approvingly. Looking out the window, the young man thought that how boring, hoping that in Korea he would find something to entertain himself. People were standing near the plane. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man said that they were waiting for him. Looking straight ahead, Shin thought that the U.S. had sent an awakened rank 0. There was a glow around the guy, and he added that it was Joseph. After shaking his hand, the man said that he was grateful for taking the trouble to come to them in person. His name was Han. He was the president of the Korean Association of the Awakened. to which the young man replied that it was nice to meet him and introduced himself. Smiling, he added that this was him, the first zero rank awakened in Korea. Standing in front of him, the guy introduced himself and said that it was nice to meet him, and then thought that he seemed to be a normal person. He froze, thinking that it didn't seem like he had such a strong aura. The awakened one lowered his gaze. The thought arose that but he was hiding his real power. This was really level 0. The young man shuddered when he heard the question that he could be asked. Smiling, Joseph asked that he was a gamer. The young man looked at him in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, he replied that he had once loved games, but for several years he had not had enough time for it at all, to which the agent replied that he sympathized. Looking down, the guy asked that he didn't mind then. Shin looked at him in disbelief when he heard that he could play together somehow. A view of the city opened. The car drove swiftly forward. The thought flashed through his mind that this zero awakened like him, Joseph. Frowning, the young man reflected on what was clear from him at first glance, how strong he was, definitely a very gifted person. An image of a man appeared, and he added that what was it that came from him when he started talking about games, the energy of life. Resting his face on his fist, Shin thought that no, something else, some very pure energy. Closing his eyes, he added that, and why he first touched on the topic of games, this is some kind of American joke. The guy sat silently in the car. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. Looking at him, the driver asked what was wrong with him, what had happened, to which the awakened man thought that it could not be, he meant a duel. Smiling, he replied that it was okay, could he drop him off here, to which the manager replied approvingly. Shin looked away when he heard that his house was much farther away, to which he replied that he needed to go somewhere. Walking down the street, he thought that he should consult with his older brother, and the guy said that he could not be late only for joint training with the Americans he knew. The man was sitting near the establishment. Closing her eyes, the girl asked how she was doing. Grinning, the hero greeted her. Frowning, Ha said that her name is Sam Jun and he is her wife. Raising her hand, she added that this is how it should be. Hello, he must be tired at work, how are you? The protagonist closed his eyes when he heard the question that it was like this. He understood, to which he replied that it was difficult, maybe she would play a female role. Taking the lipstick in his hands, he added that it was not hers, to which the child replied that she had taken it from her mother in the bedroom. Raising her finger up, she said that she had just run out of red crayons. The thought arose that she had spent all the red crayons on makeup. Lowering his gaze, the MC said that this was impossible. He turned around and asked how he was doing. Standing in front of the guy, Khan asked why he looked at him like that, to which he replied that it was nothing. Looking at his brother, the guy said that in fact, he had come on a very important matter. Today he met an awakened zero level from the United States at the airport. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked again, hearing that it seemed that he was challenging him to a fight. Looking at the child, he said that he should go and play in the restaurant, to which she replied that yes, she understood everything. The girl went in the direction of the restaurant. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it meant level 0. The young man shuddered in surprise when he heard the question that it was by chance the wrong guy behind him, behind the post. Suddenly he turned sharply. Joseph stood silently at the post. Smiling, he said that he had been hiding his presence with an artifact. As he had noticed it, his abilities were admirable. Looking at him, Sheen asked him that he had been following him, and he was already thinking of writing about his antics to the U.S. Embassy. Stretching out his hand, the awakened man replied that he should forgive it, not take it as an insult. Looking ahead, he added that he was just him, and then wondered who this person was. If he was friends with him, then he was not simple at all. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes in amazement. Looking at the hero, he thought that no, he was crazy. The guy silently turned his head away. Smiling, he thought that he was a goat, at least he could see himself. Shin gritted his teeth tightly when asked what he had thought about his suggestion to play together, to which he replied that he agreed. Clenching his fist, he asked what the game was. He probably meant a fight. He was ready, even right now. Standing behind him, the protagonist said that it was pointless, to which the young man replied that he should not try to stop him. He could not let him down on this insulting challenge. MC froze and thought that, but it didn't look like he was aggressive. Closing his eyes, the agent said that he was glad that he had accepted his offer. Khan sighed and thought that well, he still wanted to fight. Placing his hand on his brother's shoulder, he asked that since they were already going to fight, it would not be better to do it in the Deadlands. The young man lowered his head down. Nodding his head, Joseph replied approvingly. The rivals stood in front of each other. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy said that it was a great idea if they competed here. There would be no harm to the civilians. To which Shin replied that this was why his brother had suggested that they come here. Looking at him, the young man said that there was only one question. Gritting his teeth, he asked why he was the one. There must be a lot of other zero-level awakened people in the world. Smiling, the fighter replied that it may sound strange, but he loves games for the character growth effect. The console appeared, and he added that leveling up the character gives a level increase. But he was born very strong and this phenomenon is unfamiliar to him. A glow appeared around the man. Words sounded that he had risen to his level from 0. He was improving his energy control technique and becoming stronger. There could be no one stronger than him in the Republic of Korea. Looking ahead, the guy asked what he would tell him what his secret was, his rapid growth. Shin froze, wondering if the energy he had noticed today was just curiosity. Frowning, he added that but he still wouldn't tell him that his brother had taught him this. Smiling, the young man said that apparently he did not want to share. He raised his hand up slightly. A huge boulder flew over him. Stretching his fingers forward, the awakened man said that it was even better. He would strike him and still find out his secret. The boulder rushed towards the opponent. The young man looked up. He froze, watching the stone. Blue rays appeared in the air. Suddenly, Shin rushed forward. Joseph watched him silently. The young man raised his sword above his head. Suddenly, his attack was blocked. He looked at him in surprise and thought what a powerful protective field. Smiling, the soldier asked if this was really all his strength. The opponent suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The agent clenched his fist tightly. The body of the awakened man trembled, and he thought that for the first time in his life he felt such an aura pressure. Gritting his teeth tightly, he added that just a little more and he would crush him. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the fighter shouted loudly. The guy opened his eyes in amazement and thought that he had cracked his telekinetic shield with willpower alone. He crossed his arms in front of him. His feet slid on the ground. A small crater formed on the ground. Smiling, Joseph said that he was simply incredible, magnificent, and then thought that he had been thrown far away by the shockwave. Standing in front of the swordsman, he added that he knew that he was not mistaken about it. The insect was crawling on the tree. Holding the phone to his ear, the hero heard that the device of the called subscriber was turned off. Let him leave a message. Looking at the phone, he asked what was going on. He was still fighting with the American. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he had asked to return for dinner, especially today. Closing his eyes, he continued the thought that they would be preparing a summer menu. He doesn't know what naengmyeon tastes like, but since you says it's very tasty, he should try it. Smirking, the MC thought that and how he didn't realize before that it was possible to enjoy food like this. The stones flew into the barrier, and he added that he had to bring his brother here as soon as possible. Khan stood still, listening to the cries that there were magical monsters there, that something had hit the city's protective field. Gritting his teeth, he thought that they were unscrupulous. They were putting the city in danger. Rushing forward, the hero asked why they couldn't even arrange a showdown without excesses. The opponents were standing in the middle of a huge pit. The guy was holding a sword in his hands. Joseph was breathing heavily. Shin furrowed his brows. The young man smiled as he looked at him. Waving his hand, he shouted loudly. A block burst out of the ground. The soldier looked at him silently. Suddenly he jumped forward. Clenching his fist, the agent said that yes, he was faster and faster. The man swung his weapon. The blade plunged into the shield. Striking at the barrier, the swordsman thought that it was impenetrable. His opponent smiled as he looked at him. The swordsman suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. A huge stone flew right into him. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared from it. Fragments of stone scattered to the sides. Watching the battle, the protagonist reflected on the fact that they were fighting so fiercely that they had completely forgotten about what was happening around them. Frowning, he added that of course he could just knock them both out to put an end to this. Grabbing the sword with both hands, the warrior shouted. Suddenly, a blow flew to his neck. Joseph looked at him in surprise. MC waved his hand in his direction. The guy turned his head sharply. He opened his eyes in fright. Sitting next to him, the girl said that he finally woke up. Pointing to himself, the awakened man asked what had happened, how he ended up in the hospital, to which she replied that she would like to know. Frowning, Celia shouted that she had found him lying on the doorstep. He was covered in blood, where he was, and what he was doing. Gritting his teeth, the young man replied that he actually fought Shin, to which she asked if he was really so strong that he knocked him out. He looked at him in surprise and said that no, they had been fighting for a long time, and he would not have defeated him. Getting up, the girl asked that where he was. Let him calm down, he needed to lie down. Opening the door, the guy replied that he should apologize. He urgently needed to go somewhere. He would explain later. He flew up, thinking that it was definitely not Shin. Frowning, the awakened man added that he remembered that for a brief moment he had sensed another aura, incredibly strong, who could possess such an aura. It was flying over the city. Joseph put his hands in his pockets. He landed on the roof. The young man looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. Standing behind him, the awakened man asked that he had decided to come as soon as he woke up, to which he replied that he knew he would meet him there. Stretching out his hand to the side, the agent said that he was worried about something completely different. This is what is written there. Shin gritted his teeth and sighed. Looking at the battlefield, he said that if he fought him again, he would be punished. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked that he was really afraid, who had even left it here, to which he replied that Brother Khan had seen them. Suddenly the awakened man covered his mouth with his hand and exclaimed. Closing his eyes, the young man asked that his brother was then next to the restaurant. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked that he was crazy. The hero sneezed loudly. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he must be sneezing from the cold soup. A view of the city street opened. The guys walked forward in silence. Suddenly the man stopped. Turning around, the guy asked why he was following him, to which Joseph replied that he was going to his brother anyway, they would go together. Putting his hand behind his head, he added that he owed a lot to this man, if you think about it. Stones flew across the barrier, the words were heard that he noticed how much destruction there was from their fight, and he came to stop them. In their rage they completely forgot where they were and did not restrain themselves. Shrapnel flew into the buildings. It was heard that if he had not stopped them, it was not known how much damage they would have caused to civilians. Looking down, the young man said that there was nothing to pay for it. Looking at the awakened man, he asked whether he was going to him or not. The guy lowered his head down. He turned around and said that he had said he was crazy, to which Joseph replied that he didn't know he was normal. Shin looked at him in surprise when he heard the words that they were handsome. Standing behind them, the girl asked what and why this foreigner walks in slippers, to which the other replied that yes, what difference does it make, he is just handsome. Putting her hand to her face, the lady asked that she did not think that they had seen them on social networks, and the teenager shouted that he knew who these guys were. The young man smiled when he heard that he was the only level 0 hunter in Korea. The young man looked to the side when he heard that next to him was a 0-level hunter from America. Lined up in front of them, people shouted that wow, and she was thinking why his face seemed familiar. She was his fan, she could autograph. Only one photo. Smiling, Joseph said that he thought they were in trouble, to which Shin replied that they were the only ones who lacked it. He looked in surprise when he heard that he had a solution. The guy suddenly flew into the air. They rushed upward. Watching them, fans shouted that this is telekinesis. How cool, let them not leave, he will only ask for one autograph. The hunter crossed his arms when he heard the words that he hoped they had not disappointed. Looking away, he replied that he asked only one thing, that he should not tell anyone about Kana. Looking down, the agent said that he shouldn't worry, he wasn't a talker, so they were talking in Korean. As he flew forward, he asked what he was silent about, to which the swordsman replied that they had said that he talked a lot. Bowing, the brother shouted that let him forgive him, he would never fight so irresponsibly again, thank him for stopping them. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that there was no reason, someone had to do it, besides, he was his brother. The guy looked surprised when he heard these words. After bowing, Joseph said that he too wanted to apologize. The protagonist looked at his brother angrily. Standing in front of him, the young man said that he should not worry. His mouth was shut, to which he replied that it was good, he hoped that in the future he would treat his strength with caution. Smiling, the MC said that he was glad that his brother had a friend. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the hunter said that yes, they were great friends. Raising his eyebrows, he added that by the way, he wanted to ask. Pushing him away, Shin said that he should wait. It was better to go to the banquet first, to which the guy asked what and what, be sure to go, and Kong asked again that they had a banquet. Looking at him, the young man replied that yes, the entire delegation from the United States and theirs would be there. Joseph closed his eyes when he heard that it would be very bad if one of the representatives of the strongest state in the world did not come to the banquet, he had a great responsibility. To which he replied that he wanted to talk to Kong. Smiling, the hero asked that maybe they would meet in the park not far from here after the banquet, he would be waiting for him there. To which the guy replied that it was true, well, he would come as best he could. A view of the banquet hall opened. The girl drank wine. Holding the glass in her hands, she exclaimed. As she set her glass down on the table, Celia thought the wine was pretty good. Looking around, she added that where had Joseph gone, and Shin was gone. Suddenly her gaze stopped on the spot. The hunter was climbing the stairs. He looked to the side, hearing that it was a great event. Why was he without a couple today? Standing in front of her, the guy replied that she just wasn't up to it, and then asked that she had something to do with him. Closing her eyes, the lady replied that first of all, let him accept her sincere congratulations on reaching the 0 level. Turning around, she added that, by the way, he was not cramped in this small country. Turning his head, the awakened man asked what it was all about. Putting her hand to her face, Celia replied that they would not beat around the bush. Their association would pay him 5 times more. Let him go to them. Sitting in an armchair, she asked that he needed time to think. Looking at her, Shin asked that she was offering him a change of citizenship, to which she replied that she did not know how well he was paid by the Korean government. Smiling, she added that they offer not only 5 times the salary, but also additional payments for each task. There is nothing to think about. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that no, he refused. Grinning, the lady said that this is how he turns out to be a patriot. He will try to come from the other side. Raising her eyebrows, she added that if he refused, his dearly loved and very small country, if he said so, would feel the consequences. The young man looked frightened when he heard the question of what he thinks if the United States stops helping his country, what will happen to them. Looking down, he thought Joseph was right. Holding out his hand, the hunter said that being a rank 0 meant that the U.S. Federal Bureau would try to recruit him, to which Shin asked if he thought they intended to do so at the banquet. Gritting his teeth, he replied that yes, let him get ready and gain stamina. The manager would lean on him like a bulldozer, let him not be surprised. The guy froze, thinking about what he had said, but he hadn't expected them to be so openly threatening their country. Taking a step forward, the man shouted that he should listen. The girl looked away in surprise. Going to meet her, the hunter asked what she called delicacy. Frowning, he added that she allowed herself. Crossing her arms, the manager said that she saw that she was trying to bring a new talent to their team, to which the young man replied that he had warned him. Looking at her, he said that he was a zero-level hunter from another country. Let him not dictate terms to him, that was not what he had come here for. Smirking, Celia replied that he must have forgotten, that was what they had come here for, that he had to confirm to them that he was indeed an awakened rank 0, and that he would do everything possible so that they could lure him away. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he did not quite understand. Standing in front of the girl, he asked what made her think that he would help them, to which the lady replied that he was an American hunter. Gritting his teeth, Joseph said that this was just the country in which he was born, he did not choose whether to be born in America or in another country. Frowning, he added that if the government continues to try to recruit Shin with threats and blackmail, he will change his citizenship to South Korean and no longer deal with the United States. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked what he was doing. She froze, thinking that she had been given the task of bringing Shin from Korea. She couldn't lose him and Joseph here. Looking at the boy, Celia thought that he was a stubborn ass, and he asked why he was silent. Clenching her fists, she replied that she asked him. Such jokes were completely inappropriate. She thought Korea would give him more than America. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hunter asked what he cared about, money or the standard of living. Yes, Korea is the mecca of the game industry. To which the lady said that she had no words for what, it was a small country. Smiling, he asked what was up to her size, let him think for herself. Looking ahead, the guy said that Shin was much stronger than him. If they continued to put pressure on him, he would be able to sink the entire continent of North America along with the United States. They looked in surprise when they heard the question of what was wrong with her. Turning her head, the manager thought that this hunter was much stronger than Joseph. She gritted her teeth when she heard that since they had started, he would say something else, to which she asked what else. The girl raised her eyebrows when she heard that he had always followed the orders of the government only because he did not like to be in trouble. Lowering his gaze, the awakened man said that she thought that he was loyal to this government, and commanded them as if he were a boy. Maybe it was time for them to change their relationship. Celia froze in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, he said that if she understood everything, she had better go. Many people were looking for her at this banquet. The manager began to walk away slowly. Smiling, the guy said that well, he won't be bothered anymore, to which Shin thanked him. Looking at him, the young man said that by the way, the banquet would be over soon. They would go to the park. His brother was waiting for him. They were standing in the middle of the park. Stretching out his hand to the side, the hunter said that like this, if it weren't for brother Joseph, he would be in big trouble. Smiling, the hero said that he was grateful for the help. Closing his eyes, the agent replied that yes, they should help each other. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he turned out to be a good guy. It was such a reward, but he would teach him something, to which he asked again. Closing his eyes, he said that since he was now his brother's brother, he would teach him the secret techniques of rank 0, to which Joseph replied that he really wanted to learn. Looking at his hands, the guy said that yes, it's cool, to which he was told that he knew that this technique would suit him well. Looking at the hero, he said that he would never forget his kindness. Smiling, the young man said that now he definitely wanted to become a hunter in Korea, to which he was told that it was not so easy. Standing in front of him, Shin said that his brother wanted a quiet and peaceful life. He didn't need public attention. If he moved to their city, the world's attention would be on him, and sooner or later it would give away his brother. Nodding his head, the hunter replied that yes, actually, to which the MC said that they would be very grateful to him if he protected their country from his government. Smiling, he replied approvingly. Sitting at the table, the man heard that he had come. Looking to the side, he said that he wanted to take a vacation and go somewhere with his family. Smiling, you said that from next Monday until the end of the week, he could not replace them here, to which Kong asked what and where they would go. Looking at him, the director replied that Ha and the entire crew of the series were given vouchers to a private resort, and they too, since they are her parents. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked that private in their world seemed to mean a very expensive institution, and he could be with them. Standing in front of him, the man said that the Red Dragon Guild was very generous in handing out vouchers to relatives as well. Why not let him go with them? Nodding his head, the protagonist said that it was great, he would be very happy. There was a view of the Red Dragon Guild office. The man slammed his fist on the table. Looking at the girl, he asked why the pictures were spoiled. Gritting his teeth, the director said that he had rented an entire private resort just to talk to this delivery man. Closing her eyes, the manager replied approvingly. Photos were lying on the table. Words were heard that he could not immediately reject the one with whom his daughter had fallen in love. He crossed his arms when he heard what if G wanted to marry him. Leaning against the table, the head of the guild shouted that how could she think of such a thing, marry him. Putting his hand to his face, he added that what could he do, she was in love with him like a schoolgirl. Frowning, the guild leader said that it looked like he was going to have to see him. Birds flew in the air. A view of the hotel opened. The girl smiled and exclaimed in surprise. Stretching out her arms to the sides, she shouted that it was the sea. Clenching her fists, Ha said that it was so beautiful. Crossing her arms, the girl said that it was touching. The baby saw the sea for the first time in her life, to which the man replied that it was exactly. They turned around in surprise when they heard that they were greeting the crew of the series Revenge of the White Rose, they wanted to inform them. Holding the loudspeaker in his hands, the guy asked that they could listen carefully for at least a minute. Closing his eyes, he said that the resort was divided into 2 zones, their Zone D. Smiling, the young man added that of course, this was unlikely, but he would warn them, in no case should they go beyond Zone D. Raising his hand up, the man asked what and how to understand where Zone D ended, where they will see the electrified fence and the guards are definitely the end of the safe Zone D. People put on bracelets, hearing that they are asked not to touch the electrified fence and not to talk to the guards. If the guards contact them, let them show the bracelet given to them and follow the instructions. The bracelet is evidence that he is a guest of the resort. The hero looked at his hand, hearing that there were no other restrictions, the hostess reports. Gritting his teeth, he thanked him. The man smiled broadly, and the words were heard that well, have a nice rest. People went forward. Closing his eyes, the director thought that Kong meant. Crossing his arms, he said that well, he would meet him himself. Sitting at the table, the head of the guild added that he should contact the hotel administration and arrange the rest himself, to which the manager asked that he wanted to invite this young man to the hotel. Gritting his teeth, he replied that she knew him, he was used to getting to know people for real, without formalities. Looking to the side, the guild leader thought that he knew that he had come as a relative of their star. But what if he was a fraud at all? He had to check him thoroughly. Holding the notebook in his hands, he added that he had compiled a checklist of whether it was so beautiful. The protagonist smirked, and the thought appeared in his head that it was not bad. Frowning, the manager thought that he would look into friendliness. Smiling, he asked what he should say, if he had any preferences in food, to which the protagonist replied that no, he was not picky. Looking at the notebook, the man wondered what was not clear about the food. People suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A pool appeared near the house. Words were heard that it was so beautiful. Let him look, even the sea could be seen from here. Bowing, the director said that well, enjoy your stay, to which the MC replied that he thanked him for his help. As he walked forward, he thought that he was courteous, kind, and modest in his manners, but he had to be observed. Looking at the man, Kong asked what it was. Watching the manager, you said that their hostess, he had already seen him somewhere, he knew him. Looking ahead, the hero thought that he had also felt a familiar aura. Suddenly he shuddered in surprise. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist wondered if he remembered Ji. Maybe it was her father. Wide-eyed, he added that but Ji's father, as far as he knew, was the director of the Red Dragon Guild, wasn't it? Which was why he was here and pretended to be an employee. Standing next to him, the girl asked why he had not taken a squeaker and a pom-pom with him. MC gritted his teeth and replied that these two. A view of the mountains opened up. A dense forest appeared. A glow appeared around the people, and there was a sound about entering the inventory. Putting her hand to her face, Ha turned to the pets. The animals jumped out of the bushes. They rushed forward abruptly. Watching the child, Kong reflected on the fact that he had spent a magic crystal and created a forest here like in his homeland. Now their animals frolic here. Suddenly he looked at me in surprise and asked what it was. Bushes appeared, and the hero thought that it was a golden rosehip. A berry appeared, and he added that a yellow berry that brings enlightenment to the mind, and it is also delicious and helps with the hangover. Crouching down to the bush, the protagonist thought that he did not create this bush. He did not know if such a bush grew in his homeland. Maybe it grew itself thanks to his memories. Bringing the berry to his mouth, he added that it was an unexpected benefit. Standing next to him, the girl asked what he was eating there, and he would give it to her, to which the MC asked that she also wanted a berry. Ha smirked as she looked at her. She began to eat the berry. Suddenly the child smiled broadly. Looking at her, Kong asked what she liked, to which she replied that yes, it was very tasty. Raising her hand, the girl said that it was very tasty, so much so that she could even see what the weather would be like tomorrow. The hero opened his eyes in surprise when he heard this. A memory appeared. The thought arose that her younger brother had once said that her ability would lie in foreseeing the future and distinguishing truth from falsehood. The image of a wizard appeared, and the protagonist thought that this ability was called the Eye of the Priest. Putting his hand to his face, he added that it was too early for her to wake up. Frowning, the MC thought that if she saw the future, then she was already on the verge of becoming awake. The child ran forward with the pets. The image of a man appeared. It was said that once upon a time there lived an old man named Manton. He closed his eyes, and Kong thought that he was an unusual person. What was his name? He had the gift of foresight. The old man was drinking from a decanter. A phrase flashed by that he often got drunk. People smiled. Words were heard that it was very difficult for him and his insight to live in a world of lies and hypocrisy. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that Ha was still small, and it would be all the more difficult for her. The warrior stood still, and he added that she had yet to learn to distinguish between good and evil. Standing behind a tree, the girl said that she had found it, and the thought appeared in the hero's head that even such a cheerful girl would be very difficult in this world. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that the awakened ability could not be sealed back. Bright particles appeared around the person. The thought flashed through my mind that balance is most important in the human body. People stood behind the warrior. It was said that if you try to pump a person with someone else's energy, this balance is disturbed. Blood was coming from the mouth of the awakened man, and the MC thought that this even shortened life. He took the berry in his hand. Stretching out his hand in front of him, Kang thought that he couldn't let something like this happen to Ha. Clenching his fist, he added that he must become a wall that would protect her from the dangers of the world. Standing next to him, the child said that he was hamstering again. The pet ate the berry. They are out of inventory. Smiling, the man asked that he had taken shorts for the pool. Closing his eyes, he said that he seemed to have forgotten his own, to which the hero replied that he needed to talk to him. Gritting his teeth, you said that he was some kind of serious. What happened? Looking at him, the protagonist said that it was his daughter. With his eyes wide open, the director asked that it was impossible, what he was talking about. Putting his hand to the head, he added that it was awakened, an S-level diviner ability, to which the protagonist replied that yes. Gritting his teeth, he said that this ability was innate, she had just survived the awakening. Looking down, the man said that she was awake, even at such an early age, but he wanted their Ha to live an ordinary life and be happy, with a gift, and such a rare one at that. She would have to devote her life to a dangerous profession, right? Stretching his hand forward, he asked if there could be something he could do to close her awakening, to which the MC replied that no, when sealing the ability with someone else's help, a person's lifespan is greatly shortened. Holding out the berry, he added that it was. Kang gritted his teeth when asked what it was, to which he replied that it was a golden rosehip. Standing in front of the man, he added that if he gave it to Ha regularly, it would maintain her harmony of chi and spiritual strength. He had many golden rosehip bushes growing in his inventory, so it would be enough for every day. Father looked at her in surprise when he heard that he should not worry about her. It was impossible to get rid of her ability, but she could live with her if there was a teacher nearby. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he wanted to teach her martial arts. He hoped it would not be useful, but she needed to know how to protect herself and them. Smiling, he added that she was as dear to him as if she were his own daughter. Tears appeared in the man's eyes and he mumbled. The protagonist turned to the side when he heard the address, to which he asked what it was. Stretching out her hand to the side, the child said that she saw her sister over there, to which he asked where it was. Pointing to the building, she replied that she was looking at them from there, and why didn't she go down to them? Putting his hands on his side, the MC asked what it really was, and then thought that he was just beginning to realize what an amazing ability she had. Taking his hand, Ha asked what she could ask Ji to play with them. Smiling, Kang replied that it seemed that his sister was busy now, for now they would do it themselves, to which she asked that all adults were really so boring. The girl crossed her arms and sighed. Smiling broadly, she said that okay, she would just pretend that she hadn't seen anything, she could do that. The girl was looking through binoculars. Standing on one knee, she asked why she was looking directly at her. It was accidental, wasn't it? Smirking, she said that she couldn't take it, she had to get out of here and see him. Climbing the railing, she thought that if she went out through the door, the secretary would notice her. Standing behind her, the manager addressed. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she just went out to breathe air. Adjusting her glasses, Mo asked if it was necessary to stand on the railing to get some air. Stretching her hand forward, she said that yes, she just wanted to do stretching, sat at the computer, to which she asked that she hoped she did not forget that she was at work. Placing the papers on the table, the employee said that she was the heiress of the Red Dragon Guild and had a lot of responsibilities. Gritting her teeth, the lady wondered what was the matter. As soon as she thought of getting out of here, she was right there. Standing around the corner, she said that she could also come incognito, like her father. Putting her hands behind her back, the secretary asked what she was doing there. She grabbed the girl by the shoulder and said that it was a surprise to meet her here. Smiling, Mo asked if she thought she had a job here, or if she was wrong. Stretching her hands forward, Ji shouted that no, she just went out to gawk. Slamming her hand on the table, the employee turned to her. The girl closed her eyes when she heard that she hoped she understood what they were going to deal with today, to which she replied that, well, in general terms, yes. Crossing her arms, Mo said that yes, her resemblance to Mr. Director was incredible. Frowning, the lady asked if the resemblance to her father was true. Closing her eyes, the manager said that she hated paperwork and was still unpredictable in her antics. For example, she had infiltrated the resort undercover. Ji abruptly stood up and shouted what she was getting at. Smiling, Ha exclaimed. Standing indoors, she shouted that the restaurant was also very beautiful. The man was holding a tray in his hands. Lowering his head, he said that water first, and then thought that the true nature of a person manifests itself in unpleasant situations. Putting the glass on the table, the director apologized. The hero sat quietly. Looking at him, Chul said that he should forgive him, it was accidental, and then wondered how he would react. He opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist smiled broadly and replied that it was okay, it was water, it would dry up, so don't worry. Watching him, the man thought that there was not even a hint of grimace, although in such a situation it is very difficult to restrain himself. Smirking, he added that he had self-control, excellent. Watching the people, the guild master thought that by the way, they eat simple food and look like an ordinary family. Holding the weapon in his hands, the man said that he did not have time. Looking ahead, he added that they should get out of his way. Swinging his sword, the fighter shouted that he was away, The thought arose that when the great catastrophe occurred, he had survived the awakening and was feverishly fighting his way through the crowds of monsters to his home. The warrior was standing near the corpse. It was said that, but when he got there, it was too late. He found his wife dead. She had sacrificed herself to save the children. The woman was lying on the ground. A phrase flashed by that day he swore to his wife. The child cried. The thought arose that no matter what happened, he would protect the children with all his might. Gritting his teeth tightly, the awakened man thought that he would destroy everything and everyone who threatened his family. A crowd of people appeared. It was said that he had many like-minded people. Everyone wanted to protect their families, get rid of monsters, and the first and largest guild, the Red Dragon Guild, naturally appeared. As the man sat at the table, it was said that, however, the more responsibility Cole took upon himself, the less time he had for the children. Images of his children appeared. A phrase flashed by that they followed in his footsteps and became hunters. His children, as high-ranking hunters, became an important part of the guild, and as part of their work, they began to see their father more often. But can working together be considered as communication with the family? As he stood beside the table, Cole thought that the last time they had dinner with the children, all they talked about was work. The man cut the dish, and he added that when was the last time he cut a tonkatsu for them. Stretching his hand forward, the MC said that he would cut her a patty, to which Ha replied that thank you very much. Adjusting his glasses, the director thought that so far he seemed to him the most pleasant young man. Kong held the knife in his hands. The cutlet was cut into pieces. The hero smiled when he heard that he was slicing so fast, to which he replied that bon appetit. With his eyes wide open, the guild master thought that he had just sliced a patty. The protagonist held a sword in his hands, and he added that either he wielded a table knife as if it were a sword. A dish appeared. The thought arose that the section was so even, as if cut off with a scalpel, something that even other awakened people could not do. MC ate, and the man thought that this young man was who he really was. Holding the plate in his hands, he added that it looked like he had cut not even with a knife, but with an aura. Dirty dishes appeared, to which Cole thought that not a single scratch on the plate. With the energy required for such a cut, the plate would also suffer. Lowering his head, he added that he doubted that even in their guild there would be a person capable of such delicate work, and then said that he had heard that he was F rank. However, the hero stood still. The thought flashed through his mind that he had incredible abilities and at the same time F rank, an ordinary courier from an ordinary Chinese restaurant. Maybe he was a secret agent of the Silver Tower. Frowning, the guild leader thought that, but then the leadership couldn't help but notice how talented he was. Suddenly someone took him by the shoulder. Standing behind him, the girl asked if she could take him for a minute. Gritting her teeth, she added that there was a serious conversation. The entrance to the room appeared. Stretching out her hand, the hunter asked that he should explain what he was doing here. Looking at her, the man replied that how did she know? He was perfectly disguised. Closing one eye, the lady asked if it mattered. Let him tell me what he was doing here. Putting his hand to his face, Cole said that he just decided to check from the inside how the level of service was at the resort. He was a master of disguise. She crossed her arms. Looking at her father, she asked why he did not leave the table where Kong was sitting. Looking to the side, the guild master mumbled. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise. Stretching out his hand, the man said that he should forgive, but he was not interested in this young man at all, but in the family with whom he came. Raising her eyebrows, the daughter asked what and why he was interested in this family, to which he replied that you once worked as a cargo carrier in the association. They knew him. He was very happy to meet him by chance. Putting his hand on his daughter's shoulder, the director said that she worked in his restaurant, although the earth was round, to which she thought that maybe she was worried in vain. Looking to the side, the man said that he had already told her. He did not care who he was. She looked at him as she heard that the main thing for him was that she was happy with him. Turning her head, she asked that even if it wasn't a profitable marriage for the guild. Closing his eyes, the head replied that he had raised her on her own. She didn't need a boyfriend to lead the guild. Taking hold of the doorknob, he said that it was a good thing. Lowering his head, Chol asked that he could set aside some time of his own to see him and his brother. He hadn't had dinner with them for so long. Turning around, he added that this time there was no talk of business, only family conversations. With a grin, the lady replied approvingly. A view of the hotel opened up, and the thought arose that Kong and the Yu family's short vacation had ended without incident. A playground appeared. Clenching his fists, the boy said that it was he who would swing on the swing, to which the child replied that no, he was. Putting her hands on her side, the girl said that they could take turns swinging with her. The children stood in front of each other. The man smiled broadly. A playground appeared. The women were talking to each other. The bandit was standing behind a tree. The child closed his eyes and smiled. The guy's eyes widened. Suddenly he rushed to the side. The young man fell to the ground. Stretching out her arms in front of her, the girl asked what was wrong with him. Ha looked to the side when she heard him fall, to which she asked what was there. Holding on to his knee, the offender said that it seemed that he had broken his leg. She could help him, to which the child replied that of course she would help him get to his feet. The girl suddenly shouted that she should stop. Rushing forward, she added that she should not approach him. Taking her friend's hand, Ha said that nothing hurts him, he is lying to her. Raising his hand, the man asked what she was saying. Standing in front of the children, he asked what he wanted to say, that he was a liar. Raising his hands, the guy shouted that she meant she was a bad girl. Closing his eyes, the child shouted for help. Her hood lit up her eyes. Suddenly, the pet jumped in the direction of the bandit, to which he asked what it was it a bird or a mouse? Rushing forward, the woman asked what was going on there. Stretching out his hand forward, the child shouted that this uncle was lying, he wanted to steal it. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that it was time to leave. Pushing the man away, he shouted that he was out of the way, to which he was asked that he was also running away. Rushing forward, the guy thought that the damned mouse had ruined everything for him. He looked frightened and added that she was also this nasty girl. Suddenly someone shouted that he should stop. The man jumped in the direction of the bandit. They fell to the ground. The objects were lying on the asphalt. Closing his eyes, the bandit asked what kind of scum he was. Getting up, he said that he could not stop him. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the leg. Lying on the ground, the young man smiled. Looking up, he said that that's it, he won't leave. The bully looked at him furiously and said that there you are. Kicking him, he shouted that he was a bastard, let him go. Closing his eyes, the guy shouted that he would never let go. Suddenly he was grabbed by the head. Swinging his fist, the fighter said that he had told him to let him go, but now he would have to spend his aura on him. He decided to completely infuriate him. Clenching his fist tightly, he added that he didn't see that he was awake, he wanted to go to the next world, let him go. Frowning, the young man shouted that he would not let go, he could not let go of the criminal. A splash of blood appeared, shouts were heard that the criminal, and what he had done, let him say why he did not calm down. Inflicting blows, the bandit shouted that he was accusing him of anything and wasting his time. As he left, he added that he was nothing. Looking at him, the young man thought that no, he would not have time to call the police, he would leave. He stared ahead silently. Standing in front of the hero, the criminal asked who he was. Smiling, he added that it was better to pretend that he did not see anything, he did not have time to stuff his face either. Suddenly, the protagonist struck him on the back of the head. He walked slowly forward. The bandit fell to the ground. Smiling, Bach thought that with one blow he had knocked out this awakened man, and then said that this was what he had attached to him. Holding out my hand to him, the MC asked how he was, to which he replied that thank you, everything is fine. Rushing forward, Ha turned to him. Looking at the criminal, she said that let them see, this bad uncle is sleeping, to which the woman asked what was true. Looking to the side, Kong asked what the bad uncle was, he said, to which the young man replied that this man tried to kidnap her girlfriend. The hero looked away. Closing his eyes, he said that this young man had neutralized him, to which the guy asked again. Putting her hand to her face, the woman said that he was so good, they were very grateful to him. Standing in front of him, the girl thanked him. Looking to the side, Bach thought that why he hid it, he probably had some reason to give him all the glory for this act. The protagonist furrowed his brows, and he added that he had seen him before and even then it seemed to him that he was very strong physically. Closing her eyes, Lim said that he was badly hurt if he wanted to eat at their restaurant as a consolation, to which Bach replied that no, he would not want to burden her so much, and the MC said that it was impolite to refuse, he was now a dear guest to them. Looking down, he said that okay, he had something to say to them anyway. Kang's eyes opened in surprise when he heard that it was about her daughter. Frowning, he thought that he should wait to see how he knew Ha. The dish was on the table. Smiling, the man said that the choice was small, but bon appetit, to which the young man thanked him. Looking down, he said that he had recently moved to this city. His name was Bach. Clenching his fist, the guy apologized. Looking to the side, he asked if he had accidentally noticed any suspicious persons in the vicinity of the restaurant. Putting his hand to his face, the director replied that not at all. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked that he knew something. Closing his eyes, Bach asked that he probably didn't know yet, that Ha already had a fan club. The number of participants exceeded 10,000. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he was number 1004, to which you asked that who would have thought that their Ha would have their own fan club. Putting his hand behind his head, the guy said that the fact was that he had lost his younger sister as a child, as if he saw his little sister in her. Looking at the phone, the MC heard that what a difficult childhood, to which he asked what and what about this fan club, he wanted to say, something was wrong with it. Lowering his gaze, the young man said that he was right, paparazzi photos began to appear in this community. Taken clearly without permission, it seems to him that the one who pursues her is in the fan club. The man opened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Lowering his head, Bach said that he was worried about this and thought it would be better for him to warn her of the danger. Closing his eyes, he added that he did not know where she lived. Sitting in front of the hero, the young man said that he thought that if he found out where she lived, even to warn her, then he was no better than the pursuer, so he gave up this idea. The hero looked ahead, hearing that apparently his good intentions helped him. By a miraculous coincidence, he met her. The young man looked at the girl. It sounded that he was so surprised when he saw her when she was being transferred across the road. He rushed forward. It was said that he wanted to catch up with her and tell her about the pursuer. Stretching his hand forward, the guy turned around. A phrase flashed by that but he could not approach, because there was already a red light, and she left. He was walking past the playground. The words were heard that today he saw her again, and this time a suspicious guy wanted to attack him and his girlfriend. He did not think that it was the same pursuer. The child stood still. It was heard that unfortunately he suspected that Ha could be targeted by many bad people because of her popularity. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that therefore he insisted that she should never be left alone in the street again. They stared at him in silence. Closing his eyes, you said that wow, he really cares a lot about Ha, thank you, he will take care of her safety. Stretching out his hand, he added that he did not even know how to repay his kindness. Bach looked at me in surprise and mumbled. His heart began to beat faster. He grabbed his chest sharply. Looking at him, the director asked what was wrong with him, to which the guy replied that it was okay, he had had heart problems for a long time. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that it seemed that he was not mistaken. A glow appeared around the person, and he added that a ray of sunshine was an innate gift, an ideal musculature for martial arts, and a huge resource of the sun's energy. A bright sphere appeared. The thought flashed through my mind that, however, the owner of the gift of sunstroke has an overabundance of yang energy in his body, which leads to a heart defect. The warrior took a fighting stance. It was said that so these people, as a rule, do not live to adulthood, at most 30 years. The young man stood at attention. It was said that the burning yang energy blocks the yin energy. These people cannot wake up even when they have accumulated enough energy. Bach lowered his head down, and the MC thought that in his case, the yang energy was simply killing him. At this rate, he could die within 6 months. Closing his eyes, he sighed. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy said that he seemed to have calmed down, to which you asked that maybe he should see a doctor. Smiling broadly, he said that he tried, but the doctors could not diagnose him. Apparently he now had to live with it. Sitting in front of him, Kong asked what his name was. Bach, correct? Frowning, he said that if he had some free time, maybe he would spare it for training. The young man asked in surprise, and then said that he worked the night shift in the store, so he had a lot of free time. Raising his hand, the hero said that they met by a happy accident, so why not become friends? He closed his eyes, hearing that no, that's not why he asked, to which the protagonist replied that great, then meet in Murim Park tomorrow. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that well, training would not hurt, okay, he would come. The doors to the room opened. Standing at the exit, the young man said goodbye, to which the director replied that he should be careful. They watched him in silence. Looking to the side, you asked that he should be honest. He wanted to make a fighter out of him. Closing his eyes, he added that either it was solely for his health. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that by the way, about the pursuer, what to do with him, to which the hero replied that he should not worry. He smirked, and said that he would take it upon himself. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the park. Smiling, the guy asked that he was not late. Looking around, he added that why he wanted to meet here. He knew that demons sometimes appeared in such large parks. Closing his eyes, MC replied that he didn't have to worry about that. He was striking. A phrase flashed by that he had heard that there were conscious awakened citizens in this park, and they regularly cleared it, so they hadn't heard of demons here for a long time. Smirking, the young man said that he was early today. Raising his hand, Kong said that here were the rest of the participants in the health marathon. Putting his hands on his side, the man said that yes, if you train with him, it will have a very good effect on your health. The fairy flew into the air and said that let him take a look. It seems that this young man is much slimmer than him. She will motivate him. Bach looked at her and thanked her. He turned his head when he heard that he had come only for physical education, to which he replied approvingly and asked again. The guy put his hand to his face. Closing his eyes, he said that no, nothing, he just asked, because usually they do not only do physical education. The young man looked at him in surprise and replied that it was true. In fact, he still did not know why he had been called here. Smiling, the hero said that they were going to the inventory. This guy needed special training. Closing their eyes, the guys repeated his words. Wide-eyed, Bach wondered what they were up to. Fluffy snowflakes slowly descend from the sky to the roof of the house. Jelson District, Kong So's inventory. A sunny bunny plays on the glass. The man next to the protagonist in the flow of the aura stands uncertainly on his feet, and he commands that you need to go inside. He puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and tells him not to worry that this is his inventory. A young man approaches the protagonist and says that he has never entered such a place before, and adds that it is beautiful here. He turns his head and says that they seem to be in nature, and asks if all awakened people have this, and that it is simply unbelievable. Kong moves his neck to the side and says that he hopes he is not cold. Sparks come from Bach and he says that he tolerates the cold well. The young man closed his eyes and, listening to his feelings, said that his heart did not bother him at all in the cold. The protagonist looks at the interlocutor with anxiety in his eyes and thinks that this is another of the characteristics of the ray of sun ability, and that due to the overabundance of yang energy, he almost does not feel cold. The young man raises his hand in bewilderment and asks if he brought him here to practice. Kong bowed his head slightly and grinned. He holds a candle in his open palm and replies that he will soon find out. The candle is enveloped in a golden halo. Bach sits in the lotus position and is perplexed. He shifts his uncomprehending gaze upwards and asks what this practice is for, and Kong, putting his hand on the latter's shoulder, asks him to trust and concentrate. The young man bowed his head to the burning candle, and the protagonist thought that although he had a superpower, He would not understand it until he demonstrated. The protagonist's raised hand rapidly moves up and down. The palm goes down, and the guy decides that it is better if he himself helps the young man feel it. Standing behind Bokakong, he quickly swings his arms. He formed a magic ball between his palms and continued to think that the yang energy was blocking his meridians and preventing him from controlling his immense power, and that everything would change if they were pierced by the flow of energy. Kong swiftly directs the magical energy forward. He instantly imprints a ball of mana into the guy's chest. The heart of the young man is embraced by a powerful energy flame. Golden flashes sparkle in his eyes. A powerful stream of flame from the candle tends upwards. The guy staggered back in horror and screamed. He is thrown back. The flame subsides. The side falls on his back. He looks up in amazement and asks the protagonist what it was. He kneels down on one knee with his hand outstretched and explains to the student that the candle showed the level of his power, and that it made its flame burn in the hands of the holder according to his energy potential. An extinguished candle lies on the floor, and the young man asks what the candle shows the level of the aura, and says that this is impossible. The excited guy looks at Kong and declares that he is not awakened, and asks where the aura of someone like him comes from, especially one so huge. The protagonist shifts his gaze to the interlocutor and replies that he is arranged in a special way and he is perplexed as to what it is. Kong closes his eyes and reveals that his apprentice has a uniquely designed energy system, and that an overabundance of energy causes the meridians to clog, and goes on to say that this is why the association test on the equipment did not recognize his strength. The main character, surrounded by the aura, slightly leaned towards the young man and said that he had cleansed his meridians, and that this would be enough for a while. Ecstatic, Bach opened his mouth and exclaimed that the teacher had cured him. The young man's pupils turned red. The astonished young man coughed up blood. The young man looked anxiously at the awakened man and replied that it was a meridian cleansing, and it would not last long, and added that it should not be done often, because there would be serious side effects. He approaches the young man and says that soon these symptoms will pass, but this is not the problem. A silhouette of a man appears, and Kong says that all living things strive to maintain their shape, but his yang energy is constantly looking for an outlet in some place. The guy's heart shines with a blue glow, and Kong continues to say that his heart is pounding wildly, muscle mass is building up by itself effortlessly, and that all this is the result of the body's struggle with an internal threat. The protagonist closes his eyes and continues the story that the yang energy cannot be kept locked up, and that the state of the student is a consequence of the blockage of this energy. The flame of the candle grows with great force, and the main character says that the flame burning inside Bach is the same as he saw on the candle, and that one day this flame can burst out and burn him. A drop of sweat runs down the anxious face of the young man. Kong shifts his angry gaze to his interlocutor, and tells him to hear that he has no more than 6 months to live, and that it is all because of the flames that are blocked inside his body. The apprentice clenches his fists furiously, and does not believe that it is so little, and asks that there is nothing that can be done, and Kong replies that of course it can, and that for this purpose he has brought him to his inventory. The guy looks at the teacher resolutely and asks that he will need to do practices in this icy place and recover, and he replied that not really. The young man pulled his hand to the side and said that the cold would make him feel better, but it would not help him against the disease, and said that he should learn to find a safe outlet for yang energy. The extinguished candle lies on the floor, and Kong explains that for the next 15 days he will train the young man according to a special method, and as a bonus, he is learning martial arts, and adds that the immediate goal is to light the candle with his own efforts. Surprised, Bach looks at the protagonist and does not believe that it is possible to do this in 15 days, and Kong assures that he has an ability called a ray of sun, so he can. The main character looks at the guy and says that, of course, the training will be exhausting, but if he is not ready, he can refuse. The young man lowers his gaze and thinks that Kong Seo would never lie, and that if his life is in danger, then the choice is obvious. The protagonist looks intently at the interlocutor and hears that the guy agrees. Bach looks at the teacher enthusiastically and says that he has nothing to lose and asks him to help him. The guy warily looks at Kang's hand resting on his shoulder, and he says that this is a good choice. The protagonist picks up an astonished Bach. It flies upwards from the throw. An enthusiastic Kong looks at the student and says that the lesson has begun. The frightened young man with tears in his eyes floats in the air and wonders what the teacher has done, and says that it is too unexpected. He holds burning candles on his body in a sweat. The guy is running among the icy rocks. The side, with all its might, concentrating, squeezes the candle. The main character put his hands behind his back. Ice and cold stretch around him. He looks ahead with admiration. Kong stands on a block of ice. He shifts his gaze to the mature man walking through the snowstorm and says that now he can prepare to leave. A strong and strong-willed man confidently steps forward. He shifts his resolute gaze to the teacher. Sunlight breaks through the water column. From the dark depths of the sea, evil eyes burn and a womb-like voice says that the time has come. A young man is sitting on the floor with a candle in his hand in the lotus position. He closed his eyes. The candle slowly burns. A flame flares up next. Bach looks at the fire with admiration. The protagonist stopped behind the young man and said that now he could even control the size of the fire. He shifts his gaze to the student, and he says that everything is thanks to the protagonist, and he replies that, to be honest, he did not expect such results. Bach closed his eyes and stated that compared to the teacher's huge fire last time, he still hadn't reached that level of supreme power. The main character instructively raises his finger up and asks what the guy was worried about, and says that it is not worth it, that time he just released the accumulated energy, and now, when all the meridians are cleared, the condition has become more stable, and the guy continued that it means he is healthy. Bach crouched down with his arms folded over his chest, and Kong said that all the meridians were open, and asked him if he felt no pain, and the young man replied that he didn't even remember exactly when he had pain. The protagonist looked at him and said that the size of the fire could be increased with constant practice, and added that the magnitude of the fire would be an indicator of its strength, and the stronger the fire, the stronger it was. The amazed young man looks at the teacher and asks if it is true, and he answers, and says that the last test here will be a competition with him, and asks if he is ready. The young man bared his teeth in anticipation. He resolutely folded his hands in a battle salute. The student stood in a standing position in front of the teacher. The protagonist calmly looks at the enemy. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's tense face. He quickly throws his hand up and says that he is attacking. Kong, leaning back slightly, puts a barrier with his palm. He moves the student's hand to the side with lightning speed. The young man attacks rapidly. The young man is captured by the streams of magical energy, and he understands that although he has become much faster, the teacher seems to be of a completely different level. The main character looks intently at his student. He takes a confident step forward. The young man quickly raises his hand, lifting the guy into the air with a powerful energy force. Bach looks down angrily. Surrounded by a magical aura, he clenches his fists and decides that this is incredible power, and that if it is used the other way around, he violently strives upward, leaving behind him flying stones from the power of his energy. Powerful energy flows cut through the air. The protagonist closed his eyes in anticipation of the student's attack. An opponent's fist is rapidly approaching his face. The young man directing his hand forward, throwing out a powerful fiery force. The guy's clenched fist is directed towards the teacher. Bach prepares to attack and is perplexed that it is fist fire. The main character covered his face with his hand. He shifted his enthusiastic gaze to the disciple and said that it was amazing, and that the guy had achieved that he could now use the energy to strike. The protagonist reaches out and says that Bach can go down the mountain, and Bach enthusiastically says that it is all thanks to him. Khan looks at the young man and suggests that he take a second test in the Silver Tower. The excited student looks at the teacher and asks what he means by checking for the rank of the awakened. The main character confidently nods his head and realizes that the results will be quite positive. The tower rests on the sky. This is the association of the awakened. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked the guy that the unawakened had received G rank, and now he wanted to pass the second attempt. He looked at her uncertainly and asked her that it wouldn't work. The woman put her hand to her head and replied that this was not the case, and suggested that the guy put his hands on the ball and wait. Ecstatic, Bach puts his hands to the devices and thanks the employee of the association, and she thinks that there will always be those who cannot admit their low level. She closed her eyes and continued to be indignant that they were constantly asking for a second check. A drop of sweat runs down the lady's face, and she wonders how this is possible. The main character is standing on the street and hears the voice of a student. An excited guy waves his hand, and Khan asks that he finished quickly, and what the result is. The happy young man reaches out and asks the protagonist not to be surprised, and says that he was told that he is an A-rank awakened. The main character closes his eyes with pleasure and thinks that he had no doubt about it, and congratulates the guy. The protagonist hands the student a box and says that it is a gift for this. The root of the plant appears, and the guy adds that it is a healing root that contains a strong charge of yin energy, and that it will make up for the missing energy. Tears flow down the young man's face like a stream, and he says that the teacher saved his life, taught him the martial art, and now he also presented him with a gift. He excitedly asks how he can thank him, and adds, because he certainly wants to do something that will be within his power. Khan shifts his thoughtful gaze and says that he shouldn't, but if he wants it so badly, he has one request. He looks confidently at the interlocutor. A happy Lim walks down the street with a child. The photographer peeks around the corner of the house and, giggling, says that Ha-Yun is so cute, and that he will take a lot of good photos today. He looks up indignantly. The paparazzi angrily looks at the man holding his camera and exclaims what he is doing, and the man resolutely says that taking pictures of people without their consent is a crime. The chubby man looks indignantly at the interlocutor and asks who he is that interferes in other people's affairs. He clenches his fist angrily. The guy brings his hand to his face. He takes off his glasses and confidently states that he is Miss Ha-Yun's bodyguard. Bright lightning cuts through the night sky above the city. In the depths of the sea, reptiles flock to the abyss. Monsters with glowing eyes rush forward. Sea eyes swim out of their hiding places. From the depths of the cave, 2 burning fires glow. An evil monster emerges from the abyss and says that the hour has finally come. The monsters swim closer, and their leader, calling on his people to go frolic and eat whatever they want. The sea creatures have gathered together and listen to their leader, who encourages them to eat and get him an aura of despair. Sea monsters attack frightened people. Reptiles come ashore from the sea. Through the wall of rain you can see a restaurant. On the table there is a plate with cooked fragrant poultry. The guy brings a spoonful of soup to his mouth. The main character, having tasted the soup, said that it was very tasty. Ha closed her eyes and enthusiastically told her father that it was delicious, and Lin warned her to eat carefully because it was not cold yet. The men looked at the TV screen, from where the announcer broadcasts the weather news, that the rainy season in the region continues, that the Association of the Awakened announces a warning about the possible appearance of water monsters, and warns everyone to be careful and return home safe and sound. Surprised, Kong shifted his gaze and clarified about water monsters, and you replied that this happens with prolonged rainfall. The owner of the restaurant crossed his arms over his chest and thoughtfully said that this season, as a rule, a lot of amphibious monsters are announced, and that they appear in huge numbers and the water strengthens them. The guy looked down and thought that at this time of year, water monsters are the problem. He looked away, listening to the noise. The little fairy, crying loudly, asked for help. She flew up to the main character and he asked what happened, and an agitated Du said that her friends were in danger and they needed help. The girl clenched her fists and added that her friends were water spirits, and that a lot of water monsters had come. Frightened, Yu looks at his friend and exclaims that in such weather it is better to go to the water, and even save them from water monsters, and suggests that it is better to wait for the people from the Awakened Association. Tears of despair roll from the fairy's eyes. The man looks at her and says it's too much. Kong looks confidently at the other person and says that he is going, and adds that he cannot refuse to help his friend when she asks him. He looked at Du resolutely and told her to accompany him. The fairy flew swiftly forward. A young man, shrouded in an aura of magic, resolutely rushes beside the girl. He looks at her and asks her to tell her more about what happened. The fairy turned her head and said that at first there were as many monsters as usual in this season, but suddenly there were so many of them that her friends, the water fairies, were forced to seek refuge. The main character resolutely looks ahead and realizes that there are more monsters. He flies forward and thinks that this type of reptiles is multiplying at a high rate, and suggests that if this is not the case, then the reason may be hidden in a portal that has opened somewhere. The protagonist stopped in the middle of the street. He looks intently ahead. The guy looks at the smooth surface of the water, and Du says that it is here. The little sorceress looks ahead excitedly and tells her friends that it's her. The frightened inhabitants of the sea say that it was not necessary for Du to come here, and that they told her to run away. The inspired fairy points her hands at the guy and says that she has brought a person who will help them, and the sea fish soup clarified that he can help. The water creature looks at the man incredulously and says that it is impossible, that there are too many seahorses and eyes, and the second spirit adds that these monsters will definitely kill the man. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and asked if these creatures were really so strong, and Don replied that of course, and that there were a lot of them, and assured that he could not cope alone, and Dream asked that as a person could understand what they were saying. Du pointed her hand at Kong and proudly declared that he was very strong and magical, and Don asked why she was praising the young man so much. The little girl raised her finger instructively, and said that he was stronger than their queen of flowers, but the spirit did not believe it. Little Don closed his eyes and said that this was impossible for a person, because people are not the strongest swimmers, and added that they do not know how to breathe underwater. The main character leaned forward and assured that the spirit should not worry about this. He pushed off the pier with his foot. The guy stretched his arms forward to jump into the water. He descends to the bottom of the sea, accompanied by spirits. Kong closes his eyes, and the sea dweller asks that he really doesn't need air. The guy opened his eyes and thought that this was a breath-holding technique. A human body appeared, and the young man remembers that for this he needs to slow down his heartbeat to the limit, because with this technique, the need for air is reduced so much that you can spend several hours underwater. The guy's face peeks out of the water, and Kong muses that there are side effects: numbness in the limbs and hypothermia. An aura surrounds the guy who is descending to the bottom of the sea, and he still thinks that there will be no such effect on his body, because he controls the flow of internal energy. The young man rests his feet on the bottom. Sea spirits appear in front of him. They look at the man in surprise and do not believe that he is a waterfowl, and ask the fairy accompanying him who he is. The protagonist clenches his fists, and the water spirit says that this person was brought by a flower fairy and assured that he will help, and the second added that he is a friend, and the meeting pond clarified that as a person he will help them alone, because there are too many monsters, and that he will not cope. The main character looks into the depths of the sea and feels the approaching danger, and Don says that there are many monsters below. The guy throws out his hand in front of the spirit. Pond looks at the man in bewilderment, and asks what he wants them to stay here and wonders that it is dangerous there, and he cannot cope alone. The main character resolutely swims down. He looks in front of him. A sea eye swims up to the guy. Kon looks in amazement into the depths of the sea. It hovers over a huge number of sea reptiles with glowing eyes. The portal gapes black. Shocked by what he saw, the guy looks at the monsters. Monster eyes stretch their tentacles upward. The protagonist rises up. Tentacles wrap around his wrist. The young man is trying to snatch his hand from captivity. The monsters quickly captured Kon's body. The water spirits watch in horror and say that the reptiles have caught the man with their tentacles, and Song says that this is very bad. Tentacles dig suction cups into the guy's neck and he is perplexed that they are injecting neurotoxins through their spines. The protagonist is held in zero gravity by sea reptiles with their tentacles, and he remembers that such a dose of poison would lead to complete paralysis for an ordinary person. The mad monster eye approaches its victim, and Kong thinks that now he understands why the spirits of the water escaped so hastily, that the poison is very strong. The main character shifts his concentrated gaze down. A tentacle crawls along his cheek. The monster looks at a person, and he thinks that this does not work on a master like him, because his body resists any poison. The young man takes a deep breath. A magical aura envelopes his body, destroying all bonds. The protagonist clenches his fists and thinks that so many demons appeared in one place at once, and realizes that they are guarding something and do not want to leave. He bows his head slightly and asks himself what exactly they are saving. Sea spirits are watching what is happening. The monster eye approaches the guy. The young man clenches his fist. He resolutely repelled the attacks of monsters. The guy is standing in front of the portal. Its magical currents shred the enemy's tentacles to pieces. Kong approaches a huge monster. He deals a powerful blow to him. The main character stands in a stance in front of a demonic monster. A huge armor blocks his way. Kong raises his hand up for a shot. The protagonist delivers a swift blow to the monster, blocking the way. He peers into the half-open crack. The young man looks inside. Hordes of sea reptiles swarm everywhere, and Kong exclaims that it is unbelievable. The little water spirit looks at what is happening in amazement, and says that it is impossible to believe and asks how a person can be so strong. Don adds that this is not an ordinary person. The main character lowered his head. Big-eyed monsters block his way, and he thinks that he has killed many, but they seem to come from somewhere in a stream. He resolutely looks at the enemy and understands that there are more of them. The magic portal emits a strange aura. The guy closes his eyes and decides that he needs to break the portal, otherwise these monsters will continue to arrive, and understands why they are guarding this place. The eyeball flies out of the eye socket of the stricken monster, and the guy realizes that he does not want to harm the house of water spirits. The young man covers his face with his hand. His hand sways rapidly. He squeezes his palm slightly and realizes that there is no other way. The protagonist spreads his arms to the sides, surrounding himself with magic. It rapidly swirls, energy flows. A powerful vortex is gaining momentum. The guy holds this power and decides that this tornado needs to be directed at the portal. He rushes forward at breakneck speed, destroying everything in his path. Magical power overtakes monsters. They fly to the sides from a powerful flash. An energetic glowing portal appears. The guy resolutely raises his palm for the next blow. A powerful vortex is heading forward. He crashes into the portal. The water spirits look on in horror at what is happening. A magical whirlwind bursts out of the depths of the sea into the air. A young man with glasses looks ahead in amazement. He turns his head to the side and asks what the flow of energy is. The main character is standing on the embankment. He scratches his head guiltily and tells the spirits that by destroying the portal, he partially destroyed their cave and apologizes for this. Little Pawn looks ahead and says that there is nothing that can be done about it, and that everything can be rebuilt, and Sun agrees and says that he wants to thank the man. The protagonist looks at the hunters from the association approaching him and thinks that he seems to have failed to hide the power of his blow underwater. He looks at the little spirits and tells them that they have already thanked him and it's time for him. Sun and Pawn soar above the water, and Pawn tells Sung that he is ungrateful, who adds that the man is amazing. Kong rushes forward, and Du asks him that he is in a hurry to get home. Lightning flashes over the roofs of high-rise buildings. Red wine flows down the man's hand from a cracked glass. He clutches the shards of glass in his hand and exclaims that the portal is gone. There were several diverse underwater. Suddenly, one of them saw something in front of him. The guys were in front of a huge number of monsters. After a while, they swam out. The man looked in front of him in fright, saying that there were at least several hundred of them, and they were being killed. The man with glasses was greatly stunned that there were several hundred of them, to which his subordinate replied that it also looked like the gate had been destroyed. With a serious expression, the guy with the umbrella pondered that sea spirits only reach C rank even in the rainy season, and an experienced hunter can easily handle several at once. Imagining a warrior standing in front of a monster in his head, the man in glasses reasoned that there could be individuals who had reached B rank or higher underwater, and it was customary to lure such monsters out of the water and fight them on land. Looking ahead seriously, Song thought that it was impossible to destroy so much even underwater. Visualizing the man with the blade standing on the corpse of the monster, the support worker realized that only Li Xin could do this. But now he was in another place on the mission. Continuing to look ahead, the guy with glasses thought that this time the same one with 0 level intervened. Suddenly he turned to the side when a man in a black jacket called out to him. He looked at Song and stated that there was an order from above to stop the investigation, and Sun wondered what he had just heard. A moment later, the guy with glasses was very dumbfounded when he received an explanation that, they say, the chairman personally gave the instructions. At this time, someone was walking through the building, leaving wet footprints. It was Song, who had his hand in his pocket and wondered why the investigation had suddenly stopped, and whether that zero-ranked hunter had made it to his superiors. Imagining a monster in his head with a huge hole in his stomach, the support worker thought that he knew something for sure. Then memories of the wounded man lying in the hospital arose in his mind. Visualizing the image of a person against the background of a huge number of killed monsters, Song realized that he had enough power to destroy this world. With a serious expression on his face, the support worker mused that Myung-hee had seen him last time during the Kavil case. As he approached his girlfriend, Song wondered why she hadn't said anything yet, so he needed to check. At this time, Kim silently turned her head to the side. With her serious gaze forward, the girl from the inspection department was thinking about this time during the attack of sea monsters. Remembering the image of the protagonist shrouded in energy, Kim assumed that the man must have intervened again. Taking an unknown box flying in front, the girl from the inspection department reasoned that if he hadn't helped her against Kavil, she could have said goodbye to her life. Suddenly closing her eyes, Kim thought that although she had mastered the new technique, she was still not strong enough. A moment later, the girl from the inspection department opened the box, assuming that it seemed that she would have to resort to this means. Imagining the two swords covering the angel in her head, Kim mused that it was a sacred weapon, Uriel's dagger, an S-rank artifact that increases damage to dark attributes by 50% and increases the user's speed and health by 30%, as well as fire resistance by 20%. Visualizing a man with wings using this dagger, the girl from the inspection department mused that this artifact was wielded by Wu Hiying, who was called the incarnation of Judge Uriel. Recalling the image of a man with blonde hair who communicates with girls, Kim reasoned that he was her teacher. Imagining the big smile on this man's face in her head, the girl from the inspection department thought that he was also her first love. Visualizing people passing by him with a box of documents, Kim reflected that he had always been capable and friendly with everyone. Remembering Song watching from the sidelines, the girl from the inspection department thought that many respected him and treated him as an example to follow. Then Kim imagined approaching her teacher and reflected that he was in her heart as well. In front of the girl with black hair was a huge monster. Noticing her, he immediately swung a huge club. Realizing the inevitability of her death, Kim closed her eyes. At the same moment, she saw only cuts of yellow energy in front of her. Opposite the girl from the inspection department was Ying, who asked if she was okay. Suddenly, Kim noticed a huge wound on her senior's arm. With worry on her face, the girl from the inspection department stated that his arm was too seriously injured, and he asked if it could move. Immediately afterward, the blonde-haired guy held out his blades in front of him. Being in front of several huge monsters, he ordered her to quickly run away from there while he himself detained them. After some time, Kim found his corpse in the middle of the flames. She began to cry, saying that he should wake up and be patient for a while, because a team of healers would soon arrive. Looking at her with a smile on his face, Ying stated that she should take this double sword for herself, and the girl from the inspection department asked what it meant. Looking forward, the blonde-haired guy declared that he would like her to be the title of Judge of Uriel. Then, his eyes began to close, and in the end, Ying asked for it once more. Suddenly, his hand fell to the ground, releasing daggers. After a while, Kim stood at the funeral with a box in her hands and reflected that she had failed to fulfill her senior's last request. Looking at Ying's suicide portrait, the girl from the inspection department reasoned that every time she looked at the dagger, she remembered its face. Taking this very knife in her hand, Kim thought that she could no longer hesitate. Remembering the image of the killer who had wounded the girl with his claws, she knew that she would not tolerate and stand idly by with a dagger in her hands, as she had done last time. Looking confidently at Uriel's weapon, Kim knew that she no longer wanted the past to hold her back. At the same moment, Song came closer to her, saying that it seemed that she had finally decided to pick up this dagger. Hearing this, the girl from the inspection department smiled. Holding the dagger in her hands, she stated that this was true. If she had used it earlier, she could have saved many lives. The support worker looked at her calmly as Kim talked about the last time, during the incident with the Eleni's agency. With a smile on her face, the girl from the inspection department stated that she could not even take him out of the scabbard, because she immediately remembered Ying and was a complete fool. Continuing to smile, Kim noticed that he had left him to her because he believed in her. Rada, looking at her again after everything she had heard, the guy in glasses asked if she had finally gained courage. Gripping the hilt of the dagger tightly in her hand, Kim concluded that she had to become stronger. Folding her arms to her chest, the girl from the inspection department noticed that she would no longer shy away from what she had to do. At the same moment, Song smiled, saying that it was very good. Looking at her friend, Kim asked what he was doing there at such a time, and he replied that he was going to ask her something. As the girl from the inspection department watched him in surprise, the guy with glasses noticed that he could do it next time. With a big smile on his face, Song asked if she wanted to go out when the rainy season was over, as they had been very busy lately. After hearing this, Kim suddenly smirked. Looking happily at her friend, the girl from the inspection department asked if he was asking her out on a date, and he replied that he was not at all so, while she asked him not to be shy, to which she again received a negative answer. Immediately after that, the front door to the office was closed. At the same moment, Song came out of there and sighed heavily. Looking forward, the guy in glasses thought that he should trust Kim and wait a little longer, and even if not immediately, She would probably be the first to talk about him with a 0 level, if you trusted him. Recalling the image of a man in a hole in the building, the support worker suggested that it was quite possible that he was not bad. Imagining a huge number of killed monsters in his head, Sun reasoned that, moreover, judging by the events in which he participated, he always came to their aid, and Kim was not just silent. Suddenly closing his eyes, the bespectacled guy thought of Ying's double sword. At the same moment, memories arose in his mind of standing on the roof with a guy with blonde hair who called out to him. Looking in front of him, the incarnation of Judge Uriel said that he knew what he really was, and explained that he looked normal only on the outside. Turning sharply towards the support worker, Ying stated that he knew that he was the kind of person who was constantly thirsty for battle and blood, and asked if he would mind if Kim was taken away from him. Smiling broadly, the guy with blonde hair noticed that she would be more suitable for someone as correct as him, so he had to protect her. Closing his eyes, Song asked him not to worry, because he was not like him. Confidently walking forward, the guy with glasses thought that he would not allow her to cry again. The narrative of the story is transferred to a small restaurant with a design in a red light. You walked over to Kong and asked if he had solved his problem, as he had just received a call telling him that Du Song had returned. At this time, the Flame Emperor silently stared in front of him. Noticing this, the director of the restaurant was very surprised. Holding out a bottle of booze in his direction, the man offered to drink. Sitting down across from him, you asked what he was thinking about so much again, and noticed that he looked very worried because he didn't know what had happened to him, but he had to try to tell him. Smiling broadly, the director of the restaurant added that there was no need to hide anything from him, because they were one family. Looking at him happily after what he heard, the protagonist said that, to be honest, he just wants to live an ordinary life and does not understand why it happens that he constantly gets involved in some situations. Hearing this, you pondered. It is said that after such words, for some reason, he remembered the moment when he first learned about his abilities. At the same moment, the director of the restaurant remembered how dumbfounded he looked at his guests, saying that he simply did not know much about this place, and the awakened of high rank were still like in ancient times of blue blood, and he noticed that then he did not want to become awakened. Imagining in his head how he had sat on the throne in his previous world, Kong said that it was not when he had possessed wealth and fame, and even if it was late, but he realized how futile and fleeting it all was. Visualizing how dumbfounded he was staring in front of him, the Flame Emperor said that when all these unexpected events happened to him, he was convinced. Remembering himself to change into the clothes of the modern world, the protagonist added that all this is like a fleeting dream, and he has nothing left. Looking in front of him, you clarified that he didn't want to be awakened. Closing his eyes, the director of the restaurant noticed that he was sorry to see how he lived his life with such abilities, but he could not interfere, because it seemed to him that he had his own reasons for this. Remembering standing on a mountain of corpses, the protagonist stated that he did not mention any reasons, and in this place he controlled a great power and almost did not live an ordinary life. Imagining the image of a smiling girl in his head, Khan wondered why, now that he had just begun to live like a normal person, he was constantly getting into trouble. Holding a bottle of booze in his hands, you said that he didn't think it bothered him, and it must have been difficult for him. Pouring alcohol into a glass, the director of the restaurant noticed that he could not always understand it. Stretching out his hand towards his friend, the brown-haired man added that if he retained such warm feelings, it was proof that he was a normal person. Remembering how he had rescued his daughter from under the car, you concluded that their meeting had only happened because he had helped Ha. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor was greatly surprised. Winking at him, the director of the restaurant said that usually you can call not only a quiet and peaceful life, and helping loved ones in trouble is also part of ordinary life. After his words, the protagonist clinked glasses with him, talking about help, and he clarified that he was trying to help people and live a quiet life so that no one would know that he was awakened. He then imagined a monster in his head that was going to kill innocent people. Visualizing a man in a motorcycle helmet who destroyed this monster, you noticed that there was no need to get hung up on the expression of ordinary life, but just to relax, and also consider that helping those in need was part of his existence. Remembering the surprised expressions on the faces of the woman and her daughter, you said that it was a good thing that after meeting her family, he seemed to have gained a little more peace of mind. Imagining the huge number of corpses of monsters lying in front of these people, the director of the restaurant added that he was also satisfied, because it helped him a little. Remembering how they ran down the city street in rainy weather, Khan thought that it was very good that he had met you. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to a cave at the bottom of the sea. Near the huge gate stood 2 fish guards. Suddenly, one of them trembled with fear when he heard the question what was wrong. Someone slammed his fist on the armrest, asking if the water spirits who had gone to their lair were completely dead. They had been killed by those weaklings. At this time, a fish warrior stood in front of the throne, explaining that a certain person had appeared and swept away everyone in his path. And someone asked if he really wanted to say that all this was the work of some one person. Hearing this, the army commander suddenly shuddered with fear. Then, a huge amount of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked Mr. Dagon to give them one more chance and show mercy. A moment later, his entire body was torn to shreds. The blue-haired guy sat on the throne, saying that he was not worthy of mercy because half of it was not even filled yet. It was Dagon, the lord of the aquatic creatures, who looked in front of him with displeasure, saying that he simply hated all these problems. Watching his subordinates remove the corpse of the warrior, the guy with blue hair stated that he just needed to send 2 times as many soldiers there. Suddenly, an octopus came up to him and addressed his master, who asked what he wanted. He looked at his subordinate with displeasure, as he explained that Mr. William had come, and the latter asked who it was. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Dagon wondered why he had come there, and knew that it was better not to mess with him. Lying down on the armrest of his throne, the ruler of aquatic creatures noticed that he was tired of everything, and asked to say that he was not there, and send him home. Suddenly, the blue-haired guy opened his eyes in surprise. At the same moment, a man in a business suit entered the main hall of his palace, saying that he was still idle. It was William, who was adjusting his hat and greeting Mr. Dagon. Hearing this, the lord of the aquatic creatures leaned aside, noticing that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked what had happened. With a smirk on his face, the old man in a business suit noticed that he seemed to be too worried, and thought he remembered that the supply of pills was absurdly small. Looking snidely in front of him, William assumed that perhaps he was worried that he was still leading an idle life, and would like to relieve this anxiety a little, so he came to check on something. We point our fingers up. After everything we heard, the guy with blue hair explained that he had been trying very hard lately, and it seemed that anxiety was in his blood, because he was not the same as before, when suddenly he was asked if his affairs had come to a dead end. Imagining to his head the huge number of corpses of water monsters that the divers found, William told him that the army of water spirits, who had occupied the plot of land, had been completely exterminated along with the portal. When Dagon heard this, he was greatly stunned, and did not understand how he knew this, for he had just learned of it when he was called out. Looking ahead seriously, the old man in a business suit clarified that, unlike other debt collectors, he had only trusted his own people with pills lately, and that he hadn't yet realized how reckless such behavior was. A moment later, everyone in the main hall was stunned when William said that was why he was still in this form. Hearing this, the lord of water creatures was very angry. Then, he jumped forward from his throne abruptly. The blue-haired guy walked towards the old man in a business suit standing in the middle of the throne room. A moment later, Dagon found himself in front of his intruder. With a mad smile on his face, he asked what he had said about him. At the same moment, William grinned mischievously. As the lord of the aquatic creatures passed him, the old man in a business suit declared that he had just come to tell him that his master was worried about him. William then slammed his cane on the floor. At the same time, Dagon was already behind him. With a big smile on his face, the old man in the business suit hoped that they would work together. Turning back into a young guy, the lord of aquatic creatures called out to William, who suddenly evaporated. Realizing that his guest had simply disappeared, the blue-haired guy was very angry. Falling to the floor in displeasure, Dagon declared that he was infuriated by everything, and he was inferior to him in rank. At this time, his subordinates began to run closer and asked him to calm down, and the lord of the aquatic creatures stated that he had only said what he himself wanted to avoid. If he hadn't worked for that very person, he was already dead. Suddenly, he stopped twitching as the fish ran up to him, telling him to stop. Watching their master rise from the floor, the aquatic creature asked if he had calmed down already. At this moment, the blue-haired guy remembered the image of Kong and thought that if you thought about it, it was all because of that person. Suddenly angry, Dagon wondered how he dared to touch him, and was about to kill him personally. The narrative of the story is transferred to a squad on land, which repelled the attacks of water monsters and received an order not to dare to retreat. The guys destroyed monsters, they say that a little more, and you need to continue to advance, and it is also worth protecting the leader, and victory is theirs. At this time, Gu Sangjun, the second commander of the 7th Division, was holding out his hand in front of him using magic. At the same moment, vines appeared from the ground, because he controls plants. Immediately afterward, San tied up all the monsters and mused that they also had their own personalities depending on their properties, and that water monsters caused floods during the rainy season. When the vine, representing the monsters of the flora, began to squeeze the monster fish hard. After a moment, the water monster was completely dried out as the eyes had sucked all the water out of it. The vine hunted all the monsters in the area, while its owner reasoned that if the rank matched, the water monsters would become prey for the plants. While the soldiers rejoiced in their victory, they said that their commander was the best. He reflected that the 7th Division easily coped with monsters every year, and so it will be in the future. Suddenly, the man looked in front of him and asked what it was. At the same moment, an unknown person appeared on the shore. Approaching him, the guys asked if he was okay, and told the commander that some guy had appeared there. It was Dagon, who grinned mischievously. When everything around was splattered with blood, the plot explained that everything had to be fine. After some time, a guy with blue hair held the body of the commander of the 7th Division in his hands, and the plot told that it was completely destroyed. Sitting on the corpse of his opponent, the ruler said that he wanted to go home. With a heavy sigh, Dagon noticed that the more he thought, the more infuriated he was. After kicking the corpse of a man, The guy with blue hair declared that he was fed up with everything, and he only lost time, because such weaklings could not destroy all the sea monsters alone. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared and shouted at him to stop. It was Kim, pulling her hand to the side and asking him to stop, asking what he was even doing. Glancing sharply in her direction, the Lord of the Water Monsters asked what was going on, and if help had arrived. Looking menacingly in front of her, the girl from the inspection department asked if it was all his doing. Scratching his head awkwardly, Dagon asked if she was talking about those scum. Throwing the corpse of one of them aside, the guy with blue hair noticed that he hadn't even stretched himself before dinner. Looking at him menacingly after everything that had happened, Song called him a freak. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the support worker reflected that the connection had suddenly been cut off, so they rushed over, and did not understand what had happened there at all. With a serious expression on his face, the guy with glasses noticed that he did not look like an ordinary black man, and asked who he was. Smiling broadly, the blue-haired guy wondered if he was really interested. Instantly jumping in his direction, the Lord of Sea Monsters explained that he was some kind of hooligan. At the same moment, he struck at his opponents. The guys from the Awakened Association blocked his attack with their weapons. They stared menacingly in front of them, preparing for battle. Dagon was stretching his leg. They say that usually one such blow is enough, and they both set, which is very good. Enveloping her dagger in energy, Kim stated that she had seen this filthy aura before. Looking at his ally, Song couldn't believe that Uriel's dagger was glowing, as he had never seen such a manifestation before. Holding his head after what he had heard, the guy with the blue hair asked if that idiot Kaval had already talked to everyone about them, and he was of no use. Looking furiously forward, the Lord of the Sea Monsters wondered if they were trying to fight him together. Knowing this, gathering a huge amount of energy in his hand, Dagon called them non-entities. Then he directed his energy forward, asking where they were getting into the first place. The girl from the inspection department rushed forward, dodging his attack. She was heading towards her opponent at great speed. After a moment, the blue-haired guy noticed her dagger in front of him, and was surprised. Then Kim made several attacks on him, and he easily dodged. They say that she moves well. Having made a sharp blow with his foot, the Lord of the Water Monsters noticed that she was still weak. Enveloping his leg in the blue energy, Dagon noticed that it was like a bug to him. At the last moment, Song managed to block his blow with his blade. At the same moment, the girl from the inspection department pointed her dagger forward to attack. Frightened by the weapon that was pointed in his direction, the blue-haired guy was very surprised. At the same time, Kim held out Uriel's blade in front of her. After making a few somersaults backwards, the Lord of the Water Monsters managed to dodge. Then he landed on the ground. As he watched his opponents, who seemed to be under the protection of a knight, Dagon mused that these freaks made up for each other's shortcomings and moved as one. Seeing Kim pointing her dagger forward, the blue-haired guy thought that her main weapon, which was very strange. With a mad smile on his face, the monster lord laughed, saying that he felt hatred for their race, and he knew that they were excellent at attacking and could match him in terms of strength. Looking at his opponents, Dagon asked if they were the ones who were interfering with his mission. Looking seriously in front of her, Kim said that she didn't know what it meant, but it seemed that her dagger had worked. Immediately after that, the guys rushed in opposite directions, which surprised the opponent. A moment later, Song was on the right side of the blue-haired guy. The girl from the inspection department, in turn, ran up from the left side of him. As his opponents made their way towards him, the Lord of the Monsters noticed that this was a very cheap trick. With his right hand, he stopped the attack of the Song's sword. With his left hand, he grabbed Kim's dagger. Holding down two of his opponents, Dagon asked if they really thought they would cope with him if they attacked from two sides at the same time, but he saw everything. At the same moment, the guy with blue hair noticed a bright glow in front of him. At the same time, a girl from the inspection department took out her second dagger. Deftly waving it, Kim added that she had one more blow left. Her attack was aimed at the frightened lord of the aquatic creatures. The blade of her dagger was approaching the throat of her opponent. Immediately after that, there was a huge explosion. Song jumped back abruptly, stopping with his sword. Kim was also thrown aside. After a moment, the guys were very surprised to look in front of them. At the same moment, Dagon took on his true form and began to laugh. Holding his head, the guy with blue hair declared that it was funny and very interesting. Glancing menacingly to the side, the Lord of the Water Monsters asked if they wanted to start a second round. Dagon laughed, spreading his hands to the side, saying that this had never happened before. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Song thought that not only had his appearance changed, but his energy had also become stronger. Looking in front of him in surprise, Kim wondered if he was even stronger now, because it was already hard to fight with him. Looking at the snide grin on the face of the guy with blue hair, the girl from the inspection department reasoned that moreover, even his wound on the cheek, which she had inflicted with such difficulty, had healed. Imagining an ordinary person turning into a huge monster, Kim thought that if she remembered the times when he was in the form of Kaval, she thought he had become 2 times stronger. Immediately afterward, the girl from the inspection department rushed towards her opponent, thinking that it was to be hoped that Uriel's dagger would continue to work. At the same time, the Lord of the Water Creatures created spheres of water around him. Then he directed them forward. Kim could only run away, dodge them, wondering what was going on and whether it was a water cannon. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the girl from the inspection department noticed that this was a great power, and from one blow you could die on the spot. At the same time, an employee of the support department attacked the opponent from behind. Turning sharply back, Dagon attacked him with his tail. After that, his opponent was thrown back. Sighing heavily, the guy with blue hair said that he had just begun to have fun, and there was some kind of midge. Suddenly, Kim appeared behind him, asking if he was distracted again, and therefore had to pay. Immediately after that, she deftly brandished her daggers and struck at the enemy. Looking back smugly, the girl from the inspection department was thinking that it was great, and this time it definitely worked, when suddenly she heard laughter. A guy with blue hair with a huge number of wounds on his body noticed that he was very sorry. Looking at him dumbfounded after all that had happened, Kim mused that this could not be, and could not believe that the shredded body had fully recovered, and that it was no longer affected by Uriel's dagger. With a snide grin, the lord of the aquatic creatures claimed to be the lord of water and asked if she really thought she could kill him with a weapon that wasn't even fully awake. Looking frightened in front of her, the girl from the inspection department wondered if it really hadn't woken up, and asked what it meant. Suddenly approaching her, Dagon noticed that she was, by the way, quite pretty, if you looked closely. At the same time, Kim swung her dagger, which her opponent dodged while she asked him to stop talking nonsense. Standing on top of her, the guy with blue hair wondered how she could be his. With a perverse expression on his face, the lord of aquatic creatures declared that he could leave her alive until he got tired of her. Swinging her dagger in his direction, the girl from the inspection department asked not to make her laugh. At the same moment, Dagon grabbed her arm with the weapon. Then, in his other hand, he created a blade out of water and said that he was very sorry to hear this. Creating the blades of his weapon directly from water mana, the blue-haired guy noticed that there was nothing he could do. Swinging his sword, the lord of the aquatic creatures declared that he would have to kill her right now. Kim stared at the blade approaching her in fright, thinking that she had shown him her back and her hands were tied, so they were in the worst situation imaginable. Closing her eyes in fear, the girl from the inspection department realized that it was impossible to avoid the blow. At the same moment, Song blocked the enemy's attack with his blade. Noticing the surge of yellow energy next to him, Dagon was greatly stunned. After a moment, he jumped back sharply. The support worker stared menacingly in front of him, asking whom he dared to grab with his dirty paws. Looking at her ally, puzzled, Kim asked how he managed to use the skill when it rained, and he explained that he had mastered the new skill of blocking space. Showing us a support worker who transfers energy to another item, the plot explained that he is an expert in electrical engineering, and like in the plant world, electric-type abilities have tremendous power against the properties of water. Visualizing the image of Sun looking seriously in front of him, the plot added that, however, there is a problem with such skills, and during the rainy season, they cannot be controlled during bad weather. Showing us people who died due to the action of electricity, the plot told us that due to the fluid properties of water, there is a danger of unintentionally hitting random objects, so Song mastered the skill of locking space. Visualizing a cloud of yellow energy, the plot explained that this is a simple technique that allows you to isolate a specific space from external influences, and due to the limitation of the energy discharge, not only the accuracy, but also the effectiveness of blows increases. At this time, the aquatic creature lord was staring at his true hand as the support worker said that judging by his slow recovery, the skills had an effect, and perhaps if the most powerful blow was applied, they would have a chance of winning. Imagining in his head the diameter of the circle of energy that he could gather at the tip of his blade, Song explained that his space-blocking skill was limited to a distance of 1 meter, and in order to deliver a killing blow, it was necessary to pierce him with a sword. Looking seriously ahead, the support worker noticed that the problem was that it was impossible to get close to him. Looking at him happily, Kim stated that it was great, and would try to distract him, and he should act when she told him. Dagon watched his opponents as Song shouted that it was too dangerous. Creating a huge amount of clots of water energy around him, the guy with blue hair asked why they were whispering right in front of his eyes. Standing behind her ally, the girl from the inspection department told him to watch, because he had already fully recovered, and he noticed that he would have to try. Immediately after that, the guys rushed forward with great speed. Noticing this, the water monster lord directed his attack at them, saying that these stupid bugs must die. A moment later, the workers of the Awakened Association had to fend off his blows. Snidely watching Song block his attacks, Dagon mused that his electric shock was painful, but he was too slow, so he had to try to restrain him. Looking at Kim, who deftly makes her way through a flurry of attacks, the blue-haired guy knew that the girl would be more in trouble, and she dodged his blows quite well, although she didn't think she would be able to dodge every bullet he fired. At the same moment, a shell from the water was approaching a girl from the inspection department. At the same time, she enveloped her dagger in yellow energy. With a deft swing, she managed to destroy the enemy's attack. Kim deftly wielded her dagger, destroying every magical attack, and the blue-haired guy asked if the direction of the water cannon shot had changed its trajectory. A moment later, he was surprised when a girl from the inspection department approached him, saying that he might not be able to hit him, but it might interfere with him. At the same time, the Lord of Water Creatures created a blade out of water. Kim was behind him after the completed blow to him. Dagon took damage to the side of his torso. Immediately after that, he began to heal the wound with water. At the same time, the guy with blue hair was going to attack the girl from the inspection department, saying that he had already said that her blows no longer affected him. At this time, Kim was about to accept his attack. With a snide grin, the girl from the inspection department noticed that she herself knew this. Hearing this, the Lord of the Water Monsters looked at her dumbfounded. A moment later, Song plunged his blade into his chest. Looking at the sword in his body, Dagon asked when he had made it, for he was holding his hands back. Imagining a plan to attack him in her head, Kim said that he wouldn't be able to dodge the fire and get close to him at the same time, so she had to distract him. But despite Sun staying close to her, he didn't notice him. Remembering how deftly she deflected his introductory attacks with her blades, the girl from the inspection department added that she had used the changed trajectory of his bullets to block his vision, and was slowly getting closer, and that was their plan. Standing behind his opponent, the support employee said that he lost because he overestimated his strength. Looking menacingly in front of him, Song wished him dead. At this time, Kim was telling him to die with the same expression on her face. Immediately afterward, the support worker activated his skill. Dagon was struck by lightning, taking massive damage. Immediately after that, the guy with blue hair got on his knees. Then he fell to the ground. Song watched with relief. Holding the blade in his hands, the support officer asked if they had destroyed it, and Kim stated that after such words, the enemy usually respawns. After a moment, the guys looked in front of them dumbfounded, hearing laughter. The Lord of Water Monsters sneered mischievously, saying that he was very excited. Healing his wound with water mana, Dagon praised them for inflicting wounds on him with a completely normal weapon, while the boys wondered if he had recovered even from such damage. Looking menacingly in front of him, the guy with blue hair explained that he was made of water, and when there was only water around him, he was immortal. At the same time, the guy in glasses rushed forward, thinking that he lacked power, and said that then he would hit him a few more times. The Lord of the Aquatic Creatures managed to dodge his opponent's next blow, and he said that he didn't want to charge anymore. At the same time, Dagon created a huge number of water spheres near him. He then directed them towards the support worker, who was destroying them with his blade. Suddenly soaring into the air above his opponents, Song reasoned that with the help of this, he would be able to drive him away. At the same moment, Dagon took his weapon with him. Looking menacingly at his opponent, the guy with blue hair noticed that he was too narrow-minded, and this was expected from some bug, and also asked what he did not think, why this girl did not help him. Abruptly turning back, the support worker asked if something had happened. At that time, she was in a sphere of water, and the Lord of Aquatic Creatures said that thanks to his technique, he tried something similar. Pressing harder on his blade, after everything that had happened, the guy in glasses called his opponent kin. After a moment, Song walked away from him, wondering that he had only to observe for a while, and he had already been able to copy his space lock, which was also of this size. Looking at his girlfriend, who was in the sphere out of the water, the support worker knew that he had to pull her out of the water first, otherwise she might suffocate. Suddenly, an unknown thing pierced him. After the damage received, the guy in glasses began to bleed. The girl from the inspection department who saw this was very dumbfounded. Dagon watched his wounded opponent with a snide grin on his face, saying that he was fit to crawl and wriggle like a worm. Then, the blue-haired guy pinned Song to the ground with his knee and asked if it was possible to show his back during the battle. Lifting his head by the hair, the Lord of the Aquatic Creatures told him to watch his colleagues slowly die because of his haste, and asked if she did not look like a rat that had fallen into the water. At this time, the support worker watched as they tried to get out of the water sphere and remembered her name. The dark thread was shrouded in particles of white energy as the bespectacled guy begged for forgiveness, because he had promised that he would not let them cry again. A moment later, Song's hand fell to the ground. Glancing at his wounded opponent, Dagon asked what was the matter, and if he was dead or simply unconscious, because now the most interesting thing would begin. Picking his ear, the guy with blue hair declared that he was tired of everything, and would kill everyone and go home, telling the girl that he was most tired of her. Immediately afterward, he pointed the water spears at the sphere where Kim was and added that she would therefore die in agony. At this time, the girl from the inspection department began to cry, realizing that Song died because of her, and in the end, she was unable to save anyone again. Gritting her teeth with dissatisfaction with this, she asked someone to help her. At the same moment, someone kicked the Lord of Sea Creatures. His blow was very strong and hit the opponent's head. A huge force was directed towards Dagon's face. A guy in a motorcycle helmet was destroying half of his opponent's head. Immediately afterward, the sphere of water around Kim dissipated. Glancing menacingly to the side, the blue-haired guy didn't know what was going on, because he didn't feel anything until he approached. Khan took off his helmet and asked if it was him. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the Flame Emperor declared that he was a very large snake. After some time, a girl from the inspection department approached her colleague, saying that she was relieved, because he had lost a lot of blood, but vital organs were not affected. Looking sharply to the side, Kim realized that it was Kong who had helped them again. At this time, the Flame Emperor was standing in front of the Lord of the Water Creatures, and the girl from the inspection department didn't understand how he knew they were there. The protagonist stared menacingly in front of him, remembering how he was called uncle. Suddenly, memories arose in his head of Ha holding his clothes and saying that there was something terrible in that direction, and he wondered what it was. Imagining the image of a huge dragon in the middle of the metropolis, the girl said that there is a very large snake that torments people. Looking at the sheer number of corpses lying around, Kong asked why he wasn't responding. Looking at Song's injured body, the Flame Emperor spoke of a huge snake that was torturing people. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist clarified that it was really him. Looking at him in fright, Daegun mused that the air had changed, and he didn't feel it approaching because his level was so different from everyone else's. With a snide grin, the blue-haired guy asked if he really thought he could just call him a snake with impunity. Pointing his spheres of water forward, the Lord of the Aquatic Creatures declared that he was the Great Lord of Water, and his name was Daegun. A moment later, the water mana attacks were approaching Kong. Immediately after that, there was a strong explosion. Daegun laughed, spreading his hands to the sides, saying that no matter how strong he was still only human. At the same time, the Flame Emperor appeared in front of him with great speed. He swung his fist to strike. Then the protagonist struck the opponent's blades with his fist. His attack was so strong that it went through the block. After taking the damage, the blue-haired guy coughing up around couldn't believe that he had broken the water sword so easily. Suddenly, the Lord of Water Creatures soared into the air and was about to launch another attack. Creating a huge hammer in his hands, he was going to press on his opponent with force. Immediately afterward, Daegun struck at his opponent. Looking smugly in front of him, the guy with blue hair asked how he was doing. At the same moment, Kong blocked his attack with only one hand. Looking menacingly in front of him, the Emperor of the Flame asked if he really thought that he was the only one who controlled the water. A moment later, other streams of water headed forward. The protagonist collected a huge amount of water mana around him. Noticing this, the Lord of Water Creatures was greatly dumbfounded and did not understand what it was and how he controlled his element. After a moment, Daegun saw a water vortex heading towards him, and he thought that he had incredible power, so it was better to get out of there. With a puzzled look on his face, the blue-haired guy reasoned that he wasn't running away and just needed a strategic reorganization. At the same time, he noticed the danger in front of him. Kong was heading towards him from behind with a modest speed. He then found himself in front of his opponent, completing the blow. Having lost half of his body, Daegun thought that there could be no such thing that a man could defeat him. Breathing heavily due to the large number of wounds, the blue-haired guy reasoned that his body was no longer recovering, which meant that this was the one who single-handedly coped with his servants. Remembering how Kong dealt the final blow to him, the Lord of the Aquatic Creatures thought that he did not even think that he was so strong that he would not be able to resist him. Looking at the Emperor of the Flames that were slowly moving towards him, Daegun assumed that it was similar to the despair he felt when he met him in the fiery inferno. Looking frightened in front of him, the guy with blue hair remembered the fiery hell. Imagining himself in his head, chained around a huge amount of flames, the Lord of Aquatic Creatures reasoned that the one who then looked down at him with a cold gaze. Visualizing the image of a man screaming in pain from behind the fire, Daegun thought of the incredible pain and overwhelming sense of despair as he burned and was reborn. Remembering the monster that was only a skeleton left, the blue-haired guy mused that he was burning again and being reborn again, his pain feeling like an eternity. Looking frightened in front of him, the Lord of the Aquatic Creatures knew that he did not want to experience her again. As Daegun rebuilt his body with water, he reasoned that it was better to die than to suffer his punishment again. Then the guy with blue hair collected a huge amount of liquid around him. Continuing to attract all the water in the area, the Lord of Sea Creatures declared that he could not lose. At this time he looked at him menacingly. A moment later, a huge serpent appeared in front of him. Standing in front of Daegun's true form, the Emperor of the Flames remarked that he knew it. Grinning mischievously, the protagonist asked if he was the same big snake. As he was about to strike him with his tail, the Lord of the Aquatic Creatures told him to shut up. A moment later, his tail was as close to the enemy as possible. At the same time, Kong blocked his attack. With a deft wave of his hand, he managed to throw his opponent's tail aside. Immediately afterward, the Flame Emperor rushed forward with great speed. He then swung his fist, gathering energy in it. The protagonist got into a fighting stance, about to strike. A moment later, Daegun headed in his direction, receiving blows to his torso. The Flame Emperor would then attack with his leg against his opponent. He was over the head of the Lord of Aquatic Creatures and swung his leg. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something. At the same moment, he was thrown back by a blow of his tail. After taking damage, Kong landed on the ground. Looking forward with his menacing gaze, he thought that his blow had just had no effect on him. Sticking out his tongue, the serpent laughed, asking if he had seen its final form. Rushing sharply in his direction, Daegun declared that his pathetic fists would never be able to pierce such scales. At the same time, Kong grabbed him by the fangs to block the attack. Suddenly, the Lord of the Aquatic Creatures crashed into the building. Kim, who was nearby, carried a colleague from the rubble in her arms. They asked what kind of rabid monster it was. At the same time, a huge serpent was destroying houses in the city. As he continued to carry his opponent in his mouth, Dagon asked if he thought he could only control water. Then he hit his opponent against the building. After taking the damage, the Flame Emperor began to fall down, and the Lord of Water Creatures admitted that he was strong and had gone far beyond human capabilities. But once he had taken this form at the risk of his life, he had no chance of winning. About to strike the protagonist with his tail again, the serpent stated that he would now feel the difference between them. A moment later, he was imprinting his opponent in the ground. With a smug expression on his face, Dagon laughed, asking if he felt that they were on completely different levels, and if a person liked it, because now he would regret that he went against the demon race. Suddenly, the serpent looked down in surprise when he heard the voice of a man who told him to stop talking. Through the vast amount of dust raised into the air, Dagon could see the silhouette of his opponent and asked if he was still alive, and noted that he was not boring enough. At this time, Khan was standing in the middle of a ruined road with his clothes torn, and his opponent noticed that he wanted to kill him in one fell swoop, but he was able to withstand his blow, and asked his name, because he was going to remember. Immediately after hearing this, the Flame Emperor tore off the remnants of his clothes. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist declared that he did not see the need to give his name to any snake. Standing in front of Dagon, Khan said that he had taken the form of a Mugi, who turned into a dragon, and had seen many similar to him. With a fierce expression on his face, the Flame Emperor stated that such bastards who hurt others for the sake of their own desires should not be called a dragon, but something worse than a worm. Looking at him with displeasure after hearing this, the serpent asked how he dared to compare him to a worm. The Lord of the Aquatic Creatures then created several phantom manifestations of himself, stating that there is no forgiveness for such a dumb person. Immediately afterward, Dagon charged to attack his opponent, saying that he would tear him to pieces. At the same moment, Khan was concentrating a huge amount of energy around him. Then, he abruptly took a step forward. Suddenly, the heads of the phantom snakes were destroyed. At the same time, the real Dagon was in time for him, who opened his mouth wide. Swinging his hand, the Flame Emperor noticed that he knew something for sure. Immediately after that, he struck at his opponent. This attack hit the serpent's head and consisted of a huge amount of energy. After taking damage, the aquatic creature lord was knocked upwards. After some time, the protagonist soared into the air above his opponent, finding himself above the clouds. Gathering a huge amount of energy in his hands again, Khan declared that people like them were only evil. Having grown huge claws on his hands, the Emperor of the Flame added that evil must be exterminated. At the same moment, the image of a true dragon seemed to appear behind him. A moment later, the huge dragon headed towards the serpent. At the same time, the Flame Emperor grabbed his opponent by the eye. The dragon projection then grabbed the water creature lord with its mouth. The protagonist continued to drink into his opponent's eye more and more. Dagon fell down, exuding blue energy. A huge thing was heading towards the city, falling from the sky. After a while, the blue energy approached the ground. After landing a huge amount of blue energy, a massive explosion occurred. A guy with blue hair was lying in the middle of the road. He was just immobilized, he was on the ground. At this time, Khan was standing next to him. On the TV screen, the news was shown, where the host said that the rainy season, which had lasted for several weeks, was finally over. The man was in a hospital room while the news anchor said that according to materials published by the Association of Ideas and Awakens, compared to previous seasons, this time there were much fewer victims. It was Song who opened his eyes and heard the man's voice, who added that the level of water monsters was much higher than in previous years, and such cases were very unusual. Suddenly, a vase was broken. It was dropped by Kim, who abruptly raised her hands in surprise after what she saw. A moment later, the girl from the inspection department rushed to hug her colleague. At this time, people in the restaurant listened as the news anchor said that the studio continued to receive messages regarding the so-called man in the helmet, who helped residents, and then mysteriously disappeared. At the same time, who was playing with Shin in the street, and news anchors said that experts say that this young incognito is directly related to the decrease in casualties during the rainy season. While Khan ran on the roof of the building with a delivery, and the news anchor said that on the other hand, the meteorological office was talking about the time after the rains. The Flame Emperor jumped forward sharply, and a man from state television said that under the influence of the sun's rays, high humidity was expected. The protagonist soared into the air as the news anchor added that then there would be clear and cool days. The narrative of the story is transferred to a busy street of the city. At this time, Khan deftly made his way along the roofs of buildings. As he continued to move forward rapidly, the Flame Emperor thought that someone was chasing him, but he had thoroughly disguised himself. Glancing menacingly to the side, the protagonist reasoned that he was able to recognize the presence and cover his tracks, suggesting that it could be a new magical race. Running across the roof of the building, Khan realized that this was not the aura, and did not understand who was watching him or why. Landing abruptly on the side of the house, the Flame Emperor thought that he was also hiding, and said that there was nothing to do. The bird watching them was greatly surprised when he disappeared from sight. Immediately after that, the pigeon flew after him warily. Then the bird abruptly went down. A moment later, she turned into a guy in a Panama hat. The unknown man looked around in surprise. Suddenly, someone's hand approached him from behind while he said that he had missed it. Looking at him menacingly, Kong asked how he dared to follow him and if it was too bold. Hearing this, the guy in the Panama hat shuddered with fear. Then it evaporated in gray smoke. In the hand of the Emperor of the Flame, only his Panama hat remained. At this time, the unknown person turned into a cat and ran away, and the protagonist realized that he was using unusual abilities. Sharply chasing the animal, Kong thought that he would not succeed anyway. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor grabbed the cat with his hand. Holding the animal in his hand, the protagonist asked why he was following it, and also reincarnated, and also advised him to tell everything honestly. With a menacing expression on his face, Kong added that during his studies, he also studied torture techniques. For example, he can do this or that. At the same moment, who appeared in front of him, who was displeased with her uncle, he asked what she was and where she was from, noting that she looked very cute today. Immediately after that, the girl ran up to him. She hit the protagonist with a magic wand. Looking seriously ahead, who declared that the poor goblin should not be tortured, and that he should be released immediately. Looking at the cat in his arms in surprise, Kong asked which goblin he was talking about. Immediately after that, the narratives are transferred to the Yanghungak restaurant, where he was talking about a goblin. Pointing his hand at a guy in a Panama hat sitting next to him, the owner of the restaurant said that they were watching Goblin Rhythm on TV. Remembering the images of male singers, I noticed that these were young guys who danced to incendiary music. Pointing his finger upwards, you stated that they were goblins, and that they were almost identical in appearance to humans. Imagining in his head the image of a man with a green flame burning in his chest, the owner of the restaurant added that in fact they are half-spirits, so they are called half-spirits, because originally they are not from their world. Looking forward, the Flame Emperor asked if the truth was not from their world, and therefore they had come there, like him, from another. Pointing his finger upwards again, you remarked that this was true, and the goblins had first appeared during the cataclysms, asking if he remembered when the gate began to appear. Visualizing a huge area with a city, a forest and a river, the owner of the restaurant said that the most amazing thing was that their tribe and the entire village moved inside the gate. Recalling the images of people with white hair, you stated that in other words, the goblins in the village were isolated from their world as well, just like him. Hearing this, the protagonist pondered, saying that it was very unusual that an entire village had moved. Imagining monsters in his head that attack ordinary people, Kong clarified that he was referring to the moment when the gates first opened and the whole of Korea almost went to hell, and then a lot of people suffered. Remembering how goblins fight against terrible monsters, you said that at that time, the awakened fought against monsters, and it was the demi-spirits who helped them. Visualizing a wooden club, the owner of the restaurant said that their abilities did not awaken, but they used goblin clubs as weapons. Imagining the transformation of a demi-spirit into a dove in his head, you added that they also possess various types of magic. Visualizing a human and a goblin representative shaking hands, the owner of the restaurant said that there are not many goblins, but in the Awakened Association, they are recognized for their great contribution to the restoration of South Korea along with the hunters. Looking at his friend, Khan remarked that this was why they were treated well, and he said that this was true, but there was something else. Looking at the guy in a Panama hat who seemed to be shining with cuteness, you explained that they were very beautiful. Smiling broadly after hearing this, the goblin said that he was on very good terms with the Goblin Rhythm guys and asked if they wanted him to get them autographs. Noticing the menacing expression on the face of the Flame Emperor, the guy in the Panama hat dropped the dumpling. Sighing heavily, the protagonist asked why he was following him then. Immediately after hearing this, the goblin silently placed his chopsticks on the table. Looking down, the guy in the Panama hat said that his name was Yun and he was a member of the Wind Clan. With a serious expression on his face, the goblin explained that he wanted to make a request to him, so he dared to keep an eye on him. Looking at him, Kong asked what the request was. At the same time, the guy in a Panama hat abruptly got up from his seat. He then began to bow down before the Flame Emperor and asked Lord Kim to save their elder. Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist asked why he was suddenly asking to save the elder, and explained that he was not Kim yet, but Kong. At this moment, you whispered in his friend's ear that the goblins call humans Mr. Kim or Kim's son-in-law, much to his surprise. Looking down, Yun said that their elder had been attacked by people from the Black Brotherhood, and he was still between life and death. Remembering how the healers tried to cure him, the guy in the Panama hat said that healers took care of him day and night, trying to cure him, but they did not manage to achieve improvement, did not find out the cause of this condition. Imagining in his head watching Kong moving on the rooftops of buildings, the goblin said that he was trying to find regenerative herbs and accidentally met him. Visualizing the Flame Emperor following the half-spirit, he noticed that the energy of the herbs was emanating from him. With a serious expression on his face, Yun stated that regenerative herbs are very rare plants that can stop even death, and if only he has them, perhaps they will be able to save the elder. Looking forward, the guy in the Panama hat asked Mr. Kim if he happened to have these herbs. Looking back at him, Kong explained that it was the first time he had heard of such a thing, and remarked that he thought he was mistaken. Hearing this, the goblin was greatly stunned. Looking in front of him, Yun stated that it couldn't be, because he had seen everything for sure, because goblins have a very sensitive ability. Folding his hands to his chest after hearing this, the Flame Emperor clarified that he was really saying that his elder had fallen into such a state after the attack of the Black Brotherhood. Looking at the intruder, the protagonist asked if he didn't mind if he could take a look at the elder in person, much to his surprise. Looking at you standing next to him, Kong wondered if he could leave him alone, and he asked him not to worry, because he would look after everything himself. Then, the Flame Emperor abruptly stood up from his seat, telling the goblin to listen. With a smile on his face, the protagonist stated that he would try to cure his elder. Looking happily at Kong in front of him, the goblin asked if he could really heal the elder, and the elder explained that he couldn't say for sure, but if it was the work of the Black Brotherhood, he might be able to help. Suddenly, the front door to the restaurant opened. At the same moment, Shin walked inside, greeting the Flame Emperor and Yu, wishing him good morning. With a big smile on his face, the guy in the cap noticed that the breakfast was the most Chinese food. After a moment, he was surprised to see Kong and Yun kneeling in front of him. At the same time, Shin brought the blade of his blade to the throat of the unknown man. With a fierce expression on his face, the swordsman asked who he was and what he had done, and if he was from the Black Brotherhood. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor struck him on the head with his hand. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked not to torture the poor goblin. Folding his hands to his chest, Shin said that something similar had recently happened in Chungcheon province, which surprised Kong. Looking seriously ahead, the guy in the cap said that an A-rank gate had appeared there, but for some reason, the radar network that was monitoring it had stopped working. Imagining monster riders running out of the portal, the yellow-eyed guy added that that's why no action was taken in time, and as luck would have it, the gate began to work in the opposite direction, and as luck would have it, a Black Brotherhood appeared nearby, as if they were sitting in ambush, and attacked the goblin village. Visualizing a representative of the Wind Clan who had destroyed all opponents, Shin noted that fortunately, the goblin garrison was able to fight off the Black Brotherhood and monsters. Recalling the image of a man with white hair lying on the ground, he stated that an elder had been injured during the battle, after which he was left unconscious. Imagining in his head the Wind Clan that was in front of the building of the Awakened Association, the guy in the cap said that this was a serious incident that could lead to political problems, so the association was preparing to respond to them at any time. With a serious expression on his face, the Flame Emperor mused that goblins are important beings in charge of the security of the state, and their problems could easily lead to a state crisis, which would be a threat to the Yu family. Smiling broadly after hearing this, Yun stated that he didn't have to worry about it. Then he grabbed the weapon behind his back. After a moment, the goblin began to feed his baton with his energy. Suddenly, the guy in the Panama hat waved his weapon, telling the door to open. Immediately after that, a wooden gate appeared in front of it. Looking at this in surprise, Kong wondered if this was their magic. Smiling broadly, Yun said that this was traditional goblin magic, the Goblin Gate, and through this door you could immediately enter their village. With his serious gaze forward, the Flame Emperor reasoned that a gate that moves through space is like a gate. Then the three guys stood in front of this very gate. At the same moment, the goblin opened them. After seeing from the front, the protagonist was delighted. This gate led the guys to the forest near the goblin village, and a guy in a Panama hat welcomed them into his house. Pointing with his hand at the settlement of his kin, Yun told them that this was the place where they lived, namely the Wind Clan. The gate of movement began to disappear as Kong mused that it was a huge tree and traditional houses. Looking forward, the Flame Emperor asked if the sky was created with the help of a barrier. Looking at the smiling goblin, he noticed that he felt like he was in a parallel world like an inventory or a gate, and the goblin was explaining that, to be honest, it was part of Chungcheon province. Imagining a piece of land in his head, which is fenced off by a barrier, the guy in a Panama hat said that most goblins, not counting him and a few friends, adhere to conservative values, and there are several barriers above the village so that outsiders do not penetrate there. As he followed him, Shin clarified what it meant that the Black Brotherhood was trying to break through these barriers, and Yun replied that they had, but they hadn't succeeded, and by the way, the scenery was completely different from outside. Turning towards his friend after hearing this, the guy in the cap said that one of the chiefs and overseers in the Silver Tower was also a goblin. At the same moment, Kong imagined Hu in his head along with a boy from the Wind Clan and thought that she had said that there was a goblin among her friends as well, and most likely guessed herself with the help of the priest's eye skill. After a while, the guys came to the main building of the goblin village. Folding his hands to his chest, Shin noticed that up close, this tree did indeed look huge, and the Flame Emperor agreed with him, saying that the aura that emanated from it was also impressive. Turning back abruptly, Yun laughed, stating that it was a sacred tree, which surprised the protagonist. Imagining in his head the fruits of a tree with a goblin inside, the representatives of the Wind Clan said that unlike humans, their members once appear from the fruits of a lit tree, and the branch on which the fruit hung then became a club, which they used for the rest of their lives. Visualizing a goblin exuding green energy, the guy in a Panama hat added that the members of the Wind Clan and their club had one beginning and one end. Looking at the sacred tree, Yun stated that when they died, they returned to it again. With a wide smile on his face, the goblin stated that by human standards, it was something like a mother and guardian spirit to them, and the barrier above the village was also held by the power of the sacred tree. Looking at him after all he had heard, Shin asked how long goblins usually lived, and he replied that it was usually about 1,000 years. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yun noticed that he was already over 100, and he was still quite young. Hearing this, the guys were very puzzled and just kept silent, while the goblin laughed. Suddenly, someone came up to them from behind and asked Yun if he had come. The dear representative of the goblins looked in front of him, stating that he had gone to get the regenerating grass and returned quite quickly. After shaking his hand, the guy in the Panama had explained that he was sorry, but he did not find the grass, and he said that it was okay and nothing could be changed. Looking in front of him, the Wind Clan members said that they should go outside and go and search together. At the same moment, the other goblins were looking in front of them, dumbfounded, asking if these two were Mr. Kim's. Immediately afterward, the members of the Wind Clan clung to the people from all sides and wondered what they were doing and how long they had not seen them, noticing that at first they thought they were goblin fortune-tellers. With a smile on his face, Yun stated that he did not have the herb, but Mr. Kim had come to cure the elder, and his friend asked if it was true. After hearing this, the goblins began to throw Kong up, saying that it meant that the elder could be healed after all, and now he would be healthy, so they greeted Mr. Kim. With a puzzled expression on his face, the Flame Emperor mused that they were very positive or perhaps optimistic. At the same moment, someone confidently took a step forward. It was Kenung, one of the goblin leaders, who stared menacingly in front of him as the guy in the Panama had greeted him. With a serious expression on his face, Ken asked Mr. Kim if he could cure the elder. Looking forward after what he had heard, the protagonist reflected that a very strong aura emanated from this leader. Suddenly, the goblin elder approached him. At the same moment, he released his red energy. Seeing this, Shin was immediately wary, and Kong reasoned that he looked like he wanted to eat it, even though he knew he looked suspicious, and wondered if he wouldn't let him meet the elder just like that. Exhaling with relief, Ken said that it was good and asked them to follow him, as he was going to take them to the elder. Standing with his back to the guys, the goblin leader said that he had not behaved in the best way and asked for forgiveness, and also gave his name, noting that he had served the elder for several hundred years. Looking in front of him, Kong apologized for interrupting. Standing behind Ken, the Flame Emperor asked why he chose to believe him, since he could be in league with those who tried to harm the elder. Closing his eyes, the goblin leader explained that their race could immediately recognize lies, and even if goblins believed lies, it meant that they simply did not want to quarrel and succumbed. Turning sharply back, he added that there was not a drop of falsehood in his words. Smiling after what he heard, the protagonist thanked him for his trust. Holding his hands behind his back, Ken stated that the problem was not whether he believed or not, and simply recognized him. Looking in front of him, Kong thought that perhaps he had something like Ha-Yun's ability, and after all, goblins were a very unusual people. After a while, the guys came to a large building, and the goblin leader explained that they had come. Still holding his hands behind his back, Ken asked them to come in, and the Flame Emperor pondered what was like the place where he had lived before, and perhaps the goblins came from a world that was similar to his. Inside, they met a man with a smoking pipe who asked if he was the leader, and he wondered how the elder was feeling. Lowering his sad gaze down, the healer explained that they were doing everything in their power. With a menacing expression on his face, Ken noticed that he thought so. Passing by his kinsman, the leader of the goblins stated that it was not his fault and suggested that he rest. As he climbed the stairs, Ken told the elder that it was him. The man then opened the front door and asked Mr. Kim to come in. Approaching the entrance, Kong took off his shoes and apologized for bothering him. Once inside, the Flame Emperor noticed the goblin lying on the bed. Looking at him intently, the protagonist reasoned that this was the elder of the goblin tribe, and although he was in a serious condition, he felt the power in him much more powerful than in the leader. Crouching down in front of him, Kong thought that his energy was at the level of S rank, and this powerful warrior had been brought to such a state. Then, he touched it using his internal energy, and thought that no medication was working, and they couldn't even figure out the cause, and it was definitely not a disease, so something else. A moment later, the temperature of the flames was greatly stunned by something. Glancing sharply in the direction of his ally, the protagonist asked him to stand outside and guard the elder's room, and the elder was very surprised, but agreed. Looking forward with his menacing gaze, Kong said that he would now begin treatment. Immediately afterward, the Flame Emperor placed his hands, shrouded in magic, on the patient's chest. Looking at the goblin elder, the protagonist reflected that in their chest there was a core called Goblin Fire, and in the chest of this creature, there was a faint sense of demon energy. Imagining a magic stone in his head that shattered by green fire, Kong reasoned that he didn't know how she had penetrated the body of the new one, absorbing the goblin's fire, which meant that someone had found out about the goblin's weak point and had even been able to fool their keen senses. Closing his eyes to focus, the Flame Emperor thought that perhaps it was a spell, though it was more like a curse, and in general, they acted wisely. After a moment, the protagonist released his spiritual essence and mused that the demonic power had engulfed the goblin's fire, so it would be too dangerous to just take it out and pull it out, and then there was only one way left. Looking at the goblin elder's body with his spiritual manifestation, Kong thought that this demonic energy had spread like poison. At the same time, the Flame Emperor closed his eyes in the guise of a mental embodiment. Looking sharply and menacingly in front of him, the protagonist realized that first it was necessary to weaken the poison. Immediately afterward, Kong began to walk forward, thinking that he would need to get inside to do so. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an unknown entity that was in the green fire. She looked like a dark eye. Suddenly, that eye opened. He then looked towards the protagonist standing in front. A huge eye directed its power towards the intruder. Suddenly, the eye looked up sharply. Noticing this, Kong was surprised. A moment later, several dark dragons rushed towards him as he thought that he needed to destroy this monster. At the same moment, the Flame Emperor sneered. Standing in a fighting stance, the protagonist asked his opponent to attack. At the same time, a dark dragon headed in his direction. With a deft blow of his hand, Kong managed to repel his attack. Then, with the help of his leg, he beat off the head of another monster. Suddenly, other dragons headed towards him from both sides. Noticing this, the Flame Emperor jumped upwards sharply, and his opponents clashed with each other. Immediately afterward, the protagonist used his true dragon technique. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together. At the same moment, the dragon's head was destroyed. After taking damage, the huge eye began to scream in pain. Looking at him smugly, Kong claimed that he had come to destroy a bacterium, and that bacterium turned out to be him. At the same time, the eye rolled its eye up. Suddenly, a few more dragon heads appeared. Looking at this puzzled, the Flame Emperor suggested that it seemed that he was using the power of the goblin's fire to regenerate, and if he continued to stall for time, the elder's energy would run out, which was dangerous. About to take the blow of the enemies, the protagonist understood that in this case he had no other choice. A moment later, Kong abruptly pushed his foot off the ground. It then rushed over the heads of the dragons with great speed. After the completed attack, the Flame Emperor quickly ran forward. After finishing his lunge, the protagonist landed on the ground in front of the opponent. At the same moment, the eye rolled its eye upwards as Kong realized that he had to deal with him with one punch. Standing in front of the dark monster, the Flame Emperor said that now he should slowly finish. Immediately afterward, the protagonist raised his hand to his eye. Suddenly, he touched it and began to absorb energy. The dark force was concentrated in his hand. At the same moment, Kang's true body opened his eyes. The Flame Emperor then clenched his hand into a fist, concentrating the dark energy within him, and pondered what he had done and completely separated the demon. Closing the dark force in his fist, the protagonist asked the elder if he had come to his senses. Suddenly, the white-haired man opened his eyes. Ken and Yun were overjoyed to be around their elder. The head of the Wind Clan patted the guy in a Panama hat on the head and said that he was great, because he had brought a precious person there. Watching from the sidelines, Shin said that they had used magic that was slowly extinguishing the goblin's fire inside the elder, and asked if he had completely freed him from that magic. Looking at Kong, who had closed his eyes, the guy in the cap asked how he managed to do it, and he explained that he had simply removed the magic that was inside. Standing in front of his friend, Shin asked what had become of her, the Flame Emperor asking if he was talking about dark energy. Smiling broadly, the protagonist claimed that he had simply swallowed it and cleaned it. Hearing this, the guy in the cap opened his mouth in surprise. Pointing his hand at him, Shin asked that it was not possible to do it so easily, when suddenly someone called out to them. It was Y, the elder of the Goblin Wind tribe, who said with a smile on his face that he hadn't introduced himself, and gave his name and position. Abruptly closing his eyes, the man declared that he owed them his life and did not even know how he could thank them. Immediately afterward, Y tried to get up from his seat and felt pain. Noticing this, Kong immediately ran up to him and explained that he had to sit down first, and told him that he had removed the source of the disease, but he had lost a lot of strength, so he should not strain too much. As he put his hand into his inner pocket, the Flame Emperor said that he had something else. Taking out a few branches of plants tied together, the protagonist claimed that it was the medicinal herb Imyancho, and it would help him recover faster. Seeing this, the Goblin Elder was greatly stunned. Yun suddenly appeared behind Kong, declaring that he knew so and was definitely right, because they call it the healing herb Hizenko. Looking at the plants in his hands, the Flame Emperor noticed what he was talking about that time, and the head of the Wind Clan laughed, explaining that the names were just different. With a big smile on his face, Y said that he had raised Yun as his own son, and he volunteered himself, saying that he would find a special person and would certainly save him. Looking in front of him, the protagonist noticed that, to be honest, he was going to come to them himself, because he wanted to ask something. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, the Goblin Clan elder asked what he was talking about. Sitting down at the table with the Wind Clan head, Kong asked if he could elaborate on what had happened. Closing his eyes, Y told him that this was not the first time the Black Brotherhood had attacked a goblin village, and he had always wondered what they were trying to achieve. Looking forward, the Goblin Elder noticed that he had noticed something strange this time. Remembering the monster riders breaking out of the portal, the Wind Clan leader stated that unlike previous attacks, this time they had brought a large pack of wild beasts with them, and it felt as if they had carefully prepared for an attack. Visualizing the images of the main goblin warriors in his head, Y said that, however, at that moment, he didn't pay much attention to it, and there were just a few more of them, but still not enough to counter them. Remembering the dead man lying on the ground, the Wind Clan leader concluded that there were more of them than usual, and there were fewer experts. Imagining how the man was going to attack him from behind, Y said that perhaps that was why he suddenly felt some incomprehensible anxiety. Visualizing the man attacking him, the Goblin Elder told him that the unexpected had happened at that moment. The Wind Clan leader remembered blocking his blow with a club, and explained that a weapon had appeared that emitted an unpleasant demonic aura. Imagining in his head the blade breaking against his weapon, Y claimed to have repelled the attack, but the sword crumbled too easily. Visualizing the shards of the blade, the Goblin Elder noticed that it was as if it was created specifically to shatter into pieces. At the same moment, he noticed several pieces of debris flying in his direction. Suddenly, one of the fragments pierced his chest. At the same time, his eyes strained a lot. Immediately afterward, the Wind Clan leader destroyed his opponent with the last of his strength. Then he fell to his knees and began to cough up blood. Ken, who noticed this, was very frightened and called out to the elder. A moment later, the Wind Clan began to beat the already defeated man and asked what he had done to their head. At the same moment, the man smiled broadly. There was an unknown pill in his teeth, and the goblins asked if it was poison. Suddenly, the man bit through the pill with his teeth. Then everything around him was sprinkled in his blood. Y tried to stay on his feet, leaning on his club. Remembering how he clutched his chest, the Goblin Elder said that only at that moment did he understand the reason. Imagining himself falling to the ground in his head, the head of the Wind Clan claimed to have realized why the Black Brotherhood was more numerous, and why they had lured him by deliberately staging an attack that was doomed to fail in the first place. Looking ahead gravely after all he had heard, Kong said that it meant that they had no intention of breaking through the barrier, and their goal was to hit him with that weapon. Looking back at him, Y confirmed the correctness of his words, noting that he had survived thanks to him. Imagining a blade of dark energy in his head, the Flame Emperor asked what had become of the shards of that weapon, to which he was told that the remnant of the sword had completely vanished, and the surviving members of the Black Brotherhood had committed suicide. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that if there were at least a weapon left, it would help the investigation, but, unfortunately, this is not the case. Looking at him, Y said that while he was healing him, he was conscious, although he could not move. Remembering how Khan had fought against the Dark Dragon, the Goblin Elder had stated that he had felt a great power that he had not seen before in this world, so he would allow himself to ask. Suddenly surprising the Flame Emperor, the Wind Clan leader asked if he had also come from another world, just like the goblins. The Flame Emperor nodded his head, saying that he was also a foreigner. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that he came there from a country called OK, but could not find ways to get back, so he decided to stay there. Pulling his hand aside, Khan said that the goblin village was very similar to his homeland, and suggested that perhaps they were from the same world. Imagining the vastness of his native land in his head, Y said that they were from a country called Shusin, and he had never heard anything about OK. At the same moment, the Flame Emperor remembered the image of his girlfriend from another world and asked if it was true. Looking at him, the Goblin Elder told him that they had come from different places, but they were in the same position as him, and suggested that they try to find a way to return to their lands together. Stretching out his hand forward, the Wind Clan leader remarked that if they joined forces, something would definitely work out. Hearing this, Kong smiled broadly. A moment later, he shook hands with the head of the Wind Clan. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transported a few days later to the Tower of Associations and Awakens, where someone called out to Mr. President. A guy in a tuxedo looked at the real man in front and said that the Minister of Defense was interested in whether it was possible to meet with him tomorrow. Looking forward, the association worker added that he had said that he would like to apologize for the attack on the Goblin Elder. Standing with his back to him, a man in a light suit told him to make an appointment for the day after tomorrow, and he noticed that it was urgent. Remembering how the girl was led to the police car, the guy in a tuxedo explained that he called them as soon as he found out that his secretary turned out to be a traitor. Glancing menacingly to the side, the gray-haired man stated that the Goblin Elder could have died, and if he felt guilty, let him wait another day. The employee of the association nodded his head, said that he understood everything, and his boss explained that he also needed to go somewhere on a personal matter. Looking at him after what he heard, the guy in the tuxedo asked where he needed to go, and was going to take him, and the man with gray hair explained that it was personal. Looking at his boss, the employee of the association said that he could not allow him to go alone, because it was too dangerous, and he said that it was okay. Putting on his jacket, the man with gray hair stated that he was just going to one ordinary Chinese restaurant to have dinner there. At this time, there were photographs of events in which Khan took part on his desk. The dial of the elevator showed that he had arrived on the first floor. When the doors opened, a man with gray hair stepped out. As he buttoned his jacket, he mused that this guy was said to have managed to heal the Goblin Elder, but there was a high probability that it was a lie. As he walked through the office of the Awakened Association, the gray-haired man reasoned that it was unlikely that he had been able to find the cause of the Elder's illness, as even their best healers couldn't find any way to cure him. Immersing himself in his consciousness, he could not believe that some unknown person had suddenly achieved a complete recovery of the patient in one day. With a serious expression on his face, the man in the light suit thought that he was naturally very happy about the elder's recovery. But there were many things that were not understood. Imagining a guy in his head who was destroying monsters with his blade, the gray-haired man mused that moreover, Shin had managed to reach level 0 with his technique. But it was hard to believe that he had been able to do it alone lately. Remembering his last meeting with him, when the guy with black hair dodged answering his questions, the man in a light suit reasoned that he also did not remember well how he acted specifically, and his alibi did not coincide and even contradicted each other. Then, memories of Shin scratching his head explained that he had forgotten to tell him something. He thought that Bunyipami wouldn't have been possible if he had been in his place. Imagining the image of Kim in his head, the man with gray hair reasoned that her report was suspicious. Visualizing a man in a hole in the middle of a building, a man in a light suit noticed that the same thing happened to Koval. Remembering the man lying among a huge number of bags of illegal substances, the man with gray hair reflected that it was the same with the cleansing of the Flamer organization, which distributes a new type of illegal product. Imagining the chain Dagon in his head, the man in a light suit, he thought that even with the one who was now in a special prison in the association, the Lord of Water Creatures, who had been taken alive, it was not so easy either. Visualizing the image of an unknown person, he thought that the report had written about the intervention of a stranger in a mask. As he approached the exit from the Awakened Association, the gray-haired man mused that he must have helped achieve rank 0, and Kim should be aware, and Song had most likely already guessed as well, but there were no reports. Remembering how he sat at his workplace and read the report, the man in the light suit reasoned that he did not give orders to track down this stranger, because he made some kind of contract with him. Imagining the imprint of his fist on a blank piece of paper, the man with gray hair thought that for teaching them the technique, he promised not to bother him. Visualizing Kong healing the Goblin Elder with his inner energy, the man in the light suit reasoned that if all these mysterious events were solved with his help, then he was awakened. Imagining in his head the Flame Emperor fighting against the huge snake, the gray-haired man realized that he meant that he had more strength than Shin. Visualizing the protagonist standing in the middle of a dilapidated city, the man in the light suit assumed that perhaps he was even stronger than anyone else in the world, and there was no telling what would become of the country if they angered him. Looking ahead seriously, the gray-haired man knew he couldn't leave a man who posed a threat alone, so he didn't tell anyone and conducted his own investigation. Remembering the man who was watching the guy in the cap who was heading towards the Chinese restaurant, the man in the light suit, I thought that first, he had imagined someone to follow Shin and Kim without naming his goals, and as expected, their routes coincided in many ways. Imagining photos of a Chinese restaurant and people he knew with an unknown person in his head, the man with gray hair thought that, for example, everything converged on the Asian restaurant Yanghungak. Visualizing a photo with a blurred image of Khan, a man in a light suit was talking about the guy whose appearance could not be seen in the pictures, and also that either the delivery man of this restaurant is the same awakened one, or he is somehow connected with him. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the man with gray hair was going to meet him in person today and check who he was. Immersed in his mind, he understood that the fate of the whole state depended on it. Stopping near the building of the Awakened Association, the man in the light suit reflected that the only good thing was that he seemed ready for dialogue, otherwise he would not help them, and said that if necessary, he would have to risk his life. He then shouted the old man's projection on his watch and was about to start his preparations. A moment later, his body was shrouded in blue particles. Suddenly, the man with gray hair turned into an old man. On his hand was an artifact of appearance change, invented by Master Seo Cole, and he himself connected it, which was not even noticeable. It was all not real. At the same moment, a drop fell next to his leg. Looking up, the old man noticed that it had suddenly begun to rain. At the same time, he quickly ran to the taxi car in front. Getting inside, the old man asked to take the taxi driver to the desired area, and he agreed. A moment later, the car jerked forward. Two people watched all this from a shelter. They were the leaders of the Black Brotherhood looking at them, brother and sister Jung and Hong, and the guy asked if this old man was the president of the association, and the girl confirmed his argument, and wondered where he was going without guards, to change his appearance. With a snide grin on his face, Jung noticed that things would go faster now, and they would become famous so soon. Glancing sharply to the side, Hong said that their leader would definitely recognize their abilities, and it was all for him. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to an unknown building, while the plot told that it was raining heavily that night. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to a Chinese restaurant. There was a sign on the door indicating that it was closed. The plot explained that there were a lot of orders, so I had to close earlier, as I ran out of food. At this time, food was fried in a frying pan. There were many different ingredients, whether it was meat and vegetables. With a deft movement of his hand, you tossed this dish up, which greatly delighted Kong. The Flame Emperor watched in admiration, thinking that it sounded like an excuse, but on a rainy day, you couldn't resist onion pancakes with rice vodka. With a joyful expression on his face, the owner of the restaurant noticed that it was amazing, and there was a golden crust, a delicious aroma, and this sound of a fried pancake, and if there was also a glass of rice vodka, then it would be unforgettable. Smiling broadly, the protagonist stated that he really loved food very much and simply admired it. Looking at the huge amount of omelet lying on the plate, the Flame Emperor asked if it wasn't too much, and his friend couldn't figure out when he had managed to fry so much. Throwing his hands to the sides, Yu stated that he himself did not notice this, and this atmosphere had such an effect on him, and the protagonist offered to call someone. With a disgruntled expression on his face, the owner of the restaurant said that Ha and her mother had gone to another city for filming, and Hyenan probably would not come because of his diet. Suddenly thinking, Kong wondered if it might be worth inviting Shin or Kim. Suddenly, the guys looked in surprise in front of them, and the guy with the brown hair asked if they had a visitor. At the same moment, the old man opened the front door and asked for forgiveness, asking if they were already closed. Suddenly, he looked in surprise in front of him. His eyes were fixed on Kong, and the president of the association mused that this was the same guy who was the mysterious awakened. Looking in front of him, the man with gray hair in the form of another person reasoned that he almost did not feel the aura, but he knew for sure that he was familiar with the way to train the aura of the awakened, which meant that he knew how to hide his energy. Showing us President Yoon Han Young folding his arms at his chest, the plot asked how he got such confidence. Visualizing a man with gray hair telling his subordinate to take over the task, the plot explained that his most outstanding skills were leadership and the ability to recognize the abilities of others. Showing the huge awakened association tower, the plot added that this skill did not apply to the awakened, and it was from a completely different realm that defied explanation, and it was also one of the secrets due to which he successfully continued to control the Silver Tower. At this time, you looked at the visitor puzzled, saying that they were apologizing, but they were already closed, and the visitor said that if that was the case, there was nothing he could do. Suddenly closing his eyes, the president of the association thought that he had seen his face, and that was already something, so he could leave, when suddenly he was asked to wait. With a big smile on his face, the owner of the restaurant asked that, by chance, he did not like onion pancakes with rice vodka. A moment later, the dish he had prepared was on the table, along with the sauces. The old man drank every last drop from the bowl. When there was nothing left, Khan breathed a sigh of relief. Holding a cup of rice vodka in his hands, the president of the association said that it was the best thing you could think of on a rainy day, and the guy with the gray hair noticed that he had fried too much, as if he knew he was coming. Holding out his empty bowl, the old man expressed his gratitude, noting that he probably did not expect visitors, and now he treated him to a drink, to which he stated that he knew how to drink well. Looking at several bottles of booze on the table, the owner of the restaurant said that he had drunk so many bottles and was still sober, and Han said that he hadn't drunk like this in a long time and would tear everyone up today. Immediately after that, the guys began dancing and shouting that they needed to drink to the bottom, and the plot noticed that the president had forgotten about his goal. At this time, Khan was also drinking rice vodka, thinking that this was not surprising since he had worked so hard that he didn't have time to drink. Suddenly smiling, the Flame Emperor reasoned that he had immediately guessed that this old man was the president of the association. At the same time, he remembered the image of Ji, who with a smile on her face said that he would become a great person, and without him, Korea would no longer exist by that time. Imagining in his head how the president of the association helps the wounded awakened on the battlefield, the protagonist recalled how the girl with red hair added that he was the one who fulfilled the duties of the head of state, and it was this person who was suitable for the role of president of the association. Looking at Han as an old man, Kong thought that, as his girlfriend had said, the president's energy was emanating from him, and he didn't understand why he had changed his appearance and come there. Suddenly, the guys were surprised when the light bulb on the ceiling went out. A moment later, everything around went dark, and someone assumed that it seemed that the lights had been turned off. At this time, a brother and sister from the Black Brotherhood were outside, who were using lightning and were about to start hunting the tiger. Members of the Black Brotherhood were standing on the roof of a Chinese restaurant. Hong placed her hands on the floor and began to release the zipper. A moment later, a blue lightning bolt appeared from her hands. Brother and sister smiled mischievously, doing what they had planned. At the same moment, the people inside the Chinese restaurant looked at the lamp. A moment later they were in a room with the lights off, and the old man noticed that it seemed that the light had stopped working, and you agreed with him, saying that they had recently changed the light bulbs. At the same time, Kong turned his menacing gaze forward. Awkwardly scratching his head, the owner of the restaurant could not believe that they had already expired, and stated that he would quickly go and check. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor placed a candle on the table, saying that it was not necessary to do this. Getting up from his seat, the protagonist stated that he was getting off on his own. Looking at his friend, Khan explained that the owner should not leave when a visitor was there. Then, with a snide grin on his face, he called you the master again. Hearing this, the restaurant owner looked at him in surprise. After a moment, he nodded his head approvingly, saying that he would then ask him for a favor. At this time, the president of the association was silently staring at the Flame Emperor. Closing his eyes, the guy with brown hair said that he would definitely solve the problem quickly. Immediately after that, the protagonist left the guys while you told them that his employee was very capable. At the same time, Hong continued to release her lightning energy, thinking that the ability to absorb all the energy of the one she touches was her ability. Imagining herself in a fighting pose, the girl reasoned that the advantages of her skill were that she became physically stronger depending on how much she absorbed. At this time, it was raining outside the Chinese restaurant, and Hong thought that she had managed to achieve pitch darkness from the onset. Looking at her brother, the girl declared that everything was ready, and she knew that when absolute darkness came, it was his turn. Directing his menacing gaze forward, Young said that he would quickly sort it out and return. Then he lowered his leg from the roof, thinking that it was complete darkness that his sister had created. Suddenly, the young man's entire body was enveloped in dark red energy. With a snide grin on his face, the member of the Black Brotherhood knew that no one would be able to see him anymore. Immediately afterward, Young jumped off the roof. A moment later, he landed on the ground, thinking that his skill was a perfect camouflage in the darkness. As if merging with the surrounding space, the guy reasoned that thanks to this, not a single one of their targets had survived so far. Suddenly, the member of the Black Brotherhood looked away in surprise. Kang stood in front of him with a straight face. Zhang glanced at the Flame Emperor, who was calmly staring in front of him, and thought that he had frightened him, and also didn't know what was going on, or if he was a restaurant employee. Taking out his dagger, the assassin thought that he was going to quietly finish off only the chairman, but now there was nothing he could do. Immediately afterward, a member of the Black Brotherhood rushed to attack the protagonist, thinking that he could not leave evidence behind. Bringing his dagger closer to his opponent, Young wished him death. With a deft movement of his hand, Kang stopped his blow. Seeing this, the guy was very dumbfounded and couldn't believe that he had deflected the blow because he couldn't see it, or even feel the presence. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor stretched his finger near his opponent's forehead. With a sharp movement, he struck him with his finger. After the damage received, the professional killer flew to the side. A moment later, he regrouped abruptly in the air. Then the member of the Black Brotherhood landed on the ground. Looking in front of him in fear, Chung thought that he had seen him despite the absolute marking, and didn't understand how he managed to do it, because he looked like an ordinary guy. Looking ahead, he called him a bastard and asked who he was, and if he was a secret agent of the Silver Tower. Standing in front of his opponent, the protagonist asked if he was talking about him. Pointing his finger back, Kang explained that he was just a delivery man from the Yanchengak restaurant, and his opponent did not believe him. They said that he was lying. Slowly approaching him, the Flame Emperor explained that whether he believed it or not, they would not be allowed to disturb their customers, and today they had a special visitor. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist added that it was therefore better for him to quietly leave there. Putting his hand to his head, the professional killer asked if he really thought that once he hit him once, then now everything was possible, and stated that they were not the kind of people who would run away from fright. At the same moment, his sister appeared behind Kang, and a member of the Black Brotherhood said that he would not listen to some freak. A moment later, Hong was already very close to the Flame Emperor. With a snide grin on her face, the girl thought that she would use the energy she had received and put it into the blow, so he wouldn't be left intact after this. Suddenly, she noticed the protagonist thrust his hand in her direction. At the same time, Ken managed to block her blow, and Hong couldn't figure out what was going on, wondering if he had compensated for her energy. Looking at the Flame Emperor, who had a serious expression on his face, the girl realized that he had consumed her, while he stated that it was impossible to use someone else's. Then he grabbed her hand sharply. With a deft movement, the protagonist slammed his opponent into the ground. After the damage received, the girl began to cough up blood. Suddenly turning back, Kang asked if he wanted to continue. At the same time, the Flame Emperor did not see his opponent in front of him. Looking in front of him in surprise, the protagonist asked if he had just run away. At this time, Zhang was rushing forward, thinking that his sister had absorbed the energy of an entire building and would definitely deal with this guy. Stopping abruptly in the middle of the street, the professional killer thought that he would leave him to her. Standing in front of the entrance to the Chinese restaurant, a member of the Black Brotherhood reasoned that he would take care of their goal himself. With a snide grin, Jung thought that among all those who had been their targets, no one had ever managed to survive. Immediately afterward, the young man released his dark red energy and realized that they would kill President Yun Hanzhong. Zhang was standing in front of the entrance to a Chinese restaurant. With a mad expression on his face, the guy stated that of all their goals, none had ever managed to survive. Suddenly, the professional assassin rushed forward and said that they would kill President Yun Hanzhong. Suddenly, a blow fell on his face. After taking damage, the member of the Black Brotherhood flew back. He was falling to the ground in front of a huge magic barrier. After a moment, Jung was greatly stunned by what he saw. Looking at the magic barrier, the guy asked what it was. Slowly approaching it, Khan explained that he knew there would be intruders, so he had set up a barrier beforehand. Looking ahead seriously, the Flame Emperor noticed that no one dared to touch the customers of their restaurant. At this time, the old man was sitting at the table with a candle and said that this young guy was making a good impression. With a big smile on his face, the disguised president of the association asked if he could tell us more about him, and wondered if he needed to find out everything he thought. Sitting across from him, Yu asked if he meant Kang, and he liked him too. Closing his eyes, the owner of the restaurant said that before opening this establishment, he worked as a porter for 10 years. With a joyful expression on his face, the brown-haired guy said that he had met many different people at that time, and there were strong ones among them. Lowering his gaze down a little, you noticed that, however, their strength only made him more worried. At this time, the brother and sister surrounded the protagonist outside, and the owner of the restaurant added that Kong was also strong, but he did not exude alarm. At the same time, two assassins suddenly rushed towards the protagonist. The Flame Emperor was completely calm at this moment, and his friend claimed that he could be called the most correct person he had ever met. With deft movements of his hands, Kong deflected every attack of his opponents. He closed his eyes and focused, thinking that this was not a bad technique. At the same moment, Zhang rushed towards him. Hong also headed forward to attack. With the help of hand movements, the Flame Emperor managed to deflect their blows. Looking forward with his menacing gaze, he declared that this was not enough. Immediately afterward, the protagonist would hit his opponent. A moment later, Kong struck at his other opponent. Suddenly, they were thrown aside. A professional killer fell to the ground. The Flame Emperor was standing in the middle of the street in a fighting posture. Hiding his hands behind his back, the protagonist asked why he was trying to commit an evil deed with the help of such excellent skills. Suddenly, something incomprehensible appeared around him, and he told them to behave well in the future. At the same time, the girl smiled broadly, saying that he did not notice her. Immediately afterward, Kong was tied up with her rope. Professional assassins held on to the rope, and Young told his sister that he was caught. She asked if he really thought they would just attack without any plan. Looking furiously forward, the girl declared that they were just waiting for the moment to tie him up with these special wires. At this time, the protagonist had an emotionless expression on his face while a member of the Black Brotherhood said that he did not advise him to try to break through this wire, and Han explained that it was a compressed web of arachne, therefore, it is especially durable. At the same moment, Kong imagined a huge spider in his head and asked if she was referring to the monster from Kanwon-do. With a big smile on his face, Chung wondered what he knew, and repeated that it was a special wire made from arachne webs. Suddenly very frightened, he added that force could never tear it apart. In front of him, he saw the Emperor melting a rope. After the incident, the professional killers were extremely dumbfounded. Holding the broken wire in his hands, the protagonist asked if he really said that it could not be broken, and noted that this meant that they definitely could not do it. With a big smile on his face, Kong remarked that it was glorious. At this time, the old man looked at you sitting in front and asked if he was really the right person. Through the window behind him, a bound Chung flew by, as the president of the Awakened Association had stated that if someone with power used it with the right heart, then everything would be fine. The killer guy continued to fly past the restaurant while Han added that then peace would come to the earth. The owner of the restaurant looked at the old man in surprise as he asked what was wrong. With a sigh of relief, the brown-haired guy said he didn't even know. With a big smile on his face, you said that if for such a proper person, strength is a reason to give up his ordinary life, perhaps it is Kong. Continuing to smile, the owner of the restaurant added that he would definitely give up his power and most likely choose an ordinary life. Hearing this, the president of the Awakened Association silently stared in front of him. At the same moment, the lamp began to glow again. The guys looked at her in surprise, and the guy with the brown hair noticed that the electricity had finally been restored. A moment later, the protagonist came inside the restaurant, explained to her that it was more time for him than he thought, and received praise from Y. The old man, looking at him, asked if he had said that his name was Kan. Glancing at the president of the association sitting at the table, the Flame Emperor confirmed his words and asked if he wanted to say something to him. Folding his hands to his chest, Kan gave a negative answer. Glancing at him sharply, the old man explained that he just wanted to thank him. Immediately afterward, the president of the association imagined in his mind a man in a hole in the wall and a man lying around the banned substances, musing that he was thankful for all those events. Visualizing a man in a business suit who was releasing his energy, Han reasoned that he was also grateful to him for saving so many people. Then he remembered how the protagonist healed the elder of the Goblin clan, and I thank him for all this. A moment later, the old man was greatly stunned when Kong said that he should be thanked. With a big smile on his face, the Flame Emperor noticed that thanks to people like him, Korea remained healthy. Directing his serious gaze forward, the protagonist expressed his great gratitude. Looking at him in surprise after all he had heard, Han wondered if he had known who he was from the beginning. Then the old man nodded his head and said that he was grateful to him for that too. Immediately after that, the guys went outside, and the president of the association noticed that it was a lot of fun today, and you said that they themselves did not notice how time flew by. Looking at Han as he left, the owner of the restaurant asked him to be careful. The old man walked down the street with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him. Looking at the professional killers tied to a lamppost, the president of the association asked who they were. Coming closer to them, Han said that it was a brother and sister from the A-rank Black Brotherhood and wondered what they were doing there. Suddenly, he noticed a roll of paper next to them. Immediately afterward, the old man unwrapped it and read that it was indeed the leaders of the Black Brotherhood who were hunting him, so he had to be careful. Upon receiving this information, the president of the Awakened Association smiled broadly. Then he continued to walk along the street of the city. The narrative of the story is transferred to the water park, where people had fun in the water. The guys also came there, saying that it was a lot of fun. The plot then shows us some photos of who having fun at the water park. A girl with brown hair was happily waving her hand while in the pool. She was playing with other children. At this time, the guys were happily watching her. Kong folded his arms to his chest and thought that he had come with the Yu family to the water park, and Lim noticed that their daughter seemed to be having a lot of fun. Tae-bok smiled broadly as he filmed everything on his phone, and mused that Ha was very cute, while the Flame Emperor reasoned that he wasn't as a bodyguard, but as a member of Yu's daughter's fan club, the Chocolate Bun. Scratching his nose, the protagonist thought that he was just enjoying his vacation himself. Suddenly, he noticed the girls passing by, and he thought that it didn't last long until he encountered a serious problem. After a moment, Kong was a little puzzled. His eyes were riveted on the beauties in swimsuits, and he thought that it was the two naked bodies of others that were to blame for everything. With an embarrassed expression on his face, the Flame Emperor wondered if they were wearing too little clothing. Closing his eyes from embarrassment, the protagonist did not know what to do with his eyes, and understood that this was a critical moment in his life. At this time, there were also members of the Awakened Association in the water park. Song looked at his colleagues and asked what they were doing. Hearing this, the red-haired guy asked if he couldn't see, and Buck explained that they were looking for the starting stone. With an expression full of enthusiasm, the guy with gray hair declared that the water park was a bunch of wolves on the hunt, and his colleague noted that they had come there to protect the boss from men full of bad intentions, because this was their calling. Looking at them puzzled, the support worker asked what they were talking about, because he had actually come there as a volunteer. Pointing to the drawing on his back, the guy in glasses added that everything was in order to monitor the safety of citizens in order, and this was their calling. Suddenly, someone put a hand directly on his shoulder. It was the director of the Awakened Association, who asked the boss to be honest with them. With a snide grin, the gray-haired guy asked if it was true that he knew Kim's boss would be there today, so he applied to volunteer and even refused his vacation. Suddenly embarrassed after his question, Song stated that everything was not like that at all. Looking at the colleagues in front, the support worker asked why they were there and why they hadn't gone on vacation. Then the guys put their hands on the shoulders of the boss and said that they were talking about the same thing, and he was still stubborn. A guy with red hair with a disgruntled expression on his face explained that everyone in their department knew that he liked Kim's boss. Looking ahead, Buck noticed that if he hesitated, he might be outstripped, and Kim's boss was popular in other departments as well. Imagining themselves in the images of cupids, the guys said that he could not worry and trust the angels of love. After everything he heard, the guy in glasses was very dissatisfied, while his colleagues posted that there was nothing to be surprised about. Suddenly, the guys noticed the tension of their boss, who asked if they were really running into a joke and decided to play a joke on him. Grabbing his subordinates by the heads, Song declared that he would show them who was in charge, and they said that they were wrong and asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind the guys and called out to Sun. Hearing this, the guys turned back in surprise. It was Kim, who noted with a seductive look that she had heard that he would also be there, and had also brought his employees. At this time, the support worker looked in front of him embarrassedly, wondering if she had always been so beautiful. Looking at him puzzled, the girl asked what he was and why he suddenly blushed, and whether he had a heat stroke. Putting her hand to the forehead of the guy in glasses, the employee of the inspection department asked to let her see. She approached her friend with a thoughtful expression on her face. Sung's subordinates giggled away from the amorous atmosphere while Kim said that there seemed to be no heat. Waving her hand away from him, the guy in glasses explained that he was fine. Looking at him with dissatisfaction, the girl from the inspection department said that she was actually worried about him, and he repeated again that everything was fine with him. Directing her worried gaze forward, Kim noticed that she was still restless. At this time, the support worker looked at her in surprise, while the girl explained that he had only recently regained his strength, so there was no need to overexert himself. Waving to the guys, Kim said that she would be in your zone, so they would see each other later, and they asked the boss to be more careful. Song looked seriously in front of him, assuming that she seemed to be worried about him. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Then he turned his back on her abruptly. Suddenly, the guy in glasses was very dumbfounded when someone called out to the beauty. A man with tattoos approached Kim and asked if she wanted to chat with him. Awkwardly scratching his head, the bandit explained that he was the head of the 4th department of the legendary guild, and if he had time, offered to have fun. With her eyes, the girl from the inspection department explained that as he would see, she had come there to volunteer, so she didn't have time for fun, so it was time for her. At the same time, a man with tattoos grabbed her by the arm, saying that there were already many volunteers there, so he thought he didn't have to work alone. Looking at him with displeasure, Kim thought that he was very annoying. Suddenly, someone grabbed the robber's arm. It was Song, who said with a serious expression that she had refused him. Abruptly pulling his hand away, the man with tattoos asked who else he was. Moments later, the support worker was taken aback when asked if he was her boyfriend. The member of the legendary guild looked in surprise at the guy with glasses, who said that it turned out that he really was. Frozen in place, Sun wondered who he was to Kim. At the same time, he had memories of Dagon holding his hair in his mind, and he thought that when they fought him, he had not been able to protect his girlfriend. Imagining the image of a smiling Ying, the bespectacled guy reasoned that he hadn't kept the promise he had made to the elder. Visualizing himself with a huge number of wounds on his body, the support worker thought that he hadn't even bothered to clean up the wounds so as not to forget that shame, and he was still too weak to protect Kim. Imagining in his head standing with his back to his girlfriend, Song, that was why he did not dare to take the first step. A moment later, the guy with glasses gritted his teeth. With a serious expression on his face, he was about to say something when suddenly someone called his mother. Hearing this, the support worker looked away in surprise. Ha appeared in front of the guys, who surprised everyone. The girl suddenly ran up to Kim, which surprised her greatly. The girl from the inspection department looked at Ha dumbfounded and asked if she was asking her to play along. At the same moment, the girl winked at her. Seeing this, Kim smiled broadly. Squatting down, the girl from the inspection department called her daughter and asked her when she came. After everything that happened, the man with tattoos looked in front of him dumbfounded and asked if she was a married aunt. Song, on the other hand, stared in front of him dumbfounded and asked when she had made it. Suddenly she hit him with her shoulder. Pretending to laugh, the girl from the inspection department called him her husband and asked if he was okay, noticing that her hand had just slipped. A moment later, the member of the legendary guild was greatly taken aback when the people around him asked who was harassing a married woman, and said that he seemed to be from a very famous community. Immediately afterward, the tattooed man bowed to Kim and said that it must be her daughter and husband. Then he quickly ran away and asked for forgiveness. After everything that had happened, the girl from the inspection department and leaned over to Ha and thanked her, asking why she decided to help her. Looking at her, the girl explained that her uncle said that it is necessary to help those who are in a difficult situation. Running away from the guys, Ha said goodbye to them. Suddenly, Kim was surprised by what she saw from the front. At the same moment, the girl ran up to Kang. Then they both gave the guys a thumbs up. The red-haired guy stared in front of him, asking if this person was the same delivery man from the Yangjiangak restaurant. An employee of the association pointed his finger up, remembered how Kim had met him before, and asked that she recognized him last time, since he was her acquaintance. Smiling broadly, the girl from the inspection department said that he just helped her several times, which surprised the others. With a thoughtful look on his face, Buck mused that the delivery man from the Chinese restaurant was a rather unpleasant figure that no one would suspect. Pointing his finger forward, the director of the Awakened Association stated that he was an ant, and the plot explained that this was how the members of the Silver Tower called informants because they were like ants that foraged for food and brought it to the anthill. Taking her hand aside, Kim explained that it was something like this, while the guy with red hair noticed that he thought it was her secret lover, because he was very handsome. Looking at Song standing next to him, the gray-haired guy asked him what he guessed. At the same moment, the support worker silently recalled how Kim called him her husband. The guys stood behind their boss and called out to him, while the plot explained that he did not hear what was being said around him. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the moment when Kang, along with the others, was standing near the megaphone, in which they told the distinguished guests of their water park that they had been waiting for this for a long time. The host smiled broadly, declaring that they were starting a long-awaited event. Standing on the stage surrounded by girls, the man stated that it was called Steeplechase. The Flame Emperor looked in front of him and asked what it was, and you said that it was said to be the most interesting thing about this water park. Looking to the side, the owner of the restaurant said that it was necessary to overcome the obstacle and get to the goal as quickly as possible. With his serious gaze forward, the protagonist was saying that he had to overcome obstacles, while his friend asked him why he needed it. At the same time, Ken had memories of wading through a huge number of traps, and told him that it was similar to the training he had as a child. Hearing this, the brown-haired guy looked at his friend and asked what kind of training it was. At the same time, the host, standing in front of the visitors of the water park, stated that everyone could participate in these competitions, regardless of whether they were awakened or not, and of course, could only use physical strengthening. Suddenly, a man in the crowd of visitors, looking in displeasure in front of him, asked if it was too beneficial for the awakened ones, when suddenly someone asked if there was a prize. Smiling broadly, the zookeeper said that they would soon see for themselves that there were no indulgences for the awakened, and of course, they had prepared a prize. Looking at the car standing aside, the presenter announced that it would be a new car from a popular company. Hearing this, the visitors to the water park were greatly delighted. Looking ahead, the employee of the water park said that if they want to participate in the competition, it is not too late to sign up and they need to find their employees and submit an application. Standing on the stage, the host and the girls next to him unanimously said that they hoped for their active participation. After hearing everything, Ha looked at Kang and asked if he would participate as well, and Kang explained that he just wanted to see. Suddenly, the girl became upset, remarking that she really wanted to ride that red car, and the Flame Emperor asked if this was the main prize. With an innocent expression on her face, Ha explained that she thought that if they had such a car, they could all travel together. Looking ahead with his serious gaze after her words, the protagonist asked if this was true and mused that he couldn't disappoint Ha. Looking at the girl, Kang said that he would try it then, too. She called him the best. Immediately afterward, Ha blew a kiss to the side and stated that if he took the first place, she would kiss him, while you asked what Dad would get. Hearing this, the protagonist seemed to be all inflamed, realizing that he would definitely have to make every effort just not to be discovered, while the girl answered her father that she kissed him every day. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story shifts to the challenge bar, where the presenter announced that it was an obstacle race that offered new challenges in each competition. Volunteers watched everything that was happening from the sidelines, while the zoo worker added that this time many people signed up to participate, and they were waiting for hot competitions. At this time, Yu and Ha also stood next to each other and listened to the host ask if they were interested in what obstacles awaited them today, and who would be the winner who would be able to overcome all these obstacles. Looking forward, the employee of the water park introduced the first participant of the competition, who was the youngest head of the department from the legendary guild. At the same time, a man with tattoos came forward while the host said that his name was Park Myung-gil. Smiling broadly, Gil reflected that there were only a bunch of stupid people around who did not understand anything and did not even know what this event meant. Looking at the sign with the name of the competition, the man with tattoos reasoned that this was not just child's play, this was a competition organized by the best guild in the country. Looking ahead seriously, Gil realized that the prize for the winner was only a distraction, and the real goal was to choose real professionals among ordinary amateurs and invite them to his guild. Looking at the people standing to the side, exuding green energy, the man with the tattoos thought that their human resources agents were hiding among ordinary citizens. Unleashing his inner energy, Gil reflected that although he belonged to a legendary guild, he would like to play among the big fish if he had such a chance. Immediately after that, he rushed forward, and the leader said that as soon as he heard the signal, he should boldly set off. The man with the tattoos began to go through the obstacle course, reasoning that this time he would show off his skills and go to the Red Dragon Guild. Stepping on the surface of the obstacle course, Gil thought that it would be worth showing a huge difference in level for this. Pushing forward with great force, the man with the tattoos thought that this was the way to act. Suddenly he was very surprised by something. Gil flew off the obstacle course, which was very stunned. A man with tattoos fell into the water while the host announced that the participant had fallen through on the first obstacle. Kong, looking serious ahead, mused that there was no benefit to the awakened, and that was what they meant. Looking at the obstacle in the competition lane, the Flame Emperor reasoned that they looked ordinary on the outside, but when pressing on certain areas, these settings reflected the blow received. Looking ahead, the protagonist understood that in other words, it was worth considering the elasticity that he could withstand, and without experience, it was difficult to control his powers. Glancing sharply to the side, Kong thought that he could handle it easily, and wondered how many people would be able to bypass this trap. Suddenly, he noticed something surprising in the front. Looking in front of him, the protagonist thought of a person. The narrative of the story continued to take place in the middle of an obstacle course where someone had fallen down. The man hit the spinning mechanism, and the host announced that he had lost. Then the other person was thrown aside, and the park worker said that he also lost. Immediately after that, the third guy was stopped by another obstacle, while the host said that it was a pity, but he also lost. With an expression full of enthusiasm, the water park worker said that the losers follow one another. Looking at a person who falls into the water, the leader asked what was happening, and maybe the obstacles in these competitions were too difficult. Looking at the button at the end of the obstacle course, the water park employee noticed that none of the participants had yet reached the finish line. Looking ahead seriously, Khan reflected that the obstacles were much more complex and confusing than they seemed, and it was no wonder that it was so difficult for everyone to pass them. Glancing sharply to the side, the Flame Emperor reasoned that it was a piece of cake for him, but there was hardly anyone among the participants who could pass these traps. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something in front. He looked in front of him in surprise, wondering if this man was there. A moment later, a girl with red hair walked past the guys while the host announced that the next participant would be coming out. Khan looked at her, thinking that there was some special feeling coming from her. A girl with red hair put her hand on her belt when a water park worker said that she was the number 78 participant. A moment later, Han Seo-hee smiled broadly as her name was called. Immediately after that, the red-haired girl gathered her hair in a ponytail. The host said that there was an extraordinary beauty in front of them, and wondered if such a weak woman would be able to reach the end. Looking forward, Kong reflected that he felt as if she had already been through various trials. Watching so, the Flame Emperor reasoned that she didn't have much aura in general, and wondered what she was capable of. At the same moment, the girl with red hair grabbed her pendant. Opening it, she looked at the portrait of a man. Looking down, so mentally told her father to watch over her. After a moment, the girl with red hair lowered her hand to the ground. Then she took a pose for the start. With a menacing expression on her face, the girl with red hair thought that she would certainly avenge him. Immediately afterward, So suddenly rushed forward, and the leader said that she started immediately after the signal. A girl with red hair quickly ran along the obstacle course. About the workers in the park, he said that she had amazing strength of mind. She made her way through the obstacles while the host announced that she had overcome the first obstacle quite easily. When So grabbed the rope, a water park worker said that she immediately passed the tests with the rope. By a deft movement, she managed to evade the rotating mechanism, and the leader declared that she was excellent at dodging obstacles in the way. Then the girl with red hair went further along the obstacle course, and the employee of the water park stated that the participant reached the spinning rings. Suddenly, she jumped forward through these very rings. After that, So stopped on an obstacle course. The red-haired girl stared at the mechanical monsters in front of her as the host announced that their athlete had stopped to catch her breath. At the same moment, the mechanical doll stirred. At the same time, robot monkeys came into action. The people watching began to cheer as the water park worker said that she was proud of their obstacle course, artificially intelligent combat robots, Monkey Brothers. With a serious expression on his face, Kong stared in front of him as the host announced that they were collecting data and getting stronger with each competition, and this was an obstacle where up to 90% of the participants lost. A moment later, So rushed forward at great speed, and the water park worker noticed that she suddenly switched to running. A girl with red hair was rapidly approaching the mechanical dolls, while the host stated that he did not think she would be able to avoid the brothers' attack. At the same moment, the robot monkeys were preparing to attack. Suddenly, Seo dodged the mechanical doll's blow while the water park worker said it was a relentless blow from the monkeys. A girl with red hair was behind the robots, and the host stated that their athlete was quite dexterous, and she managed to dodge the blows, but there are two monkeys, so everything becomes very dangerous. Immediately afterward, the mechanical doll turned towards Seo. Two robot monkeys simultaneously attacked a girl with red hair while a water park worker said she was between a rock and a hard place. The volunteers watching this from the outside were greatly stunned. The host also looked in surprise in front of him. At the same moment, Kong was extremely amazed by what he saw. The two mechanical puppets were defeated by deft blows. A moment later, So jumped up above her opponents. Then it landed on the next platform. People watching from the outside were delighted with this. At the same time, So sighed with relief. The host looked in front of him dumbfounded, said that it was just amazing and she managed to defeat the Monkey Brothers, performing an incredible jump. Observing the girl with red hair who continued to pass the tests, the zookeeper noticed that while he was saying this, she had already begun the next obstacle. So continued to move along the obstacle course, and the host asked what awaited her next. A moment later, the moving board suddenly tilted to the side, which was immediately announced by the employee of the water park. Noticing this, the girl with red hair grabbed the platform tightly. The host stated that she could not resist, and perhaps, this was the end. After a moment, she gripped the edge of the platform tightly. Began to climb back up while the water park worker noticed that she had barely managed to catch on to the edge of the plank. Watching everything from the sidelines, Khan noticed that she had incredible concentration. At the same time, a girl with red hair ran to the next obstacle, and the host announced that she had almost reached the finish line. Suddenly, Seo jumped onto the moving platform while the water park worker was telling her not to relax until the very end. Immediately afterward, the girl with red hair landed at the very end. With a deft movement of her hand, she pressed the button. Then, began to cheer as the host announced that she was the first to reach the finish line. Looking seriously in front of him, the Flame Emperor reasoned that it had exceeded his expectations, and without impeccably developed senses, experience, and concentration, it would definitely not have passed. Looking menacingly to the side, the protagonist was wondering in what conditions she grew up, when suddenly he heard laughter. Yu standing next to him smiled, saying that it was finally his turn, and Kong asked if he had signed up as well. With a joyful expression on his face, the owner of the restaurant explained that in fact, he had worked as a loader for 10 years. Directing his serious gaze forward, the guy with brown hair declared that Dad would show what he was capable of. Looking at him puzzled after all he had heard, the Flame Emperor wondered if he could handle it. Entering the obstacle course, Yu stated that Dad would show what he was capable of, and he was not only the father of a 5-year-old daughter, but also a strong man who survived his gate as a porter. The owner of the restaurant then fixed his serious gaze ahead as the host announced his name, and called the participant number 92. At this time, his family members standing aside were smiling broadly, telling him to hold on and only go forward. Looking ahead with his serious gaze, Kong mentally begged his friend not to let him down. Immediately after that, the guy with brown hair rushed forward, and the host said that the participant had begun the tests. A moment later, he was trapped in an obstacle and said that this could not be. You got stuck in a rotating ring, and a water park employee said that the participant, while trying to pass through the spinning circles, got stuck in one of them. Hearing this, his companions were greatly puzzled. Immediately afterward, a volunteer came to use aid while he begged for forgiveness, and the facilitator explained that the rescue team had just come to him. Lying on a stretcher, the owner of the restaurant reflected that if he had known in advance, he would have lost weight, and this is a complete shame. His family looked at him with concern and asked if he had a stomachache. Ha sat in her mother's arms, saying that her dad was still the best, and her wife confirmed the correctness of her words. Hearing this, the young man with the brown hair began to cry with joy. Khan then approached him, saying that he did well and did everything he could, while he explained that this was all he was capable of. After that, the guys shook hands. With a visibly drooping look, Yu asked his friend for something. The guys were very scared and called him. Looking forward seriously, the Flame Emperor mused that the owner of the restaurant was so ashamed that he had fainted, and his courage was commendable. The narrative of the story continued to take place in a water park with an obstacle course, when the host announced that the situation was heating up. At the same moment, Kong slowly walked forward, and the water park employee announced that it was time to introduce the next participant. The Flame Emperor took off his t-shirt. The host called him participant number 107. At the same time, the protagonist took off his glasses, and the employee of the water park noticed that he had not written anything about himself, so he was a rather mysterious man. As Kong stared forward with his menacing gaze, the host was saying his name. Girls watching him from the sidelines asked who he was, because he was very handsome. At this time, Ha sat on Yu's neck and shouted to her uncle to only go forward. Immediately afterward, the girl smiled broadly. Noticing this, the protagonist was also delighted. She silently watched what was happening from the sidelines, while the host said that the participant number 78 was still in the lead, and she set an incredible record of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Moving his hand to the side, the employee of the water park asked if their participant could beat this record. Smoke suddenly spread around the area, and the host told the participant to get ready for the start. A moment later, he seemed to disappear from his seat when he heard the words about the beginning of the test. Kong flew forward at great speed while the host said that the participant was rushing at an incredible speed. With deft movements, the temperature of the flame managed to pass obstacles, while he himself reflected that he remembered the years when he trained as a murderer. Pushing his hand off the platform, the protagonist reasoned that although it certainly could not compare to these obstacles, which were like toys, instead of a rotating soft mechanism, he imagined a battle axe and thought that then there were not dummies, but real tools. Immediately afterward, Kong stepped on a fictitious axe. With a deft movement, he jumps her up. Then, the Flame Emperor landed on the ground. The protagonist directed his menacing gaze forward. At the same time, a huge number of arrows seemed to appear above his head. Noticing this, Kong abruptly ran forward, dodging them. The Flame Emperor continued to rush forward. Suddenly, he turned his foot to the side. With deft movements of his body, he was able to dodge the blows of spears. The protagonist scrolled and dodged each attack of the traps. Immediately afterward, Kong landed on the ground. He then looked seriously in front of him. The Flame Emperor was in front of the spinning rings as the host said that in a matter of seconds, he had passed the spinning area. People watching all this were delighted and asked who he was, and the water park employee said that the participant demonstrated incredible movements. Robot monkeys suddenly appeared next to the protagonist, while the host announced that, however, this was not the end. A moment later, the mechanical dolls went into action, and a water park worker asked if he could walk through their robot twins. Immediately after that, the protagonist rushed forward at great speed, while the host said that he was running without any hesitation. The robot monkeys that noticed this swung their fists. Then they directed their blows at the approaching enemy. Suddenly, hands went to their faces. With deft movements, Kong grabbed his opponents by the heads. At the same time, the Emperor of the Flame destroyed robot monkeys. By abruptly crossing himself with his hand, he managed to completely smash the mechanical dolls. The presenter who noticed this was extremely dumbfounded, so was also very surprised by everything that happened. Standing in the middle of the wreckage of the robots, Kong said that he didn't want to destroy them and apologized while the water park worker stated that it was unbelievable, that he had easily broken the twin monkeys. Kim stared in front of her, puzzled, thinking that if you said that he was trying to contain his power, no one would believe it, and the host said that their engineers would be upset. Immediately afterward, the protagonist dodged moving spiked obstacles. Kong hurried forward as the facilitator said that before they knew it, he was in front of the final obstacle. The Flame Emperor abruptly jumped towards the swinging platform. Then he landed on it and moved forward. A moment later, the protagonist landed on the last part of the challenge. With a deft movement of his hand, he pressed the button. Kong stood still with an overconfident expression on his face as the host announced that their competitor had reached the finish line. The Flame Emperor stood in front of the cheering crowd and wondered if he should have run a little slower, and the water park worker said that his time was 2 minutes and 31 seconds, and this had never happened in history. Looking in front of him, Song noticed that he was just an incredible man, and his subordinates said that the Red Dragon Guild would immediately want to invite him to their place. Smiling broadly, Kim laughed, saying that she didn't think they would succeed, and her colleague wondered what she was talking about. Pointing her finger upwards, the girl from the inspection department explained that he had an F rank. With a serious expression on his face, remembering watching him from the window of the Awakened Association, the bespectacled guy remarked that he had amazing physique and could be taught the Myeongjong technique if he had a D rank, as well as invited to his guild. At the same moment, Ha kissed Kong on the cheek, saying that he was very cool and, as promised, he was making a kiss. Immediately afterward, the Flame Emperor happily held the girl in his arms. At the same time, Seo looked at him in fear and wondered who he was. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to a Chinese restaurant. Ji looked at the TV in surprise when the news anchor announced urgent information with the topic of the day about the ghostly thief Black Cat, who again warned of an impending crime. The employees of the TV channel looked seriously in front of them, saying that today at 10 p.m. he was going to appropriate the diamond of the Tears of Huang Wei from the Museum of Heroes. Kang stared in surprise and asked about it as the news anchor added about the Black Cat's statement to the Awakened Association. Putting her hands on her belt, she said that he stole only diamonds and had already appropriated a lot of jewelry, and only one of them did not work out. Looking at her after hearing this, the Flame Emperor asked that whatever abilities he possessed, he was just a thief, and why there was so much fuss around him, to which he was told that he had more than just outstanding abilities. Imagining a sealed letter in her head, the girl explained that he always warned in advance in notes about his plans. Well, no matter how much they strengthened the security, it was never possible to prevent the kidnapping. Visualizing an unknown person in a black cat costume, she added that the strangest thing was that he had returned all the stolen diamonds. At the same moment, the protagonist was very surprised and wondered why he had to return everything he had stolen. Closing her eyes, the girl noted that she did not know herself, because in the end no one was hurt, and apparently, the black cat even had fans. Immediately afterward, Kang pondered, thinking that he was sending a warning and returning the stolen goods, so perhaps he just wanted to show off his abilities. Suddenly, the bell on the front door rang as it opened. The guys immediately looked at Shin, who was entering the restaurant. Looking frightened in front of him, the guy with black hair asked for help. Immediately after this, the stories are transferred to the Museum of Heroes, when night has already fallen. Ha looked at the jewel in front of her in admiration. Then she looked at Kang standing next to her, and said that he was very beautifully sparkling, and Shin confirmed her words and noticed that they had not come there in vain. Looking at the shiny diamond, the Flame Emperor asked if this gem was going to be stolen by the Black Cat, to which he received a positive answer. Standing in front of his friend, the protagonist asked what he was there for, and he tried to find the right words. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the guy in the cap explained that, to be honest, he was at the scene of the crime as many as 2 times, but he could not arrest the thief. Surprised by what he heard, he asked if he was so clever that even he couldn't do anything, and Shin said that he had no excuse. Looking at his friend with displeasure, and remembering how he smiled at Ha, the protagonist asked if he had called her to such a dangerous place, and Ha replied that otherwise he would not have been able to lure him, and would have said that he would stay at home to watch TV series, and otherwise he would protect her. Then Kang glanced sharply to the side, about to notice something. Looking at the huge number of people who were being held back by the guards, the Flame Emperor asked who they were. Several guys were dressed in carnival costumes and held posters, and Shin clarified that he was really talking about them. Sighing heavily, the guy in the cap explained that they were fans of the Black Cat, and it seemed that they had gathered to see him. Looking away, the protagonist wondered what was driving them. Suddenly, a man came up to the guys from behind, who told Hunter Li Shin that he apologized for interrupting him, but it would soon be 10 p.m., and he wondered if it had really been so long. A moment later, the searchlight illuminating the room was broken. At the same moment, all the guys were very surprised by the sudden onset of darkness. The guard looked at the chief, saying that the light had suddenly gone out, and he asked what it was worth and ordered to quickly turn on the searchlight. At the same time, the lamps were turned on and illuminated forward. Their light was directed at the Black Cat standing on a pedestal with a diamond. The head of the guard looked in front of him with displeasure. They asked if this was their uninvited guest. Shin, noticing the appearance of the enemy, was greatly dumbfounded. At this time, Kang stared menacingly in front of him. The robber held the diamond in his hands, telling the ladies and gentlemen that, as he had warned, he would take Wang He's tears today. Sending his fans a kiss, the Black Cat noticed that in return he would give them his love. Seeing this, his support group began to rush forward, saying that they wanted him to take their hearts. Pointing his finger forward, the head of the guard ordered his subordinates not to stand still, but to grab him. Immediately after that, the soldiers approached the robber. Noticing this, the Black Cat grinned mischievously. Suddenly, he created several clones and ran in different directions. The guard looked at the copies of the Black Cat in surprise and told the commander that there were several of them now. Directing his puzzled gaze forward, the head of the guard ordered to seize them all. Hearing this, the man jumped onto the robber's projection. As he got closer, the clones suddenly turned into a mist. At the same moment, a smoke bomb appeared on the floor in front of the guard. Moments later, the guards choked on the smoke, saying it was tear gas, and Kang covered himself and Ha with a magical barrier. While under protection, the Flame Emperor pondered the tear gas mixed with the smoke screen, and realized that it was not a mere thing. Immediately after that, the soldiers ran out of the building, and their commander called them idiots, asking who gave the order to break the ranks. Holding the walkie-talkie in his hands, the man said that the Black Cat was still inside, and ordered to block the doors so that no one would come out. At this time, the dark man made his way behind the guards, thinking that everything was going as he had planned. With a smug expression on his face, the robber reasoned that if he used tear gas indoors, people would instinctively rush to look for a way out, and at that time he would be able to get lost in the crowd, to avoid it. Pointing his finger at the guy in the carnival costume, the Black Cat said that this was the same person, and thought that he had prepared a distraction to be on the safe side. Immediately afterward, the head of security grabbed the cosplayer, telling the Black Cat to stand still. Taking off his hat, the man declared that he was finally in their hands. In front of him, he saw a crying guy in disguise, who asked why he was doing this to him, and the head of security noticed that they were just his fans. After everything that happened, all the people inside the museum went outside. Shin suddenly droops, says he can't believe he brought him there, and the robber stole the jewelry anyway. At the same moment, Kang suddenly noticed something to the side. Looking at Ha Yun, the Flame Emperor told her to wait there for a while, and she immediately agreed. Then the protagonist approached the grandmother, who was coughing from the smoke. Looking at the old woman, Kang offered to accompany her home, and she explained that she could walk herself. Taking her by the arm, the Flame Emperor asked her not to refuse help and to lean on him, for which the grandmother thanked him. Walking with him along the street, the old woman noticed that he was young, and so kind. The old woman standing near the turn noticed that they had come, and behind this alley was her house, so she thanked him. With a snide grin, the protagonist explained that he had nothing to thank him for. A moment later, the grandmother was greatly stunned when she was called the Black Cat. After a moment, the old woman looked menacingly to the side. Stopping at the bend, the grandmother thanked Ken for his help. Looking forward with his serious gaze, the Flame Emperor explained that he had nothing to thank for. Suddenly, the old lady abruptly turned back when she was called the Black Cat. Grandmother froze in place and just kept silent. Suddenly smiling broadly, the old lady asked what he had just said, and if he had lost his pet. Looking at the real grandmother from the front, the protagonist explained that he was a good pretender, and even a master of disguises, so it was impossible to recognize it with an ordinary eye, and it should also be taken into account that he did not use the artifact to change his appearance. With a smile on his face, Kang added that he was the only one who could distinguish the aura of people, so he could not be fooled. Immediately afterward, the old lady grinned mischievously. Then, an unknown smoke appeared in front of the Flame Emperor. Suddenly, climbing onto the roof of the building, the robber laughed mischievously. Adjusting his hat, the Black Cat explained that artifacts for camouflage were needed by amateurs. Looking forward with his smug gaze, the robber declared that with them he would be immediately recognized with the help of the skill of recognition. Taking his hand aside, the Black Cat asked how he managed to guess and at what point he understood everything. Sighing heavily, Kang replied that he didn't even know, and perhaps from the very beginning. Hearing this, the robber was greatly stunned. Looking puzzled in front of him, the Black Cat asked if it was true from the very beginning, and therefore from that moment, when he was hiding among the crowd in the museum. Thoughtfully looking away, the protagonist explained that he had guessed back in the water park. Standing on the roof of the building, the robber asked which water park he was talking about, and Kang asked what the name was. Directing his serious gaze forward, the Flame Emperor and noticed that he had finally remembered. At the same moment, Han Seo-hee in the form of a black cat was greatly stunned when her name was called. Looking in front of him, the protagonist explained that she perfectly overcame all obstacles, so he remembered. Remembering how the girl with red hair deftly made her way through the spinning rings, Kang said that the level of ability was low, but there was a sense of skill and determination in her. Imagining in his head how Seo jumped away from the robot monkeys, the Flame Emperor added that she had a strong focus and, most importantly, a subtle special aura. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist noted that he did not think that she used her abilities for such things, and asked why she was doing this. With a clearly dissatisfied expression on her face, the black cat asked what he really thought. He had seen her one time and now he knew everything about her. Suddenly starting to cry, the girl with red hair asked not to act like a saint, because he was in the same gang with them. Suddenly, throwing playing cards forward, the robber asked if she would be the next one after her father. A moment later, a grenade appeared in front of Kan, with a snide grin, so asked if he really thought she would let him grab her. Immediately after that, a huge explosion occurred in the middle of the city street. At this time, the black cat flew away on a hang glider. Taking off his carnival mask, the robber reflected that he had found out her identity, and now he would have to lie low for a while. Suddenly appearing near her, Kang asked what she had said about her father. At the same moment, the frame of the aircraft was broken. A moment later, the guys began to fall down, and the Flame Emperor noticed that it somehow broke easily, although it looked quite reliable. At the same time, a girl with red hair took a weapon out of her pocket. She then fired a harpoon towards the building. The hook caught tightly on the corner. Immediately afterward, S began to sway forward. Suddenly, a black cat landed on a sign on the building. Grinning mischievously, the robber reflected that she was still a professional. At the same moment, the fastening of the sign began to shake. After a moment, she was completely off the wall. The leg of the girl with red hair immediately began to roll down. Very frightened, Seo closed her eyes. At the same time, she began to fall down and screamed. The black cat looked frightened in front of her, wondering if he would die such a stupid death. Suddenly starting to cry, the robber asked her father for forgiveness, and suddenly she heard a voice that asked if this trinket was really so important to risk her life because of it. Hearing this, Seo opened her eyes in surprise. At the same moment, the Flame Emperor was holding her in his arms, explaining that he meant that diamond. Being in the hands of her opponent, the black cat asked why he saved her and did not wish her death. A moment later, the protagonist landed on the ground. Continuing to hold the robber in his hands, Kang wondered why he needed to kill her in the first place. Looking at the ring on her finger, the girl with the hair thought that it was strange, and the artifact that perceived magic power did not react in any way. Putting Seo on the ground, the protagonist said that he just wanted to know why she stole the diamond and why she always returns what she stole. Closing her eyes, the black cat explained that the answer, of course, was obvious. Suddenly winking at her savior, the robber stated that it was all because it was exciting and to gain popularity. Because it was so intriguing that she was an elusive black cat. Using his inner energy to heal her leg, Khan noticed that she was good at pretending, but not good at lying. Hearing this, the girl with red hair silently looked in front of her. A moment later, the Flame Emperor looked in her direction in surprise as Seo revealed that she had heard that a weapon was hidden in a special diamond. With a serious expression, the black cat added that it was so strong that it could defeat the demon. Sharply immersed in his thoughts, the protagonist thought about a weapon capable of defeating a demon. Khan continued to use his internal energy on Seo's leg. Looking at her, the Flame Emperor asked about the weapons that could defeat the demon. With a visibly drooping expression, the black cat explained that she knew it sounded crazy, but now it was more important to her than her own life. As the robber stared silently in front of her, the Flame Emperor remarked that he wanted something from her. Fixing his serious gaze on her, the protagonist added that he needed her to talk about it in detail. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, the girl with red hair asked if it was true. Closing her eyes, So noticed that it was the first time she had poured out her soul to someone like this. With a sad look, the black cat told about her deceased father. Recalling how she spied on him as a child, the robber added that he was a famous archaeologist and gemologist, so one day he received an order with an unusual gemstone. A man with red hair looked through the device at the red ruby. After a moment, he was very dumbfounded, saying that this simply could not be. Imagining in her head how her father showed her this very precious stone, the robber said that her father was very excited and said something to her. Visualizing a red ruby in his hands, a girl with red hair said that a weapon that could destroy a demon was hidden inside this stone. Then, memories arose in Seo's mind of looking at this gem in admiration, and added that he claimed that they could make the world a better place, and then he talked for a long time about the power of this artifact, but she was small and therefore did not remember all of his words. Visualizing himself bringing his working father a snack, the black cat stated that in order to write a dissertation on his discovery, he began research. Imagining a bloody trail on the floor in her head, the robber began to talk about the moment when his work was almost finished. Recalling several people in black suits standing in front of her wounded father, the girl with red hair explained that unknown people had come for him. At the same moment, the man with red hair sharply looked to the side. His eyes were fixed on the photo of his daughter standing on the table, and he mused that he couldn't let them get to her. Immediately afterward, the archaeologist looked in front of him, puzzled. Father Saw then gritted his teeth in displeasure. Clenching his hand into a fist with great force, the red-haired man apologized that he would no longer be able to protect her. A moment later, he rushed into the attack with the last of his strength. At the same moment, people in black suits attacked him. After the damage received, the archaeologist began to roll back with blood. Immediately after that, he completely fell to the floor. At this time, a little girl was watching everything from around the corner, and unknown people said that the task was completed and it was necessary to take only a stone and burn all the materials. Imagining in her head tearfully trying to hold back her voice, So told her that she was too young to do anything while the people of the Black Brotherhood claimed that everything was done as they were told. The girl's eyes were riveted on her dead father lying on the floor, and the robber added that she was only watching from hiding as her loved one died. Immediately afterward, the black cat visualized standing in front of the burning house and told her that they had set fire to Dad's papers in his lab, and she had managed to get out and escape to a shelter that had been prepared in advance. Imagining the newspaper and television news on the occasion in her head, the girl with red hair said that the next day the news said that her father had died in an accident, and then articles began to come out saying that all his research was false. Remembering sitting on the floor of the house, So stated that she tried to tell people the truth, but no one believed the little girl's words. Visualizing how she just cried as a child, the black cat noticed that something happened later. Imagining in her head how she reached for the book under the chair, the robber said that she had found a notebook that her father had hidden in this shelter, and perhaps he foresaw the danger. With a serious expression on her face, the girl with red hair added that the first line in that notebook was that the weapon that could defeat the demon was a shining weapon. Looking at her in surprise after hearing this, Kong asked about the gleaming weapon. Then he had memories of talking to Kim, who told him that a demon named Dagon had called the dagger to the recruits. Imagining the snide smirk of the Lord of Water Creatures in her head, the girl from the inspection department added that it was a demon-fighting weapon, but she hadn't been able to wake it up yet. Visualizing Uriel's dagger, Kim stated that he had said that his condition had not yet reached perfection, but it was clear that it was capable of inflicting damage on demons and possessed considerable power. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist suggested that perhaps it looked like that dagger that his girlfriend had, or there were other similar blades. Looking at it, the robber said that shining weapons often slept inside special gems, and one of these was the stone that my father had examined. Looking at her, Khan wondered what it meant that there could be more than one weapon. Sighing heavily, the girl with red hair explained that even if she told others about it and asked to see the stone, no one would agree to it. Looking at So sitting in front of him, the Flame Emperor asked if that was why she was stealing gems. Continuing to look at her, the protagonist clarified that she really wanted to restore her father's honor and prove that his research was real, to which he received a positive answer. With an innocent smile on her face, the black cat noticed that no one believed it at all. Rising abruptly, Kong declared that this was not the case at all. Looking forward seriously, the Flame Emperor remarked that he believed in the existence of a weapon that could destroy a demon. Stretching out his hand in the direction of the robber, the protagonist added that they also believe that it is inside the stone. Reaching out to him after all she had heard, the girl with red hair asked if he really believed everything she said. Taking her by the hand, Khan stated that he really believed and was not going to hand her over to the police. As the Flame Emperor helped her up from the ground, he noticed that he had a condition, and so mused that her leg had stopped hurting and asked what exactly he wanted. The protagonist looked at the black cat, saying that a certain person would come to her, and she asked how she would recognize him. Imagining the image of Kim in his head, Khan said that the password would say and it would be the dew of the night, so she had to help whoever said it. Hiding his hands behind his back, the Flame Emperor added that this person would help, and he would no longer have to steal stones to research them. Smiling after what she heard, the robber asked if she really had to believe it. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist stated that the choice was up to her to believe or not, and he, in turn, chose to trust her. Then, Kong suddenly took out a jewel, which surprised the girl with red hair. Seo stared in front of her, dumbfounded, thinking that it was the stone she had hidden in her hair, and she didn't know when he had time to take it. As the huge diamond sparkled brightly in his hand, the Flame Emperor assumed that it seemed that she had already inspected it, and would therefore put it back in its place. Looking at his new ally, the protagonist stated that whatever the reason, stealing was bad, and the black cat agreed with him, saying that this rock wasn't what she was looking for anyway. Glancing sharply to the side, the robber said that now it was time for her. She did not notice anyone next to her, and was very surprised. Folding her arms at her chest, the girl with red hair said that let him do as he wanted. At this time, Kong was high in the sky, flying past the moon. The Flame Emperor was smiling broadly, and so noticed that she hadn't even had time to thank him. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story moves to a huge dark castle. Opposite him stood William. At this time, scarlet roses were lying on the ground. An old man with white hair was approaching an unknown man in a black robe. After a moment, he knelt down and addressed his master. Bowing his head before him, William begged him to take time for the wretched slave. An unknown man in a black robe was about to cut off a rosebud while pronouncing the old man's name. Holding the scarlet flower in his hands, the Lord asked what had become of Dagon. Bowing his head, William told that he was in the interdimensional prison of a small state on Earth. Hearing this, the black-robed man abruptly cut off the rosebud. Then the part with the petals of the flower fell to the ground, and the Lord asked if he could not penetrate there with his abilities. Looking seriously ahead, the white-haired old man explained that if he gave a little of his power, he could do anything. Immediately afterward, a dark purple energy entered his cane. Standing opposite his subordinate, an unknown man in a black robe asked if this was enough, and he explained that it was more than that, and thanked him for the mercy he had shown. Passing by William, the Lord said that if Dagon had talked about their lineage, then he should be dealt with after he paid for what he had done. An unknown black-robed man who stopped abruptly behind his subordinate added that his soul should be used to create a new beast. Lowering his head down, the old man with white hair said that he obeyed his master. Immediately afterwards, William walked to the exit of the castle. Looking menacingly forward, the old man with the white hair reflected that in such a small country so many foragers had already paid with their lives, and there was not even a strong army there. Suddenly sinking into his mind, he thought that if it weren't for those promises, these people would have long since disappeared from the face of the earth. After a moment, William looked in front of him, dumbfounded, and realized something. With a surprised expression on his face, the white-haired old man wondered if the deity had found out about their plans. He turned his head abruptly to the side, and thought that in that case it was impossible that the Lord would not say anything. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story moves to the park near the fountain. The old man in sunglasses was just reading a book. With displeasure, he raised his glasses in the air, declaring that the print in this book was too small, and he had not had the right years to read. At this moment, a boy passing by was very frightened when he saw him. The child hugged his mother, saying that this grandfather was very scary. She said that they would return home now. After all that had happened, the old man in the sunglasses looked sadly in front of him. Then he lowered his glasses again, feeling guilty. Suddenly, Ha ran up to him, greeting her grandfather. The old man with the glasses looked at the girl standing in front. Raising his sunglasses, the seasoned warrior asked if she was not afraid of him, because his face looked intimidating, and he himself was quite large. Smiling broadly, Ha stated that she wasn't afraid of him at all because he had a kind heart. Looking in front of her, the girl added that he was always sitting and thinking about his friends. Hearing this, the old man with the sunglasses was very dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, he started laughing out loud, saying that she was very funny. Looking at Ha standing in front, The old man with the sunglasses noticed that this was the case, asking if she wanted him to give her something. A moment later, the seasoned warrior gave her candy, and Ha was happy about it. Waving her hand to him, the girl expressed her gratitude, and the old man asked her to take care of herself. Looking to the side with a calm glance, Kang mused that this person was emitting a powerful aura, and perhaps he could ask you who he was. After some time, the owner of the restaurant, putting his hands on his belt, clarified that he was talking about a large bear with scars all over his body, and explained that this was Kim Jong-tae's grandfather, and the Emperor of the Flame wondered if he was really a famous person. Pointing his finger upwards, the brown-haired guy said that it was natural, because he was one of the members of the Death Row Squad, and his name was even in the association's Hall of Fame. The protagonist looked in front of him in surprise, asked about the Suicide Squad, because he had never heard of such a thing. Imagining in his head the people led by the scarred old man, you said that 25 years ago, when the gates first opened, these 7 awakened people defended the city. Visualizing the image of a man with a huge hammer on his shoulders, the owner of the restaurant added that ordinary people volunteered to protect their families and loved ones and got together for this, and among them was a retired military man, Grandpa Jong, who became the leader of the group. Remembering how he deftly wielded his hammer to destroy monsters, the brown-haired guy stated that he was already about 50 years old at that time and his level wasn't that high, but he fought very bravely. Imagining in his head how Jong shook hands with Han, you said that after peace came, the squad decided to cooperate with the head of the Silver Tower, and together they dealt with the remaining monsters in Korea. Visualizing how the warriors rejoiced after their victory, the owner of the restaurant asked that he had voiced the operation to rebuild South Korea, and noted that the Suicide Squad had made a huge contribution to this cause. Punishing with his finger up, the guy with brown hair asked if he had heard about the Day of Restoration, and said that it was a day of remembrance for the fallen heroes who gave their lives fighting monsters for peace in the country. Showing some unknown piece of paper, you said that he had something, and Kang asked what it was. Looking at his friend, the owner of the restaurant explained that this is an invitation to celebrate the anniversary of the Day of Restoration, and every year the stadium hosts a celebration for residents. Smiling broadly, the brown-haired guy stated that this time their family had also received an invitation, and Ha Yoon was in the kindergarten preparing for the choir's performance at the concert. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor happily imagined the singing girl and couldn't believe that she would be singing in the choir, asking what it meant that the restaurant was closed today. Looking in front of him, the protagonist wanted to have a good time and wished he could go with them, so he asked them not to forget to take a picture of everything, and you wondered what he was talking about. Looking forward in surprise, Khan noticed that he had also said that his family had been invited. Putting his hand in front of him, the owner of the restaurant stated that he was saying the same thing. The isolated person was recognized by the guarantor's family members before the expiration of 5 years from the date of settlement. Suddenly, a guy with brown hair hugged his friend, saying that therefore he was also a member of their family. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor smiled broadly, and you remarked that naturally, even if there was no such law, he was still his family. Then the voice of the protagonist came from the Chinese restaurant, who stated that he always surprised him. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the sports complex, near which there were several people. At this time, small children were standing on the stage, and the host announced that today they had prepared a special performance to congratulate everyone on this significant day, and now the choir of the new Sprout Kindergarten would perform. A moment later, the children began to sing as they looked at the August sky. Yu filmed everything on his mobile phone, saying that their daughter was great. At the same time, Zhang, who was sitting on a chair, clapped his hands. Looking happily in front of him, the veteran thought that this was the girl from the park, and she was very cute. Suddenly, a dark shadow fell on him. Then, the scarred old man saw monsters flying over the barrier. At the same moment, the gargoyles headed towards the magical barrier. The narrative of the story continued to take place in a sports stadium. The children sang, standing on the stage, as they look at the sky in August. At this time, Ha smiled broadly and thanked for saving their precious country from monsters, so they would try to grow up to be good people to become exemplary adults like their heroes. Yu, who was filming speeches about his daughter on his phone, suddenly burst into tears of joy. Zhang sat on a chair and clapped his hands. Suddenly, he noticed that a huge shadow had appeared above him. Looking up, the scarred old man noticed monsters flying from above. A moment later, the gargoyles clung to the protective barrier with great force. The monster stared menacingly before him. The monsters then began to beat their beaks against the protective barrier. The people on the sports field were very scared, saying that this is a monster, so everyone needs to run for cover. At the same time, the children on the stage were also very frightened. At this time, there were bandits in the control room. The man took a computer mouse and clicked on the button. A moment later, the guys noticed how the protective barrier began to disappear. Dumbfounded, he looked at the check in front of him, thinking that the energy shield was gone. At this time, the bandits grinned mischievously. They say that they succeeded. Huge monsters were heading towards Zhang as the man from the Black Brotherhood noticed that everything was as the Lord wanted. Flying monsters continued to attack the sports complex. The awakened ones who were there fought against the monsters. Behind them stood the Khan, who told them not to disperse and to stay in the ranks. Waving his hand, the president of the association ordered the first detachment to evacuate the citizens. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the man in a business suit gave the order to the second squad to restrain the flying monsters. Looking at his assistant, Han asked how long the hunter Li Xin would need, and the hunter replied that he was out of town now, so he thought it would not be enough soon. Suddenly, an awakened man ran up to the president of the association, saying that there was information that people from the Black Brotherhood had settled in Area B11, which greatly surprised him. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the man wondered if this was another massive attack by monsters. At the same moment, the shadow of a monster appeared behind him, and Han wondered where so many of them came from, and only Li Xin was able to withstand so many opponents. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the president of the association thought that there was one more person, when suddenly he was told that there were dangers behind him. Immediately afterward, he sharply looked back at the monster approaching him. As the monster's claw approached him, Han thought that he had completely overlooked him. A moment later, blood was scattering around the area. At this time, the president of the association covered his face with his hands. Then, he noticed a dead monster lying on the ground. At this moment, Shang was standing in front of him. Turning back happily, the veteran noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Khan looked in surprise in front of him, while his old friend remarked that he should now be called the president of the association, and completely forgot about it. Hearing this, the man happily looked in front of him and called the name of an old friend. After shaking his hand, Khan said that this time the greetings should be left for later. Looking menacingly in front of him, Zhang asked where these nasty creatures were sitting. At this time, Yu was heading towards the exit and making a phone call. With a frightened expression on his face, he asked his wife if she was all right and how his daughter was. When Lim hugged Ha, explaining that they were safe, and she took the children off the stage, so they are with her now. Looking at the teacher in front, Lim added that she was now looking for a way to get to safety. She looked frightened in front of her. The owner of the restaurant noticed that it was a relief, and asked to wait for him there, because he would soon come for them. Suddenly, Khan put his hand on his shoulder, telling him to wait. Immediately afterward, the Flame Emperor shook his head from side to side. Looking ahead seriously, the protagonist explained that if his assumptions were correct, then the attack was not organized by the Black Brotherhood, and if he went there, he would also be in danger. A guy with brown hair looked at him frightened, asked what he was proposed to do then, and his friend explained that first you need to calm down and listen to him. Looking at Yu standing in front, Khan said that he needed to stay there and help people evacuate, and he himself would bring his wife and daughter. Looking away from his disgruntled gaze, the owner of the restaurant agreed that perhaps it would only get in the way. Placing his hand on the shoulder of the Flame Emperor, he stated that he was counting on him. Hearing this, the protagonist nodded his head approvingly. At this time, women were walking along the corridor with children. Looking at her mother seriously, Ha stated that there was something ahead, and she asked what she was talking about. Suddenly, Lim was frightened by what she saw from the front. A man in a black suit stood opposite her with a knife in his hands. Looking menacingly in front of him, the member of the Black Brotherhood laughed, saying how unlucky they were. Rushing forward sharply at great speed, the criminal declared that they could not leave those who saw them alive. Noticing his approach, the mother covered her daughter with her hand. At this time, Ha looked smugly in front of her. The narrative of the story continued to take place in a sports complex. People ran from flying monsters and screamed in fear. Turning back, the guy said that this had to be done so that they would not be caught. After a moment, he covered his face with his hands. Suddenly, out of nowhere, cuts of energy appeared. The man was lying on the ground frightened, while the corpses of monsters fell next to him. Looking around puzzled, the guy asked what had happened. People nearby were also very surprised by what happened. At this time, Kong ran forward at great speed, thinking that he had lost a lot of time while he was evacuating people. With a puzzled expression on his face, the Flame Emperor hoped that Ha Yun, her mother, was fine. At this time, a criminal was standing opposite the children and several women. A man in a black suit looked in front of him, saying that they were unlucky. Suddenly, a member of the Black Brotherhood rushed forward at great speed, declaring that those who saw them could not be left alive. Noticing his approach, Lim covered her daughter with her hand. At the same time, a man in a black suit ran very close to them. Immediately afterward, Ha smiled smugly. Looking ahead, the bandit asked why she was smiling. Suddenly, a strong hammer hit his face. Zhang appeared in front of the children and women, who destroyed the enemy. After the damage received, the criminal slammed into the wall. After completing his attack, Zhang turned back, noting that it was very good that he was not too late. At this time, the children saw a dark red aura emanating from him. The guys were immediately frightened, saying that they were very scared. Suddenly, Ha was very happy, saying that it was the same grandfather. Smiling broadly after hearing this, the seasoned warrior asked if it was she. Approaching her, the scarred old man asked if she was okay and if she was injured, and she explained that she was okay while her mother thanked him. The children looked at the girl standing in front of her, asking if she knew him, and she replied that he was a very kind person. With a smug expression on her face, Ha explained that he punishes so many bad people, so they don't have to be afraid of him. With a grateful expression on his face, John noticed that it was very good that they were all intact. At the same moment, other criminals appeared behind him. Men in black masks held weapons in their hands, and their leader said that the old men should stay at home, and asked where this old nag was getting into. Hearing this, the scarred old man turned back in displeasure. At the same moment, the commander's subordinate whispered something in his ear. Immediately after that, the criminal took off his mask and laughed, saying that this is what it is. With a snide grin, the man with red hair said that he was the leader of the suicide squad, the same old man Kim Jong-tae. Fixing his gaze on the seasoned warrior protecting the children, the commander of the bandits declared that they were very lucky, because if they sacrificed the old man and children, he would be very pleased with them. At the same time, Ha-yoon looked at her grandfather anxiously and called out to him, and he asked her to wait for a while. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, Jong stated that he would deal with them and take them to safety. At the same moment, the criminals rushed forward at great speed, saying that they would kill everyone. Standing in a fighting stance, the retired soldier noticed that they would still look at this. A moment later, the scarred old man made his way through the crowd of opponents, exuding red energy. Noticing this, the commander of the criminals was greatly stunned. At the same time, Jong was going to kick him with his foot. After the blow received, all the criminals were thrown back. A man with red hair landed on the ground. He gritted his teeth in displeasure after everything that had happened. Looking at Jong approaching him, the bandit commander wondered who this old man was. Looking at the scarred old man's snide grin, the red-haired man wondered what he thought. He was just awake, and he turned out to be a real monster. Suddenly, the retired soldier was again attacked by people in black masks, wishing him death. Noticing this, Jong sharply swung his fist. With just one movement of his hand, he managed to neutralize 3 opponents. After the blow received, they flew in different directions. At the same time, he was attacked from behind by other criminals. At the same time, the scarred old man gripped the handle of his warhammer tightly. Then he struck sharply at his opponent. The commander of the criminals looked in displeasure in front of him, while his subordinates scattered around the room. Turning back, the red-haired man remarked that he wouldn't do that and that he had to use a secret weapon, and the bald man asked if he was serious. Immediately afterward, he threw a dark pill into his mouth, saying that he had been waiting for this moment very much. After a moment, his eyes opened wide and turned red. At the same moment, Sham looked to the side in surprise. A person who exuded violet energy was running towards him at a tremendous speed. An opponent's hand suddenly appeared in front of his face. The huge man threw him back with just one blow. After taking damage, the scarred old man hit the wall. Then he expectorates blood due to large wounds. At this time, a person was standing in front of him, exuding dark purple energy. The bald man ran towards the injured Zhang at great speed. He would then swing his arm to strike. A person struck his blow with the palm of his hand at the opponent. After taking damage, the old man with scars flew back again. Ha, who was watching this, was very frightened as she called out to her grandfather. At this time, the retired military man was on his feet with the last of his strength. At the same time, a person exuding dark purple energy approached him. John lifted his head up slightly. Wiping the blood from his face, the scarred old man asked if he had decided to arrange a real showdown. Looking at the man standing in front of him, exuding purple energy, the retired military man mused that this big man was quite unusual. Watching him make his attack again, John reasoned that he was not only huge, but also seriously aggressive. Sharply dodging his opponent's attack, the scarred old man thought that he seemed to have lost his mind. Then he managed to dodge the bald man's blow again, and thought that he had gained incredible strength. Suddenly, the man exuding dark purple energy swung his arms to make another attack. Then he completed his plan, destroying everything in the area. After a moment, the bald man looked in surprise in front of him. There was absolutely no one at the site of his blow. Realizing this, the criminal began to look around in surprise. Suddenly standing behind him, John noticed that he was wrong to underestimate him. Immediately afterward, the scarred old man grabbed his opponent by the back. Then the retired military raised his opponent. Opening his mouth wide, John shouted that he was not yet old enough to collapse from his blows. At the same time, an old man with scars sent the body of his opponent towards other criminals. A moment later, he would fall on his allies. Being under the huge body of the bald man, the other guys were defeated. At this time, a retired military man was completing his throw over himself. Holding onto his back, Jean noticed that his bones were no longer what they used to be. Suddenly, the scarred old man felt a sudden pain. Immediately afterward, he began to cough up blood. Looking at him in fright, Ha called out to her grandfather. Then the girl ran up to the retired military man, whom he asked her not to worry, because the years take their toll. Suddenly, Jean turned towards the boy, who also called out to his grandfather. The children were greatly delighted, saying that he was amazing and the best, and asked for forgiveness for being afraid of him. The scarred old man stared in surprise in front of him as the guys thanked him for protecting them all. After everything that had happened, the retired military breathed a sigh of relief. Standing in front of the children, John thanks them, remarking that he is very glad that they are all right. With a joyful smile on his face, Kang reflected that he was grateful to him for protecting the children and Ha-yoon before he could intervene. As he fled the scene, the Flame Emperor reasoned that he would not forget his deed. The protagonist then headed towards the flying monsters in the sky, realizing that they were the only ones left. Running out from behind the rooms, Kang looked at the monsters, thinking that it would not be difficult to deal with them. At the same moment, a helicopter flew up to the sports complex. Holding his earpiece, Shin contacted the Flame Emperor. While in the cockpit of the helicopter, the guy with the cap said that he had just arrived at the scene. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist said that they would start as soon as he received a question about it. Looking ahead seriously, Kang asked to show them what he had accomplished, and he was going to deal with the rest himself. Smiling broadly, Shin said that he was taking orders. Immediately after that, a guy in a cap jumped off the helicopter. Noticing Shin flying down, people shouted that it was the same hunter. The guy in the cap took his blade out of his inventory, thinking that it seemed that everyone had managed to evacuate. Losing his cap to the headwind, Shin thought that in such a case, he could use his technique. Then, the black-haired guy released his inner energy using a secret weapon. Sending forward several energy discharges, he activated the downpour ability. His attacks destroyed monsters flying in the sky. After everything that had happened, the monsters fell down and screamed loudly in pain. At this time, the hunters below were admiringly watching what was happening, telling them to look there. After all, it was the hunter Li Xing. Han also raised his head up, thinking that he had already possessed amazing strength, and now he had become even more powerful, while everyone else said that they were saved because they had a great hunter with them. Looking forward, the president of the Awakened Association wanted to notice something. At the same moment, Shin was surrounded by the remaining monsters, and Han thought that this was not enough, and he could not cope with everyone alone. When Kang released his inner blue energy, then, with great force, he joined his hands together. Immediately afterward, blue energy reverberated through the area. The president of the association and the other awakened ones covered their faces with their hands from the bright glow. Noticing the energy of the blue color, Shin was greatly admired. Suddenly, Kang's attack destroyed all the remaining monsters. A moment later, the black-haired guy landed on the ground while the slain monsters also fell down. Watching in admiration, Shin mused that he had missed many of them, and that he had hit them all with a single punch. The rest of the awakened along with Han were extremely surprised by everything that had happened. Suddenly, the young man looked happily in front of him, saying that the great hunter was great, and he had destroyed everyone. The awakened stood around Shin and shouted his name. The black-haired guy was awkwardly scratching the back of his head, saying that he hadn't done anything at all. Suddenly looking to the side, Shin thought that all the merit was his. Looking at Kang, who was standing to the side, he knew that this was the strongest warrior of all mankind. The little girl ran forward and cried. She was running away from a huge monster that was running after her. Suddenly, the girl tripped her foot on a stone. Then it fell sharply to the ground. The girl remained where she was, when suddenly a huge shadow fell on her. A huge monster approached her and roared loudly. Noticing the monster's huge hand, the girl was very frightened. Then she covered her face with her hand as she spoke, asking her uncle to help her. At the same moment, cuts of green energy swept through the darkness. Suddenly, a huge monster fell to the ground. The blonde guy gritted his teeth and asked the baby if she was okay. Seeing this, the little girl was greatly delighted. After a moment, she jumped to hug her uncle. People watching what was happening from the outside said that everything was filmed. Film director Cho Jiam-ho happily looked in front of him. They say that their Ha-yoon plays very well. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, the girl explained that it was all thanks to Uncle Jin, because he helped her a lot while actor Yoon Jin was sitting next to her, and the film director noticed that she was also modest. Putting his hands on his belt, Jiam declared that they were great, and offered to rest a little, and Ha immediately agreed. While the makeup artist was applying powder to the girl's face, the plot said that after the success of the series Revenge of the White Rose, Ha-yoon was invited to star in the film Uncle and Girl. A man with a beard approached the filmmaker, asking if it was her, the famous Ha-yoon. It was Cho Jiam-ho's younger brother, Cho Jiam-young, who was a sound engineer, and with a smile on his face, he noticed that it was just amazing. Imagining the script of the film Uncle and Girl in his head, Jiam stated that the series was a great success, so he thinks he found a suitable actress for the role of the girl, and also refused other offers and chose her. The sound engineer approached his brother, telling him to take a look. Putting his hands on his belt, the film director said not to think of luring Ha-yoon away from him, and his brother noticed that she was not under his command. Looking in front of him, Yun asked to listen, because she would definitely be interested, and asked if he knew Milkway Girls. Imagining a group of girls in his head, the film director replied that of course he knows, because this is the most popular girl group. It is sponsored by the legendary guild. He pointed his finger up. The sound engineer explained that he was entrusted to shoot a new video for them, and there was just a need for a child for one of the roles. Tilting his head to the side, Yun noticed that this was a great chance for Ha-yoon and at the same time a good advertisement for his film, especially since the video was shot much faster than a movie, and he would certainly like to invite a girl. With a sigh of relief, GM noticed that this was true. Looking at the broadly smiling Ha, the filmmaker said that such a talent should be developed and shown to everyone. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the filming location of the video for Milky Way Girls, where the girl came with her mother. Spreading her arms to the sides, Ha said that everything was bright there, and the plot explained that she gladly agreed to star in the music video. At this time, Khan happily looked in front of him, and the plot said that he had a chance to work as a bodyguard, so he came with her to the shooting. A moment later, the girl bowed to the sound engineer when he asked if she had already arrived, and greeted her uncle. Turning back abruptly, Yun called everyone else to come up to him and say hello. They immediately did so. The girls happily looked in front of them, saying that they were the Milky Girls group. Hearing this, Ha smiled broadly as the sound engineer wanted to introduce her. At the same moment, the singer came up to her and noticed that she was very cute, asking how old she was. When the girl hugged Ha and stated that she looked like a talking doll, she greeted everyone and told her name, noting that she was 5 years old. Looking at this puzzled, the sound engineer told him to stop and go prepare for filming, and the singer listened to him. Lim and Khan happily watched as the girl asked if she would go with them to try on a beautiful dress, and Ha immediately agreed. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor noticed something to the side. In front of him, he saw a girl with red hair holding her stomach and telling the manager that she was very hungry and asking if she could have a snack. With a puzzled expression on his face, the guy in glasses asked her to be patient for a while, because she should look good in the frame. The guys watched what was happening from the front, while the singer stated that she had not eaten anything since yesterday evening. Looking sadly in front of her, Lim said that she looked at them and felt sorry for them. Watching the girls dancing, the senior manager of the restaurant noticed that behind the bright life of celebrities there is so much effort, shed tears and suffering. Looking forward, Lim explained that she knew all this well, and the protagonist asked where it came from. Remembering herself in her youth, the senior manager of the restaurant said that once she was also a singer and they rehearsed a lot, literally until they lost their pulse. Imagining in her head how they take selfies with their friends, Yu's wife added that she was even assigned to a group, but in the end she gave up the life of an idol. Looking in front of him in surprise, Kong wondered if she had really been through a lot, but refused right before the debut, to which he received a positive answer. Visualizing her wedding to Yu, Lim stated that she had met her future husband and had the choice of being loved by millions of fans or with just one person. Remembering how she holds her daughter in her arms, the senior manager of the restaurant said that she chose the latter, but she does not regret anything, because now she has Ha-Yun. Looking at a friend of a family friend, the girl noticed that although she respected the choice of those who decided to become the favorite of millions, looking at her daughter walking along with the singer, Lim hoped that she would not regret her decision if she was faced with such a choice. Smiling broadly, the protagonist explained that she would not regret it. A moment later, Lim seemed to glow with joy when she heard Kong explain that it was their Ha-Yun. Suddenly smiling, the girl's mother agreed with him, stating that it was because she was very wise. At this moment, the singers approached the director, saying that they had already changed their clothes, and he noticed that it was good. Turning sharply back, he announced that then the shooting should begin. A moment later, he saw Ha in an angel costume and was greatly delighted, saying that this was the right thing to do, and the very angel he had imagined. Happily clenching his hand into a fist, the sound engineer noticed that he had a good feeling, and he needed to get into the frame as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone came up to him and greeted Mr. Director. Looking at the girl standing next to him in surprise, Yun asked who she was, and she replied that she had come instead of the fan club chairman, Miss Yu Ha-Yun. With a serious expression on her face, representing the image of Ji, the bespectacled girl stated that their chairman had prepared a small and snack for them, and mused that even the Red Dragon Guild did not know the identity of this chairman. Looking at the female singers, she added that if they did not mind, they would prepare everything now, and they thanked her. Looking in front of him puzzled after everything he had heard, the sound engineer noticed that it would not be very convenient just before filming, when suddenly someone called out to him. It was Ha who, with an innocent expression on her face, asked him to do so. Suddenly smiling, Yong said that he thought it was okay, especially since it takes a lot of strength and energy during filming. Immediately after that, several men laid a huge table with sweets and booze. The girl held Ha in her arms, saying that this was a real buffet of the highest quality, while the other thanked her. Starting to eat, the sound engineer thought that it was the first time he had seen such a chic treat, and it was very tasty, so he wondered what kind of fans Ha-Yun had. Suddenly, he looked at the man in front of him in surprise. At the same moment, food fell from his fork, and he thought about this man. The girl peeked out from behind the arch, watching the man. Then she began to spin, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. A moment later, the singer held out the flowers towards the man. Suddenly, the girl was very puzzled by something. Pointing at her with a roll of paper with displeasure, Yun asked what was wrong with her face and what the problem was. Looking menacingly in front of him, the sound engineer stated that she had zero emotions on her face, and in this scene she had to give flowers to the man she secretly loved. Looking at the singer, who was guiltily looking away, Yun noticed that at first she seemed to be doing well, and asked why at the decisive moment the expression on her face suddenly changed. Then the guys sharply looked in the direction of the man sitting next to them. Pointing her finger at him with displeasure, the girl stated that she could not express her feelings by looking at such a face, and he had already taken the manager, because he said that he would take him off his back. Looking at the man in glasses, the sound engineer noticed that he was not so ugly. At that moment, the man behind him began to cry, and Yen explained that after all, no matter what, she had to do it, because she could imagine someone else in his place, asked if she had never met a guy. At the same time, a man in glasses with tears in his eyes explained to Mr. Director that these were idols, and if they dated anyone, it would turn into a scandal. Suddenly thinking after what he had heard, Young noticed that this was certainly true. With a thoughtful expression on his face, the man reflected that the allocated funds were not enough, but maybe he shouldn't have hired a professional actor. Folding his arms to his chest, as the sound engineer reasoned, that they perform well on stage, but in the frame they behave like beginners, and at this rate they will not finish filming in 2 days. Looking in front of him, puzzled, Yun thought that maybe he should find an actor before it's too late. Suddenly, he looked in surprise in front of him, thinking of something. At the same moment, Kong abruptly looked to the side when the sound engineer called out to him. Looking at the man who ran up to him, the Flame Emperor asked if he had something to do with him, and he explained that if he did not mind, he could not take off his glasses for a minute. Looking at Young in surprise, the protagonist asked if he really needed it, and he explained that it wouldn't take long. Immediately after that, he took off his sunglasses, agreeing to the request. The idols watching what was happening were very stunned at the same moment. Kong took off his glasses, and everyone around him said that he was just handsome. At the same time, Yun recalled how he saw a man at dinner in front of him. At the same moment, a piece of meat fell from his fork, as he was very surprised. In front of him sat Kong in sunglasses, and the sound engineer was aware that he had not imagined it then. At the same moment, the singers surrounded the Emperor of the Flame and asked the director if they could give the male role to this man, while he was thinking that with such an appearance one is born once in 100, or even 1,000 years. Looking at the real protagonist from the front, Yun asked him for a favor and explained that he thought it would help a lot to tune in to the right emotions. Putting his hand in front of him, Kong stated that he was afraid that it would not work out, because he did not plan to star in the video. At the same time, Lim, looking at him, asked if he really did not like cameras, and he explained that he simply did not want to show himself in front of everyone. Looking forward seriously, the Flame Emperor explained that this was all in order not to harm the restaurant and those who worked there. Smiling sharply after what she heard, the senior manager of the restaurant explained that he did not have to worry about this, because his face would not be visible in the frame anyway. At this moment, Yun happily looked in front of him when the girl asked that it was true, and he replied that it was true, and he did not even have words, and they would not take pictures of his face. Looking forward in surprise, the protagonist remarked that if so, then good, and mused that the sooner the shooting ended, the sooner Ha-yoon would go to delight. A moment later, the singers were very happy when Kong nevertheless agreed to the request. The Flame Emperor stood in the middle of the street with a black suitcase in his hands. From around the corner, a girl was watching him with a little angel. Ha stared in front of her in surprise. After a moment, she smiled broadly. Then the little girl blew forward. At the same moment, the protagonist's hat flew off his head. It began to fly far into the sky. Suddenly, the hat fell near the girl's feet. Noticing this, she immediately reached out to her. Immediately afterward, the girl would pick up her hat from the ground and look in front of her. Delighted with everything he saw, Yun stated that it was filmed and everything turned out as it should. The manager standing next to the other singers asked if they just replaced one person with another, and immediately there was such a difference, and his ward explained that it was so. Turning sharply towards the man in glasses, the girl with red hair asked if nothing really came to his mind when he saw such an attractive man, and he noticed that he was really handsome. Looking at Ken with a serious expression, the manager said that with such a face, he would achieve a lot. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the building of the Awakened Association. Inside the special prison of the Silver Tower, Daegon was lying on the floor with his toys, saying that he was very bored. Looking discontentedly in front of him, the guy with blue hair declared that he could die of boredom there, and asked how long he would stay there. Suddenly, he thought and wondered what if he came out of there, what would happen to him. At the same moment, a man with a cane appeared behind him, who noticed that he was making a noise there too. It was William, who came out of the dimensional rift, and called out to Mr. Daegon. Looking at it, the Lord of Aquatic Creatures noticed that no one could enter it, and with white hair he said that he had to sweat to find a way. Smiling broadly, the blue-haired boy asked what it meant that he had been sent to get him out of there, and asked him to untie him quickly, and he replied that he seemed to have misunderstood. Coming closer to Daegon, William explained that the Lord was very angry because someone, to whom the Lord had generously given a chance, all the information about other creatures to humans. Hearing this, the blue-haired guy was very dumbfounded. Looking frightened at the guest who came to him, the Lord of the Aquatic Creatures asked to be allowed to meet with the Lord one time, because he was going to explain everything to him. Placing his hand on the cane, William said that it was too late, and even more so in such a state he was now weaker even than him. Looking at the destroyed pendant around his neck, the white-haired old man stated that he had broken the stone that the Overlord had given him, and would lose his power, so he would not even be able to remove the shackles now. With a snide grin, William asked what he could do even if he met his master, calling him a talentless snake. Glaring at him after all he had heard, Daegon asked how he dared to call him untalented. Suddenly squatting down, the guy with blue hair said that he would kill him immediately. As William brandished his cane, he noticed that even in such a pitiful state his pride had not disappeared. With a deft movement, he managed to pierce through his opponent. The white-haired old man then began to draw dark purple energy from the slain water creature lord's body and explained that what belonged to Kaisar would return to him. With a snide grin on his face, William declared that no one could appropriate the owner's property. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to a Chinese restaurant. The guys hit their glasses with each other, saying that they were drinking to their health. Yu smiled broadly as he sat at the table, noticing that it had been a long time since they had gathered like this. At this time, Henim said with a joyful expression on his face that this was true, and because of sports, there was no opportunity to meet at all. Looking at her friend sitting in front, the owner of the restaurant stated that during the time that they did not see each other, he had changed a lot, and he asked if it was really true. Looking at the pastry chef holding a glass of booze in his hands, the young man with brown hair noticed that his shoulders had become wider and his body stronger. Remembering what his friend looked like before, Yu stated that it was difficult to recognize him as an old boyfriend, and asked what kind of sport he should do. Scratching his head awkwardly, Henim explained that he just needed to train every day according to the method that Khan suggested, and the owner of the restaurant wondered if he should also exercise. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor sighed heavily as he thought that the exercises combined with the meditation technique had been effective. Looking at the confectioner looking awkwardly in front of him, the protagonist reasoned that with such data, he would not be inferior to an awakened D-rank in battle, and it was unbelievable that an unawakened was able to achieve such results. At the same time, the brown-haired guy smiled broadly, remarking that it seemed like the time had come, and asked if it was so. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, Henim asked what he was talking about, and Yu asked him not to pretend that he did not understand. Immediately afterward, the pastry chef imagined a girl wearing glasses in his head when the owner of the restaurant explained that he was about declaring his love to that girl, and he asked if he was talking about Miss Baek Hyun-mi. Looking at the guys sitting in front, Henim said that she was on a business trip now, and when she returned, she would definitely do it. With an expression full of self-confidence, the confectioner declared that he would definitely confess his love for her. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story is transported to the East China Sea to the center of Bianti's research and crystals when it was night. People in robes walked around the center, and the plot told that the Crystal Research Center is a government institution and conducts research on the effective use of crystals, and after cataclysms, instead of electricity and oil, tests began to be carried out around the world on the use of crystals as sources of alternative energy. The man wrote something in a notebook, looking at the gem, and the plot explained that in South Korea, where there are no oil deposits, crystal research was of great importance, and the future of the country began to depend on the success of the experiments. A huge number of scientists continued to walk around the territory of the research center, while the plot said that the head building of the center is located in Seoul, and there are also branches in the Yellow, Japanese and East China Seas. Baek Hyun-mi, an employee of the Seoul Crystal Research Center, leaned on a fence, and the plot explained that she went on a business trip to the Korea Strait branch. After a moment, the green-haired girl sighed heavily. Suddenly, she noticed her friend coming up to her, who asked if she was really very tired. It was Yu Ji-young, an employee of the Seoul Crystal Research Center, who approached Hyun while she called her mentor. Holding out a can of soda towards her friend, Ji-young asked her to drink it, and she expressed her gratitude. Leaning against the fence, an employee of the Crystal Research Center explained that this project was slowly coming to an end, and soon, they would be able to return to Seoul. Glancing happily to the side, the green-haired girl noticed that this was true, and yet it was much calmer to work in Seoul. Looking sharply to the side, her mentor stated that this was natural, and that was their place in the first place. Then, the brown-haired girl finished her elbow of soda, and the plot explained that she had managed to succeed in both her work and personal life, and she was Hyun's senior colleague and part-time role model. Looking at the area below, Ji-young called out to her friend. Looking at her, the employee of the research center asked if she had a lover, which greatly surprised her. Suddenly embarrassed by what she had heard, the green-haired girl explained that there was nothing like that in everything. Looking at her, the brown-haired girl asked if it was really so. At the same moment, Hyun blushed even more with embarrassment when her friend asked if she liked someone, and if there was such a person. Tilting her head down slightly, the green-haired girl said that, to be honest, there was something. Looking at her friend with embarrassment, Hyun explained that there was a person that she had begun to think about a lot lately. With a smile on her face, remembering the image of Henim, the girl with green hair said that he tried hard, it looked very noble. Looking away, Ji-young asked how he looked, and if he was handsome. Recalling her first meeting with a pastry chef in the store, Hyun said that when she saw him for the first time, to be honest, she didn't really like him. Imagining in her head how Henim runs down the street, the girl with green hair said that then he began to play sports. Visualizing the image of a muscular confectioner, an employee of the Crystal Research Center stated that now he looks just great, and the figure has become better. Pushing her with her elbow after hearing this, Ji-young asked if she was head over heels in love with him. Clutching a can of soda in her hands, the green-haired girl noticed that there was actually something else. With a sad expression on her face, Hyun explained that she doubted he would like an inconspicuous girl like her. Looking at her friend, the girl with brown hair asked why and what was wrong with her. Looking at the green-haired girl who was looking in surprise in front of her, Ji-yeon stated that she worked for a state-owned company, neat, beautiful, and slender. Smiling a little after everything she heard, Hyun noticed that she was still an ordinary person, and her friend said that on top of everything she was modest, and this was too much. Immediately after that, she threw the drunk can of soda into the trash can. Stretching, Ji-yeon asked if they could get back to work since they had to finish this project successfully. Looking in front of her, Hyun wondered what the research costs would be. Looking at her friend, the green-haired girl thought that the amount would exceed 100 million won, and she noticed that she did not even doubt it. Suddenly, the girls felt a sudden shaking. They immediately grabbed the handrails, asking what it was and if there was an explosion. Ji-yeon looked away dumbfounded and wondered what had happened while Hyun explained that she didn't understand anything and asked if she was okay. At this moment, a man in a bathrobe was running around the territory of the research center, saying that these were people from the Black Brotherhood. Looking frightened in front of him, he added that this was an attack by criminals. Hearing this, the green-haired girl was very dumbfounded, thinking of the Black Brotherhood. Hurrying forward, Hyun stated that she had to run to the accounting department urgently. Ji-yeon looked after her friend and called out to her. Turning back sharply, the green-haired girl explained that there were materials there, so they needed to be destroyed urgently. At that moment, the guys sitting in the restaurant looked at the TV, on which the news anchor was transmitting urgent news. A young woman working in television looked in front of her and said that there had been an explosion in a branch of the Crystal Research Center in the East China Sea, and the cause was being investigated, and the Awakened Association considered it an attack by the Black Brotherhood. You looked in front of him in surprise as the host added that the special squad was already preparing. Turning abruptly to the side, the owner of the restaurant asked about the Crystal Research Center in the south. At the same time, he noticed that his friend dropped a glass of booze out of fear. Henim stared in front of him as he pronounced the name of his beloved. Suddenly Henim began to cry, saying that he hoped that nothing would happen to her. Continuing to grieve, the confectioner noticed that if this was not so, then he did not know what to do. At the same time, Kang got up from his seat and turned to Y. Hearing this, the owner of the restaurant was very surprised. Then he nodded his head approvingly, saying to rely on him and go there himself. Looking menacingly in front of him, the Flame Emperor noticed that he would return quickly. Immediately after that, the protagonist ran along the street of the city at great speed. He then ran across the rooftops of buildings, saying that he was heading towards the East China Sea. Holding his hand near the earpiece, Kang asked for a brief description of the situation. At this time, Kim was holding her phone to her ear when she was called by name, and said that everything happened about half an hour ago. With a serious expression on her face, the girl from the inspection department explained that there were about 50 people from the Black Brotherhood, and they had taken the laboratory workers hostage, so they were now trying to negotiate negotiations. Glancing sharply to the side, the Flame Emperor asked that if they had taken hostages, then they needed something, to which he received a positive answer. Imagining the building shrouded in flames in her head, Kim stated that the Crystal Research Center was conducting in-depth research into converting crystals into energy, and that the Black Brotherhood had allegedly carried out an attack in order to obtain the secret results of this research. Imagining in her head how Hyun and Ji-yeon wiped the data from the computers and destroyed the papers at the last moment, Kim noticed that fortunately, one of the employees managed to destroy this data, and the protagonist said that it meant they had failed. As he continued to hurry forward, Kang inquired that there was no reason for them to stay there and take hostages, to which he was told in the negative. Looking out the office window, a girl from the inspection department explained that all laboratory documents were synchronized with other branches across the country, and they were trying to get data from other laboratories. Suddenly, Kim noticed something and was talking about what they were going to do first. Immediately afterward, the girl from the inspection department sighed heavily as the Flame Emperor asked what had happened. Looking at the tablet in her hands, Kim stated that the situation was becoming an emergency. Looking menacingly forward, the protagonist heard his girlfriend explain that they had issued an ultimatum and asked what exactly she meant. With a puzzled look on her face, Kim said that they were giving them 2 hours to hand over the research materials. Looking away after hearing that otherwise they would kill all the employees, Kang noticed that he understood everything. Looking menacingly in front of him, the Flame Emperor knew that he needed to speed up. At this time, the bandits surrounded all the scientists in the research center. People stood on top, pointing their weapons forward. The criminals below held machine guns in their hands. The people from the Crystal Research Department had their hands behind their heads. Suddenly, scientists were very surprised by what they saw from the front. At the same moment, people in black masks were dragging the old man with them. After that, they threw it in front of the scientists. The old man was bleeding, and people called him Mr. Director. Scientists looked at the criminal with dissatisfaction, saying that this was already too much, and asked how it was possible to treat a person at his age like this. Hearing this, a man in a black mask kicked him. Waving his machine gun, the criminal asked what he had done there, and whether he was completely crazy, because no one allowed him to open his mouth. A moment later, a huge amount of blood flew towards the other scientists, and the bandit asked if he hadn't shut up yet. Then the blood began to scatter in other directions. A member of the Black Brotherhood said that if he wanted to get in the face further, he had to continue squeaking. After some time, the criminal finished beating the scientist lying on the ground. Looking furiously forward, he asked if there was anyone else who wanted to say something. After all that had happened, the other scientists lowered their heads down. Throwing his machine gun over his shoulder, the man in the black mask asked to listen carefully and explained that there was only one reason why they were there. At this time, Hyun and Jiyeon were among the crowd, and the criminal said that one of them destroyed the secret materials they were looking for, so they were now waiting for the government to comply with their demands. With a snide grin, the member of the Black Brotherhood said that they would torture them one at a time, starting with the leadership, so they just had to wait. Looking in front of her with displeasure, the brown-haired girl noticed that they were freaks, and the green-haired girl mused that it was all because of her, and she destroyed the materials, and the others were now suffering. Closing her eyes in fear, Hyun thought that it was all because of her, when suddenly someone called out to her. Suddenly, the green-haired girl looked at her mentor in surprise, who asked to pull herself together. Looking at her, Jiyeon said that she did the right thing, because if she hadn't destroyed your documents, they would have easily taken all the data into their hands, and there would be no reason for them to leave everyone alive. At this time, Hyun stared in surprise in front of her as the employee of the Crystal Research Center added that she had saved them all. With a smile on her face, the girl with brown hair explained that therefore, she only had to think about how to get out of there alive. Looking in front of her puzzled after everything she had heard, Hyun thought that this was true, and she should not give up, but should focus on what she had to get out of there for. A little embarrassed by the memory of Henim, the green-haired girl wondered why only her, but suddenly this man came. At this time, two guys were standing in the middle of the mountains. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Khan asked if it was there. Standing in front of the huge scientific territory, the Flame Emperor asked that this was the southern branch of the Crystal Research Center. Well, he received a positive answer. Directing his serious gaze forward, the protagonist asked how much time was left, and Shin replied that they had about an hour and a half. Looking at him, the guy in the cap added that there would be a special squad there soon. Turning sharply to the side, Kong asked about the special forces. Imagining soldiers with special equipment in his head, Shin said that he was created to fight the Black Brotherhood under the leadership of the Silver Tower. Standing next to his friend, the guy in the cap added that if they were sent there, then the association was not going to comply with the demands of the terrorists, and, most likely, they had already been given this answer. Looking in front of him, the protagonist asked why they didn't do anything then, and Shin stated that they knew very well what the SHD was capable of, and that they had no chance. With a smile on his face, the guy in the cap asked that maybe they just decided to give up halfway. Looking ahead seriously, Khan noticed that perhaps they were trying to cut off their tails. Looking at his ally, the Flame Emperor stated that you never know what a cornered rat is capable of, and the hostages may be in danger, so the first task for him is to free them. Delighted by what he had heard, Shin remarked that it was excellent. Sharply heading forward, the guy in the cap noticed that then he would go to meet the military, with which the protagonist agreed. Immediately after, Shin suddenly jumped down. Khan was looking seriously in front of him, and the plot told us that there were times when he shed a lot of blood, but that didn't mean that he was now trying to atone for his past. A military transporter was driving along the road, and he said that he was just acting as his heart told him. Soldiers in blue suits jumped out of the car, and the plot noted that otherwise everything could turn into grief for Lee Hyuk, Yu and his family. As he watched the squad head towards the Crystal Research Center, Khan knew that he had to save Hyun. At this time, people from the Black Brotherhood continued to follow the captured scientists. From the building of the research center came the voice of a man who said that they were crows and asked for an answer. The man sat on a chair around his subordinates, saying that they were crows. The blonde guy held a walkie-talkie in his hands and asked for an answer. A moment later, he was very angry, hearing only static. Immediately after that, he smashed the radio on the ground. The blonde guy dumped her out of hatred. His subordinates looked at the commander and asked what had happened and whether there was a problem with communication with the main headquarters. Lowering his head a little, the member of the Black Brotherhood asked if he really thought they were in trouble. With a smirk on his face, the blonde guy explained that they had just been cheated. Park Jun, the leader of the squad to capture the Crystal Research Center, gritted his teeth in displeasure, stating that they were like the tail that the lizard shed and ran away. Hearing this, the soldiers were puzzled, asking what to do now. Putting his hands in his pockets, the leader of the capture squad said that from now on they were starting a backup plan, which greatly surprised the others. Looking menacingly ahead, the blonde boy remarked that they would either survive or die, and perhaps they would succeed, otherwise they would all die. Imagining in his head the soldiers entering the territory of the research center, the leader of the capture squad explained that the dogs of the Silver Tower would soon appear there, and fighting them would be tantamount to suicide. Hiding his hands behind his back, the blonde guy ordered to carry his legs away from there and not to neglect any means for this, as well as to run, even if he had to step on the corpses of his comrades. Looking in front of him, the leader of the capture squad noticed that this was his last order, until he tried to buy them time himself. Hearing this, his subordinates were greatly stunned and called out to the commander. Standing in front of the blonde guy, the guys asked if he was going to fight the special squad alone, and said that if they joined forces, they would be able to hide together. Opening his mouth a little, the leader of the capture squad asked if they really wanted to break through the cordon of the special squad to avoid it, and stated that it was impossible. Looking ahead seriously, John told them that there was the same man among them. At this time, other criminals continued to guard the captured scientists. Suddenly, an ally came up to the guy with blue hair and whispered something in his ear. Glancing in his direction, the black-masked man asked if it was really necessary to proceed with a backup plan and retreat. With a fierce expression on his face, the member of the Black Brotherhood remarked that they could not die alone. Immediately after that, they opened grenades with poisonous gas. Then people in black masks threw them in the direction of scientists. Noticing this, people in robes began to run away, saying that they needed to escape from this poisonous gas. Suddenly, the scientists froze in place as their weapons were pointed at them. People in black masks held machine guns in their hands and laughed at them, calling them pathetic bugs. Suddenly aiming, the blue-haired guy asked where they were going. The green-haired girl who noticed this gritted her teeth, and there was dissatisfaction. Hyun stared in front of her in fear and wondered if they were all going to be killed there. A moment later, one of the men of the Black Brotherhood, continuing to aim at the machine gun, asked if the gas was dissipating. At the same time, the guy with blue hair saw something in front of him. The poison gas grenades were coated with blue energy. The green-haired girl stared in surprise at the poisonous projectiles and wondered why the gas was hanging in the air. At the same moment, the shell above the grenade began to move. After a moment, the shell inside her began to shrink. After that, the blue energy trembled violently. Observing the isolated poison gas grenades, the Black Brotherhood asked what was going on. A moment later, blue energy attacks were directed at them. After taking damage, they fell to the ground. Other criminals looked in surprise at the defeated ally and asked what was going on there. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred behind the black-masked man. The guys turned back abruptly and wondered what had happened this time. Suddenly, one of them was hit in the head. A moment later they were shot and bleeding. At the same time, soldiers in blue uniforms entered through the smoke. They fired from behind their machine guns, received in order to quickly neutralize them. Immediately after that, people with black masks on their faces were shot. Scientists have been watching puzzled, saying that they have finally arrived. Looking at the blue uniformed men walking forward through the smoke, the research center staff stated that it was a special forces from the Silver Tower, and so they were now saved. Pak Kolgan, the commander of the 3rd Detachment, stared menacingly in front of him, ordering everyone to take up their positions. Immediately after that, the scientists ran up to the soldiers, saying that this was salvation, and they would be able to return home, and they asked them to calm down and follow the instructions to get out. Glancing at Cole standing next to him, Shin noticed that he was indeed acting clearly, and he explained that it was their job. Suddenly, the commander of the 3rd Squad noticed something on the chest of the criminal. Then, he picked up something unknown from his body. Looking at the orb in his hand, Cole said it was something familiar. Glancing sharply to the side, the commander of the 3rd Squad asked if someone had attacked their opponents before they arrived, and Shin mused that this was naturally the case. At this time, Khan was hiding on the sidelines, watching what was happening with a smile, and the guy in the cap realized that it was all his doing. Looking at the real Cole in front, Shin asked where he was going, and he explained that his task was to capture all the members of the group. With a menacing expression on his face, the commander of the 3rd Squad declared that there was someone whom he must certainly catch. Members of the special squad fought against their opponents while there was a fire in the area. At this time, people from the Black Brotherhood fired their machine guns, asking if they really thought they would endure in silence. In front of them was a soldier who was wrapping himself in blades of blue energy. The man destroyed all their attacks with his power. The soldier stared menacingly before him as his blades deflected all the bullets. At this time, several people from the Black Brotherhood were in front of him. They continued to pull the triggers of their machine guns. At this time, the blue energy blades were destroying all of their bullets. The soldier stared menacingly in front of him. Noticing this, the criminals were very frightened. They say that they ran out of ammunition. A moment later, one of them had his head blown off when he said it was a monster. It was the soldier who pointed his blades of blue energy towards his opponents. At the same moment, most of the opponents were destroyed. Deftly wielding his swords, the soldier managed to destroy all criminals. He continued to make his way further and killed people of the Black Brotherhood. Noticing the approach of the enemy, the criminal took out his knife. Then he swung it, calling his opponent a bastard. With a deft movement, the soldier of the special squad managed to dodge the enemy's lunge. Immediately after that, he grabbed the hand of a member of the Black Brotherhood. With great speed, he managed to plunge his opponent's knife into his own ally. After the damage received, the criminal began to cough up blood. Then the soldier grabbed another enemy by the neck. A man in a blue suit lifted his opponent up. Gritting his teeth with the last of his strength, the member of the Black Brotherhood asked for help. Looking menacingly ahead, Cole asked where their leader was. Suddenly, an explosion occurred next to him. After that, the guy in the black mask flew back. The commander of the 3rd Squad managed to block the attack with his energy shield at the last moment. At the same moment, Cole stared in surprise in front of him when he was asked to stop. A member of the Black Brotherhood created a flame in his hand, saying that he would not allow his own people to be killed, and let him and his old comrade. Looking smugly in front of him, the blonde guy asked how he chewed. Dumbfounded, Looking in front of him, the commander of the third squad called out the name of Park Jun. Looking menacingly ahead, Chul noticed that they had finally met this traitor. Then the guys began to fight each other with blades. They deftly wielded their swords and could not determine the winner. Looking menacingly in front of him, the blonde guy noticed that he had become more capable, and asked if he was now the head of a special forces unit. Looking at him with displeasure after hearing this, Cole explained that if he hadn't left them, this place would have been his. Gritting his teeth in displeasure at his words, the leader of the capture squad noticed that he simply had no words. Looking ahead, Jean asked if he thought he was interested in some kind of position. A moment later, an explosion occurred between them. At the same moment, the blonde guy jumped back sharply. The blue-haired guy was also thrown aside. Standing up a little, Cole asked why he had done this. Looking forward with his menacing gaze, the commander of the third squad asked why he had left the association. Looking at his longtime ally, the blue-haired man asked why he had betrayed them. Hearing this, the blonde guy looked at him silently. With a displeased look on his face, Chul noticed that he didn't seem to be going to answer. To start rotating the blades of blue energy around him, the commander of the third squad stated that he would have to hear the answer during the interrogation. With his sword, Jean was able to block his attack. Then he turned his menacing gaze forward. With a deft movement of the blade, the leader of the capture squad smashed the opponent's energy swords. At the same time, the blonde guy kicked his former ally. After taking damage, Cole flew backwards. Then, it slammed into the wall with great force. Gas cylinders appeared next to him at the same moment. Putting his fingers together, Jean told him to receive. A moment later, the blonde guy snapped his fingers. At the same moment, a huge explosion occurred in front of him. He remained standing in front of the flames that engulfed everything around him. Closing his eyes, the leader of the capture squad noticed that the pack Cole gone he knew would go to the end if he was not stopped. Looking down sharply, Jean said that now it was time for him to leave. At the same time, he noticed that his subordinates were being killed by members of a special squad. Creating a fire in his hand, the blonde guy asked if those idiots hadn't left yet. Suddenly, he flinched in surprise when he heard the question of where it was looking. A moment later, Cole appeared beside him. Looking menacingly in front of him, the commander of the third squad asked if he was really distracted during a fight. Noticing him, the blonde guy gritted his teeth in displeasure. At this moment, blades of energy swirled behind the blue-haired guy. Immediately after that, blood flew around the area. Cole suddenly found himself beside his former ally, asking where he was looking. With a menacing expression on his face, the commander of the third squad wondered if he was really responding during a fight. Hearing his words, Jean gritted his teeth in displeasure. At the same moment, spinning blades appeared behind the blue-haired guy. Noticing the energy swords heading towards him, the blonde guy was about to block them. At the same time, Cole looked down. His blue energy attacks dealt massive damage to the leader of the capture squad. After receiving a blow, Jean expectorates blood. Behind the back of the commander of the third squad, a blonde guy began to bleed. Turning back sharply, the blue-haired guy noticed that he hadn't been able to get things done before. Standing in front of his defeated opponent, Cole declared that if he had used a little more force, he could have killed him, and asked why he had relieved the pressure, whether it was because they were friends. With so many wounds on his body, Jean just kept silent. Closing his eyes, the commander of the third squad asked if he would really remain silent, and said that they would talk again during the interrogation in the association. A moment later, the blonde guy grinned mischievously, saying that he had nothing to say, and his former ally explained that the president of the association was waiting for him. He stretched out his hand to the blade lying on the ground. The leader of the capture squad added that he did not want to make excuses, and most importantly, he would not be able to look the president of the association in the eyes. Raising his sword to his throat, Jean told him that he could no longer live like this. At the same moment, he lost consciousness after being hit by Cole. The blonde guy began to fall, having received damage to the neck. A moment later, he was falling face down on the ground. Looking at him, the commander of the third squad repeated that he had already said that they would talk in the interrogation room. Throwing his former ally on his back, the guy with blue hair called him a dumbass. Immediately after that, the story is transferred to Seoul, to the building of the Hunters Association, near which several red buses were parked. Opposite the entrance to the Association of the Awakened stood a huge number of journalists. After some time, scientists began to get out of the red buses, and the plot told that the attack on the Crystal Research Center ended with the release of the hostages. Relatives of people working on gem research rejoiced at the return of their loved ones, and the plot noted that the survivors met their families with tears of happiness. At this time, Hyun silently stared in front of her, thinking that everyone had families who were happy to see them. She was alone. Immediately afterward, the green-haired girl slapped herself on the cheeks, telling her to pull herself together. Clenching her hands into fists, the employee of the Crystal Research Center wondered what she was thinking at all. After all, she had survived this nightmare, and she had to go home, drink a can of beer and go to bed, and from tomorrow she would live life to the fullest again. With a visibly upset expression on her face, Hyun thought that she would do so. Then she looked down. At that moment, someone was running quickly down the street. It was Hyunim who stopped behind the green-haired girl and called out to her. Hearing this, Hyun looked at the panting bakery owner and asked what he was doing there. Standing in front of him, the green-haired girl asked what he needed there, and Hyunam explained that he couldn't stay at home at such a moment. Looking at Hyun standing in front of him, the pastry chef explained that he was very worried about her. Blushing a little with embarrassment after hearing this, the green-haired girl asked why he was worried about her at all. Closing his eyes, Hyunam tried to find the right words for the answer. A moment later, the green-haired girl was very embarrassed when she heard that he liked her. Blushing a little from embarrassment, the confectioner said that he had lost weight and trained every day, and because he wanted to establish communication with her. Hyun stared in front of her in surprise as Hyunam added that he wanted to be the man who would suit her, and of course, he still lacked a lot. Looking confidently in front of him, the pastry chef asked her to meet him. After everything she heard, the girl with green hair began to cry, which greatly stunned her acquaintance. Looking at her puzzled, Hyunam asked if she was so disgusted with him, and she replied that this was not the case at all. Suddenly starting to smile, Hyun explained that she was just very happy. After her words, Hyunam suddenly smiled, saying that did this mean that everything was fine. A moment later, the green-haired girl hugged him. Continuing to cry with joy, Hyun said that she liked him too. Hearing this, Hyunam was pleasantly surprised. Then, he continued to look ahead happily. The confectioner hugged his beloved tightly. Kang watched all this from the roof of the building. He was smiling broadly as he looked in front of him. Among the huge amount of smoke, traces of a fight were visible. A guy with a blade in his hands tried to repel attacks from all sides. Suddenly he gritted his teeth in displeasure. At that moment, a girl with a whip was in the smoke in front of him. Suddenly, she struck in front of her opponent with a whip. A moment later, her attack hit the guy. After taking damage, he was knocked back. His hands were shaking from the massive damage he had taken after the blow. Looking in front of him with displeasure, the warrior asked if it was too much, and if it was training, since she had just decided to kill him. Ji deftly wielded her whip while her brother explained that she had decided to destroy her only relative, and was as strong as a gorilla, but to no avail. Directing her displeased gaze forward, the girl asked if he really thought the monsters would take into account all his circumstances, and asked him to take a position. A moment later, her whip spun around her brother's neck. Noticing this, the guy abruptly descended. Then the warrior rushed forward with great speed, asking that this was how she was doing to him. Looking menacingly in front of him, the swordsman said that she had been working part-time lately and adjusting the schedule on purpose, and also asked why they went so far there. Hearing this, Ji looked in front of her in surprise. At the same moment, her brother pushed off the ground with his feet. He soared into the air above his sister, contemplating that it would take a bunch of questions to confuse her, and he knew he wouldn't be fair, but he could land at least one blow that way. Swinging his blade, the red-haired guy assumed that maybe there was a guy she liked living nearby. His sword was approaching his sister, and he thought it worked. At the same moment, Ji looked away in embarrassment, the swordsman wondering what was wrong with her face. A moment later, he received a blow to his head. Ji was embarrassed and released her flames out. The attack of her fire was very strong as the girl explained that she didn't know anything at all. After taking damage, her brother was badly burned. Another man was approaching the guy with red hair. Noticing him, he was greatly stunned by his friend's hairstyle. Pointing his finger at Kim Hoon, the dark-haired guy asked what was on his head and if his sister had shaken him properly again. Looking at him with displeasure, the guy with red hair asked him not to laugh, because this time he almost achieved his goal. Moving his hand aside, the guy noticed that this was not the first time. Yom Sungmin, a B-rank recruit of the Red Dragon Guild, and his friend noticed with a smile on his face that this wasn't the first time, and yet he held up well among the recruits, so he didn't have to despair. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he asked his friend to get ready, and he explained that this was not the most important thing now. Looking at him in surprise, Jomson asked what the problem was then. Clenching his hand into a fist, Brother Ji called out his sister's name. Looking up in displeasure, Ho explained that she had become very strange. Remembering his sister, who was embarrassed about her business, the guy with red hair said that lately she has been talking to herself, smiling, looking at the tablet and grinning. Ho looks dumbfounded in front of him, adding that during training she suddenly blushed so much and began to beat him, so he thought that it would knock the soul out of him. Looking at her friend puzzled, Jomson asked if it happened out of the blue and maybe he was acting strange in training. At the same time, the guy with red hair recalled how his sister hit him during training, and said that he wanted to inflict at least one blow by any means, so he chattered all sorts of nonsense, asked if she had a lover. Pulling his hand aside, the guy with black hair asked if she blushed and started beating him, and his friend replied that it was so, and she became red as a tomato. After listening to him, Yumson suddenly began to think. Looking in the direction of his friend, the recruit suggested that perhaps she had fallen in love with someone. Brother Ji looked in front of him dumbfounded. After hearing this, asked if this gorilla, or rather his sister, could really love. Immediately after that, the guys came disguised to a Chinese restaurant. They hid behind a flower bed, asking if it was really there. Pulling the mask from his face, Ho noticed that the name was not so common, but suddenly it was a different restaurant, and his friend explained that he found out everything and they were there. Noticing Ji inside the restaurant, Yomsung told him to look there. At this time, the girl was smiling broadly and the black-haired guy was explaining that it was his sister, while Hua said that he didn't even know that a gorilla could smile like that. Suddenly, he was surprised to see something in front. Fixing his gaze on Kong with a calm expression on his face, Hua wondered if she really liked this delivery guy. Looking in front of him, the guy with red hair thought that in principle, his sister could well save for such an appearance. At the same time, his friend, looking thoughtfully in front of him, declared that, judging by her face, it did not look like she had simply fallen in love, as if there was something else in it. He then looked at Ji's joyful face and asked where he had seen such an expression. At the same moment, he remembered the image of a girl holding a poster with idol guys in her hands, and said that he remembered. Looking ahead with his puzzled gaze, Johnson stated that such a face can be seen in fans who are crazy about their idol. Hearing this, Ho was surprised to ask about the fans. At the same moment, the Flame Emperor noticed the people watching him outside and didn't wonder why these guys were following him. Unleashing his blue energy, the protagonist reasoned that one of them was emitting an energy similar to Ji's, and it was slightly weaker than hers, but it was also strong enough. Imagining the head of the Red Dragon Guild sitting on a throne next to several people in his mind, Kong thought, just recently, he found out that he had 2 children. Visualizing the image of the swordsman, the Flame Emperor suggested that perhaps this guy was his eldest son Hua. Looking to the side, the protagonist wondered why he was watching their restaurant. At this time, 2 recruits were sitting behind a flower bed. Looking in front of him, Brother Ji noticed that he was hungry, and his friend said that he hadn't eaten anything since the morning. Suddenly, the red-haired guy smelled something, saying that it smelled like noodles, and his friend suggested that he stop by and have a snack. Looking at him, Hua asked if he was crazy, because if the Ji saw them, then they were finished. He agreed. Suddenly, the guys turned back in surprise. Behind them stood Kong with a tray of food. Upon seeing him, the recruits of the Red Dragon Guild were greatly stunned. Brother Ji looked in front of him in fright, wondering when he had made it. After all, he didn't even feel anything himself. Staring menacingly in front of him, the Flame Emperor wondered why they were watching the restaurant. Smiling falsely, Ho asked who was following this, and what he was talking about. At the same moment, his stomach suddenly rumbled. Putting his hand on his head, the guy in the red cap laughed, saying that they just hadn't eaten anything that day. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the food on his tray. Then he smiled broadly. Immediately after that, Khan stretched the dumplings in the direction of the guys. The narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when the children are full and sitting in the gazebo. Looking at the empty plate, Ho noticed that it was very good, and his friend stated that the dumplings were very tasty. With his hands folded at his chest, the Flame Emperor clarified that he was worried about his sister's sudden changes, so he decided to keep an eye on her. Looking at Brother Ji sitting in front, the protagonist noticed that he was a very caring person. With a puzzled look on his face, the red-haired guy told me that it was the first time he had seen his sister smile so carefree since his mother's death, and he asked how he had managed to make her shine so much. Looking ahead seriously, the protagonist explained that he hadn't done anything special for Ji, and maybe she just enjoyed working at their restaurant. Jomson looked in front of him, puzzled, remarking that he thought there was another reason, and asked if he had noticed that he had become her idol. Looking in surprise in front of him, Kong asked what he meant. Hearing this, the guys looked at him silently. After a moment, Hua took his hands. Bowing to the Flame Emperor, Brother Ji asked to be taken care of his sister. With tears in his eyes, the red-haired guy reflected that he didn't even know what an idol was, and just treated his sister sincerely. At this moment, the protagonist looked at him in surprise. After a while, Kong took out his phone while sitting in a restaurant. In the search engine, he wondered who the idol was. Looking down, the Flame Emperor mused that this was what it was, and it meant that Ji had an idol. At the same moment, he remembered how the waitress of the restaurant ran around with a camera for Ha, and reasoned that she was a fan of her. Lim was vacuuming in the house. Looking at the calendar hanging on the wall, she suddenly realized that it was already September. Looking at the circled date, the senior manager of the restaurant stated that it would be their Ha Yun's birthday soon. Looking at the girl playing with the train, her mother asked what she wanted to get as a gift. Hearing this, Ha suddenly thought about the gift, and Lim only asked her to say it. At the same moment, the girl suddenly tensed up a lot. She continued to think about the birthday gift. A moment later, Ha imagined in her head how she walks tied up with her friends from the kindergarten. Looking at her mother standing in front, the girl declared that she wanted a train. Holding out a toy locomotive in front of her, Ha noticed that she wanted to take a ride on the train. Immediately after this story, the story is transferred to the moment when the guys found themselves at the railway station. A train was rapidly approaching them along the rails. Ha stared in awe as she heard the announcement that the train was arriving. At the same time, the girl grabbed her clothes, and the railway station worker asked passengers to stand behind the restrictive line. At the same moment, an electric train rushed in front of the guys at great speed. Ha held her skirt, which was delayed by the wind. A moment later, the girl looked in admiration in front of her. Pointing her finger in front of her, Ha said that it was a train and it was very cool, and the plot told us that it was the first time she had ridden a train. At the same time, Kong also happily looked in front of him, saying that it was indeed a train, and the plot told that he was also there for the first time. Looking at his daughter, Yu asked if she was having fun, and she answered positively. Then, the girl's parents held her hands as she jumped and said that they would go by train, and the plot explained that the whole family went on a train trip to celebrate Ha Yoon's birthday. The guys were approaching the entrance to the train, when suddenly an announcement sounded that the train was going to an unknown station, and asked passengers to check their seats on boarding tickets. Suddenly, Khan saw something off to the side. His eyes were fixed on the guys who were also boarding the train, and he asked what that distinct aura was. Watching the people from the Silver Tower who were arguing with each other, the Flame Emperor wondered what they were doing there. The head of Group 4 of the First Department of the Supervision Department of the Association of the Awakened Goen Souls sat in her seat on the train next to the newcomer. Suddenly, a girl with red hair noticed that her colleague was knocking on the window. It was the head of the First Supervision Department of the Hanyu Awakened Association, who was making hand gestures. Noticing this, Goen only grinned mischievously. Pointing her finger at the boss outside, the head of the 4th Supervision Group told the newcomer that if they did their job well, the boss would treat them to beef. At this time, Hanyu sighed heavily, wondering if they could even be relied upon. Then he recalled how, at a meeting, pointing to the blackboard, he talked about information that came from a reliable source. With a serious expression on his face, the head of the First Supervision Department said that it seemed that a terrorist attack would be carried out on the train. Throwing her hands behind her head, and a girl with red hair asked which train she was talking about. Looking menacingly ahead, Hanyu concluded that this was the problem, and they had an approximate date, but no information on which train the bomb would be planted on. Looking at him puzzled after hearing this, Goen asked if they should stop all the trains, to which she was told that it was impossible. Remembering the explosion of the Crystal Research Center, the chief translated that there was a possibility that they would anger them, and they would arrange something worse, especially not allowing panic among civilians. Looking seriously in front of him, the man with glasses said that there had already been a hostage-taking incident in the research center recently, so stopping traffic would not solve the problem. Looking at him after what she heard, the head of the 4th Supervision Group asked what he was proposing then. Looking at all of his subordinates, Hanyu explained that they would have to act personally. A moment later, the guys were extremely dumbfounded when their boss announced that they would involve all the employees to inspect the trains. During the events of the present, Goen writhed at her boss, telling him to trust them. Very angry after what happened, Hanyu wanted her to take it seriously, as she was most worried about. Looking discontentedly in front of him, the head of the First Supervision Department mentally asked that it should not be this belt. Immediately after that, the train was rapidly moving along the rails. She was passing by the sea. Ha watched in admiration from the train window. Suddenly looking at her mother, the girl noticed that it was very beautiful outside the window, and she agreed with this. Khan watched with joy on his face as he showed something in his daughter's window. After taking a photo on his phone, the Flame Emperor thought that she was very cute. Immediately afterward, he posted a photo on the internet with the caption that Ha was very cute today, and thought that he needed to post it in the fan community. At the same time, in the chat, Ji and Bak with other names asked where such a photo came from, and noticed that today it really looks very cute. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist pondered that he should still send Ji, because she was also a fan of hers, while the plot explained that he was actually an active member of Ha Yoon's fan club under the nickname Shy. Suddenly, Khan noticed something in front of him. An old woman stood up from her seat opposite him. Granny was shaking all over, leaning on her cane. They say that her back hurts. Watching the old woman, the Flame Emperor mused that there was something wrong with her. Looking menacingly to the side, the protagonist realized that she was not actually a grandmother. Looking at the hand she was using on her cane, Khan mused that she had disguised herself, but her rings betrayed her, and assumed that she seemed to have used a transformation technique. Looking at the old lady who was exuding dark energy, the Flame Emperor reasoned that the most important thing was that a sinister dark aura emanated from her. At the same time, he noticed a pouch in his grandmother's hands and thought that her bag gave him an even stronger aura and real magical power. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist was sure of this. Khan watched the snidely grinning old woman, thinking that this was definitely a person from the Black Brotherhood. Looking at the joyful members of the Yu family, the Flame Emperor thought that he wanted to finish him off right now, but today was an important day for Ha. Looking at the girl smiling broadly, the protagonist thought that she was smiling like that, so he couldn't ruin her birthday because of this Black Brotherhood. After a moment, Khan got up from his seat and turned to the owner of the restaurant, thinking that it was necessary to act quietly and quickly. Turning his back on him, the Flame Emperor declared that he would be back soon, and his friend wondered where he was. Menacingly walking forward, the protagonist explained that he just wanted to see what was in the other cars. In the middle of the basement, surrounded by soldiers, sat a man who was visited by a subordinate. Bowing to him, the guy in a business suit explained that he had come to report something. Looking down, the man explained that he had been contacted by Dr. Lim. The blonde guy held a glass of wine in his hands and asked if this was the same researcher who had informed them. Closing his eyes, the guy in a business suit said that it seemed that the Silver Tower had been on his trail, and after that incident at the research center, the circle of suspects began to narrow, and he felt pressure. The leader of the Black Brotherhood stared menacingly in front of him as his subordinate added that he had said that he wanted to make one last deal with them for major deals, and he was interested in that. Putting a glass of wine on the armrest, the blonde guy said that he had been of great use when he worked in the center, and now he wanted to take part in a big business and wash his hands of it. Bowing to his boss, the guy in a business suit asked what they would do with him, and he did not even know what to answer. Opening his mouth a little, the leader of the Black Brotherhood ordered to tell them that they agreed, and when they received the information, they should finish him off, because he probably knew a lot about them. With a puzzled expression on his face, his subordinate agreed, explaining that he had chosen the train as the meeting place, and therefore it would be a little difficult to deal with it right away. Grinning mischievously, the blonde guy noticed that he was quite savvy. Immediately afterward, the leader of the Black Brotherhood glanced at the person standing aside, calling him Chogu, and asked what to do in such a situation. At the same time, a man with red eyes laughed, noting that it was just necessary to blow up the train as a whole. Chill grinned mischievously, adding that killing only him or everyone at once on the same train was the main thing for them to destroy the evidence. Clapping his hands after hearing this, the leader of the Black Brotherhood declared that it was great, and he liked it, and that was why he was their trump card, so he had to go, and once holding a dark magic crystal in his hands, Chill asked to trust him. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to a fast-moving train on the tracks. In a luxury car sat a man looking out the window. It was the trader of the Crystal Research Center, Dr. Lim, who wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked why these freaks were not there yet. At the same moment, he glanced at the old woman who came to him, who asked for forgiveness for keeping him waiting. Holding out his hands in front of him, the trader to the Crystal Research Center remarked that he did not think that anyone would appear in such a form, and his grandmother asked that he was said to be under surveillance. Starting to open the bag, the old woman said that she had to be more careful not to be calculated. At the same moment, Dr. Lim silently watched the actions of the messenger. A moment later, the old woman opened the box and turned to her nephew. Looking at the trader of the Crystal Research Center sitting next to him, the reincarnated member of the Black Brotherhood asked that he hadn't eaten anything since the morning, much to his surprise. Giving him a box of food, the old woman explained that she had brought him something to eat, so he had to open it. In the middle of the rice, he noticed a stone with dark energy and thought that it was a top-quality crystal. As she approached Dr. Lim, Grandma said she didn't know if he would like it. Looking in admiration in front of him, the trader of the Crystal Research Center thought that such a large crystal was simply amazing. As Dr. Lim closed the box of food, he thought he could sell it and go abroad, telling his aunt that he would eat it later because he wasn't hungry now, and she agreed to it. Suddenly, taking out his purse, the man with glasses noticed that, by the way, he also had something for her. After placing her in front of the old woman, the trader to the Crystal Research Center said that he had prepared it in advance. Opening the bag, the grandmother noticed the flash drive inside and said that it was not worth it. Looking menacingly in front of him, the reincarnated member of the Black Brotherhood noticed that he was very cute. Looking at the old lady seriously, Dr. Lim said that he had promised her that it was not a fake or some kind of cheap. Then he whispered in his grandmother's ear that she would like the contents of the flash drive even more. She noticed that she was also sure of this. Holding a purse in her hands, the old woman explained that she was going to go out soon, and the man in glasses asked her to be more careful. Walking away from the informant, the reincarnated man of the Black Brotherhood mused that he was a complete idiot and had given him more than a simple crystal. Imagining a gem exuding dark energy in her head, the old lady reasoned that it was a time bomb that exploded with a force equal to the purity of a crystal. Visualizing a train that suddenly exploded, the grandmother thought that when the train was approaching the next station, an explosion would occur. At the same moment, the old woman was passing by Khan. Approaching the toilet, the grandmother looked around and thought that it was time for her to run away from there. Suddenly, the train door began to stagger. A moment later, she was knocked out with great force. Immediately after that, the old woman jumped out of the running train. Then she landed on the ground. The grandmother stood on the ground while the train passed by. A moment later, the reincarnated member of the Black Brotherhood straightened his back. Then Chill tore off his skin. They say that he was very stuffy, so he thought that he would die in this mask. Opening the purse that he received from the informant, the man with white hair noticed that he had brought some cheap and would take so many flash drives. After a moment, the member of the Black Brotherhood was very dumbfounded and did not understand where she had gone. At this time, he held the same red flash drive in his hands and thought that he saw it for the first time. Walking over to Dr. Lim, who was sitting at his seat, the Flame Emperor mused that he didn't want to ruin Ha Yun's birthday over such trifles, and he was going to deal with it quietly. Looking at the purple magic stone lying among the food, the protagonist thought that he had defused a bomb in the form of a crystal, absorbing the magical power, and this data should be transferred to someone who would be useful to it. At this time, Goen was just sleeping, sitting in her seat on the train. Suddenly she woke up, which surprised her greatly. Wiping the saliva of her mouth, the girl with red hair noticed that she seemed to have dozed off, because it was very good to sleep on trains. After a moment, the head of the 4th Supervision Group looked in surprise in front of her. In her hands, she noticed a flash drive and a note that she had taken it from the Black Brotherhood and could find out the details from the doctor in the luxury car, and asked what it was all about. After a while, Yu was delighted when he noticed that Kong had returned. Looking at his friend, The owner of the restaurant noticed that he wanted to see the train and managed to do it quickly enough, and the Emperor of the Flame replied that there was nothing unusual there. Looking to the side, the protagonist claimed that he had even been in a luxury car, when suddenly Ha called out to him. Immediately afterward, Kong looked at the girl rummaging through her purse and asked what it was. After a moment, Ha held out a chocolate chip cookie in his direction. Pointing his finger at himself, the Flame Emperor asked if it was for him to receive a positive answer. Smiling broadly, the girl stated that she took care of this cookie and he was great, so they gave it to him, because he kept their train safe. Looking happily at the chocolate cookie, the protagonist mused that she seemed to know everything while Ha asked him to open his mouth. Then Kong bit the cookies from the girl's hands. After everything that happened, the guys continued to enjoy the train ride. At this time, the train was rushing along the rails at great speed. The narrative of the story is transferred to the smithy. The blacksmith struck the metal with great force with his hammer. Two men were deftly wielding their tools in the smithy. The old man was very tense and continued to forge. After some time, the man lowered the red-hot blade of the blade into the water. Then he wrapped the handle with a special fabric. After that, the blacksmith's apprentice began to sharpen his sword. Having made all these preparations, the blacksmith held the finished blade in his hands. At this moment, the old man stared menacingly in front of him. Taking the sword to the workshop, the blacksmith noticed that it was quite good, and his apprentice asked what it meant. After a moment, the guy looked in surprise in front of him when he heard from the master that they would end it today. Hearing this, Seo Cole's student, Kim Moon-sik, who had finished his 18-hour work, rejoiced, saying that freedom was finally there. Looking at the blacksmith picking at his ear, the guy asked the teacher if he could rest and sleep now. At this moment, Cheol hung his sword on the wall. Then the old man stopped in the middle of his workshop. Suddenly, he looked to the side, hearing some noise. Glancing at the front door, the blacksmith noticed Kim and asked if she had come. Smiling broadly, the girl from the inspection department asked how he was doing. Hiding his hands behind his back, Cheol asked when she had arrived, and Kim explained that she had been about 10 minutes ago, and waited, because she did not want to disturb him. As he walked into the workshop, the girl from the inspection department asked if he had finished yet, and the old man explained that this time they had done it quickly, because they had come across good materials. Sitting down at the table with the guests, the old man said that the stones in the dungeon were of good quality, and Kim noted that she was glad to hear this. Opening a can of soda, Chul stated that he did not believe at all that she had come to talk about trivial things. Taking a sip of the drink, the old man asked what had brought such a busy man there. Suddenly smiling after hearing this, the girl from the inspection department wondered if he was hinting that she would rather lay everything out and leave. With her menacing gaze forward, Kim claimed that she had come from behind the weapon of radiance. Hearing this name, the blacksmith continued to look calmly in front of him. Immediately afterward, Kim placed a red crystal on the table and explained that the stone had recently been found. Chul stared in surprise at the jewel lying on the table as the girl from the inspection department claimed that it was the seed of the weapon of radiance. Remembering the image of So with a book in her hands, the blacksmith said that when she brought that girl, he was very much surprised. Kim calmly stared in front of her as the old man explained that, to be honest, there were words like that in his master's notes. Imagining an angel in armor in his head, Cheol said that it was written about a weapon that contained the will of the gods, a divine weapon, and so he described the weapon of radiance. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the blacksmith added that there were other lines that coincided with the theory of the weapon's creation. Imagining a huge explosion in the middle of a city street in his head, the old man once stated that the teacher created a sword that was recognized as the best in the world and became a national treasure, and no matter how absurd it sounds, he died under the rubble of the building. Visualizing the notebook with notes, Chul said that he had received from him a book with information and secrets of making weapons, and not only the techniques for creating artifacts, but also the legend were written down there. Remembering how he was sitting at the table reading this book, the blacksmith added that most of them were related to divine weapons. Imagining in his head the black-robed men walking through the dungeon, the old man stated that it said that there were 2 ways to obtain it, and the first was to pass the high-level gate trial and receive it as a reward. Visualizing a brightly sparkling red crystal, Chul explained that the second way was to make from a stone that contained divine energy. Remembering the images of Uriel's blades in the box, the blacksmith said that at first he thought that all these stories about divine weapons were only magnified, and the angel's weapon fit the description, but it did not seem to him so outstanding. Imagining himself examining the knife in his hands, the old man said that it would be difficult to reproduce it exactly, but if there were materials, even with his abilities, it was quite possible to create something similar. But after reading those notes, he changed his mind. As he delved into his mind, he knew that the weapon of radiance could be revived. Visualizing himself reading the master's notes, the old man wondered if rebirth was possible, and weapons could really have their own will. Looking puzzled in front of him, Chul noticed that what he had seen earlier was not a divine weapon. Looking at the red crystal in her hands, the blacksmith concluded that after that, he had submitted a request to the association, and he had managed to obtain a stone in which the weapon of radiance was dormant, and it was also called a seed. Observing the man with the sword who was surrounded by monsters, the old man said that he had studied the teacher's notes and materials, after which he was able to create a blade from the seed. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Chul thought that the result exceeded all his expectations. Looking at the corpses of the monsters, the old man stated that at that moment, he understood why the teacher had studied the weapons of radiance so diligently. Clutching his face sharply, Chul noticed that he had some thoughts. Looking menacingly before her, the blacksmith assumed that perhaps the teacher's death was not an accident. At the same moment, he imagined in his head how people from the Black Brotherhood killed Father Seo, and talked about this moment. Visualizing Dagon grinning mischievously, Chul said that there was also a mention of demons and unknown forces that tried to advance the research of divine weapons. Raising his blacksmith's hammer above his head, the old man concluded that all this was covered with a veil of secrecy. But he still managed to do something about it. At the same moment, the blacksmith was about to strike at the red-hot metal. A moment later, he lowered his hammer down with great force and thought that if he created a weapon of radiance, all secrets would be revealed. With a serious expression on his face, looking at Kim sitting in front, Chul asked if her dagger had not yet awakened. Sighing heavily, the girl from the inspection department explained that not yet, but she continued to look for ways. Looking at her, the blacksmith remarked that he would like to see him awaken sooner, and Kim explained that nothing depended on his efforts. Abruptly getting up from the table, the old man said that with the help of this seed he would make the best weapon, and asked to leave, because he had a lot to do. Immediately afterward, Sheol shouted in Sik's direction, saying that he needed to get to work. Seeing his apprentice sleeping in the middle of the workshop, the blacksmith called him a brat. A moment later, the old man threw a can of soda at his head. Very angry at this, Sik asked what his teacher was doing, and Sik wondered if he was going to sleep all day. As she watched, Kim put her hand on her head, thinking that he had a strange temper, while Sik stated that he had been working all this time, and asked if he was already completely crazy, while Chul asked him to repeat it. Grabbing his apprentice by the head, the blacksmith asked him to repeat it, and he noticed that he was strong enough. Suddenly, the old man looked in surprise in front of him. Glancing at the calendar hanging on the wall, Cheol asked if it was September. At the same time, a circled date attracted his attention. Looking puzzled in front of him, the blacksmith wondered if that day had already come. Grandpa was sitting on a bench in the park. It was Cheol, who looked down. Suddenly, he noticed someone to the side. An unknown person approaches him and asks why he is sad in the middle of the day. It was Jang Tae, who was smiling broadly as he said that he was nicknamed the Unquenchable Flame. Sitting next to an old friend, the retired military man asked why he drooped, because it was not his style. Lowering his gaze down, the blacksmith explained that it was tomorrow. Looking at him, the old man with scars asked what would happen tomorrow, and whether it was September 10th. Jong looked at his old friend in surprise, who was sighing heavily. Looking sadly ahead, Chul explained that tomorrow was indeed September 10th, namely the day when the Black Brotherhood killed his granddaughter. Imagining a white glow in his head, the blacksmith reflected that the bright light attracts midges. The old man deftly wielded his blacksmith's hammer. Visualizing people in black masks who grinned mischievously, the plot told about the moment when Cheolyu took over the teacher's job. Showing us a blacksmith who continues to work in his workshop, the plot said that there were those who were hunting for his abilities and the S-rank artifacts he was making. Cheol picked up the phone, and the plot said that once he received a call. Imagining how men in black masks grabbed a little girl, the plot told that the Black Brotherhood had kidnapped his granddaughter. Hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth in displeasure, and the plot said that they had very simple demands that he secretly make an artifact for them and give it to them. Showing us the drooping expression on the blacksmith's face, the plot stated that he refused to comply with their demands and paid the price as a result. Children's legs protruded from under the white sheet. The old man, along with the rest of his family, was at the identification of the corpse's body. After everything that happened, Cheol cried bitterly, and the plot said that after that, every time he looked at the children, he remembered his granddaughter, and it seemed to others that he was just a grumpy old man, but he treated children very tenderly. Jong put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked him to stop being sad. At this time, the blacksmith looked down while the scarred old man explained that he understood his feelings, but his granddaughter would not like him to be in such a state. Then the retired military man looked at him silently. Suddenly he smiled broadly, saying that he did not know whether it would comfort him or not, but the girl he was talking about was usually walking home from kindergarten at that time. Hearing this, Chol looked in the direction of his friend in surprise, and he wondered if he had already forgotten, and noted that he was talking about the one who was not afraid of him. Happily pointing his finger at himself, Jong stated that she also looked at him and said that he had a beautiful soul. Pushing him with his elbow after hearing this, the blacksmith asked him to stop lying, and the scarred old man laughed, saying that it was true. Suddenly, they looked sharply to the side when they heard someone singing a song about bears. The retired soldier immediately noticed Ha-yoon walking through the park and called out to her. Hearing this, the girl looked happily in front of her, addressing her grandfather. Abruptly getting up from the bench, Jong asked if she could really go home today, to which he received a positive answer. Watching his friend stroke Ha, Chol asked if this was the girl, and he gave a positive answer and wondered if it was true that she was very cute. At the same moment, the blacksmith smiled broadly, thinking that she was really very beautiful. Then the old man with the scars took out the candy, saying that he had brought treats for it, and the girl noticed that he shouldn't. Looking at Ha, who was rummaging in her backpack, the retired soldier wondered if she really didn't like sweets. She replied that she did, but today she would give him something. Holding out an invitation to her birthday party in his direction, the girl surprised Jong. Looking happily in front of her, Ha explained that this was an invitation to her birthday, and the old man with scars noticed that it meant that she was having a holiday soon. A moment later, Chol was very surprised when he heard her say that tomorrow she would be 5 years old. Running up to Ha, the blacksmith asked if she was born on September 10th, to which he received a positive answer. Looking puzzled in front of him, the old man reflected that she was born 5 years ago, namely on the day of his granddaughter's death, and this is some kind of strange coincidence. Looking at him, Ha noticed that she had seen him before, and he asked where it was. With a big smile on her face, the girl explained that she had seen him in the park on the day of planting trees. Upon hearing this, Chio recalled meeting several girls when he was planting trees and saying that it meant it was her. At the same time, Ha looked thoughtfully in front of her. A moment later, she handed the blacksmith an invitation to her birthday party and asked him to take it, and he asked if it was really true for him. Looking at the candies in his hand, the old man asked if there was also chocolate, to which he received a positive answer. Suddenly, Chio looked in front of him in surprise, listened to Ha's words. Imagining that it was his late granddaughter who was speaking, the blacksmith listened to the girl declare that she wanted him not to be sad anymore. After all that had happened, the old man was very happy. Then the two veterans said goodbye to the girl, waving their hand. Glancing happily at Jong standing next to him, Chul said that he seemed to understand why he spoke of her like that, and he noticed that he knew so. At the same moment, the blacksmith was smiling broadly. Immediately after this, the story is transferred to the evening of Ha Yun's birthday to a Chinese restaurant, from where the words with birthday greetings were heard. Ha happily stared at the cake in front of her as everyone around her wished her a happy birthday. All the girls' friends gathered at this holiday, who congratulated her on the holiday. Suddenly, Ha began to blow out the candles on her cake. At the same moment, the invited guests began to blow up firecrackers and clap their hands, again congratulating them on their birthday. A moment later, Ji also blew up a firecracker with good wishes. Looking joyfully in front of her, the girl thanked everyone for coming, and explained that this was the happiest day in her life. At the same time, John came up to her, handed her a box, saying that it was hers, and Ha thanked her grandfather. Holding a small gift in his hands, the scarred old man explained that it was a gift from Chiol, and he was busy, so he could not come, but asked to pass it on. Immediately after that, the girl began to open it when a retired military man asked for it. Then Ha opened the box in which the bracelet lay. Her parents were very surprised, saying that it was an artifact and a very expensive thing. Folding her arms to her chest, Ji explained that Mr. Chul had made it himself, so she thought it was quite expensive. Looking at Zhang standing in front of her, Lim explained that it was somehow uncomfortable for them to accept such a thing, and he said that there was no point in telling him this, and his friend would not accept the gift back. Suddenly, Yu took a roll of paper and said that there was some kind of note in it. Unwrapping it, the owner of the restaurant read that she should accept this modest gift, because he would not accept it back, and if he did not need it, then he could simply throw it away, but this bracelet could save a life. Imagining in his head the blacksmith who was writing this note, the guy with the brown hair continued to say that no one knows what will happen in the future, and you shouldn't make his mistakes, so you need to put it on your daughter's hand. Leaning towards Yu, Kong remarked that he would have to accept the gift if he insisted so much, and Ji assumed that he seemed to like Ha Yun very much. After reading the note, the owner of the restaurant smiled, saying that you can't refuse the elder's gift. A moment later, the girl put this very bracelet on her hand. Looking happily in front of her, Ji said that he was very handsome, and the Flame Emperor thought that it suited her very well. At Ha Yun's happy expression, the protagonist congratulated her in his mind. The guy was standing near the door, and the girl's voice noted that the potatoes were sweet. The girl waved a ladle and said that the sweet potatoes were sweet, and added that their potatoes were hiding in the ground. Uncle stood in the doorway and asked Ha what she was doing. The child pointed at the guy with a ladle and replied that tomorrow in the kindergarten they were going to dig sweet potatoes, and explained that this was why she was training. The narrator scratched his chin and said that sweet potatoes were sweet potatoes. He knelt down to the girl and added that it was good to have so much energy in Ha. The protagonist looked ahead and noticed that if she swung so hard, she could injure the tuber, or her friends who were nearby. The girl looked at the Oin, and he said that it was important not to be the strongest, but to use even a small force wisely. Ha smirked and replied that she understood him and said that she should use her hoe more gently. The guy smiled and the child confirmed that it was good. Ha clenched her fist and promised that she would do as he said and bring a lot of sweet potatoes tomorrow. The animal peeked around the corner, and the heroine repeated that the potatoes were sweet. The little creature was drooling and muttering something under his breath. The children stood near the teacher and exclaimed in surprise. The teacher looked in the direction of the students and announced that the children in this field would dig sweet potatoes today, and the children reacted that the field was huge and said that they would like to start as soon as possible. The girl raised her finger and replied that they should learn the basics first, and added that they could also have a meal. The heroine stood in front of a crowd of children, and they replied that they wanted to start digging as soon as possible. The children's eyes lit up with happiness, and the teacher said that today they had a snack with chocolate, and asked if they would really refuse them, but they admitted that they also wanted buns, and exclaimed that it was great. A creature peeked out of the student's bag. The teacher threw up her hand and said that now they would learn to dig sweet potatoes, and the children replied that it was good. The animal dived behind the stone. Squeaker peeked out from behind a rock. He furrowed his brows and made sounds. Khan looked ahead and thought that Ha might be in danger and wondered what to do about it. He stood in front of the Squeaker and asked if that was why he wanted to go with her. The protagonist tilted his gaze and hummed thoughtfully. The animal recoiled in surprise and the hero said that it was impossible. Khan stood menacingly in front of the animal and asked him to admit that he wanted to go because of the sweet potatoes. Squeaker put his paws together in sadness, and the main character noticed that he seemed to have touched him to the core. The beast turned away and Kong said that it was impossible to spoil someone else's crop. The ferret fell face down on the table. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Kong took him by the scruff of the neck and said that okay, that's enough. The main character looked at the animal and clarified that you can eat only one sweet potato. The animal saluted with his paw and chased him away, added that in return he would have to catch rodents and insect pests in the field all day, and noted that naturally, Ha's safety came first. Squeaker put his paw to his face. He looked at the field with cabbage and thought that such hard physical labor throughout the day for one potato was not entirely fair, and explained that therefore the baby had his own plan. A vegetable appeared in the frame and the narrator said that Khan allowed to eat only one sweet potato, which means that he would have to find the largest tuber, equal to 2 or 3 small ones. The animal closed his eyes and decided that there must be one large potato in this huge field. Squeaker put his staff forward and the narrator said that the legendary adventure of the Great Seeker was beginning. The beast tensely closed its eyes and the hero added that this was an increased concentration. The animal frowned and the narrator explained that he had strained all 5 senses to determine the location of his target, and a special technique of search and recognition. The animal's nose smelled something. His eyes opened abruptly. The cabbage shone brightly. The owner of the farm waved his hand and greeted that he was the owner of this farm, and the children responded. The man smiled and offered to see together how to dig sweet potatoes correctly. The children smiled and replied that it was good. The girl looked ahead puzzled. A purple tail peeked out from behind the man's back and the heroine wondered why this uncle had a tail. Ha looked at the farmer dumbfounded. The man tilted his head. His eye flashed mysteriously. The child looked ahead frightened. A friend sat next to her and asked Ha what was wrong with her, and she replied that it was nothing. She raised her hand and said that she wanted to go to the toilet. Heroine was banging her boot on the asphalt and thought that Uncle Kong was saying not to tell others. Ha touched her bag and thought that her uncle was not around now, and wondered that she saw unusual things, and asked the little one what she should do. She leaned over to the bag and repeated the question to the baby. The child opened the empty bag. She opened her mouth in surprise, and screamed where he had gone. She threw up her hands and repeated the baby's name. The girl picked up a bush. She looked at the building and asked what was there. The heroine turned the corner and asked what it was, and asked Kid if he was hiding here. She walked to the wooden box. The box jerked violently. Ha's eyes bulged and shouted that there was someone here. The girl closed her eyes. Magic came from her pupils. The heroine, seeing something unexpected, exclaimed that it was a person. The box moved forward. The child, stepping back, cried "Eh." She sucked forward and thought it was a man. Ha was abruptly taken aback. She gripped her bag tightly. The girl's eyes widened. Ha, waving her hand, said that she was going. Kong, approaching from afar, asked to wait. He handed her the amulet and said that she should take this with her. Ha, holding the object in her hands, asked what it was, and Kong explained that it was a self-defense badge. Kong, looking at the child, said that he warned in advance of the danger. He knelt down and added that Ha sees things that are hidden from others, and therefore many things can confuse her, but he remarked that it is not a good idea to tell everyone what she sees. Ha looked at the amulet puzzled, and the protagonist clarified that if this icon was divided into 2 parts, then she should ask for help from the teacher. The amulet in the heroine's hands broke in half, and the girl thought about the badge that Uncle Kong had given. Ha, running, thought that I should tell the teacher as soon as possible. The child whispered something in the teacher's ear. The teacher, on her knees, asked if it was true. The girl furrowed her brows and thought that Ha was not one to lie, and decided that there was nothing she could do about it. She would have to check it out for herself, but it was too risky. The teacher ran and asked her assistant to look after the children. She rushed forward, and she asked where they were. The woman flew forward. The farmer tilted his head. He smiled ominously. The animal was digging the ground. The ground flew to the sides. Dust covered the field with cabbage. The animal appeared on the surface. Squeaker, looking ahead, decided that he had finally found what he was looking for. In front of the beast lay a huge mega-sweet potato. The Squeaker rushed his teeth at the food. The animal's eyes rounded, and the narrator said that he had sensed something strange. The beast jumped back, and the narrator said that perhaps the other rats of the dungeon would not have known it, but the kid had seen so much in life that it was impossible to deceive him, and said that it was not a sweet potato. A magical aura emanated from the fruit, and the squeaker exclaimed that it was a monster, and added that it was in the form of a sweet potato. An image of parentheses appeared. The beast angrily pounced on the food, and the narrator said that he could not eat it, and remarked that such a monster would only hurt his stomach. The ferret rushed back, and the narrator said that the kid was very angry. He spat out the sweet potatoes on the stone. The squeaker took the stone. The beast, throwing a stone, uttered a battle cry, and the narrator said that he had put all his anger into this stone and launched it at the monster. The stone was flying at the sweet potato, and the protagonist added that it was the anger of the baby. The stone bounced off. Sweet potatoes trembled. The beast looked at the fruit fascinated. He opened his eyes dumbfounded. The door opened. The girl pointed to the boxes. The teacher, finding something, said that it was really a person. The girl, running up to the box, said to wait a little and added that she would pull it out. The teacher, pulling the object, thought that there was no other way out, and noticed that it did not move a millimeter. She turned her head to the girl. The teacher, looking at Ha, asked if she could close her eyes for a while, and she replied that it was good. The heroine closed her eyes. Her pupils lit up. Objects flew up. The heroine spread her arms, and the system said that it was Ko Soare, an employee of the Awakened Association, and added that she had telekinesis. The girl's eyes shone brightly. She looked at the box and said what had happened. There was a man's body in the box, and she asked if he was okay. The girl tilted her gaze at the man. The man turned his head, and she exclaimed that it was the owner of the farm. The teacher tilted her head and wondered who the person outside was. She pulled off the blindfold from the hero. He looked around and shouted for them to stop the training, because it was necessary to evacuate everyone urgently. The heroine pulled out her hand and asked again what it was about, and the farmer shouted that the man was not real, and added that he was the one who tied him up, and then shouted that the children were in danger. The warrior's eyes widened. She rushed to the exit and told Ha to hide here and not come out. The teacher, stepping forward, thought that trouble had happened, and thought that she must act quickly. The girl gritted her teeth and realized that the children were in danger. She looked up abruptly. The farmer stood in front of her. The double, looking at the teacher, said that she was Ko's teacher, and wondered where she was in such a hurry. The man, standing in front of the girl, laughed. The double, looking at the teacher, asked where she was in such a hurry. The teacher, staggering with fear, exclaimed that it was him, and said that it was an aura. The girl looked ahead and asked who he was. The girl looked at the lying farmer, and she wondered why he pretended to be the owner. The heroine stared at the monster and added that it was interesting to know, but most importantly, what he was going to do with the children. The man stuck out his tongue. She twisted her face, and the double noticed that she was a teacher after all, and said that such people were rare. The teacher, rushing forward, demanded to answer. She swung her leg. There was a blow. Dust filled the room. Ha looked ahead. The woman locked herself in a protective dome. Ko put out her hand and shouted that everything was fine, and yelled at Ha not to come over because it was dangerous. She knitted her brows. The double, putting out the sting, said that it was unexpected. He opened his mouth and asked if she was an agent of the tower, and asked how she managed to repel his strike. The doppelganger, stepping forward, said that even though she wasn't, she still wouldn't be able to interfere with his plan. Stinging Tail grinned and added that he needed something else. The doppelganger held out a syringe and asked if she was worthy of seeing the stinging tail of the behemoth demon race with her own eyes, and added that it was his creation. The teacher, looking at the creature, thought that its appearance had changed, and added that this energy was also strange. Ko looked at the monster and decided that he was definitely a demon. The teacher, clenching her fists, thought that in this case something should be done. The heroine, looking up, shouted that she could not retreat. She threw an iron door at the antagonist and shouted for him to get it. The door knocked down the monster. The teacher, continuing the attack with stones, shouted that this was not the end. The stones scattered to the sides. The heroine threw boulders forward. She raised her hands up. The refrigerator rose into the air. Ko threw it at the enemy. The girl was standing in the middle of the dust. Stones were lying on the floor. The teacher, looking around, thought that she had managed to destroy him. She turned around and decided that she had to return to her children as soon as possible. The girl's eyes widened in horror. The monster kicked the door open with his paw. He put out his hand. The antagonist stood up. The claw was squeezing the metal. The double, breaking open the door, asked if she appreciated his strength. The enemy gritted his teeth and wondered if she thought her attack would break him. The teacher, clenching her fists, asked what he meant, and added that she was not pathetic, and stated that she was ready to fight him until he collapsed. The heroine looked ahead puzzled. The teacher, collapsing from malaise, asked what was happening. The double, approaching, said that it seemed that it had become difficult for her to control her body. He held a syringe in his hands and explained that at the very beginning of the contraction he injected her with his poison. The double, attacking, added that even without this, he would have coped with it quite well. The girl flew back. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The heroine fell to her knees, and the double added that he would probably let her live. The girl opened her eyes, and the antagonist asked if she had forgotten that she had asked what he was going to do with the children. The double threw his claw over his shoulder and asked if she had heard of the sweet bomber. A picture of a sweet potato appeared, and the doppelganger said that it was a creature that looked like a potato, but even the awakened could not easily distinguish it from a vegetable. The vegetable's eyes opened, and the antagonist said that it was actually a beast that appeared after the destruction of the gate. The soldiers fell to the vegetable, and he added that it exploded from contact with the animal's saliva or blow. There was an explosion, and the enemy said that many people died of starvation because of it at the beginning of the era. The guy looked at the claw and added that, to be honest, this bomber was one of his masterpieces. The teacher, raising her head, said that it was really true. The double, standing in a pose, noticed that he saw that she was not stupid, and confirmed that it was not a sweet potato on the field, but his bomber. The children were dripping sweet potatoes, and the sick antagonist asked what would happen as soon as the children touched it with their hands. The girl lowered her head, and the enemy said that the very thought of it excites her, to which the girl said that she would never allow this. The teacher, running away, said that she would not allow this in any case. She began to stagger. The heroine fell. The double, grinning, said that she had already forgotten what state she was in, and said that she could not even stand, but she was still worried about the others. The heroine gritted her teeth, and the sadist said that there was nothing she could do, and said that she could only watch the children die. The enemy bared his teeth and added that he just needed an audience for his performance, and said that it was weak, but he would not kill it so that it would become his audience. The double, throwing up his hand, said that he could not understand why weak people were trying to help those who were even weaker. He closed his eyes and said that it was natural for the fittest to survive, and asked why everyone was so stupid. The teacher, gritting her teeth, demanded to know why he was trying to kill their children, and said that they were not guilty of anything, and added that it would be better to kill her. The guy, tilting his gaze, clarified why. The double, smiling, said that he just liked to mock the weak. He threw up his head and said that she had to imagine the insides of these little creatures being torn apart, and blood splattered. The double, his eyes bulging, exclaimed that this was magnificent. The antagonist leaned over to the heroine and said that she would writhe in convulsions with guilt for not being able to protect them, and asked if it wasn't fun. He smirked and added that she now understood exactly why he had chosen her as a spectator of his incredible performance. The antagonist threw his claws forward. The girl's eyes bulged. The enemy threw back his head and announced the beginning. Tears came to the woman's eyes, and the double said that it was a little earlier than he expected. The teacher, banging her fists on the ground, thought that if only she were even a little stronger. The double, looking to the side, said that it was a pity that he did not see everything in person, and said that it was time to collect the energy of despair that remained from children who died a painful death. He held out his magic hand. The field is sown with cabbage. The squeaker is waving stones. He threw a stone. There was a blow. The fruit had eyes. Magic began to burst out of the fruit. He began to tremble. The animal's eyes bulged. There was an explosion. Shrapnel flew across the field. The children looked into the distance. The animal jumped away. His paws clattered on the ground. He rushed from the explosion. Squeaker jumped forward. He spun and fell. The animal fled from the threat. His eyes sparkled. He stepped on his eyes. There was an explosion. The squeaker flies to the side. The protagonist caught the animal. Kong, holding the squeaker in his arms, said that he was great. The guy stood up and added that now she should entrust this matter to him. The warrior spread his fingers. The double, looking at the hand puzzled, asked what was going on. The doppelganger, looking down, exclaimed why he wasn't receiving energy. The teacher, looking ahead with hope, thought that it meant that the children were still alive, and decided that it was too early to despair, and thought that it was necessary to distract him. The heroine was lying on the floor and added that she did not know what exactly happened, but his plan failed. The girl smiled and said that his brilliant creation was bullshit. The teacher, after speaking, remarked that his plan seemed to have failed, and asked if this was his ingenious creation. The antagonist gritted his teeth and she added that he was pathetic, to which the enemy shouted, "How dare she, little man," and yelled at her to shut up. The double hit the girl. It flew back. The doppelganger, looking away, said that he would not be able to create a ring of despair now, and added that he would not be able to gather the necessary amount of energy. The antagonist gritted his teeth and shouted that he wouldn't let this happen. The teacher, lying on the ground, said that it was a relief. The doppelganger, looking at the claw, said that it was a pitiful and weak creature, and shouted that it was all because of it, and also said that it was happy. The enemy rushed forward and shouted that he would kill her first, and then send the children after her. The antagonist's face changed abruptly. The hero squatted and asked who she was. The double, looking at the girl, said that it was some kind of petty. The double, swinging, shouted that then he would kill them both. The teacher, looking in front of her, said that it was impossible. She grabbed the girl and shouted to Ha that it was too dangerous. The woman gritted her teeth. She opened her eyes. The heroine looked around. Kong, holding the enemy, said how he dared to touch their Ha. The double turned his head. Kong, looking at him menacingly, said that he would have to teach him a good lesson. The guy was holding the antagonist with his hand. The double, looking around, asked where he was. The protagonist was in the back and said that they were inside the inventory, as it would be difficult to teach him a lesson from the outside. The enemy opened his mouth, and Kong said that he rushed in as soon as Ha's security badge broke, and asked how he dared to touch her. The guy squeezed the antagonist's neck and said that he would have to teach him a lesson. The double, attacking with his fist, shouted that the little man was climbing somewhere. The doppelganger flew backwards and screamed for Kong to die. The bodies of the main character multiplied. The guy attacked the hero. He took out a syringe. The enemy pricked Kong. His eyes widened. The guy was squeezing the enemy's hand. The double, turning his head, said that the man was able to repel his attack. Kong punched the antagonist. He opened his mouth abruptly and began to yell. His face flew into the protagonist's knee. The antagonist squeezed his face. The doppelganger, looking ahead angrily, shouted that Kong dared to ruin his beautiful face. He rushed forward and declared that he would not let it go unpunished. The claw flew into the boy's face. The protagonist grabbed his opponent. His eyes were filled with darkness. The guy clenched his fist. A dozen fists aimed at the antagonist. The enemy received many blows. The blows exploded near the face. The double, flying away, exclaimed how painful it was, and said that Kong could kill him anyway. The protagonist clenched his fist to attack. He waved his hand. The guy looked ahead and exclaimed what it was. The hero held the enemy's claw in his hand. He stood and said that he had thrown his hand to escape. The doppelganger ran away, saying how was it possible if he was a demon and Kong was a human, and added that he didn't know there were such strong people among humans. The antagonist grinned and asked if Kong was a divine being. The doppelganger rushed forward, said that he had to get out of here as soon as possible, and asked what the inventory meant and why it was so huge. The guy looked ahead and clarified that if it was inside the inventory, then it definitely meant something. The protagonist stood in front of the warrior. Kong, walking towards his opponent, asked why the double decided not to run away anymore. The doppelganger stopped and replied that there was no longer any reason for that, and Kong asked what he meant. The antagonist grinned and said that this inventory was huge, and added that it meant it was full of energy. The enemy's hand was covered in magic, and he clarified that to be precise, it was the power of magic crystals. The doppelganger, continuing to mutate, said that the magic crystals contained demonic energy, and added that the arm he had torn off and his tail were capable of absorbing it. He grinned and finished by saying that in other words, the whole land here was filling him with strength. The enemy turned into a monster. The protagonist stood in front of the opponent. A monster appeared in front of him. The double, having turned into a creature, declared that this was his highest form. Attacking the guy, he said that according to the law of survival of the fittest, Kong would die. The enemy swung and ordered the man to die. The earth shook. Kong, flying away, noticed that the double had become larger. The main character, attacking, said that it was even better this way. He slapped the enemy in the face. The sadist's eyes bulged. The monster fell face down on the floor. The protagonist looked ahead. Kong took out a sweet potato on the table and said that today was a sweet potato appetizer. He sat opposite the girl and told her to eat and not be shy, and she added that there was nothing tastier in the world. The guy turned around at the boxes and was surprised at the amount of sweet potatoes. The main character was sitting at the table and said that the owner of the farm gave the yams as a sign of gratitude, and added that he could not refuse him. He put the potatoes to his mouth and said that at first the owner wanted to donate part of his farm, but the teacher stopped him, and then the owner promised that he would send them sweet potatoes every year. The cook looked at the protagonist. The child, pounding her chest with her fist, screamed what was stuck in her throat. The woman, pouring lemonade, shouted to Ha to drink. The girl began to drink. Ha, after drinking, I exhaled. She smiled and said that lemonade goes well with sweet potatoes. The heroine smiled, and the protagonist said to himself that it was good that Ha did not have a strong shock. The guy looked ahead and added that he was haunted by the words of that demon. The monster was lying on the floor and said that he didn't expect such a strong person to end up in the second world. Kong looked at him and asked what it meant in the second world if he wanted to say from another dimension, and asked how he had managed to get into this world. The doppelganger chuckled, said that Kong was so strong, but didn't know, and said that only those with strength could move. The guy looked down, and the enemy declared that he was nothing compared to that creature. The young man clenched his hands and said that he needed a power with which to move between worlds. He looked away, thinking that if he used it, he might be able to return to his world. The sun shone on the restaurant. The brunette looked away. On the wall hung a calendar that said that today was a day off in the institution. The main character turned around and told the man that there were so many days off this month that even the restaurant was closed, and asked if it had anything to do with Chuseok. Opening his mouth, Tae asked if his interlocutor didn't know anything about holidays, and explained that Chuseok and Salt were the two most important holidays. Brown-Eyed said that earlier this day was celebrated when they harvested and thanked their ancestors for it, and added that now they just gather relatives and eat goodies. The family sits at the table. Turning to the protagonist, the man said that this year he plans to go to the family, explaining that they live in another city. Opening his mouth, Kong wished his friend a good trip, and said that he would look after the house and the restaurant at this time. Looking ahead, Tae asked what he was talking about, explaining that of course the hero would go with them, and added that he had already warned his relatives about this. The man said that everyone was waiting for the brunette. The brown-eyed man changed his face and asked that the cook's parents were waiting for him. At the same time, in the office of director Cho Jium-ho, sitting at the table, the woman asked her interlocutors what kind of children's song contest it was. Looking ahead, Mr. in the hat said that it was a worm competition, that the program would be shown all over Chuziak, and added that the producer had asked me to introduce him to Ha. The blonde greeted the girl's mother and handed her a business card, saying that his name was UK and he was a producer. Lim took the card in her hands, and the man continued to say that the program was aimed at showing talented children, and added that this would be the first special, and he would really like to see a baby in it. Opening her mouth, the woman began to reason that, of course, her daughter loves to sing, but there is a lot of competition in such programs. Putting her hand on the girl's shoulder, Madam said that they were going to visit her grandparents. The producer explained that the program was being recorded, so they should not worry. Smiling, the blonde said that when he saw Ha, he realized that her participation in the program would ensure the success of the team. UK continued to say that even if she sings badly, it's okay, she is cute. The man hit the producer, saying that the blonde meant that the baby's participation in the program would make the audience very happy, and added that the popularity of the brown-haired woman increased a lot after the series and the film. Opening her mouth, the woman said that in any case, the baby did not even learn to sing. Raising his hand, the brunette disputed Lim's words that even if the child did not study vocals, the audience would be happy to see her in any case. Ha said that she agreed. The adults turned towards the brown-haired woman. Smiling, the baby said that she really wanted to try to participate. A few days later, the conference room of the DBS channel. People walk around the table. The girl is sitting still. Before the start of the shooting, Ha was supposed to take part in an interview and meet with the authors of children's books. The stranger greeted Ha, and the girl looked to the side. Smiling, the redhead introduced herself as Min and said that she was 6 years old. Turning around, the brown-haired woman introduced herself in the same way, and the neighbor noticed that she was older. Opening her mouth, the baby confirmed the words of the brown-eyed one, and added that she was very beautiful. Ha complimented her interlocutor's outfit. The girl opened her dress with the words that the brown-haired woman has taste. Min opened her eyes. The neighbor noticed that the baby also had a beautiful outfit, and added that she looked like a model from the children's world. Ha was sitting on a chair. Opening the bag, the brown-eyed woman said that she assumed that the brown-haired woman was worthy of becoming her friend. The girl handed the candy to Ha. The interlocutor asked what it was to her. Winking, Min replied that of course to her. The girl hugged her friend, saying that she was grateful, and the brown-eyed girl told her to be careful not to spoil her makeup. The man in the suit, clapping, said that it was time for the guests to go to where the interview would take place. Studio for interviews. Sitting on a chair, the host asked the girl that it was her first time in the studio and whether she could share her feelings. Looking at the floor, the brunette replied that her mother brought her here, but she didn't really like it here. The man said that, apparently, the participant was obedient. The boy shook his hands and said that his uncle said that if he won, he would get a job as a hunter, and asked if this was true. The host replied that he did not know. The redhead sat quietly in her place. The employee showed the cancellation card. The girl began to call her mother, and the interviewer said that, apparently, the baby was very nervous, and apologized to her. The man thought that interviewing children was not so easy. Looking at the paper, the brown-eyed man said that the next participant was Ha. The child looked at the interlocutor, and the brunette asked what she thought about this competition. Smiling, the brown-haired woman replied that she was very happy and thought her grandparents would be very happy to see her on television, and added that therefore she agreed to take part. Opening his mouth, the presenter thought that she spoke well and wondered if the girl was definitely 5 years old. Coming closer to the guests, the interviewer asked that maybe the child wanted to say hello to his relatives, and said that in order to do this, you need to look at the camera and speak as if she was writing a letter. Folding her hands, Ha told her grandparents that she was on TV, did not know if she could sing well, but would try very hard, and wished her all the best. The film crew looked at this. The curly-haired man opened his mouth and asked where such a smart girl came from. Spreading her hands to the sides, the girl asked what the brown-haired woman was filming in the program. Tae replied that it was, and assumed that an interview was taking place now. Turning around, she asked if it would be possible to go there. The brunette answered in the affirmative. The yellow-eyed woman smiled, thinking that as the leader of the Ha fan club, she couldn't miss such a thing. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she did not know that the baby was also singing. Tae said that by this, probably, the girl went to her mother. Opening his mouth, the man explained that his wife used to hold the position of the main vocalist. Pointing his finger at himself, the brown-eyed man said that he also sang well, and added that there was a time when his voice was praised. Turning around, Jean asked the hero that he also sings well. Looking ahead, Kong replied that he didn't know the reason, but when he started singing, people became sad. The two of them changed in their faces. The lady assumed that the protagonist sings perfectly. Turning around, the brunette asked what she thought, so the short-haired woman replied that his good singing made people cry. Coming closer to the hero, the cook said that he had never heard Kong, and asked for something to sing to them. The brown-eyed man asked what was right here. The couple, smiling, replied that of course, because real singers do not need a place and time. The man looked ahead. Closing his eyes, the main character said that in this case only one song. The friend replied that he was impatient to hear. The brunette exhaled. Kong began to sing. Two of them opened their mouths. Kong hid his hands behind his back and said that he would only sing one song, and you replied that he couldn't wait to hear it. The protagonist began to sing. The main character raised his palm. The director exhaled tensely. The young man laughed and exclaimed if he was an old hero, since he sang such ballads. Ji smiled, and Kang said that ballads also have their own beauty, just like modern songs, and the girl retorted that it was still too old a song. The guy closed his eyes in embarrassment, explained that there really is such a thing as trends, but do not underestimate the old. You walked away and said that this would not work, and asked how about closing early and going to karaoke together, and thought that he should show Kin modern songs. The main character looked sullenly at the interlocutors, and the man said that it would be useful for him to listen to something new. Tae took the sheet in his hands. It was decided to shoot the program with the performances of children on Chuseok in the format of a talent contest. The composer adjusted his glasses and said that he could be visited. The girl stood on the threshold and greeted her. Ha folded her palms and introduced herself. Contact with children was important for composers. The man turned around and said that he was glad to meet him, and then added that he was the composer Tae, an outstanding composer, a living legend who created many hits. The actress approached the creator, and he asked if she knew what they would be doing today, and Ha replied that they would learn songs. Tae looked down and told the interlocutor to sit down here, and thought that he had a good feeling. The guy pointed the camera at the girl, and the composer said that he would first let her listen to the blank for his new song, and asked her to listen carefully. His finger pressed the button. The young man picked up the microphone and sang a song about the dream. Ha sat in an armchair. The young man smiled in emotion and thought that the song was very joyful and gave hope. His hair covered the forehead of the employee, and he mentally said that it was not for nothing that the composer Tae was praised. The actress began to cry. The composer knitted his eyebrows in surprise and asked why the girl was crying. Ha wiped away her tears and replied that she was sad and very sad. The man opened his mouth and asked if she found this song sad. The guy was sweating, and the girl answered in the affirmative. A drop of sweat ran down the creator's cheek, and he stated that although it was a life-affirming song, he did it on purpose. The boy cried, and Tae explained that people were waiting for a bright future because reality was too hard for them, and then added that 25 years had passed since the destruction of the gate, and the hard times were over. The children surrounded the man, and he mentally claimed that he wished a stable future for his children, so he wrote this song, and added that he tried to convey his wish for good through it. Tae opened the book and wondered if she had felt the sadness hidden in those words. Ha put her hands to her face, and the composer asked her what she thought the song was about. Tae lowered his gaze, and the girl answered she felt comforted. The girl opened her eye and explained that the future would be happy, and added that this song is for those who are having a hard time now. The creator opened his mouth in amazement. A smile appeared on his face. The officer pointed the camera at the laughing composer. Tae leaned over to the girl and thanked her. The creator began to cry and said that he was glad that she agreed to sing this song and was able to understand it. Neon signs were glowing, while the employees of the Yanchungak restaurant were singing a song. The guy sings emotionally. Ji raised her hand up. You danced, the owner of the restaurant, and the workers came to karaoke. The guy looked around. Kang was with them, who was in such a place for the first time. The director bared his stomach. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that this place was much scarier than he thought. The hand held out the remote control. Yu took the tablet in his hand and invited the young man to choose a song and sing it himself. Kang smirked and stated that he would show them what modern songs were. The main character lifted the microphone. Ji clapped and helped her choose a new product. The guy looked at the singer and thought why he suddenly chose such a difficult song, and added that it was a song by Lee Gong-ho. Kang raised the microphone to his lips. The main character sang a song about one rainy day. A blue glow emanated from the young man. Ji clasped her hands and thought he was singing well. The protagonist watched the singing, and Ji noted that he was handsome and looked like an idol. The guy lowered the microphone. Yu sat down and said that Kang was great, and added that he knew he could do it. The main character was embarrassed, and the interlocutors continued to praise him. The young man turned at the knock. The man peeked out from behind the door and apologized. The officer looked at him and asked what had happened. Ko straightened up and asked who had just sung the song. Better the sun than the autumn rain. The man bent down to the main character and asked if he had just sung. The musician slapped his fist on his palm, and the Sobsudnik replied that it was he who sang it. Ko smirked and asked if Kang would like to try becoming an idol. The main character turned his gaze to the interlocutor. Glints of light fell on the director's back, and he declared that he had completely lost his head. Ko held out a business card and said that he was not a fraudster, but the executive director of RD Enter, and added his name. A drop of sweat ran down Ji's cheek, and she mentally asked for the name of the company. Idols danced. Red Dragon Entertainment is the largest entertainment company in Korea, which produces famous celebrities at the expense of the Red Dragon Guild Foundation. Kang took the business card, and Ko thought that it was surprising how he managed to find such a nugget in ordinary karaoke. The heavens themselves gave such a chance. He smirked and said in his mind that Kang was probably over 20, maybe around 25. The main character was looking at the business card, and the director continued to think that the most important thing was his excellent appearance, and added that this was a real find. Saliva ran down Ko's lip, and he thought that he should definitely invite him to their place. The manager stretched out his hand and said that you shouldn't take it too seriously. The manager, warning, said that there was no need to worry about the terms, and added that they would discuss the contract first, and Khan refused. Ko was embarrassed. The director raised his eyebrows and exclaimed if he was refusing. The man clenched his fist and explained that they were the best agency in the country, and the young man replied that he needed to deal with delivery. The screen showed a white image, and Ko asked again about the delivery. Rays of light shone in different directions, and you clarified that Khan works as a delivery man at a Chinese restaurant. The man knitted his eyebrows and exclaimed that he needed to think about his future. Ko bent his knees and clarified that they could pay in advance. A blush appeared on Ji's face, and she said that he was not a student. The manager stared, and the girl said that Kim was already in his late 30s, and you said that surprisingly, they were the same age. The owner of the restaurant put his head on his shoulder, and Ko thought that with such a face, the young man could not be more than 30. The main character returned the business card. The man bent over, and the guy said that he was not delivering for money. The director stood in front of the interlocutor and asked why he was engaged in delivery. Ko put a business card to his chest and asked if Khan would agree to become just a singer, but the guy said he didn't need to. Clouds float over the building the day the program was filmed. A girl holds a poster. The viewer is sitting in an armchair. The man grabbed the corner of the poster and supported the team. The audience shouted that they loved Ha. Ji raised the loudspeaker and asked the audience to keep order. The girl put her hand on her belt and said that Ha should not be ashamed of them. The girl smiled. Ji, admin of Ha's fan club called Chocolate Bun. You approached the girl and asked if she was the admin of the fan club. The man looked away and clarified why the club was called that, and the protagonist replied that this name was chosen by the fans by voting. The main character smirked and explained that the actress loves chocolate buns, and this is very cute, and the interlocutor asked how Kang knew such details. A shadow fell on the neck of the main character, and he thought that it turned out to be Ji, the admin of the fan club. The woman turned. She straightened her shoulders, and the guy asked if her nickname was a combination of Little Love, and then explained that that's why the photos that the admin posts have such a good quality. Ji sits under the nickname Little Love. The young man pointed to himself and said that his nickname was Shy. He was the 1004th member of the club. The girl blushed. You laughed loudly, and they were reprimanded. The singers are sitting in the dressing room. The girl folded her hands and said that yesterday she had a dream where she was flying through the starry sky. She opened her eye. Min grabbed the bottle. A drop of sweat appeared on her cheek, and Ha asked her if she was okay. The actress sweated and replied that she was not worried at all. The strand covered the girl's ear, and she announced that she would become a singer, and this is nothing at all. A blush covered Ha's cheeks. The pupils of the singers narrowed, and she mentally asked why she was shaking so much, and thought with horror what would happen if she made a mistake during filming. The girl touched her partner's shoulder. Min took hold of the hem of her dress, and Ha said that she really liked chocolate buns. The actress held her chins, said that her uncle sometimes gave her yellow fruits, and added that she often could not eat them. Ha looked at Min and asked what she liked the most. A drop appeared on his face. The girl hugged the bear, and said that she liked it the most, and the interlocutor suggested that it was very cute, and Min clarified that her mother gave her this bear for her birthday. The singer smiled and said that she also liked her father's noodles. The girl leaned over and said that she loved noodles very much, and Ha replied that they could eat them together sometime. The girls crossed their little fingers. Min laughed. A strand of hair covered the girl's forehead, and she asked her partner if she had stopped worrying. Min turned her palms and replied that her hands had indeed stopped shaking. The actress narrowed her eyes and said that her uncle taught her this method in order not to worry. You need to think about what you like the most. The girl looked at her interlocutor, and she asked if this was unusual. Min exhaled and said that she seemed older, and the interlocutor asked if this made her angry. The sign hangs on the wall, and the participant of the competition replies that it is great, and offers her friend a candy. The host took the microphone and greeted the audience at the festive episode. The guy held the sheet in his hand, claimed that the last participant remained, and then added that many came to support the young participant. Kang sat next to Y. Noga stepped onto the stage. Bright rays of light illuminated Ha, and the host announced that she was the last participant in the competition, and the audience greeted her from the hall. The host stands on the stage and announces the last participant. The girl's leg takes a step. The man adds about the festive release of the program. Ha smiles. The man in the jacket calls her name. Many people joyfully rejoice and support the girl. Kang sits next to her father. The lamp is shining. The spotlights show Ha. The host tells what song she will perform. The child exhales. The man adds that the composition is called Rainbow Dream. Ha nods to the pianist. Tae repeats the movement of his head with a smile. His hands hang over the piano. His finger presses the key. The girl smiles brightly and begins to sing. She raises her hand at the microphone and melodically talks about how she flew across the night sky and this was the dream. The audience smiles broadly. Sa adds that she flew towards the rainbow. The girl starts crying because of Ha's words. She wonders aloud. Many people in the hall look at each other in surprise with moisture in their eyes. They ask why this is happening. The guy in the yellow jersey points his finger at the audience and asks the producer to take a look. The young man makes a surprised look and adds that they have started crying. Moisture comes out of the blonde's eyes. His subordinate notes this aloud. The blonde man replies to him that he does too. The guy sobs and asks when he first started. Kang smiles. He sat next to Ha, who said that the composer had said that he wished his songs could serve as a consolation. The girl held the ice cream in her hands and shifted her gaze to the hero, after which she said that she would also like to do it. The girl sings in front of the microphone, after which the protagonist taught her singing techniques. A man throws his opponent away with his voice, a technique used in the world of Ken as a means to fight, but this art was originally created for a different purpose. The hero sings with a microphone. This technique was created to put joy and sadness into the voice, along with all the inner emotions, and then use energy to amplify them. Ha puts her hands on her chest with a smile, a technique that suited the girl perfectly. Pink notes come from her hands, depressed by a kind soul and aura. The women open their mouths in shock. Lim happily puts his hands on his chest. Yu raises his fist jubilantly and shouts that this is his daughter. Ming, look backstage at Ha. The girl wipes away her tears, and asks how she can sing better than she can. Yui Lee's daughter stands on the stage next to the pianist. The crowd cheers. She naturally took first place. The girls are standing next to each other with prizes in their hands. Someone asks to take a picture. Min took second place. Ha hugs her friend. Their friendship has become even stronger, and so the song contest ends. A skyscraper is shown. A man with papers notices the manager behind the monitor. He turns his head and turns to the man with glasses, then asks if he has checked the list of days off of the first department. Sun looks up and asks if Chuziak is really on the nose. The employee makes a disappointed face and replies that he did not check, to which the man with glasses apologizes, because he had a lot of accumulated documents. The man at the table holds a mouse and declares that he will have to deal with the list first. He opens his eyes in surprise and asks the interlocutor if he really volunteered to work again. The man looks at his colleague and says that he still has nowhere to go for the holidays, but he stays to work every year, to which Lee replies that it's okay. He smiles at the man with glasses and declares that this time his parents will come to him themselves. Lee adds that even if he does not go to work, junior employees will not be able to rest during the holidays, then adds that as long as there is an opportunity, they should relax. The brown-haired man raises a finger and adds that otherwise, they will run away from them. Song laughs. Lee puts his hand to his mouth and wants to tell something. He looks at the manager's colleague and says it's about the behemoth demon that Shin caught. The man with brown hair frowns and asks if the information he said is true, because he was not even affected by the skill of sincere confession. The man with glasses crosses his fingers and says that he can only hope that this is a lie. He frowns and adds, however, that this seems to be true. The two demons smirk. Sun silently reveals that as a result of the interrogation, it was possible to piece together scattered information, then adds that there are collectors among the demons who collect energy in a ring of despair. A purple sphere is shown. The manager says to himself that this object is a ball that makes people fall into despair. A purple portal appears, and Sun mentally adds that the enemies are collecting the rings of despair, as they are the main material for creating a gate. But even the demons themselves did not know why they needed to create rifts. A lot of monsters are shown. Sun tells himself that the collectors who fail in the task are kicked out, and they become the material for creating a demonic beast, which is one of the most amazing things, because it turns out that demon beasts do not appear on their own. The long-haired man in straitjackets makes a crazy smile. The manager mentally adds that according to the testimony of the hippopotamus, it became known that there are demons of higher status than collectors, then declares that they call this place the second human world, and they themselves appear in different dimensions. A drop of sweat runs down Song's face. He thinks about how higher status makes them stronger. He puts his hand to his forehead and adds to himself that perhaps several times stronger than those they have seen so far. The man with glasses looks at his colleague and asks if he remembers the demon Dagon, whom he caught last time, to which he agrees, because that monster destroyed the 7th support group. Song furrows his brows and states that he still gets goosebumps when he remembers it, then adds that he was terribly broken. The manager is held by the hair. He says that at that moment he felt helpless. A woman knocks on the dome from the water. Song adds that the most important thing is that he almost lost the closest person. The man with glasses stiffens his face and says that it was just a lesser demon. Lee opens his mouth in shock. Sun adds that he is very afraid. The man with glasses frowns and asks if humanity can resist them. The cook shifts his gaze to the hero and thanks him for his help, to which he replies that there is nothing for it. The protagonist smiles and asks if they will leave tomorrow, to which the man agrees and adds that they will go to their parents early in the morning. Kang bows his head with a smile at the restaurant owner's request to prepare as well and agrees. The hero opens his eyes and is surprised aloud. Yu looks at him and asks what happened, to which he replies that this man has come again. He goes with a package and greets the protagonist. The cook stands next to the man and greets the executive director and says that it is him again, to which he asks for something. Ko holds out a box that says it's a gift from the bottom of her heart. Yu asks what it is, to which the man in the jacket says it's a small present. Kang strains his face and says that he will not change his mind anyway, to which the chubby man offers to become an actor. The hero again refuses. Ko clasps his hands in front of him and says that whatever the protagonist does, he will definitely be successful, because he is not the first year in this industry, so he knows for sure. A man in a jacket approaches the protagonist's face and asks very hard. The director is also known as a leech. Khan raises his hand and declares that he is not interested in success in show business and money. Ko makes a sad face and tries to answer something. Ha comes out of the restaurant. The man in the jacket shifts his gaze in surprise. The girl happily runs out and tells her mom and dad that she put on hanbok in advance, then asks how he feels. The father leans over to his daughter and asks who she grew up to be so beautiful. Yu lifts the girl in his arms. Ko wonders if the man was the one who saved the country before. The director enthusiastically raises his fist and declares that the cook has a very beautiful daughter. Kong says that he still has taste. The hero turns his head to him and tells him that the girl even has her own fan club, to which the chubby man asks again. The protagonist picks up the phone and says that he is also in it, then asks if Ko would like to join. Two men look at the phone, so the director became a member of the Chocolate Bun Club. Ha runs to her grandparents, who call her baby. Gon holds the girl and notes aloud how their granddaughter has grown. Grandma looks at Lim and asks her dear daughter-in-law to come closer. Yu asks if mom wants to meet her own son. Park shifts his gaze to the man and notes that he looks more like his son-in-law, to which he indignantly calls her herself. Grandpa looks at Khan. The hero makes a nod and says that he owes a lot to their son. Gon approaches him and tells him that they have heard a lot about him from his son, as well as that he helps a lot in the restaurant, then adds that the hero must be tired and offers to go to the house for a table. The protagonist looks at his pocket in surprise. He holds his phone and reads Chuseok's congratulations. The protagonist smiles at Shin's message. Ji walks in traditional clothes next to the girl and asks her what's next, to which she replies that it's up for a concert for lonely seniors, then adds that there are only 2 major events left. The pink-haired woman sighs and complains that she can't rest even on holidays. The woman with glasses notes that she is the first heir to the Red Dragon Guild and asks to be patient a little longer. Ji's phone vibrates in her hand. She picks up the device in surprise and reads Kang's congratulations. The pink-haired woman smiles. She makes a joyful face and invites you to imitate further. The family is sitting together in a room. Yu looks at her grandparents and granddaughter and says that it is somehow quiet at home. The man presses the remote control and asks if something interesting is being broadcast on TV. The screen shows the presenter, who says that the children's song contest is on the air and talented children will perform on stage today. A man with a butterfly on his chest smiles and offers to greet the participants. Gwen makes a surprised face. Ha is standing next to the leader. Grandparents make shocked faces and loudly ask if it's true. Gwa looks at his son and his wife and wonders why he doesn't tell them. The girl smiles brightly and declares that this is a surprise for her grandparents. Yu's father strokes his granddaughter's head and says that this is how it is. Park asks if she wanted to surprise her so much. The girl makes a happy face and agrees, then adds that she hopes they will like it. The man holds up the microphone to Ha, who addresses her grandparents, and tells her that she will try to sing beautifully. The granddaughter on TV makes them not get sick and live a long time, then declares that she loves them. Go looks at Za and calls her a cute button, and Puck says that she is very kind to take care of them. Grandparents stroking a child in front of Kong. The hero smiles. He looks straight ahead. The protagonist and the old man sit next to each other, who tells Kong that you told him that he saved Ha when she was almost hit by a car, to which the protagonist replies that anyone would do it in his place. Gwa smiles at the man and claims that not everyone is capable of such an act, then thanks him. Grandpa raises his fist to his mouth and says that although he has not lived so long, he has seen everything, then adds that his experience tells him that Kong is not an ordinary person. The hero smiles. Go places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asks him to take care of his family, especially Ha. A girl in a dress presses her hands to her chest and sings. Grandparents begin to cry. Yu and Lim hug to their daughter's song. Kong smiles surrounded by pink notes. Pink hearts surround a joyful family. Za sings on TV. At this time in a mansion in the south of the United States. The manor is shown in the rain. Drops fall on the window. Many corpses lie in the corridor. A little boy looks at the carnage. He freezes in shock. The child runs forward and calls loudly to his father. He cries and screams. An expensive door appears. The guy opens it. A man is sitting in an armchair against the background of thunder in the window. The young man approaches the table. He looks at Dad and calls out to him. The boy's face freezes in horror. Many blades pierce the old man's body. The silhouette of a man stands in the rain with a purple sphere and a sword in his hands. A purple flame burns in his palm. The unknown man clenches his fist. An old man with an umbrella stands behind a man in a cloak and says that his strength is still amazing, because he did not hesitate for a second. Miller smiles and says that no one can compare to the cruelty of the swordsman, to which the swordsman turns to him. The man's eyes glow golden. He says that he is not in the mood to listen to dirty speeches and demands to get straight to the point. The old man with the parasol smirks and reports that the man is looking for a swordsman. Golden glances back over his shoulder. Miller mentions his nickname. A canyon is shown. A lot of monsters go on the attack. A group of people is standing in front of the lizards. A knight with a shield stands in front and warns you to get ready. The warrior blocks the monster. He brings down a mace on the monster's head. A mage and a swordsman kill enemies. The girl aims with a bow. It affects 2 lizards. The monsters arrive. The warrior reports that there are more and more of them. The archer makes a frightened face with the thought that there is no end to them. She reaches for the quiver and thinks that they will break through and she just needs to wait for help. The girl opens her eyes in surprise. She turns around and says to herself that she has run out of arrows. Monsters jump on her. The archer looks up in fright. A man in a cloak kills enemies with water, saying that he has already asked for enough arrows. The blonde looks at him in amazement. The man with the scar on his nose removes his hood. The girl happily shouts that she knew he would come, to which the mage replies that he will talk to her later. The leader turns around and orders his flasks of water to be tossed. The team follows the order. The man raises his hand. The bottle crumbles. A lot of blades fall monsters out of the water. Projectiles hit monsters. The team stands in front of the corpses of lizardmen. The commander stands next to the shocked and subordinates, and orders them to collect the crystals before the gate closes. The subordinates look at the magician with admiration and call him amazing. The red-cheeked archer smiles and notes to herself that the man has instantly changed the course of the battle. Sok makes a satisfied face. The girl declares to herself that this is their leader and the legend of the guild. A diagram with 3 circles is shown. The legendary guild, which appeared later than all, is in the top 3, as well as the red dragon and 2 stars. Men in formal robes stand side by side. The legendary guild began to grow rapidly, and soon became large. The leader of the team, a living legend, smiles. He made a special contribution to the development. Sokka's group exits the portal. The archer notices the keychain on the man's weapon. The leader turns around when the girl asks if this thing has any meaning. A toy in the form of a pig with a string is shown. The blonde asks if the leader received this object from a dear person. 3 guys are standing in the forest. They show each other keychains. The young men smile happily. Sok looks at the toy with satisfaction and reveals that there are many valuable memories associated with it. The Quanic Mountains, the site of the excavation of the remains. People with yellow bandages on their shoulders examine human bones. Khan stands with the container and declares that the noodles have arrived. The archaeologist wonders aloud at the speed of delivery. The worker gets up and calls everyone to lunch. The men move away from the pit. One of them says that he heard that the delivery can be brought anywhere, but adds that he did not think that even in such an area, after which he says thank you. Kong is interested in what they are digging. The hero takes a bowl of noodles out of the container and asks if they are going to build something here. The employee refuses. The protagonist looks away. The archaeologist replies that they are looking for remains. A lot of people are running from monsters. The employee adds that this is the work of a team, because many people died due to the rupturing of the gate. The bones lie in the pit. The man adds that then there was no time to bury the bodies of the victims, so they were temporarily buried in these mountains. The brunette smiles and reveals that they are looking for the remains to return them to their relatives. The hero looks at them happily and declares that they are doing a good job. The archaeologist replies that there are many who remember their dead relatives and are sad for them. The man with the yellow bandage on his arm looks at the autumn tree and informs them that this is one of the last places, so they will soon finish so that the ghosts can sleep peacefully. The protagonist makes them finish their work as soon as possible. Khan leaves with the container and says to himself that there are many people in this world who are doing a worthy job. It freezes in place. The hero shifts his gaze to the ground next to him and notes to himself that this energy comes from human remains. A lot of bones can be seen underground. The protagonist notes to himself that many people are buried in that place. Behind Ken, the face of an employee appears. The hero says to himself that he said that they have the last plot. The protagonist frowns and mentally wonders if the archaeologists could have missed something. He sighs and asks aloud what is left for him, and also thinks to himself about ghosts. A man knocks on the ground. A wave is coming from his feet. The promising workers make shocked faces. Birds fly across the sky. The girl hosts a news bulletin in which she tells how an earthquake occurred in the Quanic area, as well as that the remains of people were found as a result of tremors. Kong and you watch TV, in which they say that the association is currently investigating. The girl adds that there are assumptions about the discovery of the remains of people who went missing. The cook looks at the TV and notes aloud that the protagonist is the cause of the earthquake. He agrees. Kong closes his eyes and says that he fears that he bothered the dead and the workers of the Silver Tower for nothing. He looks at the man and asks what he is saying. The brunette raises an eyebrow. The cook reveals that the lost souls would surely like to return to those who are waiting for them, then adds that Kong is great. The hero turns his head with a smile and asks if this is true. Sok is sitting on a bench in the street. A voice from the phone says that the remains of people have been found. The hunter opens his eyes. The reporter adds that there are assumptions about the discovery of human remains. A skeleton is visible on the phone. In the hands of the dead man lies a keychain. The guy hugs Sok from behind with a toy in his palm. There is another keychain near the bones. The red-haired youth holds it with a smile. The guild leader begins to cry. He says that they have been there all along. The friends smile. Sok calls them precious. Ha is standing in front of the man's bench. She is holding a backpack with autumn leaves in her hand. She approaches Sok and calls him uncle. He opens his eyes. The girl holds out yellow leaves. She smiles brightly and asks to take them. The man with the scar looks at Ha and asks what it is, to which she replies that she collected beautiful leaves today. She holds them out with a smile and declares that she is giving the best. Sok looks at her and asks if she agrees to give as many as 3 leaves, because one will be enough for him. The girl smiles brightly and says that one is for him, and the rest are for the man's friends. The Jews makes a surprised face. He grins. The hunter happily accepts the gift and thanks Ha. People surround the excavation site of the remains. The next day, someone wipes the sand with a brush. The guy watches the work of the guild leader. The young man opens his eyes in surprise and asks if this is really the same man. His partner agrees. The Jews cleanses the bones. The archaeologist reveals that he is a living legend of the guild. The man with the scar wears a mask. He has applied to participate in the excavations. The guild leader stands with flowers in front of the cells with the ashes. After the remains of his friends were found, he felt that he should participate in this personally. A man in a cloak kills 2 lizards with liquid. His ability is to control water, which turned out to be useful at the excavation site. The Jews cleans the bone of dirt. It can do this without damaging the remains. The guy waves to him and says that they are done for today. Juice removes the mask. The young man informs him that he did a great job. The guild leader asks if he can work a little longer. The man looks at the guy with the yellow armband and adds that he wants to finish this section, to which he asks if he is alone. The young man smiles and agrees, and also asks not to overexert himself. He turns around and says that they will see each other tomorrow. The Juice exhales with a smile. He digs in the ground in the evening. The man wipes his forehead and declares that that's enough for today. He shifts his gaze to the dark energy and notes to himself that he will finish tomorrow. The guild leader raises his eyebrows in surprise and claims that this is a gate. He looks at the portal in shock and asks what he is doing here. He runs with a bottle in his hand and says that trouble has happened. It splashes water. The sap surrounds the portal with liquid. He stretches out his hands tensely in front of the rift and notes to himself that this threatens to destroy the soil, and therefore the excavation site, and until the silver tower is sorted out, he must block the opening of the gate. The man strains his face and adds to himself that the remains of those who are looking for by relatives lie here. The ground cracks under the guild leader. He closes his eyes, thinking that he was able to block the appearance of the portal, but adds that his strength is already at the limit. The man opens his eyes in surprise. Someone praises him. Silhouette stands behind the mage. The unknown asks to leave this matter to him. Khan stabs Sok in the neck. He wanted to ask who he was. The guild leader opens his eyes. He lies in a hospital bed in front of a nurse, who asks if he has woken up, to which the man asks where he is. The girl informs him that he is in the hospital and wants to know how Sok is feeling. The man with the scar rises abruptly. He asks what is wrong with the gate. The nurse informs that there is no need to worry about it. The girl smiles and says that the portal was dealt with by the hunter Shin, who was passing by, and thanks to him, the excavation site remained untouched. The Juice looks surprised and clarifies if this is true. He starts crying and says it's a great relief. Autumn leaves are lying on the table. The man adds that he is glad to hear it. Khan flies near the hospital. He smiles. A dark castle is shown. The Golden One briefly approaches the Lord. 2 knights carry away a guy who asks for one last chance. The swordsman closes his eyes. The young man demands mercy. A man in a cloak kneels and greets the Lord. An unknown man under a hood sits on a throne and asks why the Golden One has such a face. The swordsman bows his head and thanks him for his concern and replies that there is nothing of the sort. Yellow Eyes looks up and asks why he was summoned here. Vladika hides his face and says that he lives in the second human world and probably knows the news from South Korea. Zolito frowns briefly and agrees, and notes to himself that he heard that someone attacked the gatherers and he knows perfectly well what happened to them when they could not complete the task. The silhouettes burn in the fire. The man says to himself that it was officially reported that they were stuck in a fiery hell. The monster is in the ice. The swordsman adds that they could also remain in the boulders. Millen holds the man by the head, and Golden briefly reveals that he actually killed them. An old man in a suit draws dark energy from a longer demon. The man adds that they have also become material for the creation of new monsters. The swordsman kneels in front of the Lord, who says that it seems that the shoulder of light has begun to move. The man clarifies if he is not talking about puppets, to which the unknown replies that otherwise no one would have coped so easily. The Lord sits on the throne and orders the Golden Melky to go to Korea and find out what happened there. The swordsman bows his head. The hooded man says that if someone tries to interfere with him, he must get rid of him. The man agrees. The swordsman opens his eyes with the thought that they are trying to deal with him. The golden glimpse is gone. He frowns and declares to himself that he will not tolerate it silently. News is shown in which the girl says that the house of the leader of the criminal group was attacked. The face of the deceased appears. The woman adds that the head of the group was found in his own office. A dark-skinned man turns off the TV and laughs. He claps his hands happily next to the armed men. The bandit raises his finger and says that this is great and wonderful. The Golden One sits briefly in the chair opposite the thug, who praises him. The swordsman looks up at him and asks where the promised reward is. The bandit puts down a bag with bills. He raises his palm and declares that everything is ready, and has also added a generous bonus. A dark-skinned man with a cigar in his mouth looks at the man and says that this time he has outdone himself. The thug smiles and notes that Killer M is one of them. The swordsman silently looks down. The bandit suggests calling him a sadist. The swordsman put the blade to the dark-skinned man's throat. The thug makes a frightened face. The guards point the guns at the man. Yellow-Eyed makes a piercing look. The leader raises his hands and orders everyone to lower the cannons. The bandits carry out the order. Their leader demands to hurry. The leader smiles nervously with a blade to his throat and declares that it was a joke. The golden man frowns briefly and tells him not to dare to equate him with people like them. The bandit agrees. The thug touches the sword and asks to put it away. Yellow-Eyed looks straight ahead. He takes a bag with money. The man in the raincoat leaves and reveals that he needs to leave for a few weeks. He turns around and says that the leader can decide on the next goal for now. The bandits look at the closed door. The leader exhales. One of the subordinates looks to the side and asks the boss if he is okay. The man takes out cigars. One of the guards declares that this crook did not surrender to them. The leader asks not to talk about what you do not know. The leader brings the tobacco to his mouth and tells him that if they pretended to pull the trigger, they would all be dead. The boss lies on the ground in front of the corpses and the golden glimpse. The man adds that he remembers their first meeting. The yellow-eyed man turns around with a bloody face and a trumpet in his hands. The leader calls him a real monster, then adds that even if 100 people like them attack him, not a hair will fall from his head. The wounded leader smiles nervously. He reveals that he was lucky to conclude a contract that says that he gives the yellow-eyed a goal and a reward. The golden glimpse of the people's shots. The boss adds that he asks to call him the letter M, then adds that he does not know what his real name is and where he came from. The swordsman pierces the man's body. The dark skin says that there is nothing wrong with it. Yellow-eyed cuts people. The leader adds that the main thing is that he is the best of the best. In the man's hands is a photo of a dead criminal. The bandit reveals that the golden glimpse has a feature that implies that its target should be the awakened. The blonde levitates with swords in front of the mercenary. The boss adds that even among them, his victim should only be a notorious scoundrel and scoundrel. Swords pierce the body of a blonde man on a chair. The leader reveals that the yellow-eyed man has never failed and is able to deal with even several targets at once. A golden glimpse stands in the rain with a purple orb and a sword in his hands. The boss adds that he seems to want to demonstrate his strength, and that is why he is called the Joker Killer and Slayer of the Awakened. The bandit smiles nervously and declares that thanks to the swordsman they can calmly do their business, then adds that he is one of the lucky tickets, because once they find a target, they no longer need to get their hands dirty to earn a lot of money. The golden one flies on the monsters. The boss says that wherever he goes, blood will be spilled. The swordsman looks straight with his arms crossed. The man shows the locket and declares that he is a royal official. Yu and Kong watching TV with the series. The chef smiles and says that there is nothing better than the classics, where the hero wins and grunts. The protagonist turns to the owner of the restaurant and asks what the man on the TV is holding in his hand, to which he clarifies what exactly he is talking about. A round badge is shown. Yu reveals that it is a Mapei medallion, and during the Joseon dynasty, officials could use horses with it, then adds that as many maras as were depicted on the token, so many maras were given to them. The protagonist looks at the interlocutor, who adds that this item also served as an identity card that was sent to other areas, and now it means the status of royal officials. Kong says that he understands. The hero makes a thoughtful look. An adult hands a child a badge with horses. The protagonist notes to himself that he has definitely seen one before. The man says that this token used to belong to his great-great-grandfather. A child holds a medallion. An adult says that the one who finds it will be able to return. The red-cheeked boy examines the badge. Kong notes to himself that the memories are too blurry, then mentally wonders where his great-great-grandfather got his Joseon dynasty token. The hero raises his head when a voice calls him. Yu looks at the man and reveals that today is Ha's last day of filming. The protagonist wonders aloud that it happened so soon. The cook smiles and says that he wants to make her a chocolate cake in honor of this. Khan happily opens his mouth and claims that it sounds good. Filming location. A girl and a blonde man are standing under the cameras. People are shouting that everything has been filmed. The filming of the uncle and girl film has ended. The man smiles at Ha and Lim and calls the child a good girl, to which she replies that she was very interested and says thank you. The girl exhales with the words that she will be sad that they will not see each other again. The man in the jacket says that if she agrees to star in his next film, they will see each other again. Ha happily raises her fists and promises that she will film with them again. The man thanks her. The man in the jacket smiles with thoughts that he just met this child yesterday, and even then she seemed incredibly talented to him, then adds that now she has become a real experienced actress. Mom straightens her daughter's hair. The director says to himself that he is sure that Ha will become a real star. A man in trousers approaches the film crew and asks to listen. Ko makes a joyful face and greets him. Za recognizes him as a chubby uncle. A man in a jacket smiles at the girl and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Lim awkwardly asks who it is. The director looks at his mother and introduces himself. The woman looks at the man, who adds that he is also a member of her daughter's fan club. Lim says that she understands and asks what he came for. The director puts on a kind face and declares that he wants to make an offer. He changes his perspective to the serious and reveals that the company would like to record an album with Ha. The mother looks amazed and asks again. A restaurant is shown in the evening background. The family is sitting at the table. A piece of half-eaten cake is on the plate. The girl sleeps sleepily, talking about chocolate. Husband and wife stroke their daughter. Yu says that the girl is very tired today. Lim confirms this. They look down. The woman claims that the child has been trying his best since the morning. Because today is the last day of shooting, the man calls her great. Lim looks at Yu and asks what to do with the offer to record an album. Mother and daughter stand in front of Ko in surprise. The woman asks again in shock. The director takes a serious look and says that he is making such an offer not only for his own benefit. Ha sings into the microphone with a smile. The man tells how one man wanted to commit suicide, but after the performance, he changed his mind, which impressed the man very much. Ko stiffens his face and states that that's why he's making such an offer, because the world is full of people who need comfort from Ha. Lim looks surprised at the director's words that her daughter will sing for those who are going through hard times, then adds that she hopes that she will accept his offer as more than just a business. The girl smiles brightly. Ko adds that the composer also gave his recommendations, and if Miss Ha agrees to record an album, then he will gladly write songs. The girl makes a happy face. The director reveals that this also applies to Ming, who also participated in the competition, then adds that she said that she will participate if Ha also agrees. Yu and Lim make thoughtful faces. The husband looks at his wife and says that since their daughter does not mind, then they should agree. The woman hesitantly declares that she also thinks so, but adds that she is worried about the signing of the contract. Kang holds a fork in his mouth next to Ji, and the mother reveals that their daughter is still young, because she may not want to be bound by the terms of the contract. The red-haired woman raises her hand and says that since they are so worried about this, she offers to be present at the signing of the papers. Lim is surprised. Ji smiles and reveals that she is good at checking contracts. Mother, clapping her hands, says that she will only be glad. She makes an awkward face and states that she will be a little uncomfortable because she can't offer anything in return. The red-haired woman notes that she wants it herself. The girl shines brightly and says that she is the president of the Ha fan club and cannot allow the terms of the contract to harm her. A few days later, the RD office is shown. The family is located in the center of a spacious room. They make surprised faces and note the magnitude. Kang smiles next to a disgruntled Ji and says to himself that he didn't think the building would be so huge, then notes that they are called the best agency in the country for a reason. A man in trousers approaches them and greets them. Ko bows and thanks them for coming, then offers to show them the way. A cafe inside an office building. Parents and daughters sit opposite the director with documents. He holds out a tablet and says that this is a draft version of the contract. Yu, along with Ji and Kang, look at the contract. Ko assures that they will do everything so that they do not regret entrusting them with their daughter. The father tensely puts his seal over the papers. The director says that if there are no mistakes, then he can put it. Ji grabs the man's hand and asks him to look at the contract. The girl reads the papers. Ko asks who it is. The father replies that she is their lawyer. The pink-haired woman examines the contract. The director wonders why a person of such a profession is needed in a restaurant. The lawyer looks at the tablet. Ko says to herself that he has already seen this scene. The girl taps her finger. The director's face reflects shock. The two men bow to Ji, the director silently noting the pressure and the atmosphere. The woman taps her finger. A chubby man raises his head. The girl says that she understands everything. The heiress of the Red Dragon Guild holds a tablet in her hands and notes that the third point is quite strange. She makes a frightening look and turns to the director, who calls her a red-haired beast in his mind. The director makes a tense face and says to himself that he has been working in this field for many years and knows that this is definitely her, although it is difficult to recognize her because of her makeup, after which he asks himself what such an important person has forgotten here. The woman raises her finger and tells Ko that there is a VIP from the Red Dragon Guild among Ha's fans. The man inwardly wonders if those rumors are true. Pink-haired looks at the contract and says that everything is fine, except for one part. Ko asks what is wrong. Ji continues to tap his finger and reveals that the copyright clause is inappropriate, then adds that the contract is 7 years. But Ha is not going to become an idol. The man in the suit is sweating. The girl adds that the girl is just going to record an album. The director's face expresses great excitement. The pink-haired woman says that this is a standard form of contract with their company, but this is a special case. The whitened man leaves. The contract has been changed. Ko cries, now the contract with Ha is a one-way game. Jean with demon horn smirks and reveals that the company must also benefit, so they will concede in one place. The director puts his hand on the door handle and talks about the carrot and stick. He exhales with a smile and declares that as a member of the fan club, he should meet halfway. Rays of light meet the man's face. He stands in the middle of the fog. Ko looks around and wonders where he is, because he opened the door to his office. The director looks around and asks what is happening here, and wonders to himself where the door went. A woman in heels approaches him and asks if he is really the director. The man looks back and asks the girl who she is. The brunette hides her face behind a mask and declares that he does not need to know this, then adds that she has come to fulfill the order. Ko frowns and asks again. The woman sadly closes her eyes and says that the man has just signed a contract with Ha. The director asks how she knows this. She snaps her fingers. A dark sheet of paper appears in front of the man in the jacket. The kidnapper looks at him and tells him that her client wants to make a deal with him that is related to this contract, then adds that it is a contract. The man reads the papers in surprise and asks what they are. The director opens his mouth in shock and says that he is being asked to hand over all rights to work with Ha. The businessman looks indignant and asks what it is. Sweat runs down his face. He says that they are going to take away the opportunity to work with the girl. The woman looks at him and claims that all he has to do is put a seal, which is not that difficult. A sheet of paper with a seal is shown next to it. After the cataclysm, people began to actively use crystals and even sign the most important documents with special inscriptions, because they leave unique information about the user, so it is impossible to forge them. The businessman frowns at the thought that he is being threatened, because without a seal nothing will work. The man points his finger at himself and says that he is just an executive director, and he has no right to conclude such a contract. The kidnapper grins. She looks at Ko and reveals that he has already received a seal from the CEO as a confidant. The man frowns and asks how she knew about it. Brunette creates a purple haze of energy around herself and declares that she is an awakened of a high rank, so no matter what happens here, the outside will not know about it. Ko strains her eyes. The woman advises to abandon hope for salvation. The masked girl looks at him and demands to make a choice. The man looks at the seal in his hand. The kidnapper says that in the worst case, he will die right here and now. The director clenches his fist. He puts the object in his mouth. The man raises his head. The woman asks in shock what he is doing. Ko swallows the seal. The businessman wipes his mouth and says that they attacked the wrong person and adds that he is the main strategist of the company. He opens his mouth furiously and shouts that he is a member of the Chocolate Bun fan club. A shadow covers the woman's face. A fist from a small portal hits the director's stomach. Blood spurts out of his mouth. Brunette makes an angry face and says that he will die. A chain flies from dark energy. Another one appears from the black rift. The man's hands are tied. The kidnapper approaches him and tells him that he asked for it, to which Ko laughs weakly. He looks up and asks what she's going to do now, then wonders if she'll rip open his stomach to get the seal. The woman angrily holds a knife in her hand and says that she can arrange it. She opens her eyes in surprise at the voice that asks how she will be able to use Ha in her dirty deeds. The chain breaks. Ko falls to the ground. Khan touches the director's neck with his fingers, saying that he has gone through a lot and can rest. The businessman states to himself that he has already heard this voice. A man in a jacket is lying on the ground. He mentally claims that it is Kong. The woman looks intensely straight and asks how the hero was able to get here at all and who he is. The protagonist goes to a girl who demands answers. The man opens his mouth. Khan takes a serious look and reveals that he is the 1004th member of the fan club, then adds that his nickname is Shy. Ko is lying in bed. The girl grabs his hand and asks if he has woken up. The director recognizes her as an assistant manager. The woman excitedly opens her mouth. The man asks where he is. She replies that he is in the hospital, because he was found unconscious in the office. The girl knocks on the bed with tears and complains that Ko has driven himself to the point of overwork, to which he asks again. The woman looks at the patient and reports that this is so, then adds that he is otherwise fine. The director looks up at the ceiling. The assistant asks why he swallowed the whole seal. The man stands up in shock. He abruptly gets out of bed and yells about wanting to know where Ha's contract is. The girl looks at him excitedly and asks him to calm down, then adds that she took care of the contract. The businessman turns to her and clarifies whether this is true, to which she responds positively. Ko exhales and says it's a great relief. He turns to a man in a black jacket, who apologizes and clarifies Ko's identity. 3 men in formal robes are standing nearby. The director says it's true, and one of the arrivals reveals that they are from the security service of the Red Dragon Guild. She leans against the wall. The man adds that it is necessary to testify about what happened. Pink Hair exhales with a smile on her face and silently compliments the headmaster for being willing to risk himself for Ha, then adds that Ko is cooler than she thought. The kidnapper sadly sits across from the man in the jacket. Thanks to Khan, she was given the Awakened Association. The police surround a man with bags. The customer, who tried to steal the contract, was arrested as a result of the chase. A few days later, Hiro and Shin are sitting at a table. A man with yellow eyes looks at a wristwatch and says that it would be time for someone to come. The protagonist states that this is it. Joseph happily raises his hand and greets Kong and Shin, then asks if they are okay. 3 guys are sitting at a table. Yellow Eyes makes a surprised face and says in amazement that the awakened fighter has arrived in Korea. The American confirms these words and states that the information is accurate. Kong looks at the blonde man and asks who this man is. The blonde one reveals that he is a mercenary from the United States. Blue Eyes frowns and says that he is also known as Killer M, then adds that he works in the United States and takes orders only for the awakened, and specifically tracks down only dangerous criminals. The man sits on a chair with many swords and knives stuck in him. Joseph adds that the mercenary is known for dealing with his victims with particular cruelty. The hero looks at the surprised Shin. The American says that although the Killer M kills criminals, he himself is no better. The Korean hunter asks why he came to their country. The protagonist notes to himself that the goal of any killer is simply to eliminate the object, then adds that torture is useless. Khan furrows his brows and says that since this mercenary resorts to such cruelty, it means that he is either enjoying or connected to demons. A lot of people with horns are smiling bloodthirsty. The blonde looks down and reveals that their intelligence department is just focusing on investigating this theory, then adds that they suspect that he came to Korea to kill a hippopotamus they caught. The blonde man opens his mouth and adds that the demons have been completely unleashed lately, then declares that he will have one request for Ken. The hero raises his eyebrows in surprise and asks what they want from him. The blonde notes that he asks for a lot, but asks to teach the technique of pure mind to other American hunters. The blonde man makes a serious face. 3 men are sitting at a table. The blue-eyed one claims that he is only asking for it because the demonic powers are growing every day. The hero calmly looks at the interlocutor and asks if he really asks permission to teach pure reason. The American confirms this. The blonde man makes a piercing look and declares that this technique is needed only by Korea and the United States, but also by the whole world. Blue Eyes furrows his brows and reveals that they are threatened by demons that have never manifested before, then adds that they desperately lack the strength to resist. Khan calmly looks at Joseph, who says that his skill could give this power to people all over the world. The protagonist closes his eyes and thinks that the pure mind technique is designed for the Korean physique, so it will take more effort for a foreigner to learn it. Armed men surround people in robes. Khan says that he deliberately limited the number of people who can learn it, so that if someone starts using it for evil, he can personally stop him. Golden Glarkum turns around with a bloody pipe in his hands. The hero mentally notes that if this art spreads to countries where he cannot intervene, then it will be more difficult to prevent its abuse. Several demons smile bloodthirsty. The protagonist reflects on the fact that a new threat has appeared, and now the fate of the whole world is at the end. Kong opens his mouth and says that he can only hope for the best in people. Joseph smiles happily at the hero's consent. The protagonist makes a serious face and says that he will personally teach the blonde the improved technique of pure reason, which he will later pass on to America. The entrance to the building is shown. Ko greets the family with his hands and points to the door of the family. After signing the contract, Ha and Min come to the studio. Girls and parents happily open their mouths. The director says that this place is the pride of the company. A room with musical instruments is shown. Children make admiring sounds and say that it is cool here. The businessman looks at them and asks if they like it, to which the girls loudly agree. Khan looks away in surprise as Ko reveals that they can use the studio at any time. 3 guys are walking down the corridor. The hero asks himself why they look at him like that. The young men point their fingers at the man and whisper. The hero looks at Ko with a phone in his hand, who tells the girls that their composer is there and suggests that they go listen to the song. Children with their parents follow the director. Khan stops because of a voice that tells him to wait. The hero turns around and asks how he can help. The man in the blue cap wants to hear him sing. A man in a white t-shirt makes a serious face and asks to sing a duet with him. The protagonist makes a surprised look and asks again. The man with black hair runs towards them and calls out to Vaughn, then yells about telling him not to. This man begins to bow with the words that he is very sorry and the guy in the cap is still quite a child. Vaughn looks indignantly at the elder and asks if he is offended after everything. The brunette looks at his subordinate and asks him not to make a scene here. The young man in the blue cap points his hand at Khan and declares that he must, at least, see for himself. The hero watches the swearing. The elder calls the younger one a worthless. The men simultaneously turn to Khan, who claims to agree. The hero looks at them and says that he will just sing a song. Recording studio. Men stand in a circle. The brunette, a white, serious face, tells Vaughn and the protagonist that the rules are simple, then adds that everyone sings one song of their choice, and he listens and chooses the winner. The hero shifts his gaze and clarifies that there are no criteria, then asks if he will really be a judge. The guy in the cap nods his mouth and says that Chan is a perfectionist in matters of vocals, so he will judge fairly. The protagonist closes his eyes and claims that he doesn't care, and adds to himself that he is not here to win. Vaughn raises his hand and says that the hero looks confident. A guy in a blue cap is standing in front of a microphone. He tightens his eyebrows. Chan with a surprised face stands next to an indifferent Kong and says to himself that the choice of song is not bad, as if he decided to sing the main trump card. The brunette strains his gaze, thinking that he is serious. Volver stands near the microphone and sings into it. The eldest smiles and silently notes a good intonation and rhythm, then adds that he has grown a lot. The guy raises his hands and continues to sing. Hero and Chan watch Wang. The protagonist makes an indifferent look and notes to himself that his opponent sang well. Khan turns his head and says it's his turn. The hero stands in front of the microphone against the background of blue notes. The elder brings his finger to his mouth. Vaughn is surprised aloud that the man chose such a complex song, to which his elder asks just to listen. Kong brings his palm to his chest and begins to sing. 2 listeners make shocked faces. A guy in a cap asks how the protagonist can sing so well. Chan smiles hesitantly and mentally says that this song is known for its complexity and is considered a real challenge, but the hero does it so simply and sincerely. Drops of sweat run down the brunette's face. He is mentally amazed at how he manages such a touching melody. The 3 men dance in unison. Chan thinks about past memories. A lot of young men hold each other by the shoulders. Blue waves hit the rocks. The eldest tells himself about forgotten memories and how they flooded in at once. Tears flow from his eyes. Chan and Wang start crying, and the brunette asks why. Kong closes the door. The elder smiles and states that it was a great song, and he learned an important lesson. The hero opens his mouth in surprise. The man adds that this is their complete and unconditional defeat. The protagonist hesitantly agrees. The guy in the cap points his finger at the protagonist in resentment, and declares that against such an appearance and voice, he can only give up. Vaughn grabs Kang's palm and asks him to continue like this. The young man cries and states that he doesn't have to worry about making his debut before them. The hero makes a surprised look and asks what he means. The young man tucked his hands behind his back, asking about what he meant by debuting earlier. The guys were surprised when Chan asked if he wasn't the rookie who had made his debut instead of them. The guy wiped his forehead with a towel, listening to what was being said. The executive director was preparing a special album. He watched from the sidelines as the men discussed that with the guys who were supposed to debut. The second replied that their debut would simply be postponed. The hero looked down, thinking that I felt sorry for the poor guys, especially that guy Chan. He had been interning for so long, hadn't he? The guy put his hand on his chest, saying that they were trainees from RD Entertainment. Chan looked down, telling him that their opening had finally been confirmed and they had just started preparing, but then there was a rumor that their opening would be cancelled for some rookie. Kang looked at them intently, hearing that they were scared that they would never make their debut. Someone asked what was the matter, after which everyone turned around. The director smiled, exclaiming what fools they were. The little girls waved their hand as Ko clarified that Ha and Min were just releasing a special album. The director looked at the guys, explaining that this was just a special album, not their official debut. Chan smiled as he asked about their debut. Ko put his hands on his belt, answering that it would take place as planned. Vaughn hugged the director, asking why he hadn't told them earlier, who replied that he should have asked, since they were so interested. Chan cried as he listened to the fact that they had made everything up for themselves. He opened his eyes wide, thinking about something. The guy turned to the main character, asking who he was. The protagonist was looking forward as the principal introduced him and said that he was here as Ha's guardian, and he might look young, but he was 35. The guys were surprised, asking again that he was the same age as the director. Ko closed his eyes, wondering why he was a jerk. The young man closed his eyes, answering that he was glad that the misunderstanding had been resolved. Vaughn clenched his fists, asking the guy if he could call him senior. The director thought that he was still a schoolboy, and the hero was fit to be his uncle. Chan looked at the young man, asking the older man if he could ask for something. The guy grabbed his fist, saying that he would like to learn vocals from him. He closed his eyes, asking if he would mind teaching him. Vaughn asked for the same. Khan lowered his head, closed his eyes, and pondered. The guys rejoiced, thanking the elder. After he agreed, the hero stood in front of the guys, saying that he had one condition. The guy pulled out his phone. He showed the screen of his smartphone, exclaiming that they should join the Chocolate Bun fan club. It was said that there were new members in this fan club. A few weeks later, the main character was walking down the street. He held out his hand, wondering if it was snow. He looked ahead when he heard something. The young man looked at how the car was being unloaded. The hero was surprised. Standing next to the cabbage, he told the director of the restaurant that he was here. He watched how he paid off the man. Khan put his hand on the vegetables, asking why there was so much Chinese cabbage. The man replied that they would make kimchi. The young man was surprised. After asking again, the director of the restaurant clarified that now is just the season. There was food on the table when Tae explained that at this time of year, everyone prepares kimchi for future use. Radish and cabbage are sweet now, and it's the perfect time for preparations. The man closed his eyes, smiling, talking about the fact that kimchi flies away in their family in tons, so they have to close the restaurant for 3 days and do only kimchi. Tae smiled, warning the hero to prepare. The director of the restaurant was interested in the fact that he was back in the park tonight. The main character smiled, listening to the fact that he should not overdo it. They would have to prepare an insane amount of kimchi. The guy replied that he would try. He continued to look at the cook when it was said that at that moment Kong did not yet know about the full power of 1,500 heads of Chinese cabbage. Night, Murim Park. Someone behind the hero asked how long ago he had come. They were a little late. Kong turned around, agreeing. The guys were standing opposite. When it became clear that everyone was ready, young people smiled, greeting the hero. The guys were smiling, saying that they were here. They bowed, addressing the teacher. The main character looked away. The plot told that at first Kong secretly trained only Chan and Vaughn. The guys watched intently as he recorded the song, and it was said that you can't hide an all in a bag. The rest of the participants noticed how the skill of Chan and Vaughn grew. The guys were tied hand and foot. It was explained that after being interrogated with passion, the two told about secret lessons with Kong. The main character looked at the guys who bowed. The plot told that this is how the young man became a mentor for all 7 members of the debut group RD Entertainment. Chan clenched his fist, saying that the date of their debut had been confirmed. The hero was surprised to hear that they also chose the name of the group. The young man crossed his palms. The guys stood up, shouting their name Haven Child. Chan smiled, explaining that thanks to the main character, their debut was so quickly approved, thanking for it. Khan was stunned, couldn't say anything. He lowered his head, saying that he had only taught them to put emotions into their voices. They were certainly far from Ha, who was born with an incredible aura. The guys ran away as he talked about how they had developed stamina and even mastered the mini-heart technique. Just by following his advice, Their progress was not his merit. Khan smiled, adding that the guys had done it on their own, and he had only shown them the right way. The children burst into tears, thanking the teacher. The young man frowned, remembering something. He put his hands behind his back, saying that it seemed that someone was watching them. The guys turned around, seeing the silhouette of a man. The man was angry, asking if he had taught these children to sing. He looked menacingly ahead. It was the vocal teacher Sick. It was shown how the man performed on stage. It was said that having outstanding vocal skills, he dreamed of becoming a singer. But his dream was not destined to come true. He looked at what grades he was given. It was explained that the teacher went to countless auditions, but over and over again, the verdict of the jury was almost always the same. Sick was surprised to hear that everything was fine, but his singing lacked emotion. The man felt bad around the corner. He wiped his mouth, wondering that there was no emotion in his vocals. They were pathetic. Let them not make him laugh. It was all because of his appearance. Sick walked forward, exclaiming that the quality of the song is determined only by the vocals, and no little things like emotions will change that. The teacher was furious, clenched his fists, reasoned that art is born only from ideal technique, and was going to prove it, since he himself would not have a debut. Young guys hugged, snuggled together. The man was going to prove his rightness to the students. You can't find fault with their appearance, unlike his. Sick furrowed his face as he contemplated that as their vocal mentor, he would shut up everyone who underestimated him. The teacher opened his eyes wide, remembering that he had really believed in this before. The man got lost in his thoughts when they tried to call out to him. Chan shouted into the microphone as he looked at him. The young man looked at the teacher, wondering how he liked their singing, asking him to rate it. Sick crossed his arms, asking that they had really grown up a lot, and thought that was it. The guys were glad that the rehearsal was over. The teacher closed his eyes, realizing that the singing of the children had changed. The young man and the guys sang into the microphone when it was said that technically almost nothing had changed, but something was wrong. The man touched his face, wondering that he hadn't taught them anything special, since when, and why. The teacher closed his eyes, realizing that it all started on the day when Director Ko announced a new project. That guy was also not an easy one. Since then, starting with Chan and Vaughn, all the members of the group began to change noticeably. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he thought about how something strange had been going on since that day, which was why he was watching the guys. The young man asked the young man who he was, to which he received the answer that this was their vocal teacher. The guys tried to explain themselves, looking at him, but he asked them not to interfere. Sick came close to the main character, talking about why his vocals had changed, and it turned out that they were taking secret lessons from someone else. The man was angry, explaining that he was their mentor, and whatever he was guided by. Khan exhaled, closing his eyes after hearing that his actions were clearly an abuse of authority, replied that he misunderstood everything. The guy looked at the teacher, saying that he did not teach his wards technique. In technical terms they are already much better than him. The hero was concentrated, saying that this was undoubtedly the merit of their magnificent mentor, everything that he had done. Sick was dumbfounded to hear that it was just teaching them how to put emotion into the song. The teacher put his hand on his face, talking about the cursed emotions. The teacher went crazy, exclaiming that everyone was talking about emotions. His children did not need all this at all. The man spit, shouting that there was a professional who fills the heads of other people's students with all sorts of nonsense, and still dares to call himself a pro after this. Sick pointed his finger, ordering him to stop talking, offering to fight. The teacher clenched his fist, exclaiming about the proposal to arrange a singing duel. The main character closed his eyes, listening to the fact that if he loses, he will never dare to give his harmful lessons again. The young man looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment, hearing that if he was afraid, then let him say so and go to hell. Khan was calm in agreement. He smiled, saying that in return, he would also have one condition. The next day at RD Entertainment, the director held a glass, reasoning. He stood in front of the teacher, asking that he had been completely defeated in a singing duel. Sick looked down, and said that he had lost outright. The man watched his opponent sing, remembering that he understood everything as soon as he heard the first line of his song. The teacher clutched his head, talking about intonation, rhythm, technique, but most importantly, there was something in his singing that he had always lacked. The main character put his hand on his chest when the man exclaimed about the power of emotions. He had never heard such a touching singing. Sick looked at Ko, telling him that it was strange, but after losing, he wasn't angry at all, on the contrary. Tears appeared in the man's eyes as he explained that after that song he felt something change in him. Now he knows exactly what he was missing. The director listened silently to his interlocutor. Ko smiled, noting that it was great. He took the glass from the table, remembering what condition Mr. Khan had made. The headmaster sat down in a chair, continuing the conversation that he had heard. They put forward conditions with him. The teacher hesitated. A restaurant was shown. Tae raised his gloved hands, saying that the day had finally come to make kimchi. He was looking ahead with Aspire, saying that things had been going so well lately that he had decided to prepare more. The director of the restaurant looked at the cabbage to the side. He headed in that direction. Tae stood next to the dishes, wondering if they could handle it all. The main character crossed his arms, listening to the request to deal with this with the help of his martial arts, politely refused. Kang raised his finger up, remembering that the hostess had said that you had to work with your hands for delicious kimchi. The man objected that there was too much cabbage this time. The young man smiled, answering that there was no need to worry. The guy looked menacingly at his comrade, explaining that he had called for reinforcements. Tae asked again in surprise. Young people in rubber gloves entered the restaurant. The man was frightened, not understanding what it was. The young man crossed his palms. The guys greeted each other in the counter, calling themselves Haven Child. John took the microphone, saying to the camera that in this cruel and merciless world, you need to be ready for anything to survive. This is Rai's part-time pre-debut show. The young man put his hand on his chest, saying his name, said that today he would be their leader. The cameraman recorded on camera. When he asked what food came to mind first when they thought of winter, he immediately remembered crispy kimchi and boiled pork. John smiled as he said that they would try to make kimchi today. Cabbage and spices were on the table. The young man pointed his hand at the director of the restaurant, noting that the owner of the restaurant, Yenchungak, would teach them how to make kimchi. The man scratched his head, greeted the audience, said that he was the owner of the restaurant, and the guests said that their kimchi was very tasty. The main character watched what was happening from the sidelines, hearing that he was already impatient to know their recipe, reasoned that the young man was not bad in the role of a host. The young man crossed his arms, thinking that he hadn't expected the trainees to come to help with the kimchi. He never would have thought. The teacher cut the cabbage when he reasoned that initially he planned to call only a vocal teacher for winning the vocal competition. The guy touched his chin, thinking that under the guise of a pre-debut entertainment show, he somehow imperceptibly drew in the trainees themselves. Khan smiled, realizing that he was the only person who could think of such a thing. Ko smiled when he clarified that it was none other than the director. The cameraman filmed the guys when the main character reasoned that from the outside it may seem that cooking kimchi is boring, but Ko was able to arrange the matter in such a way as to interest everyone. The girl diligently sang into the microphone when it chased away in her head that the place where they cook kimchi is Ha's family restaurant. The guys were hugging when the guy added about the promotion of new idols. The woman was sitting on a chair. The hero thought about the fact that the director was winning the favor of the investor and the Ha family. Parents held their daughters' hands when it was said that 3 birds with 1 stone. Behind the young man's back was the director, who understood that on the outside he looked like a clumsy bear, and on the inside he was a cunning fox. It was not for nothing that he was called the Joker RD Entertainment. The guy smiled, closing his eyes, banishing thoughts that this did not mean that he would become a singer just because of this. The bell above the door rang. The guys came into the restaurant, indicating that they were here. The girl was happy with the camera. The operator was happy to see that child. Chan stretched out his hand to the side, saying that in fact this was also the home of the rising star Ha, known from the movie Rainbow Dream. The girl greeted her. Ha raised her palms, asking to support the soon-to-be-released album, and the songs of their elders Haven Child, too. The man with the camera blushed, thinking about how cute she was. The girl was dancing, asking what she thought was enough to join, wasn't it? The main character, smiling, agreed. Chan closed his eyes, saying that he needed to start making kimchi. Tae kneaded the cabbage in a bowl, explaining that now, the most important thing in making kimchi is the paste for the dressing. He held out a red leaf of cabbage. Vaughn gladly decided to try it from his hands. He was stunned, exclaiming about this taste. The young man blushed, raising his fingers up. The main character, smiling, watched what was happening. The guys cut the cabbage with interest. The teacher cooked the dish, not understanding what was happening. The hero quickly crumbled the cabbage. The teacher watched intently how deftly he did it. The young man coped quite quickly, doing it with one hand. He skillfully brandished a knife while Sick was angry. The knife stuck in a wooden board. The guy looked away. The guys looked at the main character with admiration. The girl was standing on a box, singing a song into a microphone. The guys from the group raised their hands, sitting in front of her. The teacher was stunned by the incredible singing. Vaughn, smiling, showed him the screen of his smartphone. Ha was shown on the screen. The young men continued to soak the cabbage in seasonings. One of them heard something. The guys turned around, and Wong clarified what the smell was and that it couldn't be. Chan replied. Tae was carrying 2 plates of food that gave off a powerful smell. He held out a dish, offering to have a snack of pork while they worked. The children sat in a circle, thanking for the treat. The young men ate it, stuffing their cheeks, praising how delicious it was. It just melted in their mouths. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she knew that pork is best with kimchi. A restaurant was shown. On the roof of the house opposite, someone was watching. The stranger's coat fluttered in the wind. He watched down intently. The young man tensed, feeling something. Kang, wands in hand, turned sharply out the window. He decided to go outside. The hero looked up menacingly, wondering if he was imagining it, or if he had just caught a faint trace of demonic energy. The guy spread his legs wider, looking around. He looked at the roof, on which there was no one. Kang looked to the side, wondering if it was a high-ranked demon. 14 years ago, in the house of Kim Hae-kol, the head of the Red Dragon Guild, snow was falling on the huge building. There was a snow-covered window in the wall. A girl and a little boy were sitting at the table. Between them on the table was a cake with 1 candle. The guy looked at his sister and asked that his father would return late today. She replied that it seemed so. A drop of sweat slipped down his cheek. He noted that today was not just some ordinary day. She sat opposite him and told him that the demons would not rest, just because it was Christmas Eve, so he just had to pray that his father would return safe and sound. A lonely candle burned in the middle of the cake, she added. Despite the fact that it was Christmas Eve, it was not necessary to spend it with her family. The boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that it wasn't just that, it was her birthday. The girl looked at her brother silently. She looked down indifferently. Ji noticed that everything was fine. Her brother looked at her anxiously and clarified that the truth was fine. The gifts wrapped in a gift wrapper lay under the tree. She said that everything was really fine. Besides, many others, including him, gave her a bunch of gifts. She clutched her skirt in her hand and added that she had a delicious meal with him, and they were now lighting the candles on this birthday cake. The girl closed her eyes and concluded that she was indeed fine. The boy looked away anxiously. He looked down and asked what gift she wanted more than anything in the world. She looked slightly surprised to the side and clarified why he was asking at all. The guy put his hand on the back of his head. He looked at his sister and told her that if he ever succeeded, he wanted to give it to her. Ji's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. She smiled slightly. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and thought aloud about the gift she wanted the most. It only asked for nothing too expensive. She noticed that something came to her mind. The boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed what it was. The girl opened her eyes slightly after sleeping. She lay randomly on the bed and noted that it was just an ancient dream. Ji struck the alarm clock with all her might. She lazily stretched her arms in different directions after sleeping. A tear came to her eye. She lowered her eyes to the calendar and noticed that it was already the 22nd of December, and Christmas Eve was coming soon. The girl looked at him indifferently. She brushed her teeth in front of the mirror and noted that it was her birthday. A girl with closed eyes was squatting with a barbell on her shoulders. She waved her hand to a fitness room employee. Ji held the handle on the subway. She slowly approached the cafe. She looked at him resolutely and decided that it was time to get to work. The girl threw open the glass door of the institution and greeted those present. A little girl in her father's arms held a star for a Christmas tree in her hands and greeted the girl. She enthusiastically remarked that it was a Christmas tree. Song held his daughter in his hands and added that Christmas was just around the corner. They had decorated everything to create a festive mood. The girl asked if it was really very beautiful. She put her hands together and confirmed her words. Kong approached her from behind and asked if she had decorated a Christmas tree as a child. She looked away in embarrassment and told her that they had dressed her up every year, and she remembered to herself that the Eternal Father was busy fighting demons, so there were always 3 of them, she, the secretary, and her brother. The guy put his fingers on his chin and said that he had heard that Christmas was the birthday of a special person. He stared at the floor and suggested how many people were celebrating the birthday of someone who was born 1,000 years ago. She noted that most people just like this festive atmosphere. The young man averted his eyes to the side and clarified that for them it was just like a festival. He asked when it was her birthday. She looked at him with a slight surprise and asked him again. The main character stood in front of her and noticed that they had known each other for almost a year, but had never heard her remind him of him. She looked away at the floor with a very embarrassed look and said that her birthday was December 24. He put his hands behind his back and clarified that it was the day after tomorrow. Besides, on Christmas Eve, she explained that it was because she was born the day before the holiday. Her birthday always seemed to remain in the shadows. She stared at the floor and added that it was strange. It seemed to her that on her birthday, she was becoming even more lonely. Kong glanced at her and clarified that she was upset because the birthday party was in the shadows. She hadn't been given gifts for a long time. The girl's father put her hand on her blanket. She objected that there had never been a problem with this, and said that when she was a child, Santa always brought her gifts, and in fact, she had more than she needed. Little G slept peacefully on the pillow. She added that it was just that among all these gifts, there was never what she wanted. She wiped the tears from her eyes and noted that this was the only thing that was a little upsetting. The protagonist looked at her silently. Meanwhile, in Kim Hoen's office in the guild, there is a red dragon. The guy in the yellow vest folded his hands on the desk. Absorbed in boredom, the guy leaned on his cheek, mastered his palm. His friend suddenly peeked out from behind the door and asked what he was doing. He could not understand why he always appeared at such moments. A guy in a dark blue sweater came up to him and asked what had happened to him. His elder was ready to listen, so let him post it. He said that he was trying to think of something to give his sister for her birthday. With a slight surprise, he opened his mouth wide and remembered that it was his sister's birthday on Christmas Eve. He put his hands on his hips and asked that he couldn't just give her some designer bag or perfume. He wondered why he would give something that she already had in bulk. The guy in the yellow vest looked away and said that every time a new collection comes out, the brands themselves send her things and beg her to accept them, and she already has more than enough expensive potions, weapons, armor. His friend put his fingers to his chin in thought and offered to just ask what exactly she wanted. He replied that he had already asked about it. He told me how a long time ago, when they were both small, he asked what gift she wanted more than anything in the world. A young brother and sister were sitting across from each other. The little boy opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He added that what she wanted most was something that was both easy and incredibly difficult to obtain. The guy looked at him and clarified what it was. He crossed his arms over his chest and replied that she wanted to spend Christmas Eve with her father. Drops of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He asked again that as a birthday gift, she wanted to spend time with the head of the guild. This was her most cherished wish. The young man looked down and replied that his father had hardly ever spent time with him on Christmas Eve, so he understood perfectly. His companion looked at him and asked him what the guild master's schedule was, that he couldn't carve out at least a couple of hours. He stood in front of him and noted that most likely he could not. He clarified that even for the sake of his sister's wishes. The guy looked indifferently somewhere ahead and said that yesterday they found another gate that was about to burst, and he was now inside. He folded his hands together on his desk and added that by the time he got out, Christmas would probably be over. His friend leaned his hands on the table and offered him a plan B. He looked at his friend and suggested the idea of someone else going on a date with her, and noted that she was crazy about that guy from the restaurant. He added that he could ask him to go on a date with her on Christmas Eve. The guy slightly opened his mouth in surprise. He folded his hands together and declared that he was a bastard. A bead of sweat slipped down his cheek. He noted that he was just a genius. Clouds flew over the building. The main character opens his eyes in surprise. He put his hands behind his back and asked them again that they were suggesting that he meet his sister alone on Christmas Eve. They looked at him with enthusiasm, and he exclaimed that he was begging him. The guy looked away and clarified what he meant by a date. As far as he understood, it was when spending time with a loved one. He stood in front of them and remarked that they weren't each other's enemies, of course, but they didn't have that kind of relationship. The guy put his hand out in front of him and agreed that there is such a meaning, but he is talking about a date in a broad sense. He stood in front of the protagonist and noticed that they would just have a good time together. He replied that he would not be able to do it that day anyway. He excitedly held out his hand in front of him with a clenched fist and remembered that he had promised you that they would throw a party for everyone. He was standing in front of the two guys and told her that it was Ji's birthday, so he called her, but she refused, saying that she already had plans. The guy looked somewhere ahead with a slight surprise. He gritted his teeth in anger and did not understand what the hell were the plans. She would surely sit alone and wait for her father. The young man looked at the floor and wondered who was even locked up on his birthday. She always pretended that everything was fine, and pretended to be strong. Khan looked at him and assumed that there was some kind of story here. The young man opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he could find out what was going on. Drops of sweat slipped down their cheeks. He clenched his hand into a fist. The protagonist put his fingers to his chin and said that most of all she wants to meet her father on her birthday. He glanced at Brother Ji and clarified if he was right. The young man looked down and confirmed his words, and explained that his sister had always been sad about her birthday, so this year he wanted her to have a happy memory, which was why he had made such a stupid request to him. Khan glanced at him and stated that he was a good brother. He turned his back on them, adding that he understood. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that then he would go on a date with his sister. He looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that there would be a date, but he would not go. The guy held his hands behind his back and explained that on Christmas Eve, a divine being named Santa appears. He distributes gifts to good children and disappears, so why shouldn't Santa fulfill her wish? He turned his head to the guy. Gate A031356, terrain type, desert. A group of robed men were advancing through the desert. At the head of them was a man with a beard. Now the place, rank and time of opening of most gates are predicted by observatories, but sometimes gates such as this go unnoticed. He purposefully stared somewhere into the distance. At such moments, Kim Haechul, the head of the Red Dragon Guild, volunteered to clear the most dangerous gate on the verge of a breakthrough. The man with the mustache put his hand to his forehead and noted that it was a hot, deserted dungeon in the middle of winter. He held a napkin in his hands and added that in such expanses they would look for a boss for ages. He looked at the commander and asked that this year he would be listening to Christmas carols in the desert. He lowered his closed eyes and replied that someone had to do it, and if this sacrifice helped prevent the tragedy of breaking through the gate, then it would not be such a big price. He looked at his subordinate and said that it was necessary to maintain the image of a tough guy. He stood next to him and noted that they simply could not allow such a catastrophe as a breach of the gates. He added that Christmas was not so lonely to celebrate in such a place. Cole looked at him out of the corner of his eye and asked if he knew why, and said it was because there were plenty of idiots like him. He stood at the head of the company and said that there were many people who sacrificed their rest in order to trust him and follow him when they were bored here. The crowd of subordinates silently followed him. One of them pointed his finger at him and everyone exclaimed, "And who is the idiot here? Their guild master is a complete dumbass who has never missed a gate clearance on the verge of a breakthrough." He pointed at himself with his index finger and noted that they were petty scoundrels. The man with the mustache cast a questioning glance to the side. He abruptly stepped aside and told everyone to get ready for battle. Something was approaching from the ground. The ground trembled under the feet of the group of people. Part of the monster's body appeared from the ground. Other monsters appeared in different places. The warrior cut one of them sharply. The head of the guild cut one by one with lightning speed. One of the monsters rushed straight at him. Cole's blade plunged into his mouth. He held on to the hilt of his sword with both hands. Streams of aura erupted from his sword. He put his sword aside. The man put his foot on the body of the killed man and the monster, and ordered everyone to quickly regroup. They need to study their habits and strike back. His subordinates watched him in shock. He added that they were digging tunnels, so the ground would tremble before attacking, and he needed to concentrate on the vibrations. Soldiers cut the bodies of monsters. The two men stood next to each other. He noted that, as expected of him, his leadership qualities were amazing. He was able to stabilize the situation on the battlefield in an instant. The head of the guild carefully observed the situation on the battlefield. Then we add that he really deserves the title of head of the best guild in the country. The man put his hands on the hilt of his sword. He abruptly took a fighting stance with his sword. He furrowed his brows in anticipation of the fight. His comrade in arms fell to the ground. He opened his mouth wide. A huge monster was reflected in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide. The guild master gritted his teeth in exertion. The monster instantly slammed its mouth together with the man. His subordinate was crawling on his knees somewhere in the distance, and called out to his commander. The monster opened its mouth wide. The guild master swung his sword at him. He gritted his teeth in exertion. The man gave it to the monster's throat. The man with the mustache looked up. He opened them wide in surprise. He was crawling on his knees somewhere far away from the monster. The soldiers stood next to each other in shock and did not believe that their leader had been defeated so quickly. He clenched his hand into a fist with all his strength. The guy pointed in the direction with his left hand, asked to look there. The monster glowed from within. He opened his mouth wide. Coal flew up from the explosion. His subordinates opened their mouths. He fell to the ground with a sword in his hand. The man landed on one knee. The eyes of one of the subordinates reflected the head of the guild. He grinned slyly. The soldiers enthusiastically raised their hands in front of them and admired his performance. The man cast a questioning glance at the hilt of his sword. A picture of a burning ball appeared. He remembered that he had received it from the president of the association, and thought it was an ordinary blade, but he couldn't believe it was such an incredible weapon. A bead of sweat slipped down his cheek. He noted that if it weren't for this sword that had amplified his power, it would still be sticking out of the Sandworm King's belly. He cast a glance at the monster next to him, and added that he seemed to have found another peculiarity. Low-ranking monsters couldn't even jump when he was holding this sword. The guild master closed his eyes. He ordered the destruction of all other monsters and not to leave anyone alive. The soldiers instantly scattered in different directions. He stood unshakably with his hands on the hilt of his sword. He looked around the battlefield and remarked that it was strange. Wasn't there only one Sandworm King in the same gate? The monster opened its mouth wide, adding that if you count the first one, then this is the third sandworm it has defeated. But in the end, the gate did not close, so they were not bosses. The guild leader looked down thoughtfully. He realized that if he had enough strength to keep the Sandworm Kings as servants, then their boss, the man with the mustache, also pointed in the direction with his hand. Chul noticed that he looked exactly like the one he had just killed, his subordinate opening his mouth wide in shock. He opened his mouth slightly and assumed that it was puppet magic. The doll's limbs are tied to the ends of 2 bars, and he explains that puppet magic is a sorcerer's technique that resurrects dead monsters and makes them fight again. The monster opened its mouth wide, he added. In other words, until they killed the sorcerer himself, they would have to fight the same creatures over and over again. The guild leader crossed his arms over his chest and announced that the boss of the gate was a monster sorcerer. He opened his mouth wide and ordered to immediately start searching for the sorcerer. They must find him before the worms recovered. A man with a mustache closed his eyelids with a staff in his hands. He opened his eyes and reported that he had found him. The subordinate pointed with his staff in the direction and said that he felt magical energy in that direction. The guild master stated that he would immediately go there and finish him off. The soldier stood behind him and asked him to wait. He looked at him and clarified what was going on. He noted that this creature was moving directly towards them, shards of earth flying upwards. In front of them, something burst out of the sand. The guild master grabbed the sword with both hands and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. A huge monster with claws burst out of the sand. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He was standing right in front of the royal scorpion. The head of the guild gritted his teeth from the tension and realized that this creature was many times stronger than the king of sandworms, and also knew how to conjure. The monster was standing right in front of him. He noticed an unidentified thing on his head. A bandaged body protruded from the monster's head. Cole held out his sword in front of him and realized that this time he really had to put his life on the line. The mummy was enveloped in a dark aura. The man turned his gaze to the corpse of the monster. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was using sandworms again. The monster opened its mouths. The guild master held the sword with both hands and thought that there was a scorpion in front of him, and a worm behind him. He didn't see a single chance. He gritted his teeth in exertion. His daughter opened her mouth slightly. He noted that he wanted so much to celebrate Ji's birthday this year. The huge scorpion instantly rushed at him. He swung his sword at him. He opened his mouth wide in the heat of battle. A blue aura enveloped his body. With one swing, he sliced the monsters in two. The man fought off the attacks of the royal scorpion with his sword. He unwaveringly went to attack him. Parts of the monster's body flew in different directions. The soldiers opened their mouths in shock and did not understand why the monster suddenly shattered into pieces. At someone's feet lay the head of a mummy. The guy held a sword in his hand and noted that it was good that he had made it. The guild master wondered how he got here. Shin smiled at him slightly. He put his hand out and clarified what he had done. He had heard that he had become stronger, but he did not think that he had become so strong. The young man put his hand on the back of his head and awkwardly noticed that he had grown up a little lately, and added that this was not the main thing now. He wondered what could be more important. He opened his mouth wide and said that the most important thing now was that they would all be able to spend Christmas Eve with their families. The entire squad looked at him in shock. The guild master smirked slightly. He opened his mouth and agreed with him that nothing was more important. Shin closed his eyelids smugly to everyone's cheers of thanksgiving. He noted to himself that it was Kang who had actually cut all the monsters to pieces. The main character silently hovered in the air above everyone. He silently watched everyone on Earth, who added that he could no longer lie and pretend that it was his merit. Sometime later, at Kim Haekol's house, the snow fell evenly to the ground. The girl held on to the strap of her bag with her left hand. Her eyes widened in surprise. Her father stood in front of her with a birthday cake. He closed his eyelids and wished her a happy birthday. Sincere tears crept down her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hands from unrestrained emotions and thanked her father. She instantly threw herself into his arms. They hugged under the snow. The 25th of December, the Association of the Awakened. In the middle of the city stood a huge skyscraper. In the middle of the huge hall, there was a decorated Christmas tree, where a Christmas party was taking place. The guests stood and talked to each other. The guy was holding a glass of champagne in his hands, and when the fun was in full swing, Office Plankton in glasses sat alone at his desk. The only workaholic from the support department, Song Jin-ho, vegetated alone. He carefully watched what was happening on the monitor of his computer. He was absorbed in typing documents on the computer. The guy looked at his phone out of the corner of his eye. A message from his comrade was glowing on the phone screen. His eyes reflected the phone screen. The young man put the phone on the table, face down. He tirelessly typed documents on a computer. His eyes widened at the voice he heard, which noted that he was now ignoring her message. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and remarked that she knew she would take up her own again, because last year it was the same. She could not understand why he worked on Christmas. The young man looked at the girl in embarrassment. He abruptly lowered his eyes to the monitor, and explained that he had a lot of work to do. She asked why he always had a lot of things to do. A drop of sweat slipped down his cheek. A girl in a good mood was holding a glass of champagne in her right hand. Then he thought that if he went to a party, he would have to watch her laugh and chat with other guys, even though he hated it. The guy gritted his teeth in pain. He wondered if he had the right to approach her, because he was still not good enough. She gave him a questioning look, adding that when he could finally accept himself as he was, then he would be able to approach her confidently. He looked down desperately, and realized that he would never say it out loud. She put her hands on her hips and said that he was going with her. He replied that he had said that he would not go to the party. She looked at him and asked who was talking about her. They were just going to the cinema together. The young man slightly opened his mouth in surprise and asked her again about the movie. She added that they say that now they are showing a very funny film. All social networks are buzzing about it. She leaned her hands on her belt and said that she wanted to see it, but it was somehow strange to go alone, and since there was an introverted loner who hated parties, she would do him a favor and take him with her. She stuck out the thumb of her right hand as a gesture of approval. The girl waved her hand to him and asked him to get dressed and go out, and she would wait downstairs. He stretched out his hand in an attempt to contradict her. The guy sat down in the work chair and noted that he did not even agree. His eyes widened with insight. His cheeks were red. He wondered if she was asking him out. Crowds of people stood in the middle of the hall. The man was holding his child in his arms. The main character stood in the middle of his loved ones. He looked somewhere ahead in front of him and noted that this was what the cinema looked like, not at all like a concert hall. His friend pointed his index finger in the direction and asked him to look there. A poster with a film hung on the wall. The guy looked at the little girl and noted that she was cute as always. He turned his gaze to his comrade and asked them that they were going to watch him. People were holding flyers with a poster of the film in their hands. He noticed that everyone came to the same film as them. Sun closed his eyelids and wondered why he hadn't seen the news. This film had already become a real hit at the box office. The presenter folded her hands on the table. He added that he was trumpeted in all social networks, and the press was delighted. More than 100,000 tickets were sold all in 2 days. Civilians ran away from the monsters advancing on them. After the appearance of the gates, the population of South Korea decreased dramatically. At such a time, 100,000 spectators. This is really a huge figure. The protagonist turned his head on his friend and noted that now he has even more expectations from this film. Yu opened her mouth and added that she was also waiting. Lim noticed that she already knew the whole plot. She closed her eyes and said that it was the first time she was watching it with her family. She wanted so much to watch it with her family. The main character smiled at her. She added that she was sure that it would be 100 times more fun with them. Her father squatted down in front of her and offered her a snack and drinks. She sat on his neck and exclaimed enthusiastically that they were going for a snack. The main character watched them carelessly. He looked away. He smirked slightly in good humor. Song looked at him and called him, otherwise they would be late for the film. The guy put his hands behind his back. He closed his eyes and realized that they had finally come together, so he was happy for them. A guy in a long coat stood next to the girl embarrassedly. Inside the cinema, people were sitting in the rows waiting for the film. The protagonist folded his hands together on his knees and was surprised at how the cinema looked from the inside. He picked up the popcorn and noted that the so-called popcorn tasted quite unusual. Song was sitting not far from it, and noticed that it was starting. The main character of the film fearlessly cut the monsters in half. The protagonist watched the film with absorption and thought to myself that watching such a film on the big screen is really exciting. His eyes widened. He turned his head back slightly and felt a vile energy. A group of terrorists took the cinema employees hostage. The main character of the film fearlessly cut through monsters. The main character, together with his loved ones, was watching a movie. He ate popcorn and noted that watching this on the big screen was really exciting. People were sitting in the rows in front of a large screen. The girl held a rain umbrella above her. She ran up to the body of the main character of the film and exclaimed if he was okay, they would now take him to the hospital. He gritted his teeth and replied that he did not need to go to the hospital. The bandaged hero of the film was lying on a white sheet. He sat down on the floor with his eyes closed. The girl was holding a spoon in her hand. The guy's cheeks turned red at the sight of her. Their tongues intertwined in a passionate kiss. The girl waved goodbye to the guy. The scarlet rays of the sun lit up the sky. The young man threw his backpack on the ground in complete shock. His eyes widened. A bloody dagger was sticking out of the table. The main character clutched the letter in his hand with all his strength in despair. He resolutely went to meet his enemies. He grabbed one of them by the neck with lightning speed. He looked menacingly into his eyes and asked where his girlfriend was. He smiled mischievously and replied that he had killed her and sold all her organs. The lifeless body of the criminal fell to the ground. The guy threw up his hands above him. A few years later, there was a missing person announcement on the wall. The blonde guy was holding a stack of ads in his hand. He was standing in the middle of the street, looking for a place to announce it. He abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. A little girl was kneeling in the middle of the street. She opened her eyes wide to the main character of the film. Song enthusiastically waved his hands and exclaimed, "This is there you." His wife asked him to be quiet. The main character calmly watched the film and noted to himself that you had finally appeared. Now it would be even more interesting. His eyes widened. He turned his head back slightly and felt a vile energy. A group of terrorists took the cinema employees hostage, who wondered that they were black men again. He looked back out of the corner of his eye and added that these bastards always appeared wherever and whenever they wanted. The blonde characters of the film looked at the little girl, who was indignant that they appeared at the moment when you was on the screen, and the film had just begun to become interesting. The guy resolutely furrowed his brows and realized that he would not forgive them. Kong was furious. The homemade bomb was located in a block of ice. The protagonist was covered from head to toe with a blue aura. He closed his eyelids smugly. The martial art of the North Sea Ice Palace allows you to instantly freeze the target by releasing ice energy, a very convenient technique. With a mask on his face, he realized that this was the best way to deal with them quietly and without casualties, as he couldn't ruin their precious family evening. He added that it seemed that cleaning would have to be left to him again. The cinema staff stretched out his hand in an attempt to address him. 2 employees looked at him happily and thanked him for saving him. They stood in the middle of the hall and exclaimed that he had disappeared. He instantly returned to his chair and asked for their forgiveness, but watching the film is more important to him. He calmly watched the film and realized that now he could relax and watch it to the end. The main character of the film grabbed his wounded arm. The frightened girl ran up to him and asked if he was okay. He noted that there was nothing to worry about, just a scratch. Tears came to her eyes. He asked her not to worry. He would definitely pull her out of this gate. She abruptly threw herself into his arms. He gave her a puzzled look. The guy immediately hugged her tightly. The main character slightly opened his mouth and noted that after this scene, old memories flooded him. The green-eyed girl clasped her hands together. He added that the day he first met that child. He recalled that back in the days when he was a mercenary, he had a close mentor and he had a daughter, and one day he asked him to look after her for a couple of days. 2 men were standing opposite each other. He noted that he had lost his wife early, and he urgently needed someone to look after his daughter during his sudden mission. Kong opened his mouth slightly. He added that his mentor was afraid that if he died during the mission, his child would be left all alone, the lonely girl holding her toy in her hand. The man waved him goodbye. He remembered how before leaving he told him that he was the only one he could entrust his daughter to. He was counting on him. The main character looked after him and noted that in the end he never returned. The guy put his hand on the shoulder of the crying girl. He thought that at first, he cared about the child only out of a sense of duty. But over time, he realized something. She threw herself into his arms. He realized that this girl had become so dear to him that she began to change him. He held her tightly to him and noted that he had adopted her and had left the mercenary world for her. The main character lowered his eyes down in absorption and wondered how his daughter was doing now, whether she was happy in her family. He looked up resolutely and realized that he needed to find out if everything was all right with her. The protagonist remarked that until he found a way, he wanted to protect the happiness of you and the entire family from the restaurant, the parents holding their daughter's hands. The birds were sitting on a snow-covered tree branch. In the middle of the tundra there was a wooden shed. Someone's hand was peeking out from behind the door. The guy was holding a pot with a plant in his hand. He was standing in front of the exit from his house. In the middle of the snow-covered field there was a lonely wooden shed. He noted that it was so calm here. He put his hands in his pocket and noted that it had been several weeks since he had settled here. The young man resolutely walked forward and declared that he had come to these lands on the orders of the king. An image of a dark silhouette of a man appeared, who added that the foragers who went to South Korea died at the hands of an unknown creature, and he was ordered to find the source of the problems and destroy it. He stared at one point on the ground and noticed that he didn't want to kill anyone in the first place. The young man clenched his hand in his fist and realized that he could not disobey the king's order. He furrowed his brows and realized that this was the fate of the demon. For this reason, he cursed his blood. A guy in a black suit kicked a homeless man, who said that they are all creatures of the demon kingdom. This is a world where everything is decided by force. The little boy watched the scene of unjustified violence. He added that the strong take away, and the weak are left with nothing. As a result, in a world where this simple law rules, his father was among the weak. The man in the cap fell to the ground under the onslaught of the young man's blows. The tearful boy ran up to his father, who recalled that he had suffered from oppression and violence from the high-ranking nobility, and eventually fell. The boy grabbed the man's pant leg and noted that no one in their family helped him. They did not have money for his treatment. He stood alone near his father's grave with a flower in his hand, who concluded that his father had ultimately died from his wounds. The boy calmly looked at his grave. He remembered that he had not shed a single tear, and the feeling he was experiencing at that moment was not sadness, but boiling rage. He gritted his teeth with all his strength and anger. The guy furrowed his brows in anger. A wooden cross protruded from the ground. The young man noted that in a world where the strongest survived, where one had to crush the weak in order to rise, it was rage on one's own powerlessness. The grown-up guy killed his enemies in cold blood. He remembered that when he reached adulthood, he awakened an ability, so he used it to take revenge on those who brought his father to death. Gold coins poured out of the bag. He added that after that, he began to feverishly accumulate wealth in order to revive their weakened lineage, because he believed that if you had money, there was no need to kill anyone. The dark silhouette sat on a chair with a sword in his hands, noting that since then, the other demons had nicknamed him the Great Golden Malcolm. The guy put his hands on the hilt of his sword. He got down on one knee in front of the king and realized that he must have attracted too much attention, since the king called him to him and appointed him a gatherer. The young man closed his eyes and noted that he did not want to kill anymore, but the king sent him to the second middle world, to a country called America, and ordered him to collect the spheres of despair. The guy stood on the dragon and noticed that the king's order was undeniable, so he came up with a cunning plan, and found a way to collect the orbs of despair without any carnage. He crossed his arms over his chest. He rushed past his enemies, who said that he sought out and killed only the most vicious people of the second middle world. The little boy watched the impudent faces of the nobles, who added that people, like those nobles who rule over the weak, oppress them, taking their lives. A large man spread his arms in different directions. He noticed that it was not surprising, but most of them turned out to be the bearers of abilities, and in this world they are called the Awakened, and as a result, he received the nickname of the Awakened Slayer. Knives protruded from the man's body. He remembered that he had plunged them into a degree of despair that was frightening to even imagine, since the energy of the sphere of despair is drawn from human suffering, and this method allowed him to avoid mass carnage. In the hand of the dark silhouette was an orb of despair. The black-robed man sat on the throne, and he noticed that therefore, when he was ordered to kill someone who interfered with the king's great cause in Korea, he hoped that this person would turn out to be at least a little bad. He furrowed his brows and added that this was the only way he would be able to complete the mission without hesitation. The guy folded his arms over his chest and remembered that having found his target in Korea, he had been watching it for several weeks. He widened his eyes in surprise and realized that this man was not evil. Kang was on one knee in front of the little girl, then added that on the contrary, he lived dedicating himself to helping others. The guy closed his eyes. He couldn't understand why. He was so different from the awakened ones he had killed before. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. His father smiled broadly at him. His jacket fluttered in the wind. He walked past people and noted that his will was broken, and he just wandered around, not noticing anything around him. A guy in a black suit walked through the snowy lands and remembered how he walked until he found himself in a remote mountain village, where he met an old man and a boy. A little boy waved to him from the wagon. He and his father smiled at him. The man was holding various vegetables in his hands. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He stood in the middle of a snow-covered field and remembered that the old man did not ask him anything, but simply gave him a roof over his head. The young man's eyes widened. The little boy raised his hands above him on the wagon. The guy looked somewhere in the distance, and noted that this is how he stayed to live in this wilderness. He was watering a plant with a mug. Water poured into the ground in a small stream. He realized that he did not expect this peace to last forever. He looked at his hand, and I realized that as long as he wore this mark, he would not escape from the king, and someday his people would come for him. He clenched his hand into a fist and added that they would demand a choice of mission completion or death. The guy looked at the plant and noticed that for now he wanted to take a break from his cruel fate. Someone's hand appeared on the door. A little boy ran into the barn. He looked at him in surprise. The boy stood in front of him and invited him to go play. A drop of sweat slid down the young man's cheek. He replied that he was enjoying a rare moment of silence. He closed his eyelids and asked to be left alone for at least one day. A snowball flew into his face. The guy stuck out the index finger of his left hand. The little tomboy was smiling broadly. The enraged guy looked at him from under his brow. They instantly ran out of the barn. The boy's snowball hit the guy in the face. A man stood at a distance from them. The veins on the old man's face were swollen. In the middle of the snow-covered field stood a lonely wooden shed. A guy and a little boy ran out of it. Snowball hit him in the face. The tomboy was smiling broadly. Air vapor flew out of the young man's mouth. He smirked slightly and thought, if only this moment never ended. A man stood at a distance from them. He walked through the snow. The young man looked at him. He went to meet him and noted that he kept wondering where he was, and he, it turned out, hid here. The guy's eyes widened in shock. The old man looked at him and called his nickname. He jumped to his feet abruptly and clarified what had brought him here. He closed his eyes and replied that he knew it very well himself, and he hoped that he knew what his job was. Millen looked at him and told him that he had sent him. The young man opened his mouth slightly. He looked at the boy and ordered him to return to the house. He looked at him innocently and asked who he was. The guy shouted irritably that he would explain later, and now he had to hurry. The old man clutched his staff in his right hand and remarked that to think that at such a moment he was worried about the human spawn. He held out his cane in front of him and told him that he thought he was not at all fit for the important mission of a gatherer, so let him relieve his worries. He abruptly charged at him and exclaimed that he was freeing him. The old man smiled broadly in the excitement of the battle. The young man blocked his attack with his sword. He looked at the boy and shouted for him to run. The guy ran away as fast as he could. The latter looked at him and asked how he dared to raise his hand against him. He put his right hand out and said that he would show him his place. The guy brandished two swords at once. Millen instantly jumped back and admitted that his strength would not be enough to deal with him. He held out his staff in front of him. A cloud of dark aura appeared behind him. The guy slightly opened his mouth in surprise. The old man clutched his sword in his hand, and the old man wondered that the king had given him strength. The old man furrowed his brows and wondered if even he could withstand the strength that he had been granted to him. The guy blocked his blows with two swords at once. The old man's sword struck his face. He opened his mouth wide in shock. The enemy struck a series of blows with lightning speed and exclaimed that he would turn into a sieve. The young man looked down and noted that he left him no other choice. The old man charged at him with his sword outstretched in front of him. He covered his face with his hand from the powerful flow of energy. He sat down on one knee under the onslaught of the young man's strength. He looked up and realized that this was the same form. The guy put on his new uniform and noticed that he had made him take on this form, so let him be ready. A huge explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. The guy was holding a sword in his hands. The old man slid a few meters back. He furrowed his brows and noted the strength of his energy. Even with the strength of the king, he couldn't push him away. The young man killed his opponents in cold blood. He added that this was really the power that once terrified the nobility. Millen held out his sword in front of him. A young man in a new uniform stood in front of him. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. The guy stood next to him with his back and said that even the most powerful attacks are useless if they don't hit the target. He looked at his opponent out of the corner of his eye and added that if he thought that they were on equal terms with him, then he was deeply mistaken. He opened his mouth slightly and exclaimed that it could not be. From the guy's powerful blow, he flew in the opposite direction. The old man could hardly stand on his feet. He gritted his teeth and realized that he was strong and could not defeat him in a frontal attack. He knitted his brows and didn't know what to do. He looked ahead and didn't understand what it was. He swung his sword sharply and asked what about it. The guy instantly dodged each of his punches and reminded him that it didn't make sense if he couldn't hit the target. He smiled broadly and clarified that he was so sure of it. In the distance, a little boy stood behind a stone. He opened his mouth wide from the attack flying at him. The guy turned his head sharply at him. He took off with lightning speed. The young man jumped on the boy.